Battling Records of the Chosen One chapter 1287 to chapter 1340. Although the skeleton of the Sword Saint had fallen for eons, it still stood proudly in the world and had never fallen. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw this scene. But when he thought about how the Sword Saint came from the Daluo ancient region, Lin Sun only felt respect, not awe or admiration. Only by acknowledging the opponent's strength could one clearly realize one's own shortcomings. This bald donkey has been blabbering all along the way. What exactly is he planning? The big black bird muttered, not understanding what was going on. In the end, it's just a clone. It can't do anything. Let's just watch him perform. Lin Sun was very calm. What they didn't expect was that Gu Fuzi spoke first. Lin Sun, are you curious why I'm telling you all this? It's actually very simple. I just want to tell you that in the eyes of the Xianxia temple, a heretic like you is no different from the cultivators of the 8 regions. In the past, countless enemies of the 8 regions were buried here. Today, you will be killed here. Gu Fuzi's voice was calm, as if it was a matter of course. If Lin Sun hadn't stopped him, the big black bird would have cursed out loud. This bald donkey was simply insane. If it wasn't for this mission, how could he have survived until now? Not long after, Gu Fuzi stopped and pointed into the distance. Look, that's the 3000 pagoda. It's the place where the Holy Buddha passed away. Looking in the direction of his finger, one could see a towering pagoda in the distance. It was extremely majestic and built from piles of bones, giving off a white luster. However, this scene wasn't horrifying. Instead, it gave off a holy and solemn feeling. In a trance, there seemed to be sounds of Sanskrit ringing out. A bloody land that bears witness to great mercy. The pagoda is a pagoda that can build supreme merit. That holy Buddha must have been a sage with great wisdom, mercy, and ability. The big black bird sighed. Lin Sun was also sizing it up. The 3000 pagoda was built from bones and stood between heaven and earth, suppressing this area. It seemed terrifying, but it was filled with a holy and solemn aura. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. However, ancient Buddha's clone no longer moved forward. Instead, he stood there in silence. Even his calm and tranquil expression carried a wisp of a complicated expression at this moment, and he stared blankly in silence. Could it be that this damned baldy has seen through our plan and doesn't intend to meet his main body? The big black bird's voice was also somewhat solemn. Before coming to the Buddha lands, he had already planned with Lin Sun that this operation was destined to kill Gu Fuzi's true body. Gu Fuzi's clone would play a key role in this operation. Let's wait and see. Lin Sun muttered. Lin Sun, do you really think that good will be rewarded with good and evil with evil? After a long moment of silence, ancient Buddha's clone suddenly spoke. He didn't look back, but rather stared at the 3000 pagodas off in the distance. His voice was much deeper than before. In this world, those who do good suffer poverty and have a short life, while those who do evil enjoy wealth and have a long life. This has never been the case since ancient times. People in the secular world kill and set fire to gold belts, and repair bridges and roads without leaving corpses behind. We cultivators also use the pursuit of the Great Way as an excuse to act without fear of good or evil. What do you think is good and what is evil? Lin Sun and the big black bird looked at each other. They could keenly sense that ancient Buddha's clone seemed to have changed into a different person after arriving here. It seemed very strange. As the saying goes, heaven's net has a long reach, but it never escapes. However, we cultivators do things that go against the heavens. Anyone who dares to stand in our way will be killed, destroyed, and destroyed. How can good and evil be rewarded? In ancient times, holy monk Duji of the Xianxia temple once said that the heavenly way is clear. All living beings can be deceived, but their hearts can't. Cause and effect are all retribution. It's a pity that it's all for naught. If you want to distinguish good from evil, then all living beings in this world are evil. This applies to all living beings, including saints. As the saying goes, judge the world by good and evil. At this point, ancient Buddha suddenly stopped and pursed his lips. I understand now. This bald monk's mind is in a mess. He cultivates the Good and Evil Salvation Sutra created by the good and evil Lord Buddha. Now, he seems to have fallen into a self-obsession. The big black bird reminded him telepathically. In your opinion, how should one distinguish good from evil? Lin Sun suddenly asked curiously. The big black bird sneered, what is good? What is evil? Even sages can't tell, let alone you and me. Don't listen to this bald monk's nonsense. Holy monk Duji once said that there's no good or evil in one's actions, as long as one has a clear conscience. Do you understand? Lin Sun was slightly stunned and then deeply agreed. One should naturally have a clear conscience when doing things. As for good and evil, it was left for later generations to judge. This is strange. This bald monk is just a clone. He's about to meet his true self. Why is his heart in a mess now? The big black bird was puzzled. Lin Sun couldn't figure it out either. But both of them vaguely felt that this had something to do with the cultivation method that ancient Buddha had cultivated. Lin Sun, you've inherited the Great Silence Sutra and are a heretic that the Ksitigarbha temple must eliminate. But in your eyes, am I a heretic too? Ancient Buddha's clone suddenly asked. After saying that, he laughed at himself and then his expression became calm again. He said, discussing Zen with you is like playing the lute to a cow. Let's not talk about it. Then, he walked forward. He didn't say anything along the way. The closer they got to the 3000 pagoda, the more they could feel the sacredness and solemnity of the pagoda. An invisible aura filled the air, making people feel a sense of vague awe. But beneath the pagoda were numerous bloody corpses that lay in disarray, and it instantly destroyed this holy atmosphere. There were male and female corpses scattered all over the place, and there were at least a few hundred of them. Obviously, they'd only died recently, and their corpses hadn't completely decayed yet. Their expressions were all filled with fear, despair, and unwillingness. And the way they died was extremely horrifying. Almost none of them were intact, as if they had been brutally killed. Lin Sun and the big black bird looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Could this bloody scene have been done by Gu Fuzi himself? The surroundings were silent, and the pagoda stood tall. Apart from the holy aura, there was also the smell of blood, which made one shudder. Ancient Buddha's figure paused here, and then he continued forward, becoming more and more silent. Below the pagoda, a door opened, leading to the inside. Under the gaze of Lin Sun and the big black bird, ancient Buddha's clone gradually disappeared into the door. The plan is half done. Once his clone merges with his original body, the little tricks I set on his clone will be activated. At that time, killing him will be like killing a chicken. The big black bird was very excited and smiled sinisterly. Back then, it had saved ancient Buddha's clone not because it was being kind, but because it wanted to use this opportunity to plot against ancient Buddha. Aren't you being too sinister? Lin Sun glanced at it. The big black bird jumped up and down. Don't forget how this bald donkey set up a trap for us on the river Styx. You were lucky that you were only trapped for 4 years. Otherwise, how could you still be standing here alive? Lin Sun immediately shut up. The big black bird was right. Ancient Buddha had ambushed him more than once. This is called giving him a taste of his own medicine. It's not that I'm sinister, it's just heaven's way of retribution. The big black bird sighed, and then asked, are we just going to wait here like this? Lin Sun was about to speak, but suddenly, an extremely angry shout came from the pagoda. You, one word, full of surprise, fear, and disbelief. Then, it stopped abruptly. Ancient Buddha's clone, Lin Sun and the big black bird looked at each other, and their hearts trembled. Without hesitation, they also rushed into the gate of the pagoda. The pagoda was 3,000 feet high, and there was a stone staircase going up. Each wall was branded with ancient patterns, as if it was a narrative that recorded some secrets from ancient times. However, most of them were blurred and incomplete. Green lanterns hung on the stone pillars, and the shadows of the lanterns swayed, sprinkling a flickering luster. Lin Sun and the big black bird had no time to investigate these. They rushed up the stone stairs, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the 18th floor. This was also the highest point of the pagoda, and it was extremely spacious. The 4 walls were engraved with 18 mysterious patterns. In the center of the hall, terrifying sword chi filled the air, and it turned into a vortex that emitted a terrifying aura that could devour everything. A slender figure could be vaguely seen sitting there, and the terrifying sword chi vortex was emitted from it. At the side, there was a broken corpse covered in sword scars. Its eyes were wide open, and it was covered in blood. It was Gu Fuzi's clone. It had only been a dozen breaths since he entered the pagoda, but he had already suffered a calamity. Lin Sun and the big black bird's pupils shrank, and they looked at the slender figure sitting cross-legged. It was a young man in a jade robe, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His thick black hair hung loosely, and his back was straight like a sharp sword. He had handsome features, and his brows were sparse. As he sat there casually, he was like a peerless sword that had been sharpened through the ages. He had an extremely restrained elegance that wasn't dazzling, but it made one's heart palpitate. At this moment, strands of illusory sword chi surged out from the pores all over his body, and they converged together to transform into an extremely enormous vortex that caused the nearby space to wail and collapse. Swoosh! When he noticed Lin Sun and the big black bird's gazes, the young man's closed eyes suddenly opened. At that moment, it was like a dazzling bolt of lightning that tore through the eternal darkness, illuminated the world, and terrified the soul. The big black bird's body stiffened imperceptibly, and its feathers stood on end as it felt a bone-piercing pressure. This fellow was simply too terrifying, but it was sure that this person wasn't ancient Buddha himself. At the same time, Lin Sun was shocked in his heart, and then a strand of peerlessly dazzling divine light suddenly shot out from his eyes that were deep like an abyss. The big black bird could keenly feel a formless and terrifying killing intent spread out from Lin Sun like a tide. Instantly, the void wailed, and the hall seemed to be drowned by endless cold currents. P.S. As usual, 2 chapters in a row. On the 18th floor of the Buddhist pagoda, the killing intent was like a cold current. It's you. I didn't expect you to show up at this moment. The young man in the jade robe raised his eyes. When he saw Lin Sun's appearance, he was slightly stunned and then returned to normal. From the beginning to the end, the sword chi around him was like a whirlpool, roaring and rolling, which made him look like the master of the sword with an extremely restrained confidence. This is retribution. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. At this moment, he seemed to have changed into another person. His clothes were fluttering, and his killing intent was like a big avalanche, because the person in front of him was Yun Qingbai. He was regarded as the leader of the young generation of the heaven-reaching sword sect and once had the title of the first person under the king realm. His name had spread far and wide since many years ago. There was no one who did not know of him. But for Lin Sun, Yun Qingbai had only one identity, enemy. This hatred was soaked with too much blood and tears. Over the years, Lin Sun had been searching all the way from the mine prison, Feiyun village, Xiao Empire, and ancient desolation. He had experienced endless dangers and hardships along the way in order to end this hatred. If he didn't avenge this hatred, how could he be a man? Now, in the 18th floor of the 3000 pagoda, Lin Sun unexpectedly met Yun Qingbai. The hatred accumulated in the deepest part of his heart completely broke out like lava. However, his consciousness remained extremely calm, and his mind was unprecedentedly clear. His entire body's essence, chi, and spirit were circulating under his control. Revenge didn't need any reason. However, Lin Sun would not be overwhelmed by hatred. He knew very well how powerful Yun Qingbai was. Whether in the past or now, this person could be called an overlord who could lead an era. His strength had long been known to all. On the Tianjiao Golden List of the Upper Nine Realms, no one had shaken his position so far. Therefore, if Lin Sun wanted to deal with such a person, he must be treated as a lifelong enemy. Retribution? Yun Qingbai said indifferently, I only believe in the sword in my heart, but I have never believed in retribution. I, Yun Qingbai, have killed countless people since I started cultivating. If there was retribution, how could I have lived until now? It's not that I don't want retribution, but it's not the time yet. Lin Sun looked calm, and his palms and fingers had been accumulating strength. Now, the retribution has come. Since we've already met, there's no hurry to die. Why don't we have a chat first? Speaking of which, this can be considered our first real meeting. Yun Qingbai's eyes were calm with extreme indifference. He was very calm. From start to finish, he just sat on the ground with a calm demeanor. He actually gave off a feeling of invulnerability. This caused the black bird's pupils to constrict and flicker indeterminately. It had obviously heard of Yun Qingbai and knew how powerful he was. However, he didn't expect that he would bump into Yun Qingbai. He was originally here to kill Gu Fuzi's main body, but who knew that he would bump into Yun Qingbai? What about ancient Buddha's true self? Did you kill him? The big black bird suddenly spoke. Yun Qingbai casually nodded and said, "This person cultivates the good and evil crossing world scripture. Over the years, he has killed countless fellow Taoists here. It can be said that his sins are monstrous. Of course, I'm not so chivalrous. The reason why I killed him was nothing more than to understand the Tao he was seeking." The big black bird couldn't help but shudder when he casually described the matter of murder. It should be known that ancient Buddha of Kitagarbha Temple was so powerful, but he was killed by Yun Qingbai, who didn't take him seriously at all. Then why don't you leave? Lin Sun suddenly stepped forward slowly. At the same time, an unparalleled power spread from his body. His black hair fluttered, and his cold eyes were like lightning. His killing intent was firmly locked on Yun Qingbai. Why should I leave? Yun Qingbai didn't seem to care and didn't respond to Lin Sun's approach. His gaze swept the surroundings as he said, "This 3,000 pagoda was left behind by the first holy Buddha of the ancient times, and an enormous fortune is sealed within it. According to my deduction, it's hidden within the 18 Tao diagrams inscribed on this wall. Before I comprehend its profundities, I'll naturally not leave." When Lin Sun and the big black bird came here, they did notice the 18 Taoist diagrams, but they didn't have time to investigate. At this moment, the big black bird couldn't help but look. As for Lin Sun, his mind didn't waver at all. He turned a deaf ear to it and took another step forward. His killing intent was concentrated on Yun Qingbai. At this moment, even if the world collapsed and everything was destroyed, he wouldn't be distracted. Clang, the broken blade swept out. It was as illusory as a feather, white and dazzling, emitting a peerless sharpness. "Good treasure." Yun Qingbai's eyes lit up, and he commented, "This blade must have a great origin. I can feel that its aura is far more than that." From the beginning to the end, Yun Qingbai's reaction was very calm, but because he was too calm, it gave people a feeling that they couldn't figure out what was going on. "Then what do you think if I cut off your head with this blade?" Lin Sun's voice was indifferent. The essence, qi, and spirit of his body had been activated to its peak state, and his entire body was in a state of everlasting and leakless. It could be foreseen that once he made a move, it would be a thunderous blow. You only have the cultivation of the third tribulation of longevity. No matter how powerful your combat power is, you are destined to be no match for me. Yun Qingbai said casually, "Not long ago, I obtained some indescribably wonderful opportunities by chance, and my cultivation reached the longevity 5 tribulation realm in one go. If I were to fight, I would be able to kill you within 3 strikes." His voice was still very calm. This was a kind of invincible faith, and the content of his words was enough to suffocate people. "Then why don't you make a move?" Lin Sun was unmoved, and his expression was calm from beginning to end. As he spoke, he took another step forward, and he was only 30 meters away from Yun Qingbai. Yun Qingbai said indifferently, "I'm just curious. According to my understanding, it's practically impossible for anyone who's deprived of their natural talent to survive, yet it just so happens that you've broken this impossible. Thus, I'm slightly unable to bear to kill you immediately." As far as I know, Yun Qingbai has always been decisive and never hesitant when facing his enemies. Why is he spouting so much nonsense this time? Lin Sun stopped. His thin and handsome figure was like a long spear piercing the sky. "Do you think I dare not?" Yun Qingbai sighed softly and suddenly got up from the ground. At this moment, it was like a magic sword sealed in the depths of the great void broke free from its shackles and came out at this moment. It was so fierce, confident, disdainful, dazzling, and boundless sharpness. If it were someone else, he would be frightened and his fighting spirit would collapse before he made a move. Because this breath was too horrible, however, Lin Sun sneered, "Pretentious." Swish, as soon as the voice sounded, the broken blade had already swept out. Impermanence chop, however, the might of this slash was extremely difficult to describe with words. It was unbelievably swift, and it was fierce to the extreme. Like a ray of light, it tore the chaos. The profound meaning contained in this chop also reached a shocking level. The anger of Yazi, fighting saint method, leakless eternity, devouring star way. This chop was Lin Sun's most powerful strike. Time seemed to be frozen at this moment. Yun Qingbai, who had stood up with a terrible momentum, suddenly narrowed his eyes at this moment. A rare solemnity appeared on his originally calm face. This chop even made him feel a kind of unparalleled amazement. It was truly difficult to imagine that the infant that was on the verge of death all those years ago would actually possess such attainments in the path towards the Tao. Unfortunately, clang, the earth-shattering collision sounded deafeningly, and the whole hall shook violently at this moment. On the nearby walls, 18 stone-carved Taoist diagrams shone at the same time and turned into an invisible mysterious power to resist the aftermath of this blow. As for the large black bird, it let out a piercing shriek as its body was plastered to the wall, and it let out a miserable shriek. Bang! At the same time, Yun Qingbai was shaken and staggered back more than 30 meters. His body trembled slightly imperceptibly. His eyes were as sharp as swords. He locked on Lin Sun like lightning and said, "It's a pity that you still can't do anything to me." However, at this moment, Lin Sun smiled. "You just killed the doppelganger of Gu Fozi and devoured his talent. I'm afraid that you haven't had time to digest it completely, have you?" Yun Qingbai narrowed his eyes slightly and looked serious as if he knew Lin Sun again. He said, "You also control the Tao of devouring, so it's not a big deal to be seen through by you. Unfortunately, even so, you are still no match for me." Clang, the broken blade made a clear sound and attacked again. Lin Sun didn't intend to talk nonsense with him anymore. Chop. At the same time, a Taoist sword swept out, exuding the qi of the sky and appearing endless strange phenomena. It was chopped out by Yun Qingbai. The sword intent was also as strong as the sky, with unparalleled momentum. Clang, the collision between the two produced a thunderous roar, which reflected the terrible phenomenon of the end of the world and the destruction of all things. It could be imagined how terrible this kind of confrontation was. Dang dang dang, Yun Qingbai stepped back several steps in a row. He seemed to be in a bad shape, but he was unscathed. He said calmly, "What you said just now is right. If I weren't refining the talent of ancient Buddha, I wouldn't talk nonsense with you, who should have died at birth." Lin Sun strode forward with great momentum, like a demon. The broken blade struck out again at an incredible speed. Bang, bang, bang. In the following battle, Yun Qingbai was continuously shaken back. Although he was unscathed, his aura began to fluctuate, and his face was slightly pale. However, his expression was still calm and indifferent, as if he wouldn't be affected at all. "Blackie, do it!" Lin Sun shouted suddenly. "Do you want to do it together?" A touch of contempt flashed in Yun Qingbai's eyes. Explode. The big black bird suddenly uttered obscure syllables, like the secret incantations of ancient demons. Puff, at the same time, Yun Qingbai's chest rose and fell violently as if he was struck by lightning. He couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of blood. And the broken blade also chopped down at the same time. Puff, although Yun Qingbai dodged in time, he was still hit by the blade. A straight crack was torn on his back. His skin and flesh were torn open, and his bones could be seen. His blood was like a waterfall. What was chilling was that Yun Qingbai still looked calm and indifferent after suffering such a heavy blow, and his reaction was unexpectedly fast. Swish, with a flash of his figure, he rushed out violently. "You've ruined my plan. Next time I'll destroy all of you. P.S. Xiaobai is certainly not that weak. The next plot will revolve around this long-awaited battle." Before his voice died away, Yun Qingbai's figure had disappeared. Whoosh, almost at the same time, Lin Sun stepped on the back of the big black bird and said, "Go after him." The big black bird rolled its eyes. Lin Sun regarded it as a mount, and the point was that it was not a mount, but it also knew that the opportunity was fleeting, so it didn't dare to neglect and disappeared in an instant like a black lightning. When it came to speed, even Lin Sun was ashamed of the big black bird's escaping method. As soon as he rushed out of the slaughter tower, Lin Sun saw Yun Qingbai's figure fleeing among the mountains of bones in the distance at an amazing speed. Faster! Lin Sun's black eyes were like lightning. This was definitely a great opportunity to kill Yun Qingbai. Once he missed it, there would be no such good opportunity. Boom, in the void, after the figure of the big black bird disappeared for a long time, a long and narrow crack was torn in the void, producing a harsh explosion. The speed of light was far faster than the speed of sound. Although the speed of the big black bird couldn't be compared with teleportation, it was not much worse. Before long, it gradually approached Yun Qingbai. Whoosh, Lin Sun, who had been waiting for a long time, took action without hesitation. The broken sword swept out violently. Silence Cut. Among the 6 cuts of Tian Yuan, Silence Cut might not be as powerful as Life and Death Cut and Impermanence Cut, but it was the fastest. With a puff, a string of blood splashed out from Yun Qingbai's body in the distance, leaving a deep wound on his shoulder. However, he didn't look back at all from beginning to end, so his speed was not affected at all. On the contrary, he became faster and faster, as if he was unaware of such a skin wound. It was chilling. It could also be seen how calm and tenacious his state of mind was. Even when he was escaping, he didn't panic at all. Moreover, numerous strands of sword light that seemed like swimming fish floated up into appearance around him, and they swished and flowed without end to form a defensive barrier around him. It was like a pair of bright and sharp sword wings. Bang! When the broken sword cut out again, the sword light rotated like a school of fish and turned into a dense vortex of sword chi. In the constant sound of friction and collision, the power of the broken sword was dissolved inch by inch. The most incredible thing was that with the help of this impact, Yun Qingbai's speed became faster and faster. But Lin Sun could keenly perceive that Yun Qingbai's body trembled under such an impact. Obviously, he was not feeling well. Bang, bang, bang. In the following time, Lin Sun continued to attack, but without exception, he was blocked by the dense vortex of sword chi. Even if it was broken, a new whirlpool of sword chi would appear, as if it was endless. Just like that, they had already crossed the Buddha land and left the Buddha earth. In the sky, the sword chi was like a rainbow, leaving behind a sharp mark. Wherever it passed, the clouds would explode like bubbles. Behind him, the large black bird was like a bolt of black lightning, and it was in hot pursuit. What's that? What a terrifying aura. At the very least, it possesses the power of a longevity giant. Just who was fighting in the sky? All along the way, countless experts were alarmed and in an uproar. But when their gazes looked over, the figures of the fleeing and chasing parties had long since vanished from the sky. Terrifying rifts could be seen in space where the two of them passed, and their auras caused the expressions of most experts to change. Why do I feel that this aura belongs to Yun Qingbai? There were also some experienced people who noticed some clues from the aura left in the field. They couldn't help but gasp in surprise and doubt. Impossible. Yun Qingbai is now the strongest in the upper 9 realms. He has been ranked first on the Tianjiao Golden List since a few years ago, and this ranking has never been shaken. In today's world, who can kill him? Many people didn't believe it. Yun Qingbai, just this name, was like an undefeated legend, enough to make anyone feel desperate. It was rumored that not long ago, Yun Qingbai had set foot on the 5th tribulation of longevity realm, and he was like a god. Under such circumstances, who had the ability to kill him and make him have to escape? This seemed too ridiculous, but no matter what, this chase and escape still caused a huge uproar, and it shocked everyone to the point that their eyeballs almost popped out. Faster! Lin Sun urged. The large black bird had used all its strength, and it was so tired that it was about to foam at the mouth, but it could only endure it. It knew that Lin Sun would make Yun Qingbai stay this time no matter what. Slash! Before long, Lin Sun took a deep breath and attacked again. Bang! In the distance, Yun Qingbai's figure staggered, and the sword chi vortex around him shook violently, as if it couldn't hold on any longer. This made Lin Sun feel refreshed. Yun Qingbai, you are the successor of the heaven-reaching sword sect. Don't you dare to fight with me head-on? Lin Sun shouted. At this time, Yun Qingbai's face was still calm, but it was faintly livid, and even the aura around him was tending to be violent. But in the end, he took a deep breath and held it back. Because in his current state, he couldn't exert his full combat strength. Thinking about it, he was really aggrieved. Since he started cultivating, he had never been defeated. In every battle, he crushed his opponents with absolute strength. When had he ever been chased like a ghost, and he was injured? He hadn't experienced this kind of humiliation for a long time. This time, the reason why he was in such a predicament also made Yun Qingbai feel that it was a bad year. He didn't expect that after killing the doppelganger of Gu Fozhi, he would encounter Lin Sun suddenly before he could completely devour and refine his talent power. so that he couldn't spare any energy to fight with all his strength. If it wasn't for this, with his pride and conceit, how could he possibly waste his breath on this ant that he'd never taken seriously in the Buddha's pagoda? If it weren't for this, how could he escape with injuries? What Yun Qingbai still didn't understand was why the big black bird only uttered a secret word at that time, which made him suffer a great internal injury and almost suffered a backlash. But no matter what, he hated. Extremely hated. Over the years, Yun Qingbai had long been indifferent to the world and devoted himself to pursuing Tao. Because among his peers, there was no opponent who could make him pay attention to. But today's encounter made him hate Lin Sun to the bone. What a joke. You just took advantage of me. Do you dare to fight with me fairly? Yun Qingbai said coldly. His voice was still indifferent, full of absolute confidence and disdain for Lin Sun. As soon as these words came out, the killing intent in Lin Sun's black eyes became more and more intense. He said, taking advantage of me? When you killed the direct descendants of my Lin family, did you ever think about fairness? When you dug up my spiritual vein, did you ever think about fairness? Boom, before his voice died away, Lin Sun attacked again. The broken blade shone brilliantly as it descended from an inconceivable angle. With a puff, Yun Qingbai's right arm was chopped off. If he hadn't dodged in time, his head would have been cut off. Suffering such a heavy blow, Yun Qingbai only let out a muffled groan and didn't say anything more. But his handsome face was already extremely livid. He was proud and conceited, and his Taoist heart was also extremely tough and strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to achieve what he had today. But it didn't mean that he wouldn't get angry. What happened today was regarded as a great shame to him. For the first time in his life, he was so angry that he was about to go berserk. He didn't say anything more. When he got out of trouble and made a comeback, he would pay back 10 times or even 100 times more. Unbeknownst to him, this chase had already lasted for 6 hours. Along the way, they crossed mountains and rivers and chased in the sky. No one knew how many tens of thousands of miles they had passed. Along the way, it also caused a lot of exclamations and shock. The big black bird was panting and about to collapse. It was on the verge of exhaustion. Lin Sun was not much better. Along the way, he didn't know how many times he had attacked, and each time he went all out. Up to now, he had consumed a lot of physical strength. But Yun Qingbai was more seriously injured. On his slender body, his clothes were ragged and soaked with bright red blood stains. Bloody wounds crisscrossed, and his skin and flesh were torn. Even one of his arms had been cut off. If it were others, they might not have been able to hold on after suffering such a serious injury. It could be seen how terrible and difficult it was to deal with Yun Qingbai. If such an opponent was allowed to get out of trouble this time, no one knew how long it would take to kill him in the future. It seems that you can't hold on any longer, Yun Qingbai suddenly said in a calm voice. But at this time, Lin Sun took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed in his black eyes. The next moment, he pinched his fingers into a sword, and all the strength in his body gathered on his fingers like a roaring tide. An indescribably horrible aura also spread quietly. This side of the world seemed to be alarmed, wailing, and trembling. Swish, Lin Sun's fingers stabbed in the void. A ray of sword chi appeared, and in an instant, it filled the universe, cut through the longitude and latitude, contained endless mystery in it, and showed a sense of simplicity. Suddenly, Yun Qingbai's face in the distance changed abruptly, and he couldn't keep calm at all. Because he smelled a fatal threat, that ray of sword chi was unparalleled, unrestrained, and unparalleled. It seemed that even if heaven and earth stood in front of it, it could also be broken by this sword. This sword was called One Go Without Return, not good. As a peerless sword practitioner, Yun Qingbai's attainments in sword Tao had already reached a shocking level. How could he not feel the horror of this sword? Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and used his life-saving means. Buzz, a deep dark golden scabbard appeared, and a red rope was wrapped around it, which was branded with a teardrop. As soon as it appeared, a faint sigh sounded from within the scabbard. Boom! At the same time, Lin Sun's sword chi had arrived. The scabbard shone brightly and blocked the sword strangely. Yun Qingbai breathed a sigh of relief. But right after that, his expression changed once more. Bang! The sword sheath was actually blasted flying, and that wisp of sword chi was already flashing over menacingly. Tut! Suddenly, Yun Qingbai's aura rose a lot. He no longer cared about the suppressed injury in his body and completely broke out. An unparalleled sword intent swept out from his Taoist sword. Boom! In an instant, the two rays of sword chi collided, and the world seemed to be destroyed and fell into great turmoil. Rocks, grass, lakes, rivers, all turned into nothingness in the roar. The void was collapsing, and the earth cracked into a huge ravine. The area within 1,000 miles was in a mess, as if there was an unprecedented earthquake. Wisps of broken sword chi were still floating in the void, full of killing intent and didn't dissipate for a long time. In the smoke and dust, Lin Sun coughed and looked around. Then his heart sank. Is he dead? The big black bird popped its head out and asked. Not yet. Lin Sun recalled the scene before. Although Yun Qingbai blocked the attack in the collision of sword chi, he also suffered a heavy blow and his body was broken. Vaguely, he turned into a wisp of illusory light and disappeared without a trace. Just a little bit more. The big black bird was very disappointed. I didn't have much hope in the first place. Lin Sun was very calm, because he knew that people like Yun Qingbai couldn't be so easy to kill. This time, the reason why Xianxia was able to beat him to the brink of death was because Xianxia had caught him off guard. However, he suffered a serious injury this time. Even if he can recover, it will take a long time. Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. He felt exhausted all over. This battle seemed to be a narrow victory, but it made him clearly realize that if he fought with Yun Qingbai in his peak state, he was not even sure that he could kill him. The reason was that his cultivation was 2 levels lower than Yun Qingbai's. If they were in the same realm, Lin Sun was completely confident that he could kill Yun Qingbai completely. Do you want to continue to chase him? The big black bird asked. Lin Sun shook his head. There was no chance. Once a character like Yun Qingbai escaped, he was doomed to be unable to be found again with his wisdom and skills. Let's go back and have a look at the slaughter tower. Lin Sun made a decision. He needed to concentrate on digesting this battle, especially to make an accurate analysis of Yun Qingbai's combat power. Okay. The big black bird nodded in agreement. It also knew that Lin Sun had a big advantage in this battle. There were 2 key points. First, when they saw Yun Qingbai, he was at a critical juncture of refining ancient Buddha's innate talent power, so he couldn't unleash his full strength. Secondly, Yun Qingbai didn't expect that the black bird had already placed a mysterious restriction on Gufuzi's clone. Originally, he had done this to trap Gufuzi's main body and make him suffer when he merged with his clone's power. Little did he expect that ancient Arhat's real body had already been killed by Yun Qingbai. Instead, because he refined the talent power that he plundered from ancient Arhat's clone, he indirectly received the great gift that was originally prepared for ancient Arhat's real body. This was also the reason why Yun Qingbai was injured and coughed up blood in the Buddha's pagoda when the big black bird sent out a secret message. All in all, a series of coincidences stacked on each other and caused Yun Qingbai to fall into an extremely passive and distressed state. He had no choice but to flee. If it was a head-on confrontation, the big black bird also thought that Lin Sun had little hope of killing the opponent. But that might not be the case in the future. According to the big black bird's speculations, Yun Qingbai was seriously injured and on the verge of death. During the period of recovery, as long as Lin seized the time to make a breakthrough, his strength could change dramatically. Half a day later, Lin Sun and the big black bird returned to the Buddha's pagoda. Suppressing his tiredness, Lin Sun set up a Taoist pattern forbidden formation around the pagoda, and then directly began to cultivate in seclusion. The big black bird had been running all the way and was so tired that it had lost all its energy. It laid down in its big black pot and fell asleep. Yun Qingbai, the overlord of the Tianjiao Golden List, is being hunted by Demon Lin. In the outside world, such a news began to spread like a storm. Soon, it caused a sensation in the Zhen Mountain territory, and then spread to the entire Upper Nine territories. For a time, it also caused a great uproar. After 4 years of silence, as soon as Demon Lin appeared, he suppressed Ming Child and Ancient Arhat. How long has it been? Yun Qingbai has been forced to flee in embarrassment. Some people were shocked. Doesn't this prove that Lin Sun now has the combat power to point his sword at the first place of the Tianjiao Golden List? But he is only in the third tribulation of longevity, right? Some people were stunned. This must be fake. Yun Qingbai is invincible like the sun in the sky, shining alone in the universe. How can a firefly like Lin Sun compete with him? Some people didn't believe it and sneered. Where are the people of the heaven-reaching sword sect? Why didn't they explain this matter? Is Yun Qingbai really being hunted by Demon Lin all the way? A lot of discussion arose in the upper 9 territories, setting off a lot of waves. Whether the news was true or not, it pushed Lin Sun's reputation a lot more for a time. It seemed that everyone in the world knew him. In the depths of a black ocean in the Xianxia territory, there was an isolated island. Ah! On this day, a roar that was filled with rage and hatred spread out like a surging thunderclap. For a time, the sea was tumbling, and the fierce beasts lurking in the sea were all frightened and fled in panic. After a long time, the sound disappeared. On the isolated island, Yun Qingbai sat paralyzed on the ground. His hair was disheveled, and he was panting. His face was terrible, and his eyes were bloodshot. If one looked carefully, his body was like a torn piece of porcelain that was covered densely in numerous bloody scars, and it was a horrifying sight. This time, the injury was far beyond Yun Qingbai's imagination. Being interrupted to refine the talent power of ancient Buddha made him suffer a backfire, and his own Taoist foundation had a trace of flaw. Meanwhile, the big black bird's curse had caused him to suffer serious internal injuries. It had already damaged his cultivation to the point where it had reached the level of his cultivation. What made Yun Qingbai hate the most was that in the confrontation with Lin's sword Qi, he had always been proud of his attainments in swordsmanship, but he failed to block that blow, so that his body was broken, and his soul was seriously injured. How could the proud and arrogant Yun Qingbai swallow his resentment after witnessing all of this? Since he started his cultivation, he had won every battle and made great progress on the road of cultivation. When had he ever suffered such a setback? It was a great shame. After a long time, Yun Qingbai's mood calmed down, and his state of mind returned to its former calmness and firmness. His swordsmanship would not be defeated in this way. Being able to stand out among his peers and dominate the first place on the Tianjiao Golden List, Yun Qingbai was naturally not a genius in the ordinary sense. His talent, and foundation were all the best in the world. If he was depressed just because of a setback, he would not be Yun Qingbai. When I return, it will be the time for your souls to scatter. In the murmur, Yun Qingbai looked indifferent, and his eyebrows were full of killing intent. A few days later, Lin Sun woke up from meditation, and his eyes were clear and quiet. Although he didn't kill Yun Qingbai after defeating him, this experience made Lin Sun's state of mind undergo a certain transformation. No matter what, he had won his first confrontation with Yun Qingbai. Although there was an element of luck, luck was also a kind of strength. In less than 3 days, I can break through the realm. Lin Sun had a premonition. In fact, as early as not long ago in the land of tragic death, his cultivation had reached the mastery, and he only needed an opportunity to break through the realm. Now, on a whim, he had a premonition of an opportunity to break through the realm, which was reasonable. Swish! 3 days later, Lin Sun's figure flashed and appeared over the 3,000 pagoda. With the release of his aura, black clouds covered the sky like a tide, emitting a terrible aura that was enough to make the world tremble. Lin Sun stood in the void, his black hair fluttering, and his expression was unprecedentedly calm. The 9 realms of longevity were divided into 3 disasters and 6 difficulties. He had already passed the first 3 disasters in one breath. Now, he was facing the 4th immortality tribulation, also known as the 7 emotions tribulation. All living creatures had 7 emotions and 6 desires. The 7 emotions referred to joy, anger, worry, yearning, sadness, fear, and shock, which reflected in the state of mind and would affect the cultivation of practitioners. The 4th immortality tribulation was the 7 emotions tribulation. Boom! The world was dim, and all things were chilling. In the depths of the clouds that covered the sky, there was a chilling dull thunder. Magnificent bolts of lightning flashed like giant snakes, emitting enough power to destroy the world and make the void chaotic. In Lin Sun's black eyes, there was no ripple, no sadness or joy. Crack! A dazzling bolt of lightning, like a spear that tore the sky apart, suddenly struck down, making an earth-shaking sound. At the same time, Lin Sun, who had been motionless, suddenly raised his head and rushed up. Someone is crossing the tribulation. On a mountain of white bones in the pagoda land, a tall figure narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. There, the clouds were rolling, the thunder was furious, and the lightning was dancing wildly. The momentum was so great that it was like the end of the world. The seven emotions tribulation. However, this tribulation is too terrible. I have never seen anything like it. It seems that a ruthless person who can go against the natural order is also breaking the realm. The tall figure had long red hair, a dignified manner, and sharp eyes, extremely domineering and disdainful. When he noticed this scene, his figure flashed and rushed to the place where the tribulation was in the distance. At the same time, in front of the skeleton of the sword sage, a woman bathed in ice and snow raised her head and looked into the distance. That should be the place where the 3,000 pagoda is. Someone actually chose to cross the tribulation there. Isn't he afraid of being targeted? The woman was dressed in a dark blue dress, and her figure was slender and graceful. Her long silver hair fluttered like a waterfall, revealing a peerlessly beautiful and fair face. After thinking for a moment, her figure fluttered like a fairy walking in the wind and snow, and she suddenly left. What a great momentum! Let's go and have a look. At this moment, the cultivators distributed in different areas of the pagoda land were alarmed one after another. Their eyes flickered, and they rushed to the place where the 3,000 pagoda was. Every cultivator who crossed the tribulation would usually choose a safe place to avoid being destroyed by others and thus suffering in the tribulation. But now, in the extremely dangerous pagoda land, there was actually someone bold enough to choose to cross the tribulation here. This itself was very conspicuous. Lin Sun was completely unaware of all this. His black hair fluttered, and the surging light of the Tao flowed around him. He was on a heaven-defying expedition, blinding bolts of lightning fell, making his figure look like a god. He had a power that could shake people's hearts. P.S. That's all for tonight. I have urgent matters to attend to tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow's update will be at noon. The 3,000-foot pagoda was made of piles of bones, and it stood between heaven and earth. Above it, the tribulation clouds were thick, thunder and lightning were rumbling, and the heavenly might it released was so heavy that it filled the surrounding area with a terrifying atmosphere. Lin Sun's figure was bathed in lightning arcs, and his whole body was shining like a god. It's Demon Lin! Someone exclaimed. Nearby, many practitioners approached one after another. When they saw clearly that the person who was crossing the tribulation was the fierce and powerful man in the legend, they couldn't help but be surprised. It's him. He's only crossing the 4th longevity tribulation now. How could he possibly be a match for Yun Qingbai with such combat strength? The man with fiery red hair also came. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his figure was tall, exuding a strong and overbearing momentum. He looked at Lin Sun, who was crossing the tribulation, with puzzlement. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something, and his eyes swept to the other side. A beautiful figure bathed in illusory ice and snow emerged. Her appearance was outstanding, and her bearing was like the bright moon in the sky, pure and aloof. At the same time, the woman also looked over with her clear eyes. Suddenly, their eyes collided in the void, and both of them recognized each other. Qi Lingxiao, Saintess Lin Shui. Then, both of them withdrew their gazes and ignored each other. At the same time, there was a commotion in the field. Many practitioners recognized the identities of Qi Lingxiao and Saintess Lin Shui, and they were moved. In the upper 9 realms, those who could be ranked on the Tianjiao Golden List could already be regarded as giants among their peers. Those who could be ranked in the top 10 of the Tianjiao Golden List could already be regarded as overlords, and all of them possessed peerless aptitude and great luck. Qi Lingxiao and Saintess Lin Shui were ranked in the top 10 of the Tianjiao Golden List. Over the years, the rankings on the Tianjiao Golden List had changed almost every once in a while, but neither Qi Lingxiao nor Saintess Lin Shui had fallen out of the top 10. This was enough to prove how terrifying their combat strength was, and it was no wonder that all the practitioners present were restless at this moment. Lin Shui, these days, there are rumors everywhere that Lin Sun killed Yun Qingbai and forced him to flee. Do you believe it? Suddenly, Qi Lingxiao spoke with a heavy voice that carried a domineering aura that struck directly at the heart. He was like an overlord that had descended to the world. His imposing manner soared, and he didn't conceal it at all. "Why don't you go and ask?" Saintess Lin Shua's voice was low, clear, and bone-chilling. Xianxia laughed heartily. His eyes were overflowing with divine light as he gazed at Lin Sun, who was crossing the heavenly tribulation in the distance. He said, "It's useless to ask him. After all, there's only one way to know the real answer." Everyone present pricked up their ears. "You want to make a move?" Saintess Lin Shuai was surprised. Xianxia's laughter grew even more carefree and unbridled, and he said, "Saintess Lin Shuai knows me best. Not bad, it's a rare opportunity, so I naturally wouldn't miss it." Many people felt a chill in their hearts. Everyone knew that ever since Xianxia had appeared in the ancient desolation realm, he had killed one top figure after another among his peers. By the time they entered the pinnacle region, there were at least hundreds of heaven's favorites who had died in the hands of Xianxia. As for the other people who had died in his hands, there were countless of them. It wasn't exaggerated to say that Xianxia was a maleficent existence that thirsted madly for battle. He did as he pleased, was lawless, and was extremely overbearing and domineering. Now, he wanted to kill Lin Sun. How could people not be surprised? "I'm afraid that you'll be rejected." Saintess Lin Shua's tone was cold. She was as cold as ice and snow, and her charm was extraordinary. "Ha ha ha." Xianxia looked up to the sky and laughed, "I'm afraid that Lin Sun can't stop my killing." His voice was powerful and sonorous. All people like him had cultivated the belief of invincibility. How could they be afraid of a fight? If Lin Sun was really powerful, it would be fine. But if he didn't live up to his name, Xianxia wouldn't mind killing him. The reason, did he need a reason to kill? This was Xianxia, overbearing, domineering, but also extremely powerful. Otherwise, according to his nature and temper, he would have been killed long ago. "I want to advise you not to do stupid things. You should know the consequences after seeing the end of Mingzi and Gufozi," Lin Shuai said calmly. Xianxia's eyes suddenly flashed with sharpness. He said, "Although I know you're goading me, I'll take it." Boom! Speaking of this, he suddenly rose into the air and let out a long roar. "Lin Sun, hurry up and cross the tribulation. I'm waiting to fight with you." His words filled the sky and made everyone's expression change. It should be known that Demon Lin was crossing the tribulation. A slight mistake could lead to disaster. But Xianxia challenged him at this moment. This was undoubtedly an act of sabotage. Wasn't the seven emotions tribulation a test of one's state of mind and emotions? If Demon Lin was affected, how could he end up well? In the distance, the thunder tribulation became more and more terrifying. Lin Sun struggled in it, looking extremely embarrassed. It seemed that he couldn't hold on any longer. It was unknown whether he was affected by Xianxia. "Don't you think you've gone too far?" Lin Shuai glanced at Xianxia. "This is tribulation. Since he chose to cross the tribulation here, he should be prepared to bear the interference of the outside world. He can't blame anyone." Xianxia smiled brightly. "What's more, if he can't even bear such an influence, he deserves to be struck to death by the thunder tribulation." Everyone sighed in their hearts. Xianxia was really too arrogant. He acted completely according to his character and seemed extremely unscrupulous. Lin Shuai didn't say anything more. Although she couldn't stand Xianxia's behavior, she wouldn't stand up for Lin Sun. After all, it was the first time she met Lin Sun. They were like strangers. She couldn't offend Xianxia just to help Lin Sun. "Lin Sun, do you hear me? Just reply if you hear me. Of course, even if you don't agree, I'll do it later." Xianxia spoke again in a clear voice. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. If they were in Lin Sun's shoes, they would never act like Xianxia. Under the thunder tribulation, Lin Sun was covered in blood and his skin was damaged. He looked very embarrassed and miserable. His tribulations were different from those of other strong practitioners. Each one was more abnormal and terrifying than the previous one. He also knew that it had something to do with the path he was pursuing. After all, similar things had happened when he crossed the tribulation in the past, so he was already prepared. However, even then, he still felt that it was extremely difficult and dangerous, and it was to the extent that he was enduring unprecedented pressure while persisting until now. At this time, Xianxia's unscrupulous provocation was like the cawing of a crow, which made Lin Sun a little annoyed. Don't worry. I promise I'll pull out your tongue and smash your mouth. His voice was cold. Just because of this sentence, Lin Sun was slightly distracted, which caused him to be struck by the terrible thunder again, and his body almost fell from the air. Xianxia couldn't help laughing. Well, don't be struck to death. If you do, you'll completely become the laughingstock of the world. Everyone sighed. Xianxia's action was equivalent to completely offending Lin Sun. However, everyone knew that even if Lin Sun stepped into the fourth retribution of longevity, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Xianxia, who had already stepped into this realm. It should be known that Xianxia's ranking on the Tianjiao Golden List was even higher than that of Mingzi. Why is it not over yet? Are you too weak, or is the thunder tribulation too strong? Before long, Xianxia seemed to be a little impatient and urged, hurry up. My time is very precious. I don't want to waste it on you. When the thunder tribulation came, no one dared to get close to it, lest they would be touched by it. The consequences would be serious. They would be seriously injured at least, or even killed directly. This was also the reason why Lin Sun dared to cross the tribulation here. Since ancient times, who dared to sneak attack those who were crossing the tribulation, it was absolutely no different from courting death. Of course, it was possible to interfere with sound or destroy it with some secret weapons in the air. However, practitioners had already made full preparations in advance when crossing the tribulation. Usually, being disturbed by sound would rarely affect the person crossing the tribulation. Similarly, secret weapons that could destroy the person crossing the tribulation were extremely rare. However, the tribulation Lin Sun was crossing was the seven emotions tribulation, which directly affected the state of mind and emotions. Xianxia chose to interfere with sound, which could produce a miraculous effect. This was also the reason why people thought that Xianxia seemed to be upright, but in fact, his means were extremely sinister. Can you do it or not? Xianxia started to shout again. Some practitioners didn't think it was a small matter. It was too obvious that he was targeting Lin Sun. Boom! At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly stretched his body in the sky and rushed out of the rolling thunder tribulation. He punched out, and the tribulation clouds in all directions collapsed. In an instant, the tribulation subsided, and only the dazzling lightning scattered all over the sky, bathing Lin Sun in it. His clothes were torn, his body was stained with blood, and his hair was disheveled. He was extremely miserable and embarrassed. However, his expression was extremely calm. Cold killing intent flickered within his abyss-like black pupils. Wu Shi took a deep breath and felt the tremendous changes that were taking place in his body. He was relieved. He passed it, everyone was shocked. This tribulation could definitely be said to be unprecedented, and it truly broadened one's horizons. After this tribulation, Lin Sun had successfully broken through from the third tribulation of longevity to the fourth tribulation of longevity. His combat capability was destined to have a qualitative improvement. However, at this moment, people had no time to sigh with emotion. They all followed Lin Sun's eyes and looked at Xianxia in the distance. Everyone knew that a fierce battle was inevitable. Thinking of Xianxia's naked provocation just now, those practitioners present couldn't bear it at all. You can't wait, can you? Come on. Lin Sun said in a cold voice, full of killing intent. He didn't know who Xianxia was, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. Don't you want to take a rest? I don't want to take advantage of you. If the news gets out, even if I win, it will be a disgrace to me. Xianxia said slowly. Everyone was speechless for a while. Weren't you taking advantage of others when you provoked and interfered before? P.S. 2 consecutive updates. This was teasing. Everyone realized that Xianxia had been deliberately teasing Lin Sun from the very beginning. His intention was not malicious, but it was definitely very bad. Why do I need to rest when dealing with trash like you? Lin Sun's eyes were cold. Trash, these two words silenced all the people present. In the upper 9 regions, who dared to use such words to describe the top 10 of the Tianjiao Golden List, this was a blatant humiliation to Xianxia. Sure enough, Xianxia's face turned cold in an instant, and his eyes were filled with terrible divine light. He said, "How dare you humiliate me? Those who humiliate others will always be humiliated by others. Don't you agree with me calling you trash? Lin Sun's words were plain, but they made everyone shudder. Only now did they realize that perhaps Qi Lingxiao could be considered to be a ruthless person who did things his own way and was completely out of control. But Demon Lin was not a pushover either. When it came to courage, everyone in the upper 9 realms had witnessed it. Taoist Qi, I just reminded you not to go too far. Look, your retribution is coming. Lin Shui suddenly said. Qi Lingxiao's face became more and more gloomy after hearing this. I'd like to see what you are capable of talking like this. Boom, the next moment, Qi Lingxiao rose into the air with his fiery hair dancing wildly. Behind him, there was a scene of the collapse of the 6 purgatories and the fall of ghosts and gods. This was the power of the 6 purgatory devastation technique, a peerless method from ancient times to the present. In an instant, the whole world roared, and Qi Lingxiao's power was terrifying. He was so domineering that he could devour the universe. Whoosh, at this moment, Lin Sun rushed out with his dipper style. Suddenly, he pressed his fingers together, and a broken sword burst out. Impermanence chop. If one had seen the scene of the fight between Lin Sun and Yun Qingbai, he would clearly find that the power of this impermanence chop had obviously skyrocketed, and it had undergone a qualitative transformation. Qi Lingxiao was shocked. He was just about to resist, but there was a bone-piercing chill all over his body, as if his throat was being held by a blade. His face changed greatly. Realizing the horror of this chop, he did not hesitate to use all his strength. 6 Hell's chant of death. Amidst his explosive shout, his fist smashed out. 6 purgatories appeared, forming the power of 6 directions, suppressing the world as they smashed out. Every purgatory had different scenes and different auras, and when they were gathered together, it was as if the door to the 6 paths of reincarnation had been opened. Without a doubt, this was Qi Lingxiao's ultimate move. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were in an icy pit, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Such a technique simply had the power to shock ghosts and gods. However, to everyone's astonishment, the force of Lin Sun's slash seemed as if it were crushing dry weeds. Everywhere it passed, the 6 purgatories were forcefully split apart, and deafening explosions resounded. Amidst the rain of light, a bloody wound was torn open on Qi Lingxiao's arm. He seemed to be in disbelief as he touched his wound and said, "You can actually injure me?" The surroundings were deathly silent. Not only was he injured, this was only the first strike of the battle, and he had already gained the upper hand. In the distance, Saintess Lin Shui's clear eyes suddenly narrowed, and her heart trembled. Lin Sun had just passed the heavens test, and his aura was weak. But under such circumstances, Lin Sun's slash had injured Qi Lingxiao. Then, how powerful was Lin Sun's combat strength? Trash is trash. Who gave you the courage to provoke me? With a voice as cold as a knife, Lin Sun rushed out violently. He was obviously injured all over, and his hair was disheveled, which made him look very embarrassed. But when he attacked, he gave people an oppressive aura that almost suffocated them. "You're courting death." Qi Lingxiao roared, and his hair flew in the air. Endless flaming Taoist light spread from his body, making him look like a burning sun. 6 refined blades. In the void, 6 purgatories emerged, and the flaming blades swept out like a tide, turning into a large saber formation. It was so powerful that it was earth-shattering. Many practitioners retreated in horror, and their scalps were numb. Lin Sun controlled the broken blade and fought with Qi Lingxiao indifferently. Boom, when the two collided, the world seemed to explode. The void was in disorder, and there was a chaotic and turbulent atmosphere. Wherever the blazing turbulence swept through, mountains of bones collapsed and turned into powder that flew in the air. This was destined to be an unparalleled battle at the overlord level. But to everyone's horror, in just a moment, Qi Lingxiao was injured again. He was cut by the broken blade and flew backward, with blood spurting from his mouth and nose. The reason why his body was intact was that the armor on his body helped him neutralize the power of the slash. But even so, he still suffered internal injuries. "Why don't you talk, trash? Didn't you shout just now?" Lin Sun's voice became colder and colder. During the heavens test, the most taboo thing was to be disturbed by the outside world. Lin Sun had no grievances with Qi Lingxiao, but this guy was so arrogant and frequently disturbed him. This was not as simple as offending and provocation. therefore, when Lin Sun attacked, he was not polite at all. Qi Lingxiao was angered to the point he almost coughed up blood from being repeatedly humiliated by Xianxia's trash. Since he'd emerged into the world, he'd stepped on the corpses of numerous geniuses all along the way to rise up, and he seemed to have become an existence that caused the expressions of others to change upon mentioning him. He'd never been humiliated like this. Kill! Qi Lingxiao roared and completely broke out. Bang, but soon, he was defeated again. His mouth was broken by Lin Sun, and many teeth fell off. Half of his face was red and swollen. At this moment, everyone remembered what Lin Sun said just now. He wanted to pull out Qi Lingxiao's tongue and smash his mouth. Saintess Lin Shui could no longer keep calm. She could see that Qi Lingxiao was obviously inferior to Lin Sun in terms of combat power. He was no match for Lin Sun at all. And as time went by, Lin Sun's aura was recovering and improving at an amazing speed, becoming more and more terrifying. Obviously, he was recovering quickly from the weak period after the Heavens test, and his realm was no longer comparable to that of the third retribution of longevity. This time, Qi Lingxiao is really going to have to bear the consequences. Saintess Lin Shui sighed in her heart. Sure enough, as soon as she thought of this, in the field, Qi Lingxiao let out a scream of anger. His mouth was bloody and swollen. Obviously, he had been hit by Lin Sun again. His jawbones were broken and collapsed, and he was beyond recognition. Perhaps this was called a loose tongue that caused trouble. Before, Qi Lingxiao was so arrogant and domineering. When Lin Sun was going through the Heavens test, he spoke without restraint, as if he was the ruler of the world. But now, his miserable appearance made everyone around feel distressed, and they couldn't bear to see it. Qi Lingxiao was an overlord ranked in the top 10 of the Tianjiao Golden List, but now he was beaten up by demon god Lin. It was really miserable. It could be foreseen that when the news of this battle spread out, Qi Lingxiao was destined to become a well-known tragic figure. And the strength of Lin Sun's combat power was also shocking. They couldn't help but think that it was really Lin Sun who chased after Yun Qingbai a few days ago. Clang, the broken blade swept out and was about to cut Qi Lingxiao in half. Just at this moment, a shout suddenly sounded, "Elder brother, wait." Buzz, suddenly, the broken blade stopped 3 inches away from Qi Lingxiao's eyebrows. The incomparably sharp light pierced the skin between his eyebrows, and a dark red blood stain came out. It could be imagined that Qi Lingxiao would definitely be cut in half if this cut fell. Qi Lingxiao was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. His clothes were soaked in cold sweat, and he felt like he had just passed by the gate of hell. Old Toad? At this time, Lin Sun looked up at the place where the voice came from. He didn't know when, but there stood a green-robed teenager with a handsome and evil face. He was grinning at Lin Sun with a wretched look. Who else could it be but Old Toad? Everyone's eyes also followed him, wanting to see who on earth the man who could stop Lin Sun from killing Qi Lingxiao was. Elder brother, let him go this time. This guy has been my best friend since ancient times. He also helped me a lot in the search for ancient Buddha in the upper 9 regions. Old Toad rushed forward and whispered. Lin Sun was quite surprised and delighted to meet Qi Lingxiao here after more than 4 years. Seeing that it was Old Toad who begged for mercy, Lin Sun didn't want to argue with Qi Lingxiao anymore. He withdrew the broken blade with a clang. Don't do it again. He glanced at Qi Lingxiao, whose face was gloomy, but he was relieved in his heart. When he looked at Lin Sun again, Qi Lingxiao's eyes had become extremely complicated. He had never thought that he would be defeated so badly. That there was no chance for him to win or counterattack. Only when he fought with Lin Sun did he realize how powerful and terrible the latter was. Ha ha ha, you deserve this day. How many times have I said it? How can a person that I, Jin Duyi, recognize as big brother be ordinary? Looking at Qi Lingxiao, whose mouth was red and swollen and bleeding, Old Toad laughed wildly with tears almost flowing out of his eyes. In ancient times, the reason why he could make friends with Qi Lingxiao was that their identities were roughly the same, but the fundamental reason was that they were birds of a feather. Qi Lingxiao was arrogant, domineering, and lawless, which suited Old Toad very well. He was also an extremely proud, complacent, and condescending person. The friendship between them was a feeling that they appreciated each other and regretted not meeting each other earlier. After a long period of silence, the two of them had only met again a few years ago. That was why Old Toad stopped Lin Sun from killing Xianxia. Humph. I can't beat your elder brother, but I can beat you effortlessly. Do you want to have a try? Xianxia's face was burning. Being laughed at by Old Toad like this made him feel uncomfortable. Come on, let's talk in the slaughter tower. Lin Sun glanced around, then turned around and walked towards the slaughter tower. Old Toad was about to follow Lin Sun. Seeing Xianxia standing there in a struggling posture, Old Toad immediately rushed forward, put his arms around Xianxia's shoulders, and walked towards the slaughter tower. My elder brother is your elder brother. It's not a shame to be beaten up by him. Come on, I'll introduce you later. Old Toad was very enthusiastic. Xianxia was silent, but he didn't refuse. Taoism Pure Lin, can I go with you? Suddenly, Saintess Lin Shui opened her mouth. Her voice was as clear and pleasant as the sounds of nature. She stood there with skin of ice and bones of jade, outstanding beauty, and peerless grace. This request was a bit presumptuous. After all, before this, they were like strangers with no relationship to speak of. However, this caused all the cultivators in the surroundings to feel envy and jealousy in their hearts. In the upper 9 realms, Saintess Lin Shui was like a goddess, not only because she had a peerless appearance that made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. More importantly, her foundation and strength also ranked in the top 10 of the Tianjiao Golden List, making countless heroes bow down to her. But because her temperament was as cold as snow and she had always been alone, it was very difficult for people to get along with her. But now, she took the initiative to talk to Lin Sun and the others. This was an extremely rare thing. How could people not be envious? Lin Sun was also obviously stunned. He turned his head and asked, "Can you give me a reason?" His words almost made many people roll their eyes. Anyway, Demon Lin was also a famous figure in the world. How could he be so insensitive? Did such a talented and beautiful woman need a reason to make a request? But there were also many people who secretly admired him. What did it mean to be like a rock in front of a beauty? Lin Shui's action could be said to be a vivid illustration of this point. Saintess Lin Shui was also stunned, and then said in a clear voice, "I have long heard of your name and admire you. Is this a good reason?" Lin Sun said with a smile, "Then please." He was able to sense that Lin Shui didn't have any hostility towards him. Moreover, since she'd already spoken like this, it would be unreasonable of him to refuse her. When other practitioners saw this, they couldn't help but say, "Taoism Pure Lin Sun, we also admire you very much." Why don't we? Don't even think about it. Old Toad interrupted them without hesitation and refused mercilessly. Everyone was speechless for a while. This was called fucking differential treatment, but they couldn't do anything about it. Who dared to eat bear's heart and leopard's heart to break in, on the 18th floor of the Buddha Tower? I didn't expect that you have been running around for my affairs all these years. You've worked hard. Come on, let me propose a toast to you. When he learned that Old Toad had been looking for Gufozi and wanted to avenge him during the 4 years he was trapped at the bottom of Styx River, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel touched. He raised his glass and proposed a toast to Old Toad. We are brothers. Don't be so polite. Old Toad raised his cup and drank heartily. When he saw Lin Sun, how could he not be ecstatic? No discord, no concord. If I offended you just now, please forgive me. Lin Sun raised his glass and looked at Xianxia. Before this, Xianxia had been sitting on pins and needles, feeling uncomfortable all over. The pride in his heart made him unable to face Lin Sun. At the same time, today's defeat really made him feel ashamed to raise his head in front of Lin Sun. But at this time, when Lin Sun took the initiative to apologize and toast to him, Xianxia was stunned. After a long while, he seemed as if he'd awoken from a dream, and he took a deep breath before raising his cup and saying, "Big brother Lin, you're a straightforward person, and you're magnanimous and magnanimous. I should be the one toasting you this cup. Please." Lin Sun smiled. The two of them drank to their heart's content. Ha ha ha. Big brother, you don't know, but this kid, Xianxia, was a renowned devil incarnate all those years ago. I've known him for so long, yet I've never seen him act so bashfully. On the side, Old Toad laughed. You Toad, will you die if you don't say a few words? Xianxia said angrily. I won't die, but I'll feel very uncomfortable, Old Toad said seriously, and then couldn't help laughing. Today, he was really happy. Not only did he reunite with Lin Sun, but he also helped his good friend resolve a danger at a critical time. Now he could sit here and talk and laugh. This feeling, wasn't it great? You are all first-class talents in the world. It's my honor to be acquainted with you. I would like to toast you with the wine in my cup. Saintess Lin Shui opened her mouth. Her voice was as clear as spring water, more beautiful than the sound of nature. Her black hair was like a waterfall, her black eyebrows were like ink, her red lips were soft and moist, and there was a hint of a smile in her clear eyes. Suddenly, it was like the spring breeze and rain, diluting her cold aura a lot. A pair of slender hands held the wine cup. Her every move could be described as an outstanding beauty that could topple the world. She was indeed a peerless woman who was regarded as a goddess by countless heroes in the upper 9 realms. Everyone raised their cups and drank with her. Suddenly, the atmosphere was much warmer and more harmonious than before. Over the years, I have traveled all over the upper 9 realms and almost died several times. Fortunately, I finally met my elder brother today. After 3 rounds of wine, Old Toad was a little tipsy and couldn't help sighing with emotion. Only then did Lin realize that the Old Toad had entered the perilous Buddha land and was trapped in one of the perilous places after he appeared in Kongsha Mountain. It was not until recently that he got out of trouble, so he didn't know that Lin Sun was still alive. It's a pity that there's still no news of the barbarian Alu. I'm really worried about this rude guy. Speaking of this, Old Toad couldn't go on. Lin Sun's heart also felt heavy. All those years ago in the burning immortal world, Alu had bid farewell to Lin Sun and left to search for the ancient land of Wanxiang by himself. But now, a few years had passed, and Alu's whereabouts were still unknown. How could Lin Sun not be worried? Brother Lin, with your current fame, you have long been known by the strong practitioners in the upper 9 realms. If Brother Alu knows you are here, he will definitely come as soon as possible. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little dull, Xianxia said aloud. Alas, this guy has been looking for the ancient land of Wanxiang all these years, but I have never heard of such a place in the upper 9 realms. Old Toad murmured. Ancient land of Wanxiang? At this moment, Saintess Lin Shui suddenly said, I have heard of this place. All of a sudden, Lin Sun and Old Toad looked at Lin Shui. In the thunder-shocking territory, there is a place of fortune that is comparable to the lair of True Dragon. It is called the ancient land of Wanxiang. Not long ago, I left the thunder-shocked territory and obtained some reliable information. According to my speculations, the seal of the ancient land of myriad phenomenon has yet to disappear completely. I'll have to wait at least 2 years before I can enter it. Saintess Lin Shui didn't hide anything and told them some information she knew. Old Toad frowned and said, so, Alu has no chance to enter it? Saintess Lin Shui said, not necessarily. The seal has been loosened, but it hasn't completely disappeared. If he knows some secrets about the ancient land of Wanxiang, he may be able to enter it. At the end of the conversation, Lin Sun and Old Toad decided to wait for a while. If there was still no news of Alu, they would decide whether to go to the thunder-shocking territory. There is one more thing I want to confirm with Brother Lin. Please enlighten me. Saintess Lin Shui stared at Lin Sun with a trace of curiosity in her clear eyes. A few days ago, there was a rumor everywhere. Yun Qingbai, the overlord of Tianjiao Golden List, was chased by Brother Lin all the way. Is it true? In a word, it proved that even a peerless figure like Saintess Lin Shui was paying attention to this matter, and it was difficult to make a judgment. Xianxia, who was drinking with Old Toad, stopped and pricked up his ears. It is true, but it is not as exaggerated as the rumor. At that time, Lin Sun didn't hide anything. He told them what happened at that time in a simple and concise way, leaving out many details. But even so, it still made Saintess Lin Shui and Xianxia a little absent-minded. This news turned out to be true. Alas, if I had known this, how could I have dared to provoke Brother Lin? Xianxia smiled bitterly and sighed. Everyone knew how terrible Yun Qingbai was, but Lin Sun could chase Yun Qingbai all the way. This was simply too fierce. Old Toad gave a thumbs up. Big brother, you're awesome. Lin Sun sighed helplessly. Anyway, Yun Qingbai is indeed very strong. Even though I had a lot of advantages at that time, he still escaped. At that time, Yun Qingbai was in the fifth tribulation of longevity realm. It was amazing that Brother Lin could suppress him and make him flee. Saintess Lin Shua's eyes were shining with extraordinary splendor. What's more, the luck of the Great Way is also a kind of strength. Lin Sun sneered, speaking of luck, Yun Qingbai's luck is not bad. At least, he still escaped without using all his means. Next, the topic turned to Gu Fozhi. When they learned that Gu Fozhi was killed by Yun Qingbai and even his talent was taken away, everyone was shocked and couldn't calm down. Gu Fozhi, an ancient freak from the Xianxia temple, was extremely mysterious and terrible, but he was killed by Yun Qingbai. It could be imagined that if this matter was spread out, it would cause a big storm in the upper 9 regions. Even if this matter spread to the ancient desolation territory, there would be a certain degree of friction and impact between the two ancient orthodoxies, the heaven-reaching sword sect and the Xianxia temple. Brother Lin, is there a feud between you and Yun Qingbai? At the end of the topic, Qi Lingxiao couldn't help asking. Blood feud. Lin Sun's answer was very calm. These two words made Qi Lingxiao and Saintess Lin Shua's eyes narrow. In the past, no one knew that there was a blood feud between Demon Lin and Yun Qingbai. But, it is said that you and Yun Qingbai have mastered a certain kind of power of the Great Way. How did you become enemies? Qi Lingxiao was stunned. When I was born, my innate talent was taken away by someone, and that person was Yun Qingbai. Lin Sun's expression was still very calm. This was the first time that he had told the deepest secret in his heart since he started his cultivation. In the past, he was weak and in a worrying situation. He could only bear it and bury this hatred. But now, things had changed. He was no longer afraid of Yun Qingbai, so why should he bear it? This time, he wanted to make the secret known to the world through the mouths of Qi Lingxiao and Saintess Lin Shui. Think about it, when people knew that a peerless swordsman they respected or admired turned out to be a despicable and shameless robber, what would they think? The next day, Qi Lingxiao and Lin Shui left. Lin Sun began to meditate. Yesterday, he had successfully passed the 4th test of longevity, the 7 emotions ordeal. His realm had improved, and his strength had undergone a new transformation. All of this needed to be stabilized and sorted out. Old Toad and Big Black Bird were observing and studying the ancient patterns engraved on the walls of the 3000 pagoda. Back then, what Yun Qingbai had said was true. Although the Buddha fan earth was filled with unfathomable dangers, it also contained heaven-defying opportunities. The 3000 pagoda was built by the first holy Buddha in ancient times, and its origin was not simple. The original body of ancient Buddha had stayed and studied here. No one knew whether he had obtained the opportunity, but he had suffered a disaster after all. Yun Qingbai had also cultivated here, and once said that the opportunity in the 3000 pagoda was hidden in the 18 stone inscriptions on the 18 floors of the pagoda. Whether it was true or not, it could prove that there was a great mystery in the 3000 pagoda. As time went by, in the upper 9 realms, news about Yun Qingbai began to be mentioned. Anyone who knew the news was shocked and doubtful. When Demon Lin was born, his talent power was robbed, and the murderer was Yun Qingbai. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. As soon as this news came out, it caused an uproar. The reason why Yun Qingbai had today's achievements was actually related to the talent power he had robbed from Demon Lin. Who could have thought that? No wonder people said a long time ago that Demon Lin mastered some kind of terrible power of the Great Way, which is very similar to Yun Qingbai's. It turns out that there is such a secret behind it. Some strongmen were shocked. A kind of talent power made Yun Qingbai advance triumphantly on the road of Tao. It was unstoppable, and he had become a peerless figure in the upper 9 realms. Then, how terrifying was this innate power? I didn't expect that such a dazzling and peerless swordsman like Yun Qingbai would be so despicable. If this is true, he is too disgusting. Some people were filled with righteous indignation. Nonsense. This is a slander against Yun Qingbai. His intention is sinister, and he should be punished. But more than that, there were fierce rebuttals and disbelief. Yun Qingbai had been famous for a long time. Long before the arrival of the Forbidden Abyss field, he had been regarded as the #1 sword cultivator of the young generation in the ancient Desolation realm, the #1 cultivator below the King realm. His reputation had been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and everyone in the world knew about him. Now, such a piece of news had spread. How could those experts who revered and admired Yun Qingbai dare to believe it? This was slandering. It's too despicable. Who spread the news? In order to raise Lin Sun's status and reputation, he stepped on Yun Qingbai. How shameless he is. Young Master Yun is like a deity. How could he be such a despicable person? This must be fake. Some of the women who adored Yun Qingbai were even more excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They felt that this was an insult to Yun Qingbai, and they absolutely could not tolerate it. Ridiculous. If his talent was taken away, how could Lin Sun survive? How could he have the strength he had today? Anyone with a discerning eye can see how ridiculous this news is. The sounds of discussion and uproar were endless in the upper 9 realms. This news was indeed too shocking. It involved 2 big shots who could turn the world upside down. One was a peerless overlord who ranked first on the Tianjiao Golden List, and the other was the invincible demon Lin. The news of either of them was enough to attract the attention of the world, not to mention that this news was related to both of them. But in a word, most people did not believe it. In this world, there were too many groundless things. It was hard to believe that such a dazzling figure as Yun Qingbai could do such a cruel and despicable thing. But as the news spread, some reliable facts also came out. The news was told by Lin Sun himself, and Xianxia and Lin Shui were witnesses. Not long ago, Yun Qingbai was hunted down by Lin Sun. Gu Fouzi died in a disaster. His talent was also robbed like Lin Sun, and the murderer was Yun Qingbai. When these verifiable news came out, the whole upper 9 realms was completely shocked. No matter if it was Qi Lingxiao or Saintess Lin Shui, both of them were outstanding talents amongst their peers. They were overlords who were ranked in the top 10 of the Prodigy Gold rankings. With 2 witnesses, who could remain calm? Could it be that this is true? Some strong people who did not believe it could not help but be a little shaken under such a situation. Robbing talent and turning it into his own use. Thinking about the enemies that Yun Qingbai had killed, it seems that some of them had suffered such a fate. Don't forget that the mysterious power of the great way that Yun Qingbai mastered has an extremely terrible power of devouring and plundering. Maybe he can really do it. For a time, the impression of Yun Qingbai in the hearts of the strong people was still so powerful that they could only look up to him, but it was no longer so bright. Moreover, many people felt a chill in their hearts and began to fear Yun Qingbai. In such a situation, there were only 2 kinds of people who did not believe this news. One was Yun Qingbai's fans, who blindly believed that it was impossible for Yun Qingbai to do such a despicable thing. The other was the successor of the Heavenly Sword sect. This was easy to explain. After all, Yun Qingbai was the successor of the Heavenly Sword sect and a leader of the younger generation. As a fellow disciple, how could he believe this news? This is slander. What a shameless, despicable, and insidious demon god Lin. How dare he make irresponsible remarks and smear senior brother Yun's name? He deserves to be killed. Lin Sun, the Heavenly Sword sect will not coexist with you. They retorted with all their might and left behind harsh words. They wanted to settle accounts with Lin Sun and kill him, a shameless person who deceived the public with lies. In short, the upper 9 realms was completely boiling and the situation was changing. Everyone had a premonition that, regardless of whether the news was true or not, Lin Sun and Yun Qingbai were destined to be mortal enemies from now on. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, there will be a fight to the death between the 2. Someone made a prophecy and received the approval of the majority. In the land of Pagoda, the area in front of the 3000 pagoda became more and more lively than before. Originally, this was a place of great danger, full of murderous intent. However, as the news about the grudge between Lin Sun and Yun Qingbai spread recently, it also attracted many cultivators to come and investigate. Outside the 3000 pagoda, Lin Sun had already set up a Taoist restriction formation. Because everyone knew that Lin Sun was very likely to be in the 3000 pagoda, almost no one dared to barge in. This was power. In the current upper 9 realms, Lin Sun's name had long been known by everyone. There was no enmity between them. As long as one was not stupid, no one dared to offend him easily. Therefore, although there were many experts who came to the Buddha land to inquire about the news, no one had actually been able to come into contact with Lin Sun. they could only choose to wait. At the same time, in various areas of the Upper Nine Realms, there were also many experts from various forces searching for and inquiring about Yun Qingbai's traces. They all wanted to know how Yun Qingbai would react when faced with this news. Moreover, those who paid attention discovered that Yun Qingbai's position as the first on the Heaven's Chosen Golden List had never changed. But at the same time, some people also discovered that Lin Sun's name had not appeared on the Heaven's Chosen Golden List even once after all these years. The outside world was unpredictable, but inside the 3000 pagoda, Lin Sun had already completely stabilized the power of the fourth tribulation of Longevity Realm. He had complete control over it and could use it perfectly as if it was his own arm. If I had this power before I met Yun Qingbai, how could I have let him escape? On this day, Lin Sun woke up from his meditation, his eyes deep and quiet. The fourth tribulation of Longevity Realm had already entered the threshold of the six disasters. According to the previous classification of realms in the ancient Desolation Realm, he could be considered the backbone of the entire ninth tribulation of Longevity Realm. However, the Immortality Realm of a top king was different. With my current combat strength, if I go all out, it shouldn't be difficult for me to kill a top 5th tribulation of Longevity Realm cultivator. Lin Sun analyzed carefully. As for ordinary kings of Longevity Realm, Lin Sun had automatically ignored them. They were not on the same path at all, so there was no comparison to speak of. If he wanted to, with his current combat strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill ordinary 7th tribulation kings of Longevity Realm. Of course, this was only Lin Sun's own estimation. The specific situation could only be deeply and intuitively understood in battle. I can start refining the innate clarity pearl. Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat, and he closed his eyes again. In his body, a clear pearl the size of a pigeon's egg was floating above the origin Tao seed. It was flowing with chaotic energy and was enshrouded in Tao light. According to Xian Kong, the innate clarity pearl was formed from the origin power of the Khanate holy treasure, the city of the wronged. Its origin was extremely shocking. In Lin Sun's perception, the innate clarity pearl emitted wisps of innate clear qi. It was indescribably mysterious, and it had the effect of nourishing one's cultivation, soul, and state of mind. This was because the qi was formed from merit. Originally, Lin Sun wanted to ask the big black bird if it recognized the origin of this item. However, senior brother Xian Kong had warned him not to let others see this item. As for the reason, he didn't say. Without thinking too much, Lin Sun calmed his mind and concentrated. He circulated his cultivation and began to refine the innate clarity pearl. Immediately, Lin Sun felt his divine sense tremble. It was as if a majestic, sacred, and ancient divine city had appeared in his mind. The divine city was boundlessly brilliant and flowed with divine radiance. It was filled with an eternal aura, and it resided in the heavens and the earth as if it could connect the mortal world and the land of reincarnation, the obscure and vast ancient. Sound of the Tao was like the sacrificial chant of the ancient people, and it reverberated in his mind and shook his soul. In his days, Lin Sun seemed to see numerous souls, broken thoughts, specters, and spirits being led over from within the divine city, and they converged on an altar at the center of the city. After that, they were expiated, freed, and vanished. At the same time, along with the disappearance of those souls, strands of innate clear qi appeared and fused into the walls, ground, and buildings of the city, causing the city to seem even more magnificent and brilliant. The aura of divinity connected the heavens and the earth and illuminated the galaxy. This city was called the Wronged. It took a long time for Lin Sun to wake up from the amazing scene. In his heart, all kinds of wonderful insights emerged, all of which were related to the primordial holy treasure, City of the Vein. The most wonderful thing about this city was that it could guide the remaining ghosts and souls to free themselves from the world and obtain the power of merit from the order of nature. Merit, like fate, cause and effect, it was an extremely mysterious power of nothingness. In the eyes of Buddhist practitioners, saving a life was better than building a 7-storied pagoda. In fact, it was also a means to accumulate the power of merit. For practitioners, the power of merit was like the luck of the Great Way, but it was more beneficial to their cultivation. For example, congenital clear qi was a kind of embodiment of the power of merit. Refining congenital clear qi was beneficial to the cultivation, soul, and state of mind of practitioners. It could be imagined how magical and mysterious the primordial holy treasure, City of the Vein, which could obtain the power of merit, was. It was a pity that the primordial holy treasure, City of the Vein, had long been gone, leaving only a strand of congenital essence, which turned into this primordial clear pearl. In short, the primordial clear pearl was the core power of the primordial clear pearl. Buzz Linsun began to refine it with full concentration. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, unknowingly, time had already quietly passed. In the pagoda, Old Toad and the big black bird were not idle. They had been studying and trying to figure out the mystery of the pagoda. After a long time of exploration, they both came to the same conclusion: there must be a great opportunity in this pagoda. However, they needed an opportunity to get it. Presently, both of them were trying to use various methods to probe it, and they intended to seize this fortuitous encounter in one go. It took Lin Sun half a year to refine this primordial clear pearl. Even Lin Sun himself was a little surprised that it took such a long time, but the benefits were also extremely amazing, which even made Lin Sun excited. In the primordial clear pearl, there was a vast and boundless power of merit. When practicing, the primordial clear pearl could continuously provide congenital clear chi, which was like adding merit to one's body, mind, and soul. If that was all, then it was no different from some of the cultivation treasures in the world. The most miraculous aspect of the natural clarity pearl was that it was capable of innately restraining some peerlessly formidable remnant consciousnesses and spirits. On the other hand, if he was able to draw these spirits out, then he would be able to obtain the energy of virtue and converge it within the innate clarity pearl, causing this treasure to undergo a transformation. Lin Sun even suspected that the congenital purity bead would degenerate into the city of the wronged again when the accumulated power of merit reached a certain level. No wonder senior brother Xian Kong specially instructed me not to allow this treasure to be known by others. It really is a peerlessly rare and precious treasure. It's not only a cultivation treasure, but it's also a sacred object that can obtain merit. It's far from being comparable to other battle-type sacred treasures, although it is incomplete. As long as I continue to cultivate, there will definitely be hope for this treasure to become the city of the wronged again. Lin Sun took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Was it worth it to spend half a year refining the innate clarity pearl? It was so worth it. Possessing this treasure was equivalent to possessing the most effective method to obtain the energy of merit, and it possessed an immeasurable effect towards his cultivation. It was too wonderful for words. Lin Sun, you've finally come to your senses. In this past half a year, some reckless fellows have come to provoke you every single day, and they're clamoring to ask you to leave. The large black bird flapped its wings as it flew over and cried out. If you still don't leave, then they'll probably barge in by force. Looking for me? Lin Sun raised his brows. Yes, since I found out about the enmity between you and Yun Qingbai, the area outside the pagoda has become a place where a storm converges. You don't know how bustling it has been in the past half a year. The large black bird said, especially the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. They've been waiting there since a few months ago, and they seem as if they intend to guard the pagoda until your appearance. Lin Sun instantly came to an understanding because this sort of situation was within his expectations. If they're willing to wait, then let them continue waiting. Lin Sun said casually, I've set up a Dao marking restriction formation outside the pagoda. So long as they're not afraid of death, then they can feel free to barge in by force. Bang! Suddenly, a wave of violent shaking sounded out from outside the pagoda, and it was like an earthquake. After that, a wave of excited cheers sounded out. This damnable grand formation is finally about to be broken through. Everyone, let's work harder. Humph. This Lin Sun is a coward. He hasn't even dared to show himself after hiding for half a year. So long as we break through this formation, let's see how he continues hiding. Chaotic noises began to spread into the Buddha's pagoda. A wisp of coldness instantly appeared on Lin Sun's face. The Dao marking restriction formation he'd set up had the effect of isolating sound waves. But now, sounds had entered, and it could be seen that the formation was indeed severely damaged and was about to be broken through. The large black bird took pleasure in Lin Sun's misfortune and laughed. Ha ha ha. Those who aren't afraid of death are about to charge in. Lin Sun suffered a setback and was speechless. He'd just said that if they weren't afraid of death, then they could feel free to barge in by force. Yet as soon as he finished speaking, such a thing had occurred, and it was simply like a slap to the face. "I'll go take a look." Lin Sun stood up and left with a murderous aura. Outside the pagoda, the group of disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect moved together, and they were attacking the Tao marking restriction formation that enveloped the pagoda. A rain of light scattered, and the roar was like thunder. In the distance, Wen Zhongfeng's expression was indifferent, and he was already standing on a silver sword-shaped lotus platform. He was dressed in a golden robe, and his aura was fierce like that of a god. In the Heavenly Sword sect, the most dazzling one was Yun Qingbai, but few people knew Wen Zhongfeng's name. But only those who knew the inside story knew that compared to Yun Qingbai, Wen Zhongfeng might not be famous, but his combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Even if he wasn't as good as Yun Qingbai, he wasn't far behind. Wen Zhongfeng was an ancient freak. He was silent in ancient times and awakened in this world. Whether it was his background or talent, he could be said to be amazing. The reason why he wasn't famous was that he was completely overshadowed by Yun Qingbai. So the world only knew Yun Qingbai, but they didn't know that there was a terrifying figure like Wen Zhongfeng in the Heavenly Sword sect. At this time, there were several disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect following Wen Zhongfeng, which made him look even more extraordinary. In the darkness and the distance, there were also countless eyes watching all this closely. Over the past 6 months, with the spread of the news about Lin Sun and Yun Qingbai, the Buddha land had become a whirlpool of attention in the upper 9 realms. In front of the Buddha Tower, it was also very lively. Although Lin Sun hadn't appeared once in the past 6 months, it still couldn't stop those strong people from all directions from coming to inquire about the news. Of course, there were many experts that were impatient from waiting and had left long ago, but there were even more experts that came over, causing the area before the Buddha's pagoda to seem like a place where a storm converged. Wen Zhongfeng and other disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect arrived here 2 months ago. Their purpose was very simple. They couldn't tolerate the slander of Yun Qingbai in the news, so they wanted to kill Lin Sun and strangle all adverse effects on the Heavenly Sword sect. However, they had waited for a long time and repeatedly asked Lin Sun to show up. Unfortunately, their wish had never been fulfilled. This made these disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect have accumulated a lot of anger but nowhere to vent it. Until these days, when Zhongfeng finally decided not to wait any longer. He launched an attack to break the formation, enter the Buddha Tower, and kill Lin Sun. It was also today that they had been waiting for the hope and opportunity to break the formation. As soon as the formation is broken, you will follow me into the Buddha Tower and kill Lin Sun, the coward. Wen Zhongfeng transmitted his voice to them. Others nodded secretly. Half a year ago, there was news that Yun Qingbai was chased by Lin Sun, which made them furious and subconsciously didn't believe the news at all. Therefore, they didn't believe that Lin Sun could be Yun Qingbai's opponent at all. Of course, in the face of Lin Sun, who was now famous in the upper 9 realms, they naturally didn't dare to be careless. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited here for 2 months. But as time went by, no matter how they provoked, cursed, and invited him to fight, Lin Sun didn't show up, which made them sullen and disdainful. Was the dignified demon Lin afraid to fight? In this way, how could the news spread half a year ago be true? In fact, this doubt also emerged in the hearts of the strong people who were secretly watching all this. It had been half a year, but Lin Sun had been hiding in the Buddha Tower. No matter how he was cursed and provoked, he had never appeared. Was he afraid, or, the news that came out half a year ago was false? Otherwise, how could he choose not to show up under such a situation? It should be known that he, Demon Lin, had always been known for his courage. When had he ever been so timid and afraid? When this formation is broken, the truth will be revealed. At this moment, everyone was looking forward to it, because they could see that the forbidden formation in front of the Buddha Tower was about to be broken. Boom! Suddenly, in front of the Buddha Tower, there was a violent roar. In the rain of light, the Taoist forbidden formation that was on the verge of collapse was not broken, but the descendants of the heaven-reaching sword sect who besieged the formation all cried out in alarm and staggered back. This scene immediately attracted the attention of all the people present. At this moment, all eyes saw that in the Taoist forbidden formation where the rain of light was flying, a tall and handsome figure walked out. His black hair was loose, his cold eyes were deep, and his bearing was like that of an immortal. Who else could it be but Lin Sun? After hiding for half a year, he finally showed up at this moment. There was a sudden commotion in the field. However, everyone was not optimistic about Lin Sun, because he was forced to come out. If the formation was not about to be broken, he would probably choose to hide. At the same time, Wen Zhongfeng and the other descendants of the heaven-reaching sword sect were also shocked at first, and then they were ecstatic. The guy who had deceived the public with lies and slandered Yun Qingbai with despicable means had finally appeared. For a moment, their eyes were cold and murderous. The anger that had accumulated in their hearts for many days made them restless. Yun Qingbai didn't come, but a group of clowns came. The more ignorant you are, the more reckless you are. In this restless and tense atmosphere, Lin Sun walked out of the formation alone. His black eyes were deep, and his voice was calm, but it clearly resounded between heaven and earth. A clown, the eyes of Wen Zhongfeng and others became colder and colder. Since they came here in large numbers, they were naturally well prepared. But they didn't expect that Lin Sun, who they regarded as a coward, dared to boast so shamelessly. Lin Sun, do you know who you are talking to? Someone shouted. Some strong people in the dark also gasped. Although Wen Zhongfeng was not famous, he was also a ruthless man who ranked in the top 10 of the Tianjiao Golden List. If he was not overshadowed by Yun Qingbai, Wen Zhongfeng could be called the leader of the younger generation of the heaven-reaching sword sect with his strong combat capability, but now, Lin Sun regarded him as a clown. Plop, a horrible thing happened. Lin Sun didn't take any action, but the successor of the heaven-reaching sword sect who had just rebuked Lin Sun died on the spot. Anyone who is my master's enemy deserves to die. Silver's figure emerged with a cold look. All the people present were silent. Lin Sun started to kill without saying a word. Those successors of the heaven-reaching sword sect all trembled in their hearts and their faces changed slightly. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen under such circumstances? In the past, as long as Yun Qingbai was in charge, no one in the upper 9 realms dared to provoke the heaven-reaching sword sect, no matter what force. How dare you? Wen Zhongfeng's face darkened, and his voice was terribly cold. A bunch of idiots. Yun Qingbai didn't come here, but you rushed to die first. In terms of courage, I am not as good as you. Lin Sun looked calm. Senior brother Wen, this man is rampant and lawless. There's no need to talk nonsense with him. It's better to kill him immediately. A woman looked angry and her voice was shrill. Puff, this time, Lin Sun moved as if he had teleported. With a light touch of his fingertips, the woman's snow-white gooseneck was crushed. What a stupid woman. Everyone knows that I am hiding in the Buddha Tower. How can Yun Qingbai not know? But don't you find it strange that he hasn't come in the past 6 months? When the voice sounded, Lin Sun had returned to his original place. Everyone present felt an inexplicable chill in their heart. When they looked at Lin Sun again, their eyes had all changed. In particular, Lin Sun's words made them suddenly realize that if the news was false, why could Yun Qingbai endure until now and not take action? He was an overlord that was ranked at the top of the Prodigy Gold rankings, and he was an invincible existence. According to his past style of doing things, how could he possibly refrain from making a move? What a joke. Why would junior brother Yin need to do anything to deal with you? Wen Zhongfeng's voice became even colder as he stepped forward. Watching 2 of his fellow disciples die before his eyes completely infuriated him. A boundlessly terrifying killing intent spread out from his body like a storm, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. The other successors of the Heavenly Sword sect also took action. They took out their treasures, and their auras became murderous as they locked onto Lin Sun. However, at this moment, Lin Sun's eyes were still emotionless. Kill! With a roar, Wen Zhongfeng, who had been accumulating strength for a long time, suddenly broke out. His sword chi broke out like a brilliant sun. There was no doubt that Wen Zhongfeng was very strong. He had already reached the fulfillment of the 4 tribulation of longevity realm. In the upper 9 realms, he was also one of the few giants at the overlord level. His sword chi was fierce, blazing, and domineering. Its momentum alone overwhelmed the whole audience, making countless people's faces change and souls throb. But under this blow, Lin Sun's figure disappeared out of thin air. Puff, the next moment, a successor of the Heavenly Sword sect was killed. His throat was red, and then hot blood burst out like a waterfall. Even before he died, he still looked confused because he hadn't really made a move yet. Damn you! There was a commotion in the field, especially when Zhongfeng, who was even more furious and full of killing intent. Kill. Those successors of the Heavenly Sword sect also went all out with red eyes. But Lin Sun didn't seem to feel all this. His face was calm, and his figure was illusory. He seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact, he was extremely fast. In the field, there were only shadows like bubbles. Puff, an expert's sword chi was sharp and slashed Lin Sun. He was so excited that he was about to shout, but he was shocked to find that it was just an afterimage of Lin Sun. Oh no! His heart skipped a beat, and then he felt his eyes go black. His neck was twisted off, and even his divine soul exploded. In the distance, the spectators felt cold all over, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Lin Sun was so calm and peaceful as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard. But no matter what kind of attack was launched, it couldn't touch him. Everywhere he went, there were only corpses left. Lin Sun, do you dare to fight with me? When Zhongfeng's eyes were about to pop out, and his breath was burning. He was about to go berserk. Puff, before his voice died away, another successor of the Heavenly Sword sect was killed. Blood splashed and dyed the void red. And Lin Sun's figure had already disappeared. Looking from a distance, Lin Sun's figure was everywhere in the field, but no one could tell which one was the real him. There was only a single reason. His speed was so swift that it had already attained a world-shocking degree. There were about 20 successors of the Heavenly Sword sect who came this time, but 6 of them had been killed just a moment after the battle broke out. Each of these 6 people was a peerless figure in the longevity tribulation realm who could take charge of an area on their own. But under Lin Sun's attack, they were at the mercy of Lin Sun. The extremely bloody scenes caused the experts in the shadows to be dumbstruck on the spot. Only when they saw it with their own 2 eyes were they able to deeply understand how terrifying this infamous devil god Lin was, and he couldn't be described by convention at all. Puff. 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 In the following time, more corpses fell to the ground one after another. At the moment of death, their faces were full of anger, confusion, unwillingness, and so on. Were they willing to be killed? Wrong. It was because they completely underestimated the horror of Lin Sun. In the past 6 months, although Lin Sun had been concentrating on refining the innate clarity pearl, he'd absorbed an unknown amount of innate clear chi during the process of refining this treasure, and his cultivation, soul, and state of mind had been constantly improving and improving. Moreover, he cultivated the great nether magic and possessed 3 spirit clones. At the same time that he refined the innate clarity pearl, he was deducing martial arts and comprehending the power of the Great Way. Up to now, even the 3 powers of the Great Way of Immortality, Tai Chi, and Star Obliteration and Devouring Sky had attained perfection, and the breakthrough was only a matter of time. In terms of martial arts, he'd already comprehended 20% of the profundity of the sword move No Return. Although it was only 20%, its might could be said to be extraordinary, and it was sufficient to shock the heavens and the earth. It should be known that when he fought Yun Qingbai that day, he'd only comprehended 10% of the profundity of the sword move No Return. At this moment, not to mention killing an ordinary longevity giant, it wasn't a problem for him to cross realms to kill someone with a higher cultivation than him. It could be said that when Zhongfeng and the others came at a bad time, and they deserved to be unlucky. They thought they'd made sufficient preparations, but they didn't know that Lin Sun was much stronger than he was half a year ago. Of course, the most fundamental reason was that from the beginning to the end, they didn't believe that Lin Sun had ever chased after Yun Qingbai. If they didn't believe it, it was easy to underestimate the opponent. For Lin Sun, this naturally became an ignorant and stupid behavior. Lin Sun. You coward, why don't you dare to fight me head-on? In the field, when Zhongfeng's voice was hoarse. He'd gone mad completely. His face was distorted, and his heart was burning with anger. Watching helplessly as one fellow disciple after another fell, how could they possibly feel good about it? Unfortunately, Lin Sun didn't pay attention to him from the beginning to the end. Ah! Finally, someone couldn't bear such a blow, and his fighting spirit was destroyed by fear. He let out a loud cry and fled madly. Humans all have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Faced with the threat of death, who would sit still and wait for death? Puff, the broken sword swept out and gently cut through the void. The escaping figure was cut in half at the waist, and blood poured out like a rainstorm. But Lin Sun didn't even look at it. The strong people in the dark all had a strong urge to vomit. They were stimulated by the bloody and cold scenes, and they trembled all over. It was terrible. In the past 6 months, the outside world had been waiting for Lin Sun to show up. They even suspected that Lin Sun was afraid and could only hide in the slaughter tower, not daring to face the outside world. But now, people understood that it was not that Lin Sun was afraid, but that he didn't pay attention to those clamoring voices from the beginning to the end. The dragon in the sky wouldn't pay attention to the clamoring of the ants on the ground, unless these ants were reckless enough to stroke the dragon's whiskers. Screams, wails, and panicked screams were mixed with the sound of blood splashing and mutilated bodies falling to the ground. The scene was like a bloody purgatory. It was a soul-stirring and ghastly sight. Lin Sun. You. Wen Zhongfeng had been roaring with bloodshot eyes and madness. But at this time, his voice stopped abruptly. Because he was the only one left in the field, but Lin Sun was looking at them from a distance with his black eyes, and he was walking forward. Wen Zhongfeng's heart suddenly trembled, and his anger and hatred were completely sobered up as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him. Only then did he realize a problem. If he was strong enough to stop Lin Sun, why did he need to roar and ask Lin Sun to fight with him head-on? In the final analysis, he was not as powerful as Lin Sun, and the previous roars were also a manifestation of powerlessness and helplessness. Step. 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 Lin Sun's footsteps landed on the ground at a moderate speed. His footsteps were not loud, but they were clearly heard by everyone in the dead silent atmosphere, like a bell from hell. Wen Zhongfeng's face changed constantly. Seeing Lin Sun approaching step by step, a kind of oppressive aura rushed towards him, almost suffocating him. Wen Zhongfeng had never felt the aura of death so clearly and intensely before. It was like a sharp blade that was right before his eyes. With a thud, he took a step back subconsciously. It was just a step, but it was earth-shattering, because it proved that Wen Zhongfeng was already terrified before the fight started. Thinking of the scene where he clamored for Lin Sun to fight with him again and again, and comparing it with his current appearance, everyone in the field couldn't help but be in a trance. Had Demon Lin become so powerful that he could suppress Wen Zhongfeng, a peerless figure ranked in the top 10 of the Tianjiao Golden List, with his power alone? P.S. This plot is stupid because you are watching from the perspective of God. As an opponent who doesn't believe in the strength of the protagonist, it is normal for him to do such a stupid thing. In the previous chapter, the Devouring Star Way and the Immortal Way were written incorrectly. Both of them were Tao laws and had been corrected. All of a sudden, Wen Zhongfeng's face turned red with shame and indignation. He retreated. There was no need for him to say anything at all. It was enough to prove that fear had already arisen in the depths of his heart. I'll kill you. Wen Zhongfeng roared, completely crazy. He couldn't admit it. In other words, this step back was like a great shame, which greatly stimulated him and made him unable to keep his mind. Whoosh, a peerlessly dazzling sword chi swept out like a divine rainbow that swept through the universe. However, these resistance were doomed to be futile. Lin Sun might have to use some means to deal with Wen Zhongfeng, who was in his peak state. But if he was dealing with Wen Zhongfeng, who had lost his mind, there was no threat or suspense at all. In just a moment, Wen Zhongfeng was killed by Duan Ren with the profound meaning of impermanence cut. His head was cut open and his spirit collapsed. There was a dead silence in the field. All the heroes were stunned. The elites of the heaven-reaching sword sect were wiped out by Lin Sun today. Even Wen Zhongfeng, an ancient freak who ranked in the top 10 of the Tianjiao Golden List, was killed. This was something that no one could have predicted before. At this moment, looking at Lin Sun's spotless figure in the field, everyone had a thought in their mind. Now, who in the upper 9 realms could stop the power of Demon Lin? On this day, the news about this battle spread and the upper 9 realms was shocked. The heaven-reaching sword sect is finished, some major forces sighed. In the past, because of Yun Qingbai, the heaven-reaching sword sect was like an overlord that no one dared to provoke. No one dared to go against them and could only retreat. But now, everything had changed. Half a year has passed. Lin Sun appeared and killed all the strong men of the heaven-reaching sword sect, showing his invincible combat power. But Yun Qingbai hasn't shown up yet. If he knows the news, can he continue to bear it? Some people were surprised and doubtful. This was very abnormal. According to Yun Qingbai's character, how could he bear such a great shame? While the outside world was in turmoil, the area around the pagoda had become a forbidden land. No one dared to approach it, because they all knew that Lin Sun was cultivating in the 3000 pagoda. Furthermore, he was not afraid of others knowing that he was here. It was as if he had been waiting for Yun Qingbai to come knocking on his door. This kind of attitude in itself was a kind of invisible disdainful might, which was very frightening. However, to everyone's surprise, as time passed, Yun Qingbai never appeared. His injuries are very severe. Even if he recovers, I'm afraid he won't dare to come looking for me immediately because he will definitely not be able to tolerate suffering a second failure. Only Lin Sun knew that Yun Qingbai would not make a comeback in a short time. He even concluded that Yun Qingbai would only reappear in the eyes of the world when he was fully prepared. At that time, the day of his duel with Yun Qingbai would definitely not be too far away. There is no 60-year cycle in the mountains, one does not know the year. Regardless of whether it was cultivators or ordinary people, it was impossible to change the passage of time. As the saying goes, heaven and earth are like a journey in reverse, and time is just a passerby. It had been a year since Lin Sun killed Wen Zhongfeng. During this year, the atmosphere in the upper Nine regions became more and more turbulent. Bloody killings and ruthless competitions were staged everywhere. Like a giant force, it had fallen in the smoke of war. There were also some top figures who were unknown before, but they rose like comets in this year and attracted the attention of the upper Nine regions. Some people cried, some people laughed, some people were frustrated, and some people were proud. All kinds of joys and sorrows, love and hate, were staged in the upper Nine regions. Some people were happy, and some people were sad. During this year, the top 100 of the Tianjiao Golden List also changed at a stunning speed, which was too much for the eyes to take in. The king's flag changed at the top of the city wall. But only Yun Qingbai's position as the first place had never been shaken. Similarly, Lin's name had never appeared on the Tianjiao Golden List. Moreover, there was no more news about Lin Sun in the past year, because he had been practicing in seclusion in the Slaughter Tower. This year was the 7th year since the Absolute Domain came to the ancient Desolation Domain. There were less than 3 years left before the Battle of the Absolute Domain. The wind and rain were gloomy, and the white bones were piled up. After a year of changes, the Buddha land returned to its former silence and calmness. In the end, this was the Buddha lands, a place of great danger and ominous danger. Not everyone had the ability to stay here for long periods of time. A deafening battle sound rang out. Sharp sword chi crisscrossed, tearing the void and shooting at the sky, which made the wind and clouds change color. A snow-white broken blade shuttled back and forth, fighting fiercely with the dense and terrifying sword chi. Looking carefully, a handsome figure was fighting. His black hair fluttered in the wind, revealing a handsome and determined face. His figure was brilliant, flowing with bright Taoist light. A great abyss Dharma Laksana appeared behind him, as if it could swallow the world. This person was Lin Sun. His opponent was a snow-white human skeleton, standing there, with a spine as straight as a sword. Every inch of the skeleton was branded with the sharpness of the sword will. During the fierce battle, every time Lin Sun rushed to destroy the skeleton, there would be a sky full of sword chi sweeping out, and it had the power to reach the heavens and was unparalleled. This was the skeleton of the sword saint. The doppelganger of ancient Buddha once said that this was the skeleton of a sword saint in the great Luo ancient domain. In order to kill this person, the first holy Buddha in the ancient times suffered serious injuries. Finally, when the 3000 pagoda was built, the holy Buddha passed away. From this, it could be imagined how powerful the skeleton of the sword saint was when he was still alive. The skeleton stood between heaven and earth, and after countless years of wear and tear, its spine did not bend a bit, and the sword chi branded on the skeleton was not completely erased. However, now the skeleton of the sword saint had become a target for Lin Sun to practice martial arts. Boom! With a deafening roar, the skeleton of the sword saint finally trembled a little, as if it was about to be shaken and fall down. Clang! At this time, Lin Sun put away the broken sword and thought silently, in 3 months at most, I will be able to defeat the skeleton of the sword saint and refine the power branded on it. Over the past year, Lin Sun's cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he had crossed the 5th test of longevity, the 6 desires disaster, and reached the perfect stage of the 5th test of longevity. His own combat power had already undergone earth-shaking changes. In the cultivation of Tao, all the Tao he had mastered had reached the level of Tao Law, even the cultivation of his soul had reached the unprecedented level of divine flower gathering in one's head. But because of the limitation of his own cultivation, he could no longer break through. Above divine flower gathering in one's head was the state of spirit wander and spirit transformation, which belonged to the category of saint realm. It was obscure and difficult for Lin Sun to understand and touch it at present. Even so, in the whole longevity realm, the strength of Lin Sun's soul was enough to be unparalleled in this realm, because his spirit was divided into 3 parts, which was different from the others. Apart from this, there was the transformation of his martial power. More than a year ago, Xianxia sage had guided Lin Sun to enter the spirit realm in one fell swoop. Now, whether it was deducing the 9 strikes for shaking heaven, the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon, the 6 strikes of Tian Yuan, or the great divination void-breaking finger, he could easily reach the spirit realm. According to the division of realms, it could be included in the spirit realm. This series of transformations were all comprehended in this year's closed-door training. However, the key to the breakthrough in such a short time was the nourishing effect of congenital purity bead. This treasure was absolutely a holy object for cultivation, which saved Lin Sun a lot of time and energy when he cultivated. Whoosh! Lin Sun exhaled a long breath of turbid air and was about to leave. Suddenly, a transparent figure came from the distance. "Master, I have passed the 2nd test of longevity." It was Little Silver. However, the little guy's cold and handsome face was full of excitement and joy at the moment. Over the past year, Little Silver's progress could be described as amazing. Perhaps he was far inferior to Lin Sun in terms of realm, but he was the first spirit-eating insect king to set foot in the dying king realm. Coupled with his inherent terrifying talent, it was no problem for him to kill enemies of higher realms. Even with Lin Sun's current strength, if he was attacked by Little Silver, he had to go all out. Good, good. Lin Sun was very satisfied. In the beginning, in order to cultivate Little Silver, he had to spend a lot of time and energy to collect treasures for Little Silver to advance. But in recent years, it was completely unnecessary. Because Little Silver had the ability to improve himself on his own, his path of cultivation was also unique, and he needed to explore it by himself. Even Lin Sun couldn't help him. "Master, when are we leaving here?" Little Silver asked. "Wait a little longer." Lin Sun had his own ideas. As he spoke, he had already returned to the 3000 pagoda with Little Silver. As soon as they entered the pagoda, they heard a burst of wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, God didn't let me down. I finally figured out a trace of the mystery of these 18 stone inscriptions." It was Old Toad's voice. Lin Sun's spirit was lifted, and he couldn't help sighing with emotion. Old Toad and the big black bird had been studying and exploring together for more than a year. Both of them were convinced that the great fortune hidden in the 3000 pagoda was in the 18 stone inscriptions. But it was only today that they heard the good news from Old Toad. It should be known that Old Toad was a descendant of the 3-legged golden toad, and was born to recognize all things and understand the past and present. The big black bird wasn't simple either, and knew many incredible secrets. But it took them more than a year to discover the mystery. It could be imagined that such a great fortune could be hidden so deeply. And how much effort did Old Toad and the big black bird put into this? Without hesitation, Lin Sun hurried up to the 18th floor. He saw Old Toad and the big black bird, their eyes shining, staring excitedly at the stone inscriptions on a wall. They looked like a lecherous hungry ghost who had just come out of the bath, rubbing their palms, ready to make a move. "What did you find?" Lin Sun walked over and asked curiously. On the wall, the 18 stone Taoist diagrams were different. Some were engraved with the state of all living beings in the mortal world, some were scenes of subduing demons, some were images of galaxies rolling backward, mountains and rivers destroyed, and some were, each Taoist diagram was mysterious and unpredictable. Lin Sun had also studied them, but he couldn't see through the mystery hidden in them. "Lin Sun, you came at the right time. Now I can tell you clearly that there is a secret inheritance hidden in these stone Taoist diagrams." Old Toad's golden eyes were shining, and he was in high spirits as he said excitedly. As he spoke, he pointed at a Tao diagram on the wall and said, "Look at this diagram. Mountains and rivers have been destroyed, and rivers of stars have been reversed. It's a scene of ruin and destruction. However, the true secret is not in the scene depicted on this diagram, but in the markings on the stone. He stretched out his finger and sketched along the traces of the Taoist diagram. Soon, Lin Sun was moved, because the traces outlined by Old Toad's finger, if pieced together, were a line of stacked ancient handwriting. Kill is the Buddha's heart, why should we return to the eternal dust? Like a Buddhist hymn, there was a great spirit contained in it. Do you see it? But if it's so simple, how can it take more than a year for me and Old Hay to study it? Old Toad appeared very pleased with himself, spittle flying everywhere. This line of words is in the ancient Mahayana Sanskrit. If you dismantle the traces of the imprints one by one, you will see traces of a Tao pattern that is completely natural. Taoist trace, the manifestation of the Great Way, imprinted with the breath of the Great Way. As he said, Old Toad's fingertips sketched one by one in the void, spread these Taoist traces and feel them again. Lin Sun's divine awareness swept out and compared the stone Taoist diagram with the trace of Old Toad's fingertips. Suddenly, a wonderful scene happened. In the stone Taoist diagram, there seemed to be a sacred Buddha light, which turned into a figure walking between heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, mountains and rivers were destroyed, galaxies rolled backward, and all things collapsed. At the same time, a magnificent and solemn Sanskrit sound resounded, "Kill is the Buddha's heart, why should we return to the eternal dust?" As the voice fell, inside the Taoist diagram, traces of stone carvings converged and turned into a golden Buddha symbol, flowing with sacred brilliance. Lin Sun's heart trembled fiercely. He felt an extremely magical breath of inheritance from the Buddhist runes. This is only a part of the inheritance. As Old Toad spoke, its fingertips closed, and the stone Tao diagram instantly returned to its original appearance. Look at the stone inscription Tao diagram. The mysteries within it are different. You need to use your mind to reflect the diagram within and use your divine soul to deduce the number of heavenly cycles described within. There is also this stone Tao diagram. It is different. Its mysteries require one to decipher it with the power of the great Tao, Old Toad explained to Lin Sun one by one. To put it simply, the mysteries hidden within these 18 stone inscription Tao diagrams were all completely different and required different methods to decipher them. Lin Sun felt a headache coming on and clicked his tongue secretly. It was too complicated and obscure. If he was Old Toad or the big black bird, he wouldn't necessarily be able to decipher the mysteries of the 18 stone Tao diagrams one by one in a year. Now, the big black bird is deciphering the remaining 3 stone inscription Tao diagrams. If nothing goes wrong, it will definitely decipher this heaven-defying creation within 3 months. Old Toad was in high spirits, full of expectation as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Lin Sun looked up and saw the big black bird standing in front of a stone inscription Tao diagram, as if possessed. It looked focused and meticulous, as if it had completely forgotten itself. From beginning to end, it didn't notice the conversation between Lin and Old Toad at all. By the way, congenital clear chi has been used up. You have to collect more, said Old Toad. Lin Sun casually threw a sealed jade bottle to Old Toad. I knew it would be like this. Take it. Old Toad grinned and didn't stand on ceremony. Over the past year, they had been staying in the slaughter tower. The royal medicine and divine medicine on them had long been used up. They relied on Lin Sun's continuous collection of congenital clear chi to support them. This was the distress of practitioners in the longevity tribulation realm. The higher the realm, the more power they needed for cultivation. Without sufficient cultivation resources, they were bound to stagnate. However, Lin Sun wasn't worried about this at the moment. At least in the Buddha land, if he wanted to, he could obtain a steady stream of congenital clear chi. There were many dangerous and terrible areas in the Buddha land, such as the land of tragic death and the Buddha land, which had appeared at the beginning. In addition, there were also some strange and ominous areas. Over the past year, Lin Sun's footprints had been everywhere. One was to collect some cultivation resources, and the other was to collect congenital clear chi. The Broken Demon Cave. It was located under a turbid river of white bones in the Buddha land. The cave was filled with extremely terrifying origin magnetic baleful chi, and every night, peerlessly miserable howls of demons and devils would resound out, causing one to feel a chill run down one's spine. For other practitioners, this was definitely a forbidden place that they didn't dare to set foot in easily. But for Lin Sun, it was an excellent place to collect congenital clear qi. Whoosh, on this day, Lin Sun floated to the river and wielded his broken sword. With a roar, the turbid river full of white bones was suddenly separated, revealing a hole as big as a ravine. Jet black origin magnetic baleful qi seethed within the hole, and it emanated a terrifying aura. One could clearly see numerous damaged souls, resentment, and spirits brandishing their claws and howling sharply within it, and they emanated a monstrous and ferocious aura. But when Lin Sun ran the Dharma scripture and emitted solemn and holy Buddha light, those ghosts seemed to be frightened and fled in panic. Tut. Lin Sun used the way of overcoming adversity. He grabbed with his big hand, and a pitch-black alms bowl rose into the air. As it rotated, the ghosts were sucked into the alms bowl uncontrollably. It was like a whale swallowing water. In just a moment, these ghosts were sucked up. Clatter as Lin Sun activated the Buddha power, the ghosts in the alms bowl were relieved and eliminated, leaving only wisps of pure congenital clear qi. There are fewer and fewer. Lin Sun put away the alms bowl, knowing that it was time to move to a new place. Over the past year, he would come to the Broken Demon Cave every once in a while in order to collect congenital clear qi. But obviously, there were few remnant souls and resentment left in the Broken Demon Cave. Whoosh, without delay, Lin Sun floated away. Not long after leaving the Broken Demon Cave, Lin Sun successively went to some dangerous areas that he had already figured out and harvested batch after batch of congenital clear qi. What? Just as Lin Sun was about to return to the Buddha land, he suddenly noticed something and looked up into the distance. A snow-white bird, like a flowing rainbow, came from afar. Before it landed, it said respectfully, "Child Lin, my master, Miss Lin Shui, has something to tell you." It was a white-browed dragon sparrow, an extremely rare fierce bird with a trace of dragon blood flowing in its body. It was gifted. "What's the matter, Miss Lin Shui?" Lin Sun asked. "My master said that the seal of the ancient land of Wanxiang in the thunder-shaking territory will be completely removed in half a year. If Child Lin is interested in exploring there, please go to the thunder-shaking territory with this token. At that time, you just need to crush this token and my master will come to pick you up." White-browed dragon sparrow spread its wings and handed a light cyan jade token to Lin Sun. Lin Sun put away the jade token and said, "Thanks a lot. Go back and tell your master that I will definitely be there." Whoosh, white-browed dragon sparrow spread its wings and disappeared like a flash of lightning. Half a year? That's enough. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun returned to the Buddha land. 3 months later. Boom, along with a peerlessly blazing strand of sword qi descending, the sword saint's skeleton crashed to the ground, and it transformed into ash that dispersed into the surroundings. In the distance, Lin Sun's expression was calm, but his black eyes were steaming with a wisp of frightening divine light. The sword technique left behind by Battle Emperor Wu Yang had already been perfected by him by 50%. Once the sword qi came out, it could seize the power of creation and was enough to shake the world. On this day, Lin Sun ushered in the opportunity to advance. The sixth tribulation of longevity, karma disaster, came. On this day, the tribulation cloud was like a tide, covering the sky above the Buddha land. The power from heaven made the world full of oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, the thunder tribulation came. The electric arc was like a long snake, dancing wildly between heaven and earth, turning the mountains made of white bones into powder. Karma was regarded as a hindrance and evil consequence that hindered the path of cultivation. All the strong who set foot on the path of cultivation had their own karma. For example, hatred, disgust, addiction, some things that had been experienced would turn into a kind of karma, like invisible shackles, hidden in the consciousness. The sixth tribulation of longevity was aimed at the karma of practitioners. The so-called karma was like a thief in the heart. If it was not killed, it would be difficult to calm the mind and Tao. After 7 days and 7 nights, Lin Sun finally survived the tribulation and killed the thief in his heart after going through great terror and danger. There was no need to elaborate on the process. It was worth mentioning that after this karma disaster, Lin Sun realized that he had accumulated a lot of karma in his heart during the years of cultivation. It was like an invisible thief in his heart that he had never noticed. For example, the hatred for Yun Qingbai, the guilt for Zhao Jingxian, the worry for Ah Lu. All kinds of things could be regarded as a thief in his heart. Now, Lin Sun had killed the thief in his heart, passed the tribulation, calmed his mind, and fixed his cultivation. This was not a kind of abandonment and forgetting, but cutting off the karma and getting rid of the thief in his heart. In the future cultivation, it would no longer affect his Tao. After passing this tribulation, Lin Sun spent a few more days to completely stabilize his cultivation and become a real king of the sixth tribulation of longevity. Almost 2 years ago, he was only at the fourth tribulation of longevity realm. In 2 years, he had broken through 2 longevity tribulations in a row, and his cultivation had undergone 2 transformations. Such a speed of advancement was not shocking, but it was definitely not slow. The rarest thing was that Lin Sun's every step was extremely solid. When it came to the solid foundation, no one among his peers could compare with him. I don't know what level I am in the upper 9 realms with my current combat power. Lin Sun's eyes were deep and he was lost in thought. P.S. Let's talk about something briefly. 1. The season changes. Goldfish caught a bad cold the day before yesterday. She has been coughing these 2 days. She is so sleepy that she wants to update more, but she can't. I hope you can forgive her. 2. The plot will speed up. In fact, these 2 chapters have sped up a lot. 3. The first day of October is National Day. I wish you a happy holiday and ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Almost 2 years ago, after chasing Yin Qingbai all the way, Lin Sun ushered in the fourth tribulation of longevity, the 7 emotions disaster, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Then, in the past year or so, he successively broke through the 5th tribulation of longevity, the 6 desires disaster, and the 6th tribulation of longevity, the karma disaster. Compared to the speed of advancement in the past 2 years, Lin Sun's combat strength had transformed so fast that it seemed to have reached a peak state. This was the result of a good foundation. On one hand, it was related to the various opportunities and fortunes obtained in the upper 9 realms, and on the other hand, it was inextricably related to his own path. In the past, Lin Sun's accumulated cultivation and foundation were too strong and astonishing, causing his cultivation to break through extremely quickly. Clang, the broken blade swept out, becoming more and more illusory. The sharp aura tore open cracks in the nearby void, making a sizzling sound. Moreover, there were obscure Tao markings and diagrams that emanated a divine aura that was capable of stunning the ages. In the past 2 years, the broken blade had been nurtured in the furnace formed by the wonderful Tao fire and tempered by various divine materials. Its appearance had obviously evolved a lot. The broken blade was originally a divine weapon, but as Lin Sun nurtured and tempered it as his own supreme weapon, if Lin Sun could become a saint one day, the broken blade would definitely transform into a saint weapon that belonged to Lin Sun. The only trouble was that the broken blade wasn't complete. If it wanted to transform into a saint weapon, it would definitely not be easy. It was worth mentioning that in addition to the myriad miraculous Tao fire, there were 5 other Tao fires with their own wonders that Lin Sun had obtained in the underground tomb at that time. When he saw Old Toad 2 years ago, Lin Sun had already given the golden blaze Tao fire, which had turned into a golden lamp, to Old Toad. He gave the dustless Tao fire, which had turned into a white jade book, to the big black bird. As for the eternal silence Tao fire, which had turned into a black jade ruler, and the purple glory Tao fire, which had turned into a purple painting, Lin Sun planned to give them to Xia Ji and Zhao Jingxian respectively. The only remaining the 5 elements Tao fire was intended to be left to Alu. Big brother, come here quickly. Inside the pagoda, Old Toad shouted excitedly, it's done, it's finally King done. Lin Sun was stunned. He put away the broken sword and stood up. When he reached the 18th floor of the Buddha Tower, he saw that the 18 stone diagrams on the walls had disappeared. However, there were golden Buddhist characters and runes circulating in the void, emitting boundless light. It was sacred and vast, and an auspicious rain of light sprinkled down. At that moment, Lin Sun even had a tingling feeling in his eyes. In a trance, he felt as if he was in a sacred pure land, and his body and mind were bathed in a layer of zen. Lin Sun was moved and a little absent-minded. This is the greatest opportunity hidden within the Buddha fan earth. On the side, Old Toad had its hands on its waist, beaming with joy. Look at this row of golden Buddhist markings. It's the true embodiment of the Grand Tao, and it's the derivation of the Tao. According to my inference, the first sacred Buddha of the ancient times was bound to be an extraordinary figure that possessed supreme wisdom, and it was sufficient to look down upon the world. The big black bird sighed with emotion on the side. For more than 2 years, it and Old Toad had spent all their efforts and time on deciphering the 18 stone diagrams. Now, they finally solved the mystery and peeped into the mystery. Naturally, they were filled with emotion. But do you know what this line of writing means? The big black bird's voice suddenly became strange. Old Toad's laughter stopped abruptly. Its mouth twitched, and its expression became strange. Linson asked in a daze, "What does it mean? Isn't it an inheritance?" Old Toad pointed to the row of bright and sacred golden Buddhist markings and read them softly, "When my Tao is proved, I know the sufferings of all living beings." It was a simple sentence, but it shocked Lin Sun. A Buddha who had attained the Tao thought that all living beings were suffering when he was proving the Tao. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel touched by the kindness and compassion contained in it, and a kind of admiration and respect arose spontaneously in his heart. Thinking of the mountains of bones in the Buddha land, which were formed from the corpses of the enemies of the 8 regions suppressed by the ancient sacred Buddha, Lin Sun's admiration in his heart grew deeper. They're all Buddhist cultivators, but some of the old fellows in the Xianxia temple are worlds apart from this holy Buddha. The big black bird sneered, its words full of ridicule to the Xianxia temple. Next, Old Toad began to instruct Lin Sun. This sacred Buddha left 10 supreme secret methods of inheritance, which are hidden in each handwriting of this line of Buddhist markings. Later, you just need to reflect these Buddhist markings with your mind, and you will feel the inheritance. Remember, you can only choose one of them. Before, Big Black was greedy and wanted to obtain all these inheritances. As a result, his soul suffered a backfire and he almost went mad. At this point, the big black bird couldn't help blushing with embarrassment. What I got is a kind of inheritance to temper the soul, called Buddha's view. Big Black got a kind of inheritance to temper the state of mind, called formless vacuum scripture. Old Toad said quickly, "It's a pity that no matter who gets the inheritance, they can only understand it, not pass it on." Only understanding it meant that neither Old Toad nor Big Black Bird could pass it on to others in private even if they got the inheritance. Lin Sun nodded, immediately took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the ground, released his mind, and poured his perception into the line of golden Buddhist markings suspended in the void. In an instant, a grand sound of Sanskrit rang like morning bells and evening drums. Lin Sun felt his soul tremble, and saw an infinitely tall figure of Buddha sitting in the starry sky, surrounded by hundreds of millions of auspicious lights, emitting infinite light, just like the legendary master of all the heavens. In front of him, the stars were as insignificant as floating clouds and dust, but when Lin Sun wanted to look carefully, the Buddha disappeared without a trace as if it didn't exist at all. After that, 10 golden scrolls of Buddhist scriptures floated into appearance and slowly unfurled, and row after row of brilliant and beautiful words appeared within them. Those words, like real dragons soaring and immortal phoenixes flapping their wings, were full of Zen and Taoism, mysterious and ethereal. There was no need to figure it out at all. When Lin Sun's perception swept over, suddenly all kinds of enlightenment emerged in his mind. Prajna Wonderful Sutra, cultivate the Prajna heart, refine the wonderful chi, hide the universe inside, and lead directly to the way of oneself. Lin Sun was shocked. Since it could be called a scripture, it must be written by a sage himself. It could be foreseen that this Prajna Wonderful Sutra must be extraordinary. Observing the infinite scripture, cultivating the infinite glass body, refining the secret of the phenomena of heaven and earth, holding the meaning of subduing dragons and tigers, and performing the act of the angry bodhisattva. This was an extremely wondrous and terrifying body-tempering technique. Lin Sun was a little impulsive at this moment to obtain this inheritance. He had always been at the top of chi refining and soul refining, and had never really dabbled in body refining. It was not that he was not tempted, but that he once obtained the 9 purity holy body technique in the secret realm of Demon Saint in the Ultimate, which was a real body refining method of the sage path, extremely profound. Because of this, Lin Sun had always looked down on those ordinary body refining methods. But now, this observing the infinite scripture was obviously an extremely incredible body refining method. How could Lin Sun ignore it? But after thinking for a while, Lin Sun still held back. He already had the 9 purity holy body technique, and another body refining method was completely tantamount to a waste. What's more, he was not a pure body refining practitioner like Alu, so he didn't have much hope of becoming a sage by body refining. Nirvana Lotus Seal, Akala Sutra of True Self, Buddha's View, Kasyapa throws the elephant. Next, Lin Sun read through them one by one. Although he couldn't see the true meaning, he could understand the different magical effects of these inheritances. It could be said that in Lin Sun's view, these 10 inheritances were all top-notch secret scriptures in the world. If they were scattered in the outside world, it was enough to cause sages to fight for them. Even if one could comprehend one of them, he could completely establish a sect. But for Lin Sun, these 10 inheritances were full of unimaginable temptation, which made him very excited, but they were not what he urgently needed. Perhaps casually choosing any one of them would allow him to obtain a supreme inheritance, and it was no less than obtaining a great fortune. But Lin Sun couldn't have such an idea. Even after completely calming down, he realized that this great opportunity in front of him might be enough to make other practitioners crazy, but unfortunately, it was not what he needed. Thinking of this, when Lin Sun looked at the 10 Buddhist scriptures again, his mind was completely different. There was no desire before, and his eyes were empty. Cultivation needed to know how to make choices. And Lin Sun's principle was very simple. As long as it was beneficial to his own cultivation, he could use it. As long as it was dispensable, he would rather not have it. Because it would form a kind of fetter. The more he occupied, the more fetter he would have. This was also called external obstacles in cultivation. If he sought external things, he would use them, and they would be his things. If he was burdened by him, his cultivation would be trapped by external things. In the end, Lin Sun sighed softly and decided to give up. It was not that he was very open-minded, but that he knew clearly that even if he got this kind of opportunity, he could only understand it, but couldn't express it in words. Naturally, he couldn't give it to others. And it might hinder his own cultivation. It was better to give it up if it was of little value. At this moment, after making this decision, Lin Sun's state of mind was imperceptibly tempered and sublimated. Opportunities were extremely tempting and coveted by everyone. The more amazing the opportunity was, the more irresistible it was. Since ancient times, how many people were able to resolutely refuse and maintain a calm state of mind at such a time? If others knew it, they would laugh at Lin Sun for being a fool. But Lin Sun didn't regret it at all. His cultivation path was different from the past and the present. If he wanted to walk on an unprecedented path, he should stick to his own spirit and state of mind. However, just when Lin Sun gave up, a peaceful and solemn voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Goodness, you can be regarded as one of us." Every word was like the sound of Tao, deafening and resounding through his body and mind. Lin Sun was shocked. When he looked up again, he saw that the 10 golden Buddhist scriptures had undergone incredible changes at this time. P.S. Illness comes like a landslide, and illness goes away like spinning silk. There is only one more night watch tonight. I owe you for now, and I will make it up when the goldfish is cured. 10 Buddhist scriptures representing different unparalleled heritages turned into a golden Buddha niche under Lin Sun's astonished gaze like melted golden copper liquid. The Buddha niche looked the same as the 3,000 pagoda, but it was only 1 foot high. It was golden all over as if it was made of divine gold, sprinkling auspicious light rain. A heart was enshrined in the Buddha niche. The heart was clear and bright, like a ball of light, blazing and dazzling. Dong dong dong, when Lin Sun's eyes fell on the heart, he felt that it seemed to be revived. A strong thunder-like rhythm was transmitted, bursting out a kind of horrible pressure. In a trance, Lin Sun seemed to see the figure of the infinitely tall Buddha again, which filled the entire universe. But this time, Lin Sun clearly sensed that the Buddha's shadow seemed to nod to him slightly and said, "My name is Xianxia. Nice to meet you." Lin Sun was shocked. When he looked at it again, the Buddha's shadow had already disappeared. This reminded Lin Sun of Battle Emperor Wu Yang. She also used to call him like this. She thought that Lin Sun and she were on the same path, so they should call each other Taoist friend regardless of seniority. It was also at that time that Lin Sun realized how important the word Taoist friend was in the eyes of some powerful figures. In the pursuit of Tao, those who were on the same path would be regarded as friends. Obviously, the holy Buddha Xianxia in the ancient times also regarded Lin Sun as a Taoist friend, just like Battle Emperor Wu Yang. Therefore, they called each other Taoist friend. The 1-foot-high Buddha niche had restrained all its charm and aura at this moment, becoming simple and unobtrusive. Inside the Buddhist shrine, the sparkling and translucent heart was sealed by a dense layer of Buddhist runes. It was dim and lifeless. "Leave my killing Buddha heart and break the way of life and death with you." A grand Sanskrit voice resounded in Lin Sun's heart. Then, the Buddha niche descended and was held by Lin Sun with both hands. At this moment, he understood the value of this Buddha niche. When in a life-or-death situation, he could unseal the Buddha niche and use the power of the killing Buddha heart to break the way of life and death. Within the Buddha's pagoda, the row of golden Buddhist runes had vanished, and even the 18 Tao diagrams inscribed on the stone walls had vanished as well. However, when they learned that Lin Sun had turned down such an inheritance, both the old toad and the big black bird opened their eyes wide as if they were looking at an idiot. "Are you really stupid? Big Blackie and I spared no effort and spent more than a year to break through this heaven-defying creation. You actually don't want it?" Old Toad looked flustered and exasperated at his failure to live up to its expectations. "Foolish, truly foolish." The big black bird also sighed. "What do you know?" Lin Sun answered calmly. He was sure that if he took out that Buddha niche, these two guys would definitely go crazy with jealousy. "Why do I feel that he has obtained some kind of great benefit?" Old Toad was suspicious. After knowing Lin Sun for so long, it didn't believe that Lin Sun would spit out the meat he had eaten. "I have serious doubts as well." The big black bird glanced up and down at Lin stealthily. "Cut the crap. We should leave now." Lin Sun hurriedly changed the subject. "It's indeed time to go. Damn it, just because of this opportunity, I've spent more than a year's time and energy. I don't know what the upper 9 realms is like now." Old Toad couldn't sit still at once. After careful calculation, they had all spent almost 2 years in the Buddha's pagoda. In the outside world, 2 years might not be a big deal. But in the upper 9 realms, too many things could happen in 2 years. There were countless fortuitous encounters here, and it was a place where experts fought for supremacy. Every once in a while, there would be countless dazzling figures rising up like comets. It could be foreseen that the upper 9 realms today was destined to be completely different from 2 years ago. "Not waiting for Yun Qingbai?" the big black bird suddenly asked. It knew that the reason why Lin Sun was waiting here was not only to hone his cultivation and improve his combat strength, but more importantly, he had been waiting for Yun Qingbai to appear again. "Not anymore." Lin Sun shook his head. Waiting meant being passive. Compared with killing Yun Qingbai, he was more concerned about the whereabouts of Alu. Now, there were less than 2 months left before the appointment with Lin Shui, the holy girl. If there was no accident, the seal of the ancient land of Wanxiang in the thunder-shocking realm would have been completely removed. The most urgent thing now was to find the whereabouts of Alu. On the same day, Lin Sun and his companions left the Buddha land for the thunder-shocking realm. Half a month later, Lin Sun and his companions appeared in the thunder-shocking realm. Different from the distant fire realm and the Jin Mountain realm, the thunder-shocking realm was full of violent chi of thunder. The rocks, plants, and even rivers and lakes were suffused with the aura of lightning, and even the sky would rumble with lightning every night. The lightning was like a dancing silver snake that tore the night sky apart, and it was dazzling and resplendent. It seemed that no one dared to set foot in such a place without the cultivation of the king realm or above. The ranking has changed again. The strong man named Xiao Hao has occupied the first place again. A group of cultivators gathered in front of the thunder-shocking battle tablet. They were discussing animatedly, and everyone's face was filled with emotion. In the upper 9 realms, every single realm had a strange battle tablet. Only by passing the test of the battle tablet would one be able to determine if one had the qualifications to be ranked on the Heavens Prodigy Gold rankings, and one's ranking on the Heavens Prodigy Gold rankings. The test could be conducted on all 9 battle tablets. Xiao Hao? It said that he's an extraordinary ancient freak who keeps an extremely low profile. He accepted the test of the battle tablet a year ago, and he reached the top on the first try and pushed Yun Qingbai down. At that time, the entire upper 9 realms was shocked. This man is really terrifying. He's been hiding for so many years. Who could have imagined that he would shock the heavens with a single move? Actually, did all of you notice that the girl called Rua Wu who's in second place is extremely terrifying as well? In this past year, she and Xiaohao have always been fighting for the position of first place, and they both have victories and defeats. It's truly breathtaking. Fairy Rua Wu, that's a legendary existence. It's a pity that Yun Qingbai's ranking has been pushed to the third place for more than a year, but he's been indifferent. Could it be that he's in closed-door cultivation? Not only Yun Qingbai, but even Demon Lin has disappeared for a long time. Nowadays, the most dazzling people in the upper 9 realms are Xiaohao, Rua Wu, Yuan Fadian, Bai Long Ting, and other ancient freaks. Alas, it's another ancient freak. Apart from Yun Qingbai, the rest of the top 10 on the outstanding children's gold list are all ancient freaks. Could it be that our current generation's geniuses are inferior to these freaks who have been silent since ancient times? It's a pity that Demon Lin has never entered the heavenly golden ranking. Otherwise, with his combat strength, he should be able to enter the top 10, right? Haha, it might be possible 2 years ago, but now, don't you see that most of the names in the top 30 of the heavenly golden ranking are ruthless people who have only risen in the past 2 years? It's impossible for Demon Lin to enter the top 10. As the experts discussed, they didn't notice that not far away, Lin Sun, who they were talking about, had already stood in the field without a trace. Look, you haven't appeared for 2 years, and everyone in this world looks down on you. The old toad winked and teased. Lin Sun smiled and said thoughtfully, you may not believe it, but Xiaohao, who is now ranked first on the heavenly golden ranking, has been seen when I entered the ancient desolation realm. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but think of the scenes in the Starfall Peak in the Westhing realm. At that time, Xiaohao, the young master of the Nether Star Imperial clan, was dormant in a star egg, surrounded by a Saint Tao forbidden formation, which was extremely amazing. He'd once had a conversation with Xiaohao. Even though it was a short conversation, it gave him a strong feeling that Xiaohao was an extraordinary person with great spirit, ambition, and breadth of mind. When he appeared one day, this person was destined to be famous. Now, Lin Sun's judgment was confirmed. Xiaohao was ranked first on the heavenly golden ranking, and his name shook the upper 9 realms. Lin Sun couldn't help but be moved by this. When they learned about Xiaohao's origin from Lin Sun, the eyes of the old toad and the big black bird focused. The Nether Star Imperial clan, this is the first giant clan in the ancient times. It controls more than 1,000 clan forces in the ancient times, and it deserves to be one of the imperial clans. This was the reaction of the old toad, and its tone was filled with surprise and complexity. Any clan that can be called an imperial clan naturally can't be a simple clan. At least it proves that a real emperor has been born in this clan. Unfortunately, according to my knowledge, the Nether Star Imperial clan suddenly suffered a great calamity during the ancient times, and it was practically annihilated in a short period of a year. It was severed in the passage of time, and the records related to it no longer exist now. This was the reaction of the big black bird, and it seemed that it didn't have a good impression of the so-called imperial clan. Then, whether it was the big black bird or the old toad, their expressions became solemn, and they warned Lin Sun that if Xiaohao was really a direct descendant of the Nether Star Imperial clan and was also a young master, then he was definitely an extremely terrifying existence, and they must be careful. At first, I had a good impression of this person. In my opinion, it would be best if we could be friends, said Lin Sun. Lin Sun said. Speaking of which, Little Silver, the God-Eater King, was also a guardian insect of the Nether Star Imperial clan. By the way, have you heard of the Jiang clan of the Imperial clan? Lin Sun suddenly asked. He remembered that senior brother Xian Kong had given him a light green bamboo leaf-shaped jade pendant, and asked him to return it to the Jiang clan of the Imperial clan when he had the chance to meet them in the future, and tell them that it belonged to Jiang Xianxia. No. The big black bird and the old toad shook their heads in unison, indicating that although they were born in the ancient times, they didn't know much. Especially the matter about the imperial clan, it was something that happened at the beginning of the ancient times, and when they were born, an unknown number of years had passed since the beginning of the ancient times. This caused Lin Sun to be shocked, and he instantly realized that if Xiaohao was really the young master of the Nether Star Imperial clan, then didn't it mean that he had been born at the beginning of the ancient times? In my opinion, Rua Wu is not simple either. Old Toad suddenly said. In the discussion just now, someone said that this woman had a mysterious ice coffin with a star map, which attracted Old Toad's attention. In ancient times, the pureblood vermilion bird was a terrifying race that was comparable to the true dragon, fairy phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise. If this woman really has such a background, it's really amazing. Big Black Bird commented. Lin Sun remembered that when he crossed the Boundary River for the first time, he once saw a giant silver white bear and a dragon turtle in order to seize a piece of soul source. At that time, the dragon turtle carried an ice coffin, which was 3 meters long. The coffin was surrounded by wisps of holy starlight, engraved with patterns of flowers, birds, insects, fish, sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, ancestor sacrifice, and so on. It exuded a mysterious and boundless atmosphere. The most frightening thing was that a star map appeared on the ice coffin lid, which seemed to include a vast universe of stars, which was huge and boundless. However, the funny thing was that no matter if it was the giant bear or the dragon turtle with the ice coffin on its back, as soon as they saw him, they were shivering in fear and running away in panic. They even shouted "Old Madman" and "Old Madman's aura." At this time, when Lin Sun learned that Fairy Rua Wu, who was now ranked second on the Tianjiao Golden List, had a mysterious ice coffin, he couldn't help but wonder if she was a pure-blood descendant of Vermilion Bird. Could she be the target that the giant silver white bear and the dragon turtle were guarding? In my opinion, Yuan Fatian can't be underestimated. It is said that he is a descendant of Yu Mu, which has an extremely terrifying origin. It is said that he has infinite strength and can control ghosts and gods. Exactly. This person is the most overbearing and fearless in his actions. His body refinement cultivation has already attained the 6th tribulation of longevity, and he's able to transform into a 30 kilometers tall golden body with a single shake of his body. He can move mountains and split seas, and his ferocious might is monstrous. I have heard that what Yuan Fatian practices is an extremely powerful body refining inheritance called 9 pure saintly body techniques. Its origin is extremely mysterious. In the distance, someone was talking, which attracted Lin Sun's attention again. 9 pure saintly body techniques. This name reminded Lin Sun that this Yuan Fatian must be the young child who had been dormant in the 5 elements holy island in the ultimate ruins. A green-robed old ape that had attained the saint realm was standing guard by his side. So it turns out that this person has already arrived at the upper 9 realms and is now ranked in the top 10 of the Genius Gold Roll. Lin raised his eyebrows. He suddenly recalled that the 9 pure sacred body scripture was a scripture of the divine path. The scripture recorded in it was also related to the saint plane. However, Yuan Fatian was able to cultivate this technique before he had even stepped into the saint realm. Obviously, there was a great mystery behind this. If there's a chance, I want to spar with him and see if I can see through some of his mysteries, Lin Sun thought to himself. The outside world has changed a lot in the past 2 years. The old toad sighed. There are no heroes in this era, and a bunch of rascals actually became famous. How sad. Fortunately, this king has reappeared in this world. In the future, this king's name will be sung everywhere in the upper 9 realms. Hee hee. The big black bird was disdainful, and almost spat at Old Toad. This fellow was too narcissistic, and even it found it a bit displeasing to the eye. Old Toad ignored the disdain of the big black bird and looked at Lin Sun. By the way, do you want to have a test? Lin Sun was stunned and immediately shook his head. Forget it. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but if he was too famous now, it would attract trouble. He didn't want to be the center of attention no matter where he went. People like Xiaohao, Rua Wu, Yuan Fatian and the others were so dazzling now that the whole upper 9 realms was paying attention to them. It was conceivable that they would definitely be watched by countless eyes. This was fame. There were pros and cons, and it depended on the person to choose. For Lin Sun, there was no lack of such opportunities to become famous. Of course, when it was necessary, he didn't mind displaying his strength to intimidate some rascals. Why don't you go? Lin Sun was curious. The old toad loved to be in the limelight. In my eyes, only the first place is worthy of me. Unfortunately, I don't want to take this title yet. The old toad said calmly. Nonsense, I think it's not that you don't want to, but that you don't dare. You're worried that if you don't even enter the top 100 after the test, that would be a disgrace. The big black bird mocked. Damn bird, do you want to die? The old toad flew into a rage and lifted his foot to kick the big black bird. Haha. The big black bird spread his wings and flew away, laughing unscrupulously. Just the mocking attitude of the big black bird made the old toad so angry that he almost went crazy. In terms of the ability to attract hatred, the big black bird was definitely comparable to Alu. It was not only wretched, but also despicable. "Hey, why do I feel that the big black bird looks familiar?" someone exclaimed. Lin Sun immediately realized that his identity might be exposed. He immediately said goodbye to the big black bird and the old toad and left in a hurry. That person must be Demon God Lin. Not long after they left, someone shouted, "It's been almost 2 years, and he's showing up again." Demon God Lin? He actually left the Buddha Buddhist land. Is he here for the fortune in the Vientiane ancient land? Someone was curious. If that's the case, then he's one step too late. Who doesn't know that in the Vientiane ancient land, the area around the Tomb of Emperors that has been sealed for thousands of years has long been controlled by many strong cultivators. Ordinary people can't get close. That's right. I heard that the Underworld Child and the White Dragon Court are now near the Tomb of Emperors. The crowd discussed. The Vientiane ancient land finally revealed its true face not long ago. No one expected that it would be a Tomb of Emperors. Recently, this had caused a huge commotion and attracted many strong cultivators. But this was also the most terrifying part. Recently, near the Tomb of Emperors, there had been endless killing every day. Blood flowed like a river. No one knew how many strong cultivators were buried, even some of the famous people were killed and died with hatred. Therefore, those who knew the inside story thought that they were not strong enough and did not dare to get close at all. They were afraid that they would be involved in the bloody and terrifying battle. 2 years ago, Demon God Lin killed a group of descendants of the Heavenly Master Sword sect. How arrogant and powerful he was. I wonder what kind of storm his appearance will cause this time. Some people were looking forward to it. Don't overestimate him. There are countless strong cultivators near the Tomb of Emperors. It's like a big pit. Whoever goes there will suffer. Some people sneered. The Vientiane ancient land was located in a dangerous thunder swamp in the Thunder Shocking territory. It was easy to find. Along the way, Lin Sun asked around and learned about the Vientiane ancient land. What he didn't expect was that the seal of the Vientiane ancient land had been completely lifted not long ago. Now, countless strong cultivators had rushed there and surrounded the Tomb of Emperors unearthed in the Vientiane ancient land. Tomb of Emperors? This is impossible. Those who can step into the Emperor realm are all terrifying figures above the Saint King. How could they die here? When they heard the news, the old toad and the big black bird were a little surprised. The Emperor realm was the supreme of the first realm. It was far more powerful than the Sage realm. If one was the Lord of Saints, this title alone was enough to deter for a period of time and overlook the heavens. Such figures were already immortal and could live as long as the ancient times. Unless they encountered an unpredictable catastrophe, it was difficult for time to erase them, and a Tomb of Emperors, that was even more incredible. No matter whether this Tomb of Emperors is real or not, I'm only worried about whether Alu is there. Lin Sun frowned. The situation was not optimistic. The seal of the Vientiane ancient land was lifted in advance, and the so-called Tomb of Emperors unearthed in the Vientiane ancient land was controlled by many strong cultivators. Once they went there, it was bound to cause a lot of trouble. 2 days later, a wave of terrifying thunderous sounds reverberated between the heavens and the earth like a tide, rising and falling one after another, rumbling endlessly. In the distance, the thunder surged like a torrent, surging between the heaven and earth. The dazzling thunder and lightning danced wildly, exuding an aura that was enough to destroy the world. There was not a single blade of grass growing there. The earth was stained with the aura of thunder, and the void was surging with wisps of thunder and lightning arcs, which made people's scalp tingle. What was more horrifying was that the deeper they went, the more terrifying the power of thunder and lightning became, flashing and surging in different forms. It was like coming to the kingdom of thunder. Even with Lin Sun's temperament, he couldn't help but gasp when he saw this scene. This place was definitely a place of great danger. And the Vientiane ancient land was located in the deepest part of the Thunder Lock impasse. However, when they were really close, Lin Sun found that there was a path like a white rainbow leading to the depths of the Thunder Lock impasse. Like an arch bridge, it isolated the thunder and lightning all over the sky. They all breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, without these paths, they wouldn't dare to take a step into it no matter how bold they were. Thunder and lightning were mainly used for killing. But here, the thunder and lightning were like a storm, filling the space. The aura it emitted was enough to kill ghosts and gods. It was no different from a peerless catastrophe. In the past, there definitely wasn't such a path. It should be because the seal of the Vientiane ancient land was completely lifted that a glimmer of hope was born, giving cultivators a chance to enter it. The big black bird pondered. Of course. Old Toad nodded. Let's go first. After arriving at the Vientiane ancient land, I will contact Saintess Cold Snow and see if I can get some information from her. Lin Sun made a decision. Immediately, he led Old Toad and the big black bird into the path like a white rainbow. Crackle, rumble. In the sky, thunder and lightning poured down like an avalanche, rolling and surging as if to destroy the world, making people desperate. But as soon as they got close to the path like a white rainbow, they were offset by an invisible restriction. Although Lin Sun and the others felt a little relieved, they didn't dare to be careless and were all vigilant. As far as the eye could see, the thunder and lightning were boundless, covering a large area of land. No one knew how these thunder and lightning were born. Moreover, the deeper they went, the more dense the power of thunder and lightning was. Even Lin Sun and the others were surprised to see that there were shadows like thunder spirits wandering in the surging thunder and lightning between heaven and earth. That's a thunder spirit born from the destructive aura of Thunder Tao. Old Toad gasped, its golden eyes shining. This is one of the main materials for refining holy treasures. It's enough to upgrade a treasure to a higher level. Don't even think about it. Only sages can subdue that thunder spirit. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. The big black bird warned. Lin Sun was also shocked. Thunder spirit was a spirit born from the aura of Thunder Tao. It was extremely rare, but also extremely terrifying. No one under the Saint Realm was its opponent. Looking carefully, the phantoms of thunder spirits were like gods patrolling the world of thunder, with a terrifying aura. Fortunately, as long as they walked on this rainbow-like path, they didn't have to worry about being targeted by the thunder spirit. Be careful, there's only one way to the ancient land of Wanxiang. If someone hides ahead and ambushes you, the consequences will be unpredictable. Lin Sun warned. As soon as he said this, Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and suddenly pressed out a finger. Buzz, a pure and extremely condensed finger force swept out and disappeared in an instant. Thousands of meters away, in a corner on one side, it seemed to be empty, but in fact, a young man in black bathed in an obscure aura was lurking there. In his perception, he had already sensed that someone was gradually approaching, and a cruel killing intent appeared on his lips. In the past few days, he'd ambushed and killed many experts here and made a huge fortune. The young man in black frowned, a sense of uneasiness suddenly surging in his heart. But before he could react, a peerlessly swift and fierce finger force suddenly appeared out of thin air and shot towards him. Puff, a string of scarlet blood splashed. The young man in black's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe it, and then he fell to the ground. And there was a bloody hole between his eyebrows. Not long after, Lin Sun and the others appeared here. Old Toad nimbly searched the young man in black, and then picked up a heavy storage bag with a smile. This kid obviously robbed and killed a lot of strong people. He's quite rich, Old Toad commented with a smile. What Taoism did you use just now? The large black bird was shocked as it looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun had killed a peak 4th Tribulation Longevity Realm figure from tens of thousands of feet away. He didn't even manage to react in time. This was too terrifying. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Lin Sun said casually. This finger was called Boundless World. This was the third move of the Void Destruction Divination finger. As its name implied, once this finger was executed, then no matter where the enemy was concealed or how far away they were, it was capable of killing them from a distance. This involved the usage of the profound meaning of space. Of course, Lin Sun hadn't become a saint yet, so it was impossible for him to master the power of space. He could only use the power of Boundless with limited power. But even so, such might wasn't something that just anyone could withstand. The reason the large blackbird was shocked was because it noticed that the might of this finger contained the profundities of space. The three of them continued forward. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter some hidden experts along the way. All of these experts were skilled in concealment, and some were even able to change their figures and transform into dust, sand, light, and shadow, causing others to be unable to guard against them. Unfortunately, under the perception of Lin Sun's terrifying spiritual awareness, they had nowhere to hide and were killed one by one. Along the way, Lin Sun and the others made a windfall. There were more than 100 kinds of king medicines that they had plundered from these experts. In addition, there were also some other valuable spiritual materials and divine materials. Before long, Lin Sun felt that the scene in front of him had changed, and he had come to an area with undulating mountains. One after another, towering mountains stood tall and ancient. Each of the mountains had a different aura. Some were completely crimson red and blazed with surging divine lights, and they were like enormous furnaces that lay across the heavens and the earth. Some seemed to be made of divine gold, emitting a dazzling golden light. Even the rocks and plants were as sharp as swords, and the chilling atmosphere was overwhelming. Some seemed to be made of ice and snow, and the biting cold froze the void with a layer of ice. Some, as far as the eye could see, each mountain had a different atmosphere. It implied the rotation of the 4 seasons, the alternation of the 5 elements, and the alternation of yin and yang. It was magnificent and magnificent to the extreme. This was the ancient land of Wanxiang. Motherfucker. Creation is divine and natural. Such extraordinary ability to change the heavens and the earth is probably something even a saint would find difficult to accomplish, right? The old toad exclaimed. If I cultivate here, I can appreciate different great ways, which will be of great help to my cultivation. The big black bird's eyes were bright, and it was amazed. Lin Sun took out a jade token from his arms and crushed it with his palm. At the same time, a stream of light swept out and disappeared into the sky. This token was given to him by Saintess Lin Shui. In merely a short moment, a beautiful figure flashed over from the distant sky. Her entire body was bathed in a pure and holy mist of ice and snow. She had fair skin, jet black hair that fluttered in the wind, and a drop-dead gorgeous appearance. It was Saintess Lin Shui. However, as soon as she saw Lin Sun, Lin Shui couldn't help but smile bitterly. Brother Lin, the situation has changed. Now the tomb is surrounded by many masters. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to seize the fortune. Lin Sun had been mentally prepared and nodded. I'm just looking for someone. Is there really an emperor's tomb here? The old toad couldn't help but ask. All along the way, it was very difficult for him to believe that such a thing would happen. Lin Shui nodded. It should be true. Unfortunately, the fortune within the tomb has been taken by someone a long time ago. It's been taken by someone? Lin Sun and the others were slightly surprised. Yes, but that person is currently trapped before the tomb and is unable to escape. According to Lin Shui, the seal on the ancient land of Wanxiang had been completely removed not long ago, and then the mysterious tomb had appeared as well, causing a stir in the upper 9 territories. In those days, countless experts had come after hearing the news, and for the sake of the opportunity to enter the tomb, they didn't hesitate to fight. For a time, blood flowed incessantly in the vicinity of the tomb every single day, and countless experts were killed or injured. Because they knew that the appearance of the tomb was definitely accompanied by great fortuitous encounters, but to everyone's astonishment, no matter who it was, no matter what method they used, it was impossible to approach the tomb. The most unexpected thing was that just now, when everyone was thinking about how to enter the emperor's tomb, a man had walked out from the tomb. No one knew when he had entered the emperor's tomb, but everyone realized that the heaven-defying fortune sealed within the emperor's tomb was most likely obtained by this man. What does that person look like? Lin Sun couldn't help but ask when he heard this. Lin Shui pondered. An extremely handsome man, his entire body emitted a domineering and rough aura, and his cultivation is roughly at the 5th retribution of the longevity realm. He is an extremely powerful body refiner, and this person is quite impressive. Even when surrounded by experts, he showed no fear, and instead killed many opponents. However, he is also heavily injured, and I'm afraid it won't be long before he is killed. At this moment, Lin Shui suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the expressions of Lin Sun and the old toad. Where is that person? Lin Sun asked. His expression was still calm, but his voice carried a trace of anxiety. Could it be? Lin Shua's clear eyes focused, as if she had guessed something, and immediately said, "Follow me." As she spoke, her figure flashed, and she led the way. Lin Sun and the others followed closely. Could it be Ah Lu? Lin Sun and the old toad's hearts tightened. In front of the tomb, they were surrounded by an unknown number of experts. If that person was really Ah Lu, how could he be a match for him alone? Not long after, an earth-shattering thunder suddenly sounded in the distance, causing Lin Sun and the others' hearts to tremble, and they felt a piercingly cold heavenly might. Rumble, in the distant horizon, bolts of tribulation lightning fell from the sky, dazzling, smashing the void into pieces. It was a scene like the end of the world. This was the sixth retribution of the longevity realm, karma disaster. Lin Sun had just gone through this tribulation not long ago, so he naturally recognized it at a glance. What surprised him was why someone would choose such a dangerous place to go through the tribulation. Wasn't he afraid of being disturbed during the tribulation? Damn it, it's Ah Lu! Suddenly, the old toad shouted excitedly. His golden eyes were like lightning, and he could see from afar that there was a figure struggling under the tribulation. It was Ah Lu. This idiot, why did he choose to go through the tribulation at this time? Could it be that he was cornered and had to fight for a chance of survival by going through the tribulation? The old toad's expression changed. Let's go. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and his black eyes were cold. That person is actually their friend. This is going to be a big problem. Saintess Lin Shuai was shocked. She knew very well that the man named Ah Lu had long been targeted by many experts, waiting to seize the good fortune he had obtained. If Lin Sun and the others rushed over at this time, not only would they not be able to save Ah Lu, but they would also be besieged by everyone, which was no different from courting death. Please calm down, everyone. The situation there is extremely complicated and dangerous, Saintess Lin Shuai reminded them by voice transmission. I understand, but there are some things that we have to do even if we know it's impossible. Lin Sun's words were resolute and unquestionable. Girl, you'd better stay away from us, lest you be mistaken as one of us. In that case, we will feel sorry for you. The old toad grinned, but the smile seemed a little crazy. You two fools, why are you in such a hurry to die when you haven't even figured out the situation? Hey, wait for me. The big black bird shouted, but found that Lin Sun and the old toad ignored him and rushed forward with all their strength. He felt helpless and muttered. They're all king crazy. As soon as his voice fell, he also rushed forward with a flash. Saintess Lin Shuai stared blankly at them rushing over together, as if for them, even if it was a mountain of knives, a sea of fire, or a hell, they wouldn't even frown. This moved her, and her heart was inexplicably touched. On the road of cultivation, it would be a blessing to have such friends who could go through thick and thin together. Taking a deep breath, Saintess Lin Shuai also followed them. Boom, the dazzling tribulation lightning poured down from the sky like a waterfall, illuminating the mountains and rivers. It was gorgeous and terrifying. Ah Lu was bathed in blood as he struggled. In the distance, it was unknown how many experts had gathered, surrounding the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Although no one approached, no one retreated either. Everyone's face was filled with anticipation, excitement, cruelty, and desire. Because they all knew that this barbarian hid the fortune from the tomb of the emperor. The tomb of the emperor, just 2 words were enough to make a saint go crazy. This barbarian was seriously injured before, and now he's trying to use the tribulation to survive. It's ridiculous. In my opinion, he's destined to die. On the peak of a mountain in the distance, a white-robed man held a feather fan in his hand. He was elegant. He smiled, but his words were bone-chilling. Nearby, many gazes were filled with fear when they saw the white-robed man. Bai Long Ting, an ancient freak of the white-flood dragon bloodline, had risen strongly in the past 2 years. He had entered the 6th retribution of the longevity realm and was ranked in the top 10 of the Tianjiao Golden List. Get ready. When this person fails the tribulation, we'll capture him immediately. On the other side, a young man's figure was blurry. He was dressed in armor and was surrounded by stars, but no one could get within 10 feet of him. This was because his body exuded a strong and monstrous evil spirit. This was the power forged by the blood and corpses of his enemies. Just his gaze alone was enough to make one's hair stand on end and feel incomparably oppressive. Ming child, 2 years ago, he was killed by Lin Sun and escaped with only a remnant of his soul. But now, he had obviously recovered, and his combat power was even more terrifying than before. At the same time, in the nearby area, there were many ruthless people like Bai Longting and Ming child. All of them had cold eyes and regarded Ah Lu, who was crossing the tribulation in the distance, as their prey. This scene made people's hearts tremble. Even if these famous ruthless people were excluded, there were at least thousands of strong people in the field. Under such circumstances, no one doubted that the barbarian would be able to survive. In other words, what awaited him was death. An innocent man will get into trouble because of his wealth. This barbarian's background is not simple. It's just a pity. A crimson-haired girl with a delicate face and incomparably pure voice spoke softly. Her body was bathed in a holy fiery glow, and her snow-white bare feet were bound by a grey chain. Does Miss Xiao recognize this person? A green-robed man next to him asked. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a heroic bearing. Strands of lightning appeared in his eyes, and they were extremely dazzling. I've met him once. I only know that he is friends with that fiend Celestial Lin. Xiao chuckled, her pure face revealing a touch of seductive charm, causing the green-robed man to be unable to help but stare blankly. However, when he heard the 3 words Demon God Lin, the green-robed man couldn't help but be shocked and said, Lin Sun's friend? Xiao blinked and said, why? Fellow Taoist Gu, are you afraid of fiend God Lin? The green-robed man sneered and said proudly, 2 years ago, this person might be considered an influential figure, but in the current upper 9 realms, I'm afraid he can't even enter the top 30 of the Heaven's Golden ranking. Why should I be afraid of him? Xiao smiled but didn't comment. The green-robed man's name was Gu Tianyi, and he was also an ancient freak with extraordinary talent. He was ranked 26th on the Heaven's Golden ranking not long ago, and he was extremely insolent and arrogant. According to what Xiao knew, Gu Tianyi had a close relationship with Xiaohao, who was ranked first on the Heaven's Golden ranking. If not, she couldn't be bothered to pay attention to such an arrogant person. Seeing that Xiao was no longer paying attention to him, Gu Tianyi seemed to be a little embarrassed and said, Miss Xiao, do you believe that even if Demon God Lin comes, he will undoubtedly die this time? Xiao nodded, I do. In such a situation, whoever comes to save that barbarian will die. No one can change that. The meaning of her words was very simple. Even if Lin Sun died, it had nothing to do with Gu Tianyi, but was forced by the general situation. Gu Tianyi couldn't help but frown, and he said, could it be that Miss Xiao thinks that I'm not a match for Lin Sun? Xiao smiled, that's hard to say. A wisp of gloominess appeared in the space between Gu Tianyi's brows. Prepare yourselves. Perhaps we'll be able to split some benefits if we join forces this time. Xiao spoke abruptly, and her clear eyes stared at the heavenly tribulation in the distance. There, Ah Lu's figure was staggering and in a sorry state, and he was obviously on the verge of being unable to hold on for much longer. At the same time, the gazes of numerous experts in other areas flickered, and they were eager to make a move. Who? Hurry up and fuck off. Can't you see that this area has been sealed off? Suddenly, an explosive shout resounded from behind the crowd. However, the voice stopped abruptly in an instant. A bloody head flew into the air, and under the illumination of the dazzling tribulation lightning, one could clearly see that the face of the head was filled with terror and astonishment. A wave of restlessness instantly arose in the surroundings, and many gazes looked over. Some experts even grunted coldly with displeasure. Presently, the experts had already taken control of this area, and they were waiting for Ah Lu to fail his tribulation so that they could divide up the fortuitous encounters in his possession. But such an unexpected event had suddenly occurred at this moment, so it naturally caused them to be displeased. Kill anyone that obstructs my path. Right when the gazes of everyone looked over, an extremely indifferent and icy cold voice resounded through the heavens and the earth, and every single word was like a thunderclap that shook the soul. A strange wave of silence appeared in the surroundings. Everyone was stunned and almost suspected that they'd heard wrongly. Who so audacious to actually dare to act so arrogantly? After all, there were many ruthless figures that were renowned in the upper 9 realms present here, yet someone still dared to provoke them like this. This was simply courting death, many people didn't believe it, and they obstructed the path and refused to back down. They wanted to see exactly which audacious fellow dared to make such a clamor. Pooh, pooh. Pooh. In the next moment, a string of dense blood suddenly sprayed out from the crowd that was distributed at the back, and it shot out like firecrackers. After that, all the figures that obstructed it were blasted into pieces like weeds, and a horrifying blood-red path was opened up in front of them. It was unstoppable. Everyone present couldn't help but be shocked as they watched experts fall like pieces of paper, and they didn't even have the time to let out a shrill cry. For a time, besides the rumbling of the tribulation lightning descending in the distance, the surroundings were actually extremely silent, and the gazes of everyone looked over in unison. They saw a tall and handsome figure walking out from the bloody path that was forcefully carved out, and his entire body was enveloped in the glow of the Tao and emitted fierce and monstrous killing intent. Crack, right at this moment, a dazzling bolt of lightning tore through the sky, and it illuminated the figure's appearance down to the slightest detail. His black eyes were cold, his long hair fluttered, and his thin figure was like a towering and solitary mountain. Every single move he made contained an imposing aura that seemed capable of devouring everything and looking down upon the mountains and rivers. Beneath his feet was a path paved with scarlet-red blood and shattered corpses, and it caused him to seem like a devil god. "It's him, Devil God Lin!" someone cried out involuntarily. His words shocked everyone present, and many people's expressions changed. No wonder he dared to make such arrogant remarks. It turned out that it was this ruthless man who had come. Although he hadn't appeared for 2 years, who dared to forget this devil-like guy? Just the number of people who had died in his hands was innumerable. Lin Sun. In the distance, Ming Child suddenly raised his head, and his scarlet eyes were suffused with a sharp and unparalleled divine light. The resentment he had suppressed in his heart was almost uncontrollable. In the past 2 years, he couldn't forget the extraordinary shame and humiliation when he was chased by Lin Sun at that time. Lin Sun? Here comes another competitor. It's really troublesome. Bai Longting narrowed his eyes and restrained the smile on his lips. He looked at Lin Sun from a distance and couldn't help but frown slightly. He actually came. Does he really intend to be enemies with everyone to save that barbarian? Qi Yao was slightly absent-minded. Humph. If he dares to do so, he is destined to die a terrible death. Beside her, Gu Tianyi snorted coldly. At the same time, many ruthless figures in the dark were also sizing up and scrutinizing Lin Sun, who had suddenly come to kill him. Demon Lin, they had heard too many rumors about this person. He deserved his reputation. How could they not pay attention to such a ruthless character coming to kill him? Lin Sun was completely unaware of these gazes. From the beginning to the end, he didn't stop his steps and approached the place where Alu was going through the heavenly tribulation. Even his expression was so cold as if he had no emotions. Lin Sun, what are you doing? Even if it's a fight for good fortune, it should be first come, right? A gray-robed man looked gloomy. He blocked Lin Sun's way, but he was unwilling to give way, so he shouted fiercely. Swish, Lin Sun answered him with one finger. Instant of spring and autumn, the gray-robed man's body exploded in an instant, turning into a flying rain of blood that dyed the void red. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, and they gasped. It was so ruthless that he didn't say a word. Obviously, he was going to kill his way out directly. The gray-robed man was a peerless figure who had stepped into the 5th retribution of longevity and was the leader of a great force. But now, he was killed by Lin Sun with one finger just because he was in the way. This bloody scene immediately shocked many people present. Lin Sun, you're so ruthless. Aren't you afraid of causing public anger? An illusory voice sounded, coming from the left and the right, making it impossible for people to identify the direction. Puff, however, as soon as the voice fell, a strong man in the crowd not far away died on the spot. He was killed by a bright broken blade. This made some of the strong men who were originally blocking Lin Sun's way feel cold all over. They couldn't help but take a few steps back subconsciously, making way for him. Everyone, stop him. This guy is with that barbarian. He's here to save that barbarian. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded. It was Gu Tianyi. He had just learned from Qi Yao that Alu and Lin Sun were friends. This sentence was earth-shattering, and it made the faces of all the strong men present change. The way they looked at Lin Sun also became different, with a deep hostility. Previously, they all thought that Lin Sun was here to fight for good fortune with them. Who would have thought that he actually had such a purpose? It could be said that this sentence made Lin Sun the target of all, the public enemy of all the people present. P.S. Mid-Autumn Festival, Goldfish wishes everyone a happy family reunion, happy holidays in addition. As for the abuse in the book review section, please ignore it. There's no need to be angry for these low-quality people. The hostility in the field increased sharply, all eyes became unkind and full of killing intent. Look, Lin Sun is dead for sure. Gu Tianyi transmitted to Qi Yao with a complacent smile. His words had stirred up the whole situation, which made him very happy. You've offended Lin Sun badly. Qi Yao frowned, feeling a little angry. It was she who had told Gu Tianyi about the relationship between Alu and Lin Sun. If Lin Sun pursued the matter, she would also remember it. Deep down, she really didn't want to be enemies with someone like Lin Sun. As early as in the realm of immortals, she knew what a terrible character Lin Sun was. Since he dared to come, how could he be stupid enough to court death? Gu Tianyi smiled disapprovingly. It's just offending a dead man. What's there to worry about? Qi Yao said no more. She had already decided to draw a line between herself and Gu Tianyi. Lin Sun, is what you said true? Bai Longting, dressed in a white robe, spoke. His voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, resounding through the world. All eyes in the field also looked at Lin Sun. The atmosphere suddenly tensed up, and it was as though swords were drawn. It was like a pack of wolves eyeing a prey, but now another wolf wanted to save the prey. It would infuriate everyone. Lin Sun paid no attention to all of this. He raised his head and gazed at the figure that was overcoming the heavenly tribulation in the sky. He took a deep breath and said, Alu, just focus on overcoming the heavenly tribulation. No one can touch you while I'm here. His voice was calm and resolute. He stood there alone, looking down on the crowd as if he were nothing. His posture was that of one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies. The faces of the crowd darkened, and they revealed their killing intent. Lin Sun's words made them completely understand that Lin Sun was here to save people. This left them in disbelief. Did Fiend Celestial Lin really think that he could shake the situation in front of him alone? It should be known that there were thousands of strong people in the arena, and there was no lack of famous figures in the upper 9 realms. Did he think he could save people by himself? It was ridiculous, even ridiculous. Brother. Under the heavenly tribulation, Alu's eyes turned red. He was already on the verge of despair, and his body was about to shatter. However, at this moment, there was an indescribable excitement and warmth that flowed through his entire body. Earlier, he'd already held the resolution to die, and he'd rather be annihilated in the heavenly tribulation than allow others to obtain the fortune he possessed, but the appearance of Lin Sun gave him an unexpected surprise. Stop talking. Focus on transcending the tribulation. At worst, we'll die today. I want to see just who can do anything to us brothers. Lin Sun's black hair was flying in the air, and his cold eyes were like lightning. He glanced at the audience, and an invisible horrible breath spread from his body, which made the weather change. Many people held their breaths and their expressions changed slightly. In these 2 years, the upper 9 leveled has given birth to many unparalleled overlords. For example, Xiao Hao, Fairy Wu, Yuan Fatian, etc. But who could forget demonic god Lin? Perhaps there was little news about him in these 2 years, but as long as he appeared, he would definitely set off a storm. Now, Lin Sun wanted to fight against all the heroes present. It seemed ridiculous, but even if they could kill him in the end, who could guarantee that they wouldn't be dragged down by Lin Sun? In just 2 years, he has already stepped into the 6th retribution of longevity. Some people's hearts trembled as they sensed the horror of Lin Sun's breath. 2 years ago, when Lin Sun was still in the 3rd retribution of longevity, he killed the underworld child, who was in the 4th retribution of longevity, and made him flee in panic. How terrifying would his combat power be now? Lin Sun, you really can't be so naive to think that you can stop us all by yourself, can you? Bai Longting's face had a touch of coldness. He was very conceited and had a strong foundation. He was neither afraid of Lin Sun, nor would he look down on him because of that. You can try. Lin Sun glanced at him with a cold expression. He didn't know where Bai Longting came from, but even if he did, he wouldn't care at all. Today, he would save Ah Lu no matter what, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Humph. I didn't know that you, Lin Sun, are so loyal. You dare to gamble with your life for a person who is about to die. Unfortunately, none of the people present will agree with you. Underworld Child said coldly. His body was blurry and covered in armor, and his killing intent was monstrous. How dare a loser like you speak so boldly? Do you dare to come and fight me? Lin Sun's eyes were full of killing intent, and his voice was like a clap of thunder. It shocked the souls of many experts present and made them see stars. Underworld Child's face suddenly became extremely ugly. His defeat at Lin Sun's hands was regarded as the shame of his life. Now that it was mentioned in front of everyone, he almost went crazy with hatred. Lord Underworld Child, don't be provoked by him. He is deliberately stalling for time. Later, we only need to attack together, and it will be enough to crush him. A young man said in a deep voice. Die. In the distance, Lin Sun's expression was cold. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the air. Boundless world. Ah. A finger force appeared out of thin air, and like teleportation, it poked a bloody hole in the young man's throat. Then, his body and spirit exploded in an instant, and both his body and spirit were destroyed. The power of one finger killed a strong man in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed at the same time. Even Bai Longting, Underworld Child, and Qi Yao's eyelids twitched, and their expressions were slightly dignified. They were thinking about how to break this move if they were to face it head-on. If you are not afraid of death, just come and see if I, Lin Sun, can take it. Lin Sun's voice was cold, and his momentum became more and more frightening. His whole person was like a big abyss that wanted to swallow up the world and choose people to swallow. Many people were restless, and they looked at each other with flickering eyes. This is power. 2 years of silence can't erase his impression in people's hearts. Qi Yao sighed in her heart. A single person was facing enemies from all directions alone, yet he was still able to remain so calm and unstoppable. It was truly too shocking. This was the power of killing, from the immortal burning world to the upper 9 realms. In all these years, how many famous and powerful figures had died in the hands of demon god Lin? Shameless boasting. Finally, someone in the dark couldn't help but attack. He took out a divine sword and directly slashed at Lin Sun. The magnificence of this divine sword ran through heaven and earth, illuminating the universe. This was not a tentative attack, but a fierce blow with all his strength. It was incomparably overbearing. Clang, almost at the same time, the broken sword swept out. It was as white as snow, and it turned into an illusory light, blocking the sword. Clang, the harsh collision resounded in the void. The divine sword was shaken to the point that it was buzzing and flying backward. At the same time, a strong man in the dark staggered and suffered a backlash. This was a young man in linen from the White Dragon Deer bloodline. He was an extremely terrifying freak, ranked in the top 30 of the Tianjiao Golden List. But with just one blow, not only did he not gain an advantage, but he also suffered a hidden loss. This shocked many people again. It should be known that in the past 2 years, some old strong men on the Tianjiao Golden List had been blown away by the wind and rain and replaced by some rising ruthless people. This young man in linen was one of them. But, he was defeated by Lin Sun as soon as he attacked. How could people not be surprised? In the past 2 years, Demon Lin has become more and more terrifying. Many people were bitterly disappointed. Everyone, we can't let him go on. Let's attack together. A man in the dark shouted and turned into a flowing light, rushing to Lin Sun. This was a man with a thin figure, and his entire body was enshrouded in brilliant silver light. There was a crystalline horn on his forehead, and there were mysterious symbols circulating around it. There was no doubt that this was another extremely powerful figure. Old Toad, Dahe, you protect Alu secretly. I'll kill the enemy. Lin Sun transmitted his voice. Then, his figure rushed out violently. His whole body seemed to be burning, turning into a chaotic furnace, swift and violent like a divine rainbow. He launched an attack, punching out with his fist. Boom, heaven and earth collapsed, and the void was in disorder. This punch was incredibly powerful, like a god lifting an ancient divine mountain and smashing it into the sky. The power of the Great Way was blazing and terrifying to the extreme. Whoosh, when Lin Sun's figure passed by the one-horned man, the fist strength directly shattered the magic treasure and the man's arm. The terrible fist strength spread and destroyed half of the man's body, causing blood to flow unceasingly. It was too fast. The incomparably domineering blow directly injured and almost disabled a top figure who had also stepped into the sixth retribution of longevity. Kill. Several figures rushed out from the nearby area, attacking Lin Sun together from different directions. Buzz, a big abyss appeared around Lin Sun. As he performed his own Taoan law, the big abyss seemed to be rotating, emitting a terrifying and boundless devouring power. All the attacks were destroyed and refined by the big abyss before they could get close. This, someone exclaimed. The current Lin Sun was simply invincible, giving people a feeling that he was unshakable. Puff, a punch burst out, and the head of the strong man who had just exclaimed was directly blown up, and the headless body fell to the ground. At the same time, in other directions, Lin Sun used his fists and fingers at the same time. In an instant, the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon, the 9 strikes of Shaking Heaven, the void-breaking finger of Dian, and other magical methods were displayed wantonly. Puff. 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 For a time, all the strong men who besieged Lin Sun were killed domineeringly one after another, as if they were made of paper. Scarlet blood poured between heaven and earth like torrential rain. The invincible demonic power released from Lin Sun changed the color of the universe. Too strong, as if he was invincible, bathed in the enemy's blood, he attacked between heaven and earth. Hurry up. Let's go together. Someone shouted in the field. Everyone could see that Lin Sun was establishing his prestige. He wanted to use bloody means to shock the crowd and destroy their fighting spirit. They must stop him as soon as possible. In fact, I don't want to be your enemy, but unfortunately, you are in my way to snatch the opportunity, so you must die. A soft sigh resounded between heaven and earth. Bai Longting, dressed in a white robe, finally moved at this moment. His eyebrows were like lightning, and his figure was as straight as a spear. As he stepped forward, a monstrous murderous spirit also spread, surging between heaven and earth, causing the void to distort and wail incessantly, as if bowing its head in submission. P.S. This is a patch. Bai Longting had made his move. The crowd was in high spirits. In the past 2 years, Bai Longting had been one of the most eye-catching overlords in the Upper 9 realms. What's more, Lin Sun's reputation was not much worse than that of Lin Sun 2 years ago. He was talented and powerful. It was said that it wouldn't be long before he triggered the 7th immortality test. The attack of such an overlord was naturally exciting. Must die? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk big in front of me? Lin Sun's face was cold. He punched a strong man beside him and killed him. Blood splashed everywhere. Then he rose into the air and charged at Bai Longting. You are too arrogant. Bai Longting's expression was indifferent. He gently waved the feather fan in his hand, and a 5-colored divine rainbow immediately appeared. It turned into a 5 elements wheel, and it rumbled as it crushed through the void like a huge millstone. The wheel of 5 elements, this was a terrible method of longevity. It was entwined with the power of the 5 elements. When the 5 elements gathered, it was enough to temper the universe and crush everything. Moreover, when the wheel of 5 elements rotated, the power of the 5 great ways circulated endlessly and endlessly. Boom, the void burst and collapsed. As soon as Bai Longting made his move, his domineering combat power shocked everyone and caused exclamations. Lin Sun looked calm. Instead of retreating, he moved forward. Around him, the way of star obliteration was running. In a trance, his figure seemed to turn into a big abyss. It was so big and boundless. How could he just rush over like that? Many people were stunned. You are courting death. Bai Longting sneered in his heart. The power of his wheel of 5 elements was endless. It was a fatal attack. Even the top cultivators of his generation had to resist it with all their strength. But Lin Sun just rushed over like that. He was courting death. But when they collided together, Bai Longting felt as if his divine wheel of 5 elements had sunk into a swamp. Layers of terrifying destructive power spun madly, causing his divine wheel of 5 elements to suddenly come to a halt. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from the terrifying power of the great path. Bai Longting's face changed slightly. At the same time, Lin Sun's figure suddenly stretched out. With a rumble, the great abyss suddenly expanded, directly crushing the divine wheel of 5 elements inch by inch. The light rain and power of its collapse were all annihilated. From afar, it looked as if it had been swallowed whole. The onlookers were dumbfounded. The force of the figure's charge had destroyed Bai Longting's terrifying attack. At the same time, Bai Longting let out a muffled groan while his vital energy and blood roiled. His ultimate attack had been destroyed just like that, so his body couldn't help but sway and suffer the backlash. But before he could react, Lin Sun had already rushed to him and punched him. Boom! The air was like boiling water. With a loud sound, an ancient and brilliant fist force appeared out of nowhere. This punch contained the glow of the Tao within it, and its might covered the heavens and the earth. It pressed down upon this expanse of the heavens and the earth to the point of collapsing and rumbling uncontrollably. Many experts held their breaths, not daring to imagine how terrifying this attack was. Because this fist had reached the divine realm. Seal of 5 elements, break. Bai Longting's face also became extremely solemn, which was rare for him. His body seemed to be burning, and the 5 forces of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth gathered together and turned into a big seal, which rose from the void like a holy mountain. Boom! The earth-shattering collision sounded. At the place where the two collided, the terrible torrent of Tao light swept across the universe. Many experts couldn't dodge in time and staggered back, coughing up blood. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this battle was. The next moment, Bai Longting's figure staggered back more than 10 steps in the void. Every step he took, a hole appeared in the void. When he stabilized his body, his face had become pale, and he couldn't help coughing up blood. Lin Sun, on the other hand, was tall and handsome, with the momentum of a devil. This caused everyone present to be shocked. As soon as Bai Longting appeared, everyone was full of expectations, thinking that he could compete with Lin Sun. But who would have thought that in just the first confrontation, Lin Sun defeated Bai Longting with irresistible force. Lin Sun even made him cough up blood. With such a comparison, how powerful was Fiend God Lin's current combat strength? Many people's hearts were trembling. I'm arrogant because you don't know what real power is. Lin Sun didn't stop after he succeeded. He stepped into the void and rushed to Bai Longting. Boom! But at this moment, a Xian spear suddenly rushed out of the void, like a ray of light, and stabbed at Lin Sun at an incredible speed. The one holding the Xian spear was Ming Child, covered in armor. He was exuding monstrous killing intent. Once he made a move, it was a thunderous blow. Fast, it was too fast. No one expected that such a famous figure as Ming Child would choose to launch a sneak attack, which caught people off guard. Clang, with a roar and sparks flying, an old blood-stained shield appeared behind Lin Sun and blocked the spear narrowly. Damn it! My Josu 6 shields! Ming Child's face darkened and he was furious. Last time, he was killed by Lin Sun and escaped with only a remnant of his soul. At the same time, he lost 2 treasures. One was the sealed primordial killer sword. The other was this old blood-soaked shield, and its name was the 6 imperial cycles. It was also an extraordinary ancient treasure. However, Ming Child didn't expect that he would be blocked by his own treasure at the perfect moment to attack Lin Sun. This made him so angry that he almost coughed up blood. From beginning to end, Lin Sun didn't look back at all, nor did he pay attention to Ming Child. His spiritual awareness locked on Bai Longting and he had already rushed to him. Boom! Although Bai Longting tried his best to resist, he was still beaten to dodge frequently. He was so uncomfortable that he almost coughed up blood, and his body was trembling. He felt as if he was fighting against a towering mountain, and his strength was completely suppressed. This made his face change. For the first time, he realized that he had underestimated the horror of this opponent. As the rumor said, only by fighting with Demon Lin in person could one understand how small and insignificant he was. Bai Longting didn't believe it before. Now, he had to believe it. Pooh! After another heavy punch, Bai Longting's entire body was blasted flying while blood sprayed from his mouth and nose, and it caused everyone to exclaim in shock. Kill! Ming Child charged over. Once more. The dark green spear in his hand shook, and it gave rise to a myriad of storms that rumbled as they swept out and tore space into pieces. At practically the exact same moment, a few more ferocious figures of similar cultivation moved out from other directions. Because they'd discerned that it was utterly impossible for Bai Longting to suppress Demon Lin's flames by himself, and they had to attack together. Bang! A peerlessly dazzling strand of sword insight that shot into the sky flashed out. Gu Tianyi, who wore an azure robe, attacked, and his killing intent shot into the sky while the scene of a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood appeared. A whip that was graceful like a crimson dragon flashed out, and it emanated a gorgeous and pure rain of petals. It was held in the hands of a slender, graceful woman that was completely golden in color. A snow-white saber soared through the sky while emanating surging and muddy blood-colored saber chi. It was like a beacon of fire, overbearing, bloody, and filled with slaughter. This was a black-robed man with hair that was like a halberd, and his saber intent surged violently. For a time, the situation was completely chaotic. All sorts of Taoist techniques, Taoist light, and treasures crisscrossed, and they emanated magnificent and brilliant light that illuminated the world. All of these attacks were aimed at Lin Sun alone. The scene was simply earth-shattering, and it was sufficient to make anyone feel despair and helpless. On the other hand, Lin Sun's originally ferocious and vigorous aura of slaughter had suffered from stagnation, and he was trapped in that part of the world while fighting enemies from all directions. His situation had become passive. Bai Longting isn't a match for you, but when many ferocious figures like Bai Longting attack together, how can you resist them? In the distance, the light in Qi Yao's eyes flickered as she gazed at Lin Sun, who was trapped, and she felt a wave of emotion in her heart. If it was a one-on-one battle, she dared to confirm that there was probably no one present who could go against Lin Sun. But the crux of the matter was that no one would be stupid enough to fight Lin Sun one-on-one at a time like this. It's too difficult for a single person to turn the tide. Qi Yao was struggling in her heart, and she was considering whether she should attack as well. Compared to Alu's good fortune, she actually valued the piece of Bodhi wood in Lin Sun's hands more. If she could take advantage of this opportunity to obtain it, it would definitely be more valuable to her than obtaining a great fortune. Lin Sun, it's difficult for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands. No matter how strong your combat power is, you're still going to die this time, aren't you? In the midst of the fierce battle, Bai Longting had already regained his composure, and his eyes were bone-chilling. This time, no matter what, he had to kill Lin Sun. Lin Sun's strength made Bai Longting feel an indescribably serious threat. If Lin Sun was allowed to live, he was destined to be unable to eat or sleep in peace in the future. Kill. Ming Child's expression was grim, and his killing intent was wild. He was in a state of extreme excitement. At the moment, Lin Sun was alone and completely besieged. There were at least 8 or 9 overlords attacking him at the same time. There was no suspense in this battle. He, Lin Sun, must be killed. Taoism fellow Lin, if you die, don't blame us for being ruthless. This is the struggle for the Great Way, and there is no room for mercy or mercy. You blocked our way to snatch the fortune, so you can only die. Haha, if you die in our hands, you can preserve your prestige when you're alive. In the fierce battle, the others also spoke one after another. Everyone looked indifferent, and their attacks were not polite. No one was willing to give Lin Sun any chance to escape. Lin Sun's strength not only made Bai Longting feel a serious threat, but also made them feel frightened, and had a strong killing intent. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun's expression was still calm. His black eyes were deep and cold, and there was not a trace of emotion on his face. Although he was a little embarrassed after being besieged, and his body was inevitably stained with a lot of blood and scars, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Now listening to the cold and indifferent voices of the others, Lin Sun couldn't help but sneer in his heart, as if they were sentencing him to death. He didn't say anything more, and he didn't want to say a word more. He was waiting. He was waiting for all the fierce people hiding in the dark to jump out. At that time, he would give everyone a surprise, and it depended on whether they could bear it or not. Demon Lin was doomed. In the distance, all the heroes were shocked and agitated. In this battle, Lin Sun was so powerful that Bai Longting couldn't even raise his head. But now, the situation had completely changed. Bai Longting was not the only one who attacked Lin Sun. There were many others at the same level. Lin Sun was besieged at once. He was like a trapped beast. This is the general trend. Lin Sun wants to save Bai Longting alone. It's no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Some people were excited and wanted Lin Sun to be killed. Don't you think it's a great fortune to have a friend like Lin Sun? If it weren't for saving his friend, how could Lin Sun be in such a predicament? Some people sighed and were moved by Lin Sun's actions. Chi Yao heard these comments and looked at the figure in the distance who was still fighting in the siege. She struggled more and more in her heart. Should she take action or not? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Lin Sun. Big brother. Under the heavenly tribulation, Alu's eyes were wide open and his pupils were red and bloodshot. He was at the critical moment of the tribulation. But how could he remain indifferent when he saw Lin Sun's situation? There was an instant where he wished for nothing more than to abandon everything and charge forward with all his might to take his enemies down with him. Hearing Alu's roar, Lin Sun's heart suddenly trembled. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, Alu would inevitably be disturbed and probably fail to pass the tribulation. Alu. Concentrate on the tribulation. A group of chickens and dogs can't do anything to your big brother. Lin Sun took a deep breath and said in a low voice. The moment he said that, it was met with a sneer. He was already in a hopeless situation, yet he was consoling someone who was about to fail his tribulation. Was Fiend Celestial Lin crazy? Big brother, I believe you. In the sky, Alu surprisingly calmed down and let out a roar. He no longer looked at the battle in the distance and focused all his attention on the tribulation. Deep in his heart, there was an unprecedented desire and determination. He must pass the tribulation successfully, no matter what. If Lin Sun was in trouble this time, he swore that he would slaughter all his enemies and bury them with their blood and lives. This sort of yearning was so firm and strong that it caused Alu to fall into an extremely frenzied yet extremely calm state of mind. Putting on a show of brotherly love, it's disgusting. In battle, Underworld Child sneered, not hiding his ridicule at all. The expressions of the others were also indifferent and cold beyond compare. This was a dead end, no matter who came, they would not be able to resolve it. Lin Sun, give up struggling. This time, no one can save you. I respect you as a real overmatch, so I can let you die with dignity. Bai Longting said coldly. If I want to live, why do I need others to save me? At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly raised his head, and a cold killing intent flashed in his deep eyes. I told you, you are just a group of chickens and dogs. His voice was like a clap of thunder, actually covering the sound of the heavenly tribulation, surging through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At the same time, an unprecedented horrible aura erupted from Lin Sun like a volcano that had been accumulating power for a long time. Not good. This, Bai Longting, Underworld Child, and others who were besieging Lin Sun all changed their expressions. They all noticed that the aura emitted from Lin Sun was much stronger than before. Go to hell. At the same time, Lin Sun, who had been in a passive position, suddenly punched out. Boom, the void turned upside down, and all things collapsed. A blazing fist force seemed to break the shackles of time and space. Just the aura emitted from it made the world tremble. Ah! With a shrill scream, the black-clothed man holding the snow-white saber was completely covered by the fist force. Starting from his head, neck, back, legs, and so on, inch by inch, his flesh and blood were flying all over the sky. The force of the punch was peerlessly ferocious, and it was released to its limits, causing the space there to collapse into an enormous gorge. The whole area was in dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at all of this, dumbfounded. Before, they clearly saw that Lin Sun was besieged, suppressed, and about to die in the field. But now, everything seemed to be reversed. This punch not only killed the strong enemy, but also tore the iron curtain that besieged Lin Sun. Even fierce people like Bai Longting and Underworld Child were shocked and almost couldn't believe it. Had Lin Sun been hiding his strength before? Go to hell. Although it seemed slow, it actually happened extremely fast. After killing the black-cloaked man, Lin Sun completely released himself like a long-dormant dragon coming out of the abyss. Boom, another punch flashed out, and it pressed down on the graceful woman who held the scarlet dragon whip in her hand. Open! The woman screamed. Golden Taoist light surged all over her body, and she fought with all her strength. But under Lin Sun's punch, the long whip in her hand burst like a piece of paper, and then the battle suit covering her body was also smashed. Her whole chest collapsed, and a bloody hole was punched out by the blazing fist force. One punch pierced through her chest. The woman's eyes were wide open before she died, with a look of confusion and disbelief. Then, her figure exploded, and she died. It was so terrifying that the whole audience was silent and trembling. From the moment Lin Sun launched a counterattack, only 2 punches had killed 2 peerless figures who had stepped into the 6th retribution of longevity. His overwhelming combat power could shock even ghosts and gods. It was incredible. Before this, no one could think of it. They all thought that no one could help Lin Sun out of his predicament. But now, no one came to save him. He broke out of the predicament himself and killed his way out of death with 1 punch. We've all been fooled. Bai Longting was furious, and his whole body was cold. Before, Lin Sun could suppress him without any resistance when he held back his strength. Now that Lin Sun counterattacked with all his strength, who could be his opponent? Damn it! Underworld Child also roared. But now, it was impossible for them to back down. They were in the middle of the battle, and they couldn't pull themselves out even if they wanted to. Kill, let's go together. Someone shouted, calling on other strong people to attack Lin Sun together with the tactic of overwhelming numbers. However, at this moment, Lin Sun had already made up his mind to kill the enemy. He no longer waited and endured, so how could he be afraid of this? Kill. His black hair fluttered, and his figure moved horizontally in the field like a big abyss. The killing intent in his heart spread out like a landslide and a tsunami. The anger of Yazi, the battle saint technique, the everlasting leakless, all kinds of Taoism and Dharma were performed by him with all his strength. Puff. 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 Under this kind of killing, the strong people in the field died one after another. Or they were killed by the blazing fist energy. Or they were crushed by the great divination finger. Or they were erased by the power of the 9 transformations of Calamity Dragon. Or, for a moment, in the void, blood rained like a waterfall, broken corpses flew everywhere, and screams, wails, and roars resounded incessantly. This was an incomparably bloody scene, and Lin Sun, who was rushing into it, was like a painter. With a wave of his hand, he created a sad and beautiful scene of the dead. In the distance, Qi Yao's hands and feet were cold, and her face was pale. The struggle in her heart had long been replaced by this bloody scene, and it was replaced by an indescribable chill. Her eyes were in a trance, and her vision was full of the color of blood. It was so dazzling. One by one, the strong people fell there like a piece of paper, like fireworks blooming in an instant. After the brilliance, everything returned to silence. Only that figure, like a demon god standing between heaven and earth since ancient times, seemed to be eternal. His divine power was irresistible, and his killing intent shocked the heavens. Surging tribulation lightning flickered in the horizon. Under the illumination of the dazzling lightning, that figure bathed in blood and slaughter was so overbearing, arrogant, and callous that it caused others to feel despair. Wrong, all wrong. From the beginning, they were already not on the same level as him. Qi Yao was lost. Qi Yao was in a daze. She didn't know whether to rejoice or be disappointed. Retreat. In the field, Bai Longting shouted. Lin Sun's combat power made him feel completely frightened and stimulated, and he did not hesitate to start fleeing. Unfortunately, it was too late. When Qi Yao raised her head, she happened to see a snow-white sharp light flashing through the air at an incredible speed. Then, Bai Longting, an ancient freak who ranked in the top 10 of the Tianjiao Golden List and had long been famous in the upper 9 realms, was cut in half, and both his body and soul were destroyed. Qi Yao shivered all over, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Miss Qi Yao, save me! Suddenly, a scream full of despair sounded. It was Gu Tianyi, dressed in a green robe. Before, he was elegant and disdainful of Lin Sun, but now, he was panicking like a dog. His hair was disheveled, his face was blue, and his face was full of fear. Qi Yao was just about to speak when she felt a cold and indifferent gaze sweep over her. The gaze was as deep as a bottomless abyss, as if it could swallow people's souls. In an instant, Qi Yao's whole body stiffened, and her mind went blank. Then, in her vision, all the bones in Gu Tianyi's body were broken. Blood and bone fragments flew together, and he died violently in the void. Still want to escape? Suddenly, Lin Sun's cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. She saw Ming Child's hair was disheveled, and he turned into a ray of light, fleeing far away, exactly the same as when he fled last time. Puff, the broken blade swept out and cut off one of Ming Child's arms. It was also at this moment that the god's melting pot appeared again, spinning in the air, sprinkling a magnificent rain of light that enveloped Ming Child's broken body. Clang, the broken blade chopped down, and the god's melting pot merely shook. However, the terrifying power released by the broken blade had forcefully shattered the dark child's body that was already in a terrible state. I'm not willing. Ming Child let out an incomparably mournful scream, and then his voice disappeared. This ancient freak born in the upper 9 realms was born with great luck and grasped all kinds of great creation. But now, before he could leave the absolute domain, he was killed, but the god's melting pot made a strange buzzing sound, wrapped up Ming Child's broken body, and flew away, disappearing in an instant. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. He was sure that Ming Child's body and soul had been destroyed, but he couldn't guarantee that the god's melting pot could save Ming Child again. But this was no longer important. The top priority was to kill the enemy. From the beginning of Lin Sun's counterattack, the situation of the battle had changed dramatically in just a moment. By Long Ting was killed, Ming Child's body and soul were destroyed. The overlords of the upper 9 realms were killed one after another. That bloody scene caused everyone's souls to leave their bodies. Clatter blood was still splashing in the void. The dazzling light of the tribulation thunder made Lin Sun's tall and straight figure look bright. In the battlefield, his black hair was flying in the air. He was alone, but he was like the master of heaven and earth. When he waved his fist, he could stir up the world. He was really invincible. Just looking at him from a distance made people feel desperate and insignificant. Many of the experts who died in his hands were leaders of forces, and they were ranked at the top of the Heaven's Pride Golden ranking. But in front of Lin Sun, they were no different from chickens and dogs. In this way, how powerful was Lin Sun's combat power now? No one knew when the heroes in the field began to disperse. They chose to save and retreat. No one dared to rush into the battle like before. It seemed that the place where Lin Sun was a bloody hell, enough to bury anyone's soul. At this moment, everyone could see that the situation was hopeless. No one could suppress Devil Lin's ferocity. Before, although the heroes in the field were afraid of Lin Sun, they all thought that Lin Sun was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot or an egg hitting a stone. It was no different from courting death. But now, everything was reversed. With the death of Bai Long Ting, Ming Child, and other overlords, Lin Sun fought his way out of death alone. Overturning the sky with one hand, this was something that no one could have predicted before. Boom, in the field, a strong man's body burst into pieces. At this point, there were no more enemies around Lin Sun. The surroundings were deathly silent. As they gazed at the tall figure that stood in space and was bathed in dazzling light of the Tao, every single one of them felt unprecedented terror. Was such a monster still a human being? Looking at the whole upper 9 realms, who could suppress him? Who else is not convinced? Come here. The pungent smell of blood permeated the air. The earth was full of scars and broken bodies. Lin Sun stood in the void. His voice was not loud, but it made everyone stiff. His eyes were like cold lightning, deep like an abyss as he swept his gaze across the audience. Everyone subconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. This was the power of killing. The deterrence created by bones and blood was always more persuasive than words. The atmosphere became even more deathly silent, and only Lin Sun's flat and cold voice reverberated in the air, causing many people to have the impulse to flee. At that moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky dispersed, and the thunder fell silent. Alu's 6th longevity tribulation was over. Lin Sun turned his head abruptly and saw Alu, whose body was almost broken, shrouded in layers of lightning. Big brother, I did it. The rims of Alu's eyes reddened. This barbarian was extremely boorish and had a carefree personality. At this moment, there was a hint of choking in his voice, which was very moving. Lin Sun's heart was also fluctuating. This time, if he hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Rest well. Lin Sun warned. Clang, however, at that moment, a platinum-like halberd swept out of the void and rushed toward Alu from one side. This was an extremely valiant, domineering, and ferocious young man. He had a head of white hair, and his eyes were suffused with a gorgeous golden glow. As his eyes swept over the surroundings, the bloody scene of hell appeared within them. The halberd in his hand was also extremely amazing, as if it was made of white divine gold. Its blade was as sharp as lightning and was branded with mysterious Taoist patterns. The murderous intent it released was so strong that it darkened the world. This was an extremely terrible master. He was even more powerful than Bai Longting, Ming Child, and others. Exclamations sounded in the field. Before, Lin Sun had conquered all the heroes, and no one dared to attack him. When Alu succeeded in passing the tribulation, everyone thought that the battle would come to an end. Who could have thought that such a shocking change would happen at such a moment? Moreover, the timing of the attack was extremely precise. He seized the moment when Alu was in a weak state after passing the tribulation. Obviously, he had been planning this for a long time. "You're courting death." Lin Sun snorted coldly. His black eyes were full of killing intent, but he was not in a hurry. As early as the beginning of the battle, he had expected this. At that time, when he was besieged by Bai Longting, Ming Child, and others, the reason why he chose to be patient and reserved was that he wanted to wait for the fierce guys hiding in the dark to jump out and then kill them all. Unfortunately, Lin Sun launched a counterattack in advance because he didn't want to distract Alu. But this was not important. What was important was that Lin Sun was not caught off guard by this sudden attack. Clang, a deafening collision sound rang out, and a dazzling golden copper coin swept out, blocking the white-haired man's attack at the critical moment. "Trash, do you only know how to sneak attack?" Old Toad in a green robe, who was as handsome as a young man, swept out with a disdainful look. Above him was a copper coin that was round on the outside and square on the inside. It had a pair of golden wings on both sides, and there were obscure and strange markings of the Tao within it. It revolved as it floated there, and it was like a small sun. "Treasure-suppressing copper coin." "Humph." The white-haired young man frowned, obviously a little surprised. But he was extremely fierce. Since his attack failed, he rushed again with the halberd. Boom, the platinum halberd swept across the sky, shattering heaven and earth. Vaguely, the crowd seemed to see a white tiger roaring proudly in the universe, pouncing out of the void. The tiger's roar shattered the sun, moon, and stars. "Who is he?" In the field, the crowd's expressions changed. This white-haired young man was simply too powerful. His chi and blood were monstrous and fierce like the sea, making them feel extremely oppressed. But what made people's hearts palpitate was that almost no one knew this person's origin. "I'm sure he's not one of the top 100 on the Tianjiao Golden List," someone said with certainty. Boom, in the field, the battle broke out. The white-haired man and Old Toad fought fiercely. One swept the platinum halberd with monstrous killing intent, the other swallowed the sun and spat out the moon, suppressing the enemy with the copper coin. The battle was extremely fierce. Lin Sun couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Old Toad had obtained the importation of burning immortals and was an extremely terrifying ancient freak himself. In these years, he had made rapid progress. In terms of advancement speed, Old Toad had entered the 6th retribution of immortality half a year earlier than Lin Sun. In terms of true combat strength, Old Toad wasn't inferior to overlords like Bai Longting and the Dark Child. But now, in the battle with the white-haired man, Old Toad couldn't gain the slightest advantage. "I didn't expect him to be a descendant of the white tiger." Suddenly, Old Toad sneered, but his expression was extremely solemn, which was rare for him. White tigers were masters of slaughter. In ancient times, they were already infamous. They had the ability to kill gods and slay saints, and were boundlessly terrifying. Like the true dragon, the immortal phoenix, and the vermilion bird, this race was like a legend, only appearing in the beginning of ancient times. For a moment, there were countless exclamations in the field, and the crowd was shocked. No one had expected that this white-haired man would be related to such a terrifying race. However, why had such a ruthless person, who could shock the world, been unknown all these years? Whoosh, in the midst of the battle, the big black bird suddenly appeared like a ghost. Holding the big black walk, it smashed it fiercely towards the white-haired man from behind. The swiftness of his speed and the decisiveness of his actions caused others to be flabbergasted. This sort of exceedingly skilled staggering blow technique was simply at the peak of perfection. "What's the hurry? Your opponent is me." Suddenly, a feminine voice resounded, and a black shadow wriggled in the void. Suddenly, it transformed into a thin man. This person had purple hair, blood-red eyes, and a silver robe. His figure was like an illusory bolt of lightning, flickering indeterminately and giving off an illusory feeling. The most terrifying thing was that his speed was extremely fast. As soon as he flashed out, he blocked the big black bird's path and struck out with his palm. Boom, the two collided. Caught off guard, the big black bird was pushed back. Flapping its wings, it went mad from embarrassment, and pounced towards the purple-haired, blood-red-eyed young man. Whoosh! Whoosh! The big black bird's speed was already fast enough, but the purple-haired, blood-red-eyed young man's speed was actually not inferior to it. With a burst of crackling sounds, his figure flickered incredibly fast like a bolt of lightning. The confrontation between the two was simply a battle of speed. Chasing the sun and lightning, flashing and shifting, they competed between heaven and earth. Many strong practitioners couldn't see clearly with their eyes, and their divine awareness couldn't lock on the two figures. They couldn't help but be shocked. They had heard of the big black bird, but they felt extremely strange about the purple-haired, blood-red-eyed young man. Who was this person? It was certain that this person, like the white-haired young man, was not famous before, and had never been on the Xianxia Golden List. But there was no doubt that his combat power was extremely terrible. The appearance of the purple-haired, blood-red-eyed young man was like another change, which made Lin Sun frown. Even he didn't expect that there would be such ruthless people in the dark one after another. And there was more than one, so, in addition to the white-haired man and the purple-haired young man, were there any similar characters in the dark? Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, glancing around. Crack! Suddenly, near Alu, the void suddenly broke, and a figure staggered back, screaming in surprise, "Spirit-eating insect! Why does it still exist in the world?" The figure was a little girl who looked like carved jade, dressed in a red dress. She looked extremely childish and pretty, but when her eyes moved, she gave people a mature and charming aura of having experienced the world. However, she looked a little embarrassed at the moment. Obviously, she had suffered a hidden loss. Her pretty face was pale and full of surprise. "Humph! Despicable thing, I've been on guard against you scoundrels for a long time." Near Alu, Little Silver's figure also appeared, with a cold face and sharp eyes. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings came to an understanding. That expert who seemed like a little girl had stealthily approached Alu with the intention of launching a sneak attack and killing him. But she went for wool and came home shorn, suffering a hidden loss. It turns out that demon god Lin has been on guard from the beginning of the battle. Otherwise, how could he resist so many unexpected sneak attacks? Someone murmured. When the young man suspected to be the descendant of White Tiger suddenly appeared, no one expected it. After all, those who dared to do so at this time, unless they were not afraid of Lin Sun, were no different from courting death. On the other hand, when the violet-haired and blood-red-eyed man flashed out, everyone finally realized that this attack was actually premeditated, and it was closely linked to each other. Until the girl in red appeared and suffered a loss, everyone present was completely disappointed. Because they could see that the real killing intent was not in the first two, this was obviously a well-prepared operation that no one dared to imagine. If Lin Sun hadn't taken precautions in advance, Alu was doomed to suffer. It's time to close the net. At this moment, Lin Sun attacked. He had been watching coldly before, but now he decided to close the net and kill the fish. Boom, a punch, like a ray of light running through the universe, was incomparably blazing. In an instant, the white-haired young man who was fighting fiercely with Old Toad was forced to retreat. Clang! At the same time, the broken sword swept out and appeared in front of the young man with purple hair and red eyes at an incredible speed. It chopped down like a variable of the Great Way. Impermanence chop, the young man with purple hair let out a roar and suddenly fled far away. All the people present were shocked. As soon as Lin Sun attacked, he scared away two terrifying figures. The demeanor of demon god Lin was more and more frightening at this moment, but it was not over yet. As Lin Sun uttered a pu lao roar, the grand sound turned into golden ripples and spread out. The girl in red was so shocked that she screamed and dodged. Old toad, you protect Alu and leave these shameful things to me. Lin Sun looked cold and ordered casually. You have to be careful. None of these three people are simple. Old toad warned. I suspect that they have helpers in the dark. Don't be careless. The big black bird also reminded Lin Sun by voice transmission. Lin Sun nodded and glanced around. Finally, his eyes fell on the white-haired young man and the other two who had already gathered together. The atmosphere was extremely gloomy and oppressive at this moment. Fellow Taoism Lin is worthy of the title of demon god. Your martial arts are amazing. The girl in red regained her composure and stood in the air. Her eyes were enchanting and her voice was soft and alluring. He's indeed very powerful. If he joins us, he'll be able to add a great general to the Imperial Prince's team. At this moment, the white-haired man had restrained his killing intent, and his expression was calm and emotionless. Only his eyes revealed a sharp glow as if he was looking down upon all living beings. The purple-haired, red-eyed youth remained silent. His figure flickered, as if he would disappear at any moment. Your sneak attack failed, so you're not going to continue? I don't have time to chat with you. Lin Sun looked indifferent, and his black eyes became colder. Fellow Daoist Lin, are you not curious about our origins? The red-dressed girl was taken aback. What does it have to do with me who you are? In my eyes, all of you are already dead. Lin Sun looked calmer and calmer. Yushi, haven't you seen it yet? Lin Sun has already held a grudge against us. Even if you cherish talent for His Highness, it's impossible to pull him into our camp. The white-haired man's expression was indifferent. The red-clothed girl called you. She frowned and sighed lightly. It seems to be the case. Yao Li, what do you say? She looked at the purple-haired, red-eyed youth next to her. Lin Sun, we're here for the good fortune of the Emperor's tomb. As long as you let your friend hand it over, we'll leave immediately. The purple-haired, red-eyed youth called Zhao Li looked at Lin Sun with a flash of light in his eyes. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's hard to let go of what happened today. His voice was sonorous and full of killing intent. Ho ho. Lin Sun's eyes were full of sarcasm. These three people either didn't recognize the situation, or they had something else to rely on, so they dared to treat him like this without fear. But it was useless in front of Lin Sun. If you leave now, I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, no matter who you are, I'll kill you all. Lin Sun said coldly with his hands behind his back. You're courting death. The white-haired man's voice was cold, and he waved the platinum halberd in his hand. An earth-shattering killing intent suddenly tore the void and chopped at Lin Sun, like the ninth heaven god waving the spear of destruction. Hiss, there was a sound of gasping in the field, and the faces of the crowd changed. The power of this blow made them feel oppressed as if there was a sword on their backs. You can't. Lin Sun's eyes were cold. He pressed his fingers together, and the surging spiritual power turned into a finger force, which was mighty like the spring and autumn of all ages. Bang, the earth-shattering killing intent was crushed inch by inch, and the remaining power of the finger force didn't diminish. It pressed the void of the world to collapse. The white-haired man in it also trembled violently, and a touch of surprise flashed in his eyes. Break! He shouted, and his killing intent soared to the sky. There was a faint sound of a tiger roaring in the galaxy. Boom, the terrible collision spread in the confrontation between the two. In the surprised voice of the crowd, the sleeves of the white-haired man burst like firecrackers. He staggered back a few steps before he managed to stop. But his face was already glowing with blue light with surprise. At the same time, Yushi and Yao Li also narrowed their eyes and looked solemn. They all knew how terrible the combat power of the white-haired man was, but he suffered a loss in the first confrontation. At the same time, Lin Sun was also a little surprised. This finger of his was powered by various secret techniques, and its might was so formidable that it was sufficient to easily crush an expert of the same cultivation. Yet now, it was merely able to lightly injure the white-haired man. This undoubtedly proved that the white-haired man was extremely powerful. You also take a blow from me. Suddenly, Lin Sun punched out. Boom, the world was turned upside down, and the sun and moon were inverted. This punch had already reached the level of God, with a unique momentum, giving people a sense of unstoppable and unavoidable oppression and suffocation. Humph! The white-haired man's eyes were fierce, and his fighting intent and killing intent were entangled. He tried his best to drive the platinum halberd in his hand. Swish! A murderous aura that was even more terrifying than before flashed out. It faintly seemed like a white tiger was roaring within it, and its roar shattered the starry sky and was peerlessly terrifying. But at the instant it collided with the punch, all this might exploded like a bubble. Surging Tao light and divine radiance swept out, and it crushed open numerous horrifying rifts in the nearby space. Damn it! Amidst a furious cry of shock, the white-haired man was struck by the punch, and his body seemed as if it was out of his control as it smashed into the ground like a meteor. Even the ground shook violently. The expressions of everyone instantly changed, and they were perfectly silent while their hearts thumped violently. The white-haired man was sufficiently terrifying, but he was still no match for demonic god Lin in a head-on collision. Even Yu Shi and Yao Li's expressions changed slightly as they realized that they'd underestimated Lin Sun. The strength he revealed at this moment was clearly more terrifying than when he killed Bai Long Ting, the Dark Child, and the others. It was unbelievable. But they had no choice but to believe it. Damn it! With a furious roar, the white-haired man jumped up from the ground. His face was filled with murderous aura, and he was like a god of slaughter. Stubborn. Then, don't blame me for starting a massacre today. Lin Sun's eyes flashed with cold lightning. At this moment, an ethereal voice sounded in the field. By gone, Yu Shi, Yao Li, let's stop here. It's time for us to go. Along with this voice, numerous petal-like glows of the Tao actually drifted down from the sky, and they emanated an aura that caused one's heart to become tranquil and peaceful. For a moment, all the heroes in the field were in a trance. The voice was like the sound of nature, which made people feel intoxicated just by listening to it. Lin Sun showed an expression of as expected. He'd noticed something was wrong before because Yu Shi and the other two were too calm. Because of this, Lin Sun restrained his killing intent and had been observing quietly, not daring to be careless in the slightest. But at this moment, when the voice sounded, Lin Sun felt relaxed. He wasn't afraid of the enemy, but he was afraid that the enemy would hide in the dark and not come out. Yes. No matter if it was the furious white-haired man, Yu Shi, or Yao Li, all of their expressions changed, and they agreed in unison. Want to leave? Did I agree? Right at this moment, Lin Sun erupted completely. An illusory ray of light that pierced through the heavens and the earth flashed out from him, and it slashed towards Yu Shi and the others in the distance. Impermanence slash. Fellow Taoist Lin, why do this? The ethereal voice that sounded like the sound of nature resounded once more. At the same time, a green flying sword that was 2 fingers wide and less than 7 inches long suddenly appeared before the broken blade. At the critical moment, this green flying sword spread out a completely round sword image in the sky, and it was illusory like the void as it revolved slowly. The might of the impermanence slash was extremely terrifying, yet it was dispersed by this sword image that revolved slowly, and deafening sounds of collision resounded between them. Some cultivators felt their eardrums almost shatter while the vital blood in their entire bodies roiled. Such a peerless collision was simply too terrifying. Humph. By gone, Yu Shi, Yao Li, and the others revealed disdainful expressions when they saw the scene. All of them were clearly aware what sort of legendary existence the owner of the green flying sword was, but unexpectedly, Lin Sun suddenly sneered when he suffered such an obstruction. I found you. Every single word he spoke was like a thunderclap. After that, a peerless strand of sword intent suddenly flashed out from Lin Sun. At that instant, the heavens and the earth seemed to have dimmed down, and only a strand of peerlessly dazzling sword chi remained in the world. This sword strike was called Gone Without Return. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings had a feeling of terror as if the blade of a sword was pressed against their throats, and their scalps went numb while their souls almost left their bodies. This sword chi was truly too terrifying. Swoosh, as soon as the sword chi appeared, it vanished in a flash. At the same time, at the peak of a verdant mountain 50 kilometers away, a graceful figure was sitting cross-legged under an old tree and drinking tea. But at this instant, her slender fingers suddenly stiffened, and the tea in her cup suddenly spilled. In the next moment, her entire body tore through the sky. Bang, The verdant mountain beneath her feet was slashed into two, and a gorge that was perfectly straight like a ruler had been split open on the ground, and it stretched extremely far into the distance. "This sword chi is extraordinary." A murmur resounded in the sky while a strand of scarlet-red blood appeared on the tip of the right index finger of the beautiful figure. At the same time, Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. He had been preparing this sword for a long time. Although he couldn't exert it with all his strength, it was powerful enough to shake the top figures in the seventh retribution of longevity. But in his perception, the slender and graceful figure was just injured. Bang! In the distance, Duan Ren's attack was completely disintegrated. The cyan flying sword made a clear sound and broke through the air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Shi, Bai Gan, and Yao Li had already broken through the air without any hesitation. Lin Sun wanted to chase after them, but he sighed in his heart and finally gave up after glancing at Alu, who was recovering. In fact, there was no regret, because he knew that the opportunity had been lost. Even if he chased after Alu, it was doomed to be in vain. "Old Toad, clean up the battlefield. It's time for us to leave." Lin Sun glanced at the battlefield. All the heroes present were silent and didn't dare to look into his eyes. The previous scenes were so bloody and shocking that they hadn't come to their senses yet. When facing Lin Sun, they had no courage to resist at all except for fear. "Let's go." Before long, Old Toad, Big Black Bird, and Alu, who had cleaned up the spoils, gathered together and left this bloody place with Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't want to gamble anymore because he didn't know what would happen if he didn't leave now. He had achieved his goal of rescuing Alu safely this time. With the departure of Lin Sun and his companions, the originally oppressive atmosphere also dissipated. All the heroes breathed a long sigh of relief as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. But there was still shock in their minds that couldn't be dispelled for a long time. "Just how powerful is demonic god Lin?" someone murmured. Previously, all the heroes gathered together like an army. They regarded Alu as a beast in a cage that could be taken and slaughtered at any time. What's more, there were Mingzi and Bai Longting, who were famous in the upper 9 realms. But who could have thought that all these forces were torn apart by Lin Sun alone, killing overlords and spilling blood all over the world? Including Bai Longting, a total of 19 peerless overlords on the Heaven's Pride Gold leaderboard were killed. Apart from that, there are 32 peerless figures who died in the battle. Someone did the statistics, and the results were shocking. It should be known that in the entire upper 9 realms, there were countless peerless figures, but only 100 people could be ranked on the Heaven's Chosen Golden List. But now, as many as 19 overlords had died in Lin Sun's hands after the battle. There was no doubt that if this news were to spread, the entire upper 9 realms was bound to be shaken and set off a monstrous storm. Fortunately, we did not get involved. Many people rejoiced in their hearts, and they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat when they recalled the scenes from before. If they charged into the battle at that time and joined the camp that attacked Fiend God Lin, then they would probably have transformed into a pool of blood and remains on the ground now, right? Don't you think that the 3 people who appeared later are not simple? It's very likely that they're from the same camp, and they serve the same imperial prince. Some were surprised and bewildered, and they analyzed the origins of Yu Shi, Bai Gan, Yao Li, and the others. That's right, each of them is no weaker than Bai Longting, but they've been unknown for many years. This in itself is incredible. Perhaps the most terrifying thing is that imperial prince. To be able to recruit such a group of ruthless people as his subordinates, it's obvious that this imperial prince is not a simple person. The crowd discussed, and their hearts were in turmoil. In fact, no matter who they are, this attack was ultimately unable to do anything to Fiend God Lin. This is what makes Fiend God Lin so terrifying. Someone sighed. Only Qi Yao remained silent. Her heart was filled with bitterness and frustration. When she left the burning celestial realm, she had secretly vowed that she would never fight Lin Sun for the Bodhi Wood until she stepped into the Extinction King realm. But who would have thought that even in the Extinction King realm, she was no match for Lin Sun, the Bodhi Wood? Why did he get it? Qi Yao's heart became gloomy. She turned and left like a walking corpse. In the past, she was also conceited and arrogant, thinking that she could rise in the great world, surpass all her peers, and set off a storm. But now, she realized that her thoughts were slightly childish. In the current generation, the existence of a ruthless person like Fiend God Lin was sufficient to suppress most ancient freaks to the point they couldn't even raise their heads. Miss Wanning, are you injured? At the same time, the figures of Yuxi, Bygone, and Yao Li appeared in an area that was covered in lightning. When they saw the graceful figure quietly waiting there, the three of them couldn't help but be startled. It was a woman that was like a fairy. She had a divine bearing, and her bearing was ethereal. Her entire body was bathed in a hazy mist, and she looked illusory. Upon closer inspection, she looked extremely young, like she was 17 or 18 years old. But as she stood there casually, she had a peerless charm that was untainted by the world. However, her face was slightly pale, and the front of her clothes was stained with a few scarlet-red bloodstains. Moreover, there was a drop of blood on the tip of her slender and fair right hand that was on the verge of flowing down. How could Yuxi and the others not be shocked? This Miss Wanning before them was the personal maidservant of the imperial prince. She had always been by the imperial prince's side since the ancient times when the imperial prince was still in seclusion. Although she was a maidservant, no one dared to treat her as a servant. The reason was very simple. Wanning's talent, root, and foundation were all the best in the world. She was not inferior to any ancient freak. The most terrible thing was that she was also born with a unique talent, which enabled her to advance triumphantly on the road of cultivation. It was enough to make countless heroes admit their inferiority. Even the imperial prince once sighed that it was undoubtedly a disgrace to let Wanning follow and serve him. It could be seen how much the imperial prince valued her. But now, this fairy-like existence, who could look down on everyone else, was injured. All of a sudden, Yuxi and the others thought of the sword that Lin Sun had slashed out. They couldn't help but feel a little cold in their hearts. The power of this sword was strong enough to injure Miss Wanning? What do you think of Lin Sun's combat strength? At this moment, Wanning suddenly spoke. Her voice was like the sound of nature, ethereal, and the aura between heaven and earth seemed to become lively and full of vitality. Very strong. This was the unanimous opinion of Yuxi and the others. Even if they were unwilling, they had to admit that if it weren't for the fact that Wanning was secretly guarding them, they wouldn't dare to offend Lin Sun easily. Lin Sun was like an unfathomable abyss that couldn't be measured by common sense. Wanning nodded. She seemed to be thinking about something. By the way, Lin Sun was accompanied by a spirit-eating bug king. We must report this matter to the imperial prince. Yuxi suddenly said with a trace of unwillingness on her face. At that time, if it weren't for the spirit-eating bug king, she would have killed Alu with the method of soul attack and seized the fortune of the emperor's tomb. Spirit-eating bug. Wanning's eyes became erratic, as if she was thinking of many things in the past. After a while, she said, we really need to report this matter to the imperial prince immediately. In a few days, the upper 9 regions was completely shocked. After 2 years, Demon Lin left the Buddha land and fought alone against enemies from all directions. He killed a way of life and death in the ancient land of Wanxiang and killed overlords in succession. This news pushed Lin Sun's momentum to an unprecedented height, causing a lot of discussion and uproar. Lin Sun alone killed 19 overlords on the Tianjiao Golden List. He is simply a killer. Some people were trembling. With his current combat capability, it shouldn't be difficult for him to rank in the top 3 on the Tianjiao Golden List, right? Some people were also analyzing and comparing Lin Sun's combat capability. Where is Yun Qingbai? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Is he going to watch Lin Sun develop into an invincible momentum? Some people who were hostile to Lin Sun were very indignant and subconsciously hoped that someone could stand up and suppress Lin Sun's arrogance. And these people had high hopes for Yun Qingbai. Because now it was clear that no matter whether the blood feud between Lin Sun and Yun Qingbai was true or not, at least it was true that Lin Sun had killed a group of successors of the heaven-reaching sword sect. Unfortunately, in the past 2 years, Yun Qingbai seemed to have disappeared from the world and there was no news of him. Even when he was pushed down from the first place on the Tianjiao Golden List, he didn't show up. At the same time, the origins of Yuxi, Bygone, Yao Li, and others also attracted the attention of many forces in the dark. They were unknown before, and their names had never appeared on the Tianjiao Golden List, but they had the combat capability comparable to Bai Long Ting. Naturally, people couldn't ignore this. Who were they, and who was the person they regarded as the imperial prince. It was also now that many people suddenly realized that they could not only focus on the Tianjiao Golden List, nor could they judge heroes by the ranking on the Tianjiao Golden List. Because in the dark, there were still many extremely powerful figures who had not yet entered the Tianjiao Golden List. Such as Lin Sun. Such as Yu Shi, Baigan, and Yao Li, who were recently known by people. This made people speculate how many fierce figures there were in the upper 9 realms who had not been on the Tianjiao Golden List. Distant Fire Realm. When the passage to the upper 9 realms first opened, the Flying Star Mountain was occupied by the Golden Crow clan. But after a few years, Golden Crow had already withered and almost disappeared. Flying Star Mountain, which had experienced the destruction of war and smoke, had long become deserted and no longer had the atmosphere of a famous mountain. On this day, Lin Sun and his party appeared in front of Flying Star Mountain. I remember that there is an ancestral spiritual vein under this mountain. If we can find it and support it with the formation, it can be regarded as an excellent place for cultivation. Lin Sun looked up at the Flying Star Mountain, which had been deserted like ruins. He remembered that when he first set foot on the mountain, Golden Crow was still an overlord force with strong troops and horses, like the sun at high noon. But now, in just a few years, the former prosperity of Golden Crow had been blown away by the wind and rain. Imperial hegemony and ambition had all turned into nothingness. P.S. Today is Grandpa Goldfish's Memorial Day. All the family members have returned to their hometown, so we can only watch one night. Please understand. Rise. Standing in the void, Lin Sun uttered a Taoist sound that shook the world. Buzz, on the desolate ruins of the Flying Star Mountain, a dense tide of Taoist inscriptions suddenly emerged and converged into a large formation to communicate with the power of heaven and earth. Visible to the naked eye, an unparalleled spiritual energy was awakened under the Flying Star Mountain like a dragon and then gushed out. The surging spiritual energy was like a great river, which turned into the shape of a dragon and a tiger, roaring between heaven and earth and shaking the mountains and rivers. On the Flying Star Mountain, plants grew crazily, and spiritual herbs and flowers bloomed in an instant, swaying in the wind, dazzling and dazzling. The gurgling spiritual energy turned into a waterfall, flying out from the dry and broken cliffs like a white dragon, pouring down. Even some withered roots buried deep in the ruins were rejuvenated and began to grow into towering trees. In just a moment, the Flying Star Mountain had taken on a new look. Auspicious clouds gathered in the sky, rays of light flowed, and dreamy spiritual energy bathed the entire flying mountain. On the mountain, it was full of vitality, luxuriant plants, exotic flowers and herbs, waterfalls, springs, and gurgling streams. It was a thriving and blessed land. Compared with the desolate ruins before, the Flying Star Mountain at this moment could be called a famous mountain and blessed land. In the distance, Old Toad, Big Black Bird, and Alu were all stunned. Was this the power of a Taoist tattooist? Before, Lin Sun spent a day to set up a spiritual formation around the Flying Star Mountain in an attempt to restore it to its former appearance, and they didn't believe it. They thought that if they wanted to find a place to stay, they could directly seize a famous mountain and occupy it. There was no need to go through so much trouble. But now, they all had to admit that at this moment, they were amazed by Lin Sun's miraculous means of turning something rotten into something magical. A ruined land was revived in the blink of an eye. From today on, this place will be our residence for cultivation. Lin Sun descended from the sky and said slowly. As a matter of fact, it was not because he was exceptionally capable, but because there was an ancestral origin spiritual vein buried beneath the Flying Star Mountain, and he was merely using a Dao Rune spiritual formation to trigger the power of the ancestral origin spiritual vein. Otherwise, no matter how capable he was, it would be impossible for him to create such a beautiful and magnificent paradise out of thin air. Of course, if he didn't possess strength that was close to the level of a Dao inscription master, it would be absolutely impossible for him to accomplish this. Previously, why was Flying Star Mountain so abandoned and unvisited? It was very simple. In the upper 9 realms, at least so far, only Lin Sun had the power of the Taoist tattoo spiritual formation to turn this rotten mountain into a magical one. Big brother, have you really made up your mind to meditate here for a period of time? Old Toad couldn't help asking. After rescuing Alu from the ancient land of Wanxiang, they left the thunder-shaking realm without stopping and returned to the distant fire realm. According to Lin Sun, he wanted to meditate, stay dormant for a period of time, and watch the outside world. Now, there is only about a year left before the end of the absolute peak domain. It can be foreseen that the upper 9 realms is bound to become more turbulent at the last moment. Although I am not afraid, I don't want to be involved in it and drift with the current. It is better to be a spectator. Lin Sun said casually. The old toad said, but as far as I know, there are still some places of heaven-defying good fortune in the upper 9 realms, such as the True Dragon Lair and the Weak Water Abyss. Are you willing to fight for them? Lin Sun's eyes were deep and he said calmly, on the road of Tao, I don't lack opportunities. What I lack is a precipitation. Precipitation, in the past few years, whether in the Forbidden Land of Blood River or in the Buddha Land, he had repeatedly obtained good fortune and opportunities, and his cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Every once in a while, there would be earth-shaking changes. The speed of his advancement was not shocking, but it was fast enough. Moreover, on the road of Tao, he didn't lack opportunities or good fortune at all. The only thing he lacked was a precipitation of prosperity. Opportunities were like external things. If he clung to them, he would be trapped by external things, which was tantamount to seeking fish from a tree and putting the cart before the horse. As he cultivated to the present realm, Lin Sun increasingly understood that cultivation was a process of cultivating the mind. If the mind was burdened by external things and internal feelings, even if he was a talented person, he was destined to fade into the crowd. In the final analysis, Lin Sun was very clear about what he needed and what he should give up on the road of Tao. The process of choosing and giving up was the process of conquering one's heart. Old Black, what about you? Seeing Lin Sun's firm attitude, the old toad couldn't help asking the big black bird. The big black bird sighed and put its wings on its back, saying, I'm tired. I've seen through the prosperous world. Everything is like a dream. It's not better than getting drunk in the human world. I should retreat bravely and live in seclusion in the mountains and forests. When I'm sober, I can make wine and enjoy the flowers. When I'm drunk, I can make tea and discuss Tao. Isn't that great? The old toad and Alu rolled their eyes and spat in disdain. Alu, what do you say? The old toad turned its head and asked. Alu grinned, I've just got out of the coveted tomb of the emperor. Why should I ask for opportunities and good fortune? The old toad was so depressed that it almost coughed up blood. How could it forget that this barbarian had just got a great fortune? The big black bird's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, why are we still thinking about good fortune? Isn't there a great fortune in front of us? It looked at Alu with a sneaky look as if it was staring at a peerless beauty who was half naked. The word wretched was almost written on its forehead. The old toad was stunned at first, and then its body shook violently. It hugged Alu excitedly and cried, Third brother, did you get all the good fortune in the tomb? Alu's smile stiffened and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Just as he was about to leave, the big black bird and the old toad clamped his arms and took him up to Flying Star Mountain in an affectionate gesture that could not be refused. Tut, you're worthy of being my good third brother. Tell me, what are the mysteries hidden in the tomb of the emperor? Right, Alu, we even disregarded our lives to save you this time. Even though Grandpa Bird doesn't ask for anything else, you can repay Grandpa Bird with some fortuitous encounter if you feel bad. Bah! Didn't you just clamor that you've seen through the prosperity of the world and have no desires? You don't understand. I'm just discussing Tao with Brother Alu. Discuss your Tao. From a distance, only the voices of the old toad and the big black bird could be heard. Alu was like an outsider, with a blank face. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be speechless and then followed them. Right now, he had nothing to ask for in the upper 9 realms. He was just waiting for an opportunity to kill Yunqing Bai. When brothers meet again, they should drink. After several years, Lin Sun, the old toad and Alu finally reunited. At this moment, they could only drink to their heart's content to not waste such a good time. After drinking to his heart's content, Alu finally couldn't bear the hospitality of the old toad and the big black bird and told them everything he had experienced over the years. It turned out that when he was in the realm of immortals, Alu left alone and traveled to many realms. Finally, he got the news about the ancient land of Wanxiang. When the passage of the upper 9 realms opened, he planned to return to meet Lin Sun and the old toad, but he didn't have enough time, so he had to set off alone. After arriving in the upper 9 realms, Alu entered the thunder-shaking realm immediately. For outsiders, the seal of the ancient land of Wanxiang hadn't been removed, so no one could enter. But Alu was an exception, because the emperor's tomb in the ancient land of Wanxiang was left by the divine elephant martial emperor, and the supreme emperor suppression art that Alu cultivated was the inheritance of the ancient divine elephant martial emperor. Damn, you're so lucky. Hearing this, the old toad couldn't help but be envious. Save it. Didn't you get the inheritance of the burning immortals by yourself? Alu snorted coldly. Speaking of this, a touch of unspeakable grief and indignation suddenly appeared on his face. What's more, you have no idea how I've survived all these years. Saying this, he had the urge to burst into tears. It was true that there was good fortune left by the divine elephant martial emperor in the emperor's tomb, but it was an extremely terrible training and test. Every day, Alu was tortured to the point that he wished he was dead, just to pass the training and test and strive to leave that damn place as soon as possible. However, to Alu's despair, his cultivation was indeed breaking through ceaselessly amidst that terrifying tempering, and his combat strength was growing stronger and stronger. However, every single time he intended to escape, he would encounter new tempering and tests. In this way, he had been trapped in the emperor's tomb since he entered the upper 9 realms, and it wasn't until Lin Sun and the others went to rescue him that he just got out of the trap. At this point, Lin Sun and the others finally understood Alu's experience over the years, and they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. They didn't know whether Alu was lucky or unlucky. If he was lucky, it was because, although he had suffered a lot over the years, he had obtained a rare and incomparably great fortune after all. If he was unlucky, it was because he had been trapped in the emperor's tomb all these years, unable to see the light of day, and living a miserable life every day. Old Toad's expression was uncertain. So, the emperor's tomb is really the place where the divine elephant martial emperor passed away? He was the most powerful emperor in the ancient times. How could he die? The big black bird said impatiently, your own tragic experience has been mentioned, and it will only make people laugh at you. Hurry up and tell us what benefits you have obtained this time. This is what everyone cares about. Alu was originally feeling sorry for himself and was about to cry, but when he heard this, his eyes immediately widened with anger. Can you two have a little sympathy? I'm so miserable, and you still think about the good fortune and good fortune? Old Toad and the big black bird spat in disdain, then stepped forward together and began a new round of threats and promises to Alu. In the end, Alu raised his hand with a look of grief and indignation, and with a clang, a huge slate appeared out of thin air and smashed on the ground. This is the good fortune of the emperor's tomb that you are thinking about, Alu said weakly. The slate was about 3 meters long, and it was engraved with dense patterns. The breath of the vicissitudes of life was imprinted on it, and there was a kind of boundless charm of the precipitation of time. However, in the eyes of Lin Sun and the others, it looked like a huge coffin. The number of the previous chapter was repeated and has been revised. This chapter is chapter 1300. Old Toad was startled. Alu, are you crazy enough to steal the coffin lid of Martial Emperor Divine Elephant? Alu had the urge to strangle him and said angrily, Bullsh*t. This is the ancient tablet of Wanxiang left by Martial Emperor Divine Elephant. It contains the Wanxiang body-refining battle diagram and the body-refining experience of Martial Emperor Divine Elephant. How can it be a coffin lid? Old Toad was not angry but happy. His eyes lit up and he said with a smile, why didn't you say so earlier? Come on, let me see. As he spoke, he threw himself onto the stone slab, revealing an incomparably fanatical expression. The large black bird was also indescribably excited. It circled around the stone slab and clicked its tongue in wonder. Heavens, this is the first time I've come across an inheritance and insight left behind by an emperor. Alu sneered, you two should give up. Even if you get the ancient tablet of Wanxiang, it's no different from getting a coffin lid for those who don't follow the path of becoming a sage. Old Toad and the big black bird didn't believe it and continued to study it with great enthusiasm. All the emperors were terrifying existences who could overlook the heavens. They could split the sky with a thought and suppress sages and kings. They were like immortal legends, and Martial Emperor Divine Elephant was a legendary giant in ancient times. It was said that his cultivation was strong enough to travel across the universe and suppress sages in the starry sky. Now, who wouldn't be tempted by such an inheritance tablet with the heart of martial emperor divine elephant in front of him? At the very least, the expressions of the big black bird and old toad could only be described as crazy at the moment. Lin Sun was also shocked. He realized that it was no wonder so many strong people were crazy for the fortune of the emperor's tomb in the ancient land of Wanxiang. Such a treasure would indeed make sages restless. Is it true that only body-refining practitioners can comprehend this tablet? Lin Sun asked. His heart skipped a beat as he suddenly remembered that he still had the 9 clear holy body art. He would have to train his body sooner or later in the future. Alu nodded and said, "Big brother, to tell you the truth, so long as it's an expert that walks on the path of attaining immortality through the fleshly body, then if you obtain this tablet, then you won't have to worry about being unable to ascend to the peak at all." According to what he said, there were 64 myriad image body refinement battle diagrams within this stone steel, and every single diagram had its own profundities and profundities. Not only was it an extremely rare tempering, but it was also a place for one to comprehend the lifetime worth of the divine elephant martial emperor's knowledge and experience in body refinement. During these past few years that he'd been trapped in the emperor's tomb, he'd relied on the inheritance of this tablet to step foot into the peak of body refinement in one go and possess his current combat strength. However, this tablet was utterly useless to other cultivators. Knowing this, Lin Sun felt helpless even though he was tempted. The 3 paths to the apex were divided into soul cultivation, qi refinement, and body tempering. From the beginning to the present, Lin Sun had been taking into account the 2 paths of soul cultivation and qi refining, and he had made extraordinary achievements in these 2 paths. Just like cultivating the soul, his primordial spirit could split into 3, controlling the past, present, and future laws. The strength of his soul was enough to surpass his peers. Just like cultivating the qi, now that he'd entered the 6th retribution of longevity, his combat strength was so strong that he could kill peerless overlords of the same generation as killing chickens and dogs, but cultivating the body was the only thing he'd never touched. One reason was that his energy was limited, and the other was that in these years of cultivation, he'd never dabbled in cultivating the body. Even the cultivation methods and treasures that he'd come into contact with had almost nothing to do with cultivating the body. Even if he had the supreme inheritance of the holy body technique of 9 purity, he still couldn't cultivate it because he didn't know the method. This also made Lin Sun feel a kind of indescribable helplessness when facing the myriad image ancient tablet. It wasn't that he didn't want to temper his body, but that he had no chance at all. Of course, if he was determined to look for it, he could indeed obtain some methods of refining the body, but ordinary methods couldn't enter his eyes at all. "Big brother, I suggest that you give it a try." Suddenly, Alu opened his mouth and said seriously, "The body is the carrier of the great Tao and can bear the weight of heaven and earth. It is not only a precious tool for cultivating the primordial spirit, but also the foundation of breathing spiritual qi. As the saying goes, if the body is strong, the spirit will be strong. The body is like a boat that can cross the bitter sea of cultivation. If you can become a sage with the body, it's not easy to be killed. As long as the primordial spirit of the soul cultivators is not destroyed, they can live forever. The same is true for the qi practitioners. Only the body cultivators can be reborn as long as a drop of blood remains. Besides, I also found a secret in the tomb of the emperor." Speaking of this, Alu's expression became extremely serious, and he said, "The divine elephant martial emperor was not only a body cultivator, but also his primordial spirit and the method of refining qi were extremely terrifying. According to my speculation, if you want to reach the realm of emperor on the divine path, you must refine the body, refine the qi, and cultivate the soul at the same time." The light in Lin Sun's eyes dimmed. He had never understood these secrets so deeply before. The consideration of 3 kinds of Tao was actually related to the word emperor. Since ancient times, it has been very difficult to become a sage, let alone to become an emperor. But we are different. We happen to be in an unprecedented great era, and we all set foot on the peerless Tao. As long as we don't die, we will have the opportunity to touch a higher realm sooner or later. Alu's eyes were full of longing, and he said excitedly, "And my goal is to surpass the divine elephant martial emperor and set foot on the realm that he has never set foot on." "Humph, don't confuse your big brother. Since ancient times, there have been countless strong people who refine the body, refining qi, and cultivating the soul at the same time. But as a result, most of them become mediocre people and can never set foot on the realm of sage. Suddenly, the old toad turned his head. The reason is well known. One kind of Tao is enough for anyone to pursue in a lifetime, let alone 3 kinds of Tao. At this time, the big black bird also sighed and said, Alu is right. Becoming an emperor is indeed related to taking care of 3 kinds of Tao. But it is only after becoming a sage that one starts to take care of other kinds of Tao. Before becoming a sage, if one cultivates 3 kinds of Tao at the same time, no matter who he is, no matter how amazing and terrifying his talent is, he will encounter a terrible thing when he tries to break through the realm of sage. Speaking of this, the big black bird's voice became extremely dignified. The old toad also seemed to think of something, and his face changed slightly. What is it? Linson frowned. The big black bird spat out 4 words, Tao test of prohibition. Just 4 words, but with a kind of palpitating power, made the big black bird and the old toad extremely afraid. In the past years, there have been many amazing heroes who didn't believe in heresy and tried to take care of 3 kinds of Tao at the same time to break through an unprecedented road to the realm of sage. But in the end, they all died tragically under the Tao test of prohibition. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they didn't even have a chance to survive. This road, like a taboo, cuts off all possibilities, like a supreme iron law, and no one in the ancient desolation territory has been able to break it so far. The big black bird's eyes were in a trance. I remember that the holy monk Duji once said that the Tao test of prohibition is a kind of power of cutting Tao. It originates from the indescribable order of heaven and earth. It is a shackle that blocks all pursuits from ancient and modern times. Anyone who touches it will die. Otherwise, why do you think no one dares to step on this road so far? The reason is very simple. Before becoming a sage, it is a dead end. Knowing all this, Linson completely calmed down. He didn't expect that taking care of 3 kinds of Tao at the same time was a dead end. Not to mention that he had no chance to become a sage, he would also encounter a strange Tao test of prohibition. But at this time Alu retorted, nothing is absolute. In the body refining experience left by the divine elephant martial emperor, it was said that when the divine elephant martial emperor traveled the ancient way of the starry sky, he had seen a horrible person who took care of 3 kinds of Tao and became a sage. The big black bird and the old toad were both stunned. They almost thought they had heard wrong and blurted out, is there such a thing? Alu's expression was solemn as he said, I wouldn't dare to lie when it comes to the pursuit of Tao. It's true. The divine elephant martial emperor's imprint had specifically mentioned this. It said that it's not that the Tao ordeal is impossible to overcome, but it's about how one can overcome it without dying, thereby becoming a saint. The divine elephant martial emperor was a legendary giant in the ancient times. His knowledge and wisdom were naturally extraordinary. If this was true, it was really shocking. After all, there had never been a strong man who could pass the Tao test of prohibition in the ancient desolation realm since ancient times. The ancient way of the starry sky transcends the ancient desolation realm. The person that the divine elephant martial emperor saw was definitely not a cultivator of the ancient desolation realm. The big black bird frowned. The old toad also nodded, yes, if you are in the ancient desolation realm, you will be suppressed by the power of the order of heaven and earth. This is like a shackle. As long as you don't transcend the ancient desolation realm, you will be restricted by it. This was the unanimous conclusion of the two. Perhaps what the divine elephant martial emperor said was true, but this kind of thing was not suitable for the cultivators of the ancient desolation realm at all, because the world was different. What's more, it was the ancient way of the starry sky, a mysterious place that even the sages could hardly touch. It was destined to be different from the ancient desolation realm. But don't forget that this is not the ancient desolation realm. Alu hit the nail on the head. The most important thing is that a great era has come. The ancient desolation realm today is no longer the ancient desolation realm it used to be. In this extremely brilliant great era, everything is possible. The big black bird and the old toad were speechless and couldn't refute. Because what Alu said was indeed true, this great era not only changed the pattern of the ancient desolation realm, but also made the whole ancient desolation realm completely different from the past. This was unprecedented. In the past, the absolute path towards the Tao was like a taboo that no one could step foot into, and it caused countless geniuses since the ancient times to stop while nursing grievances. But now, in the upper 9 realms, peerless figures were not uncommon at all, and there were a lot of them. In this case, why couldn't the dead end which was regarded as Tao test prohibition be taken through and crossed? Think about it, if one could set foot on the top of the 3 paths and take care of all of them, as long as he crossed the Tao test prohibition and became a sage in one fell swoop, how terrifying would his cultivation be, to take care of all 3 paths and become a sage? This was absolutely an unprecedented way in the past, and it must be extremely amazing, even the big black bird. And the old toad couldn't help but feel emotional at this moment. Their eyes drifted, and finally, they all looked at Lin Sun. "Big brother, what do you think?" Alu asked. Lin Sun rubbed his eyebrows and pondered for a long time before he squeezed out 4 words, "I want to be alone." Lin Sun didn't make a clear decision. Because whether to refine his body or not was related to his future Tao. The decision of a single thought might change his fate, so he had to be cautious. However, for the big black bird and the old toad, they had given up the idea of comprehending the Wanxiang ancient stele, because refining their body was in conflict with the Tao they sought. From that day on, Lin Sun and the others lived in seclusion on the Flying Star Mountain and paid no attention to the affairs of the world. All of them were tempering and cultivating their own Tao and Dharma. For them, they didn't lack opportunities. What they lacked was a precipitation after a thorough cleansing. Occasionally, when they were free, they would sit on the ground, boil wine and make tea, discuss Tao, and exchange their cultivation experiences and insights. All of them benefited a lot, and their own Tao became more profound and solid. Whether it was Lin Sun, the old toad, Alu, or the big black bird, all of them had amazing attainments in their own Tao, and they had mastered unique and amazing inheritances. They didn't hide anything from each other. They confirmed each other's Tao and Dharma, and the benefits they gained could be described as immeasurable. For example, the big black bird's stomach contained numerous secrets and knowledge of the great Tao. When it discussed the great Tao seriously, the profundities it expounded were so profound that even Lin Sun and the others were extremely moved, and they often felt enlightened. For example, the old toad had awakened the innate power of the 3-legged golden toad and obtained the supreme inheritance left by Chen Lin Kong, the burning immortal. His knowledge of Tao could be said to be unique. Another example was Alu, who walked on the path of becoming a sage with his body. Lin Sun and the others couldn't compare with him in opening the divine treasure of the body and using his own essence, qi, and spirit. Lin Sun and the others were amazed by the rich experience Lin Sun had accumulated since he started cultivating. Now, they gathered together to cultivate and communicate with each other without any worries. Imperceptibly, their Tao was precipitated to the extreme. In ancient times, the sages regarded Tao as the sky, so they often got together to chat and exchange their experiences. Thus, they gathered the strengths of hundreds of schools and created brilliant and dazzling cultivation methods for later generations. Lin Sun and the others' discussion was just like chatting. In the exchange, they could draw inferences about other things by analogy. This unique way of cultivation was of great benefit to each of them. Occasionally, when they gained something in their hearts, they couldn't help but spar with each other, and it was extremely satisfying. Sometimes Little Silver would also participate, but most of the time he just listened. He was a descendant of the soul eater insect, and strictly speaking, could be considered a soul cultivator. However, whether it was Alu, Old Toad or the big black bird, none of them were willing to spar with Little Silver. There was nothing that could be done about it. Little Silver's attacks were too treacherous and swift. He was a one-hit kill, which was impossible to guard against and was an incomparable headache. But Little Silver didn't care about all this. As long as he had an epiphany, he would straightaway make a move without any warning. Every time, Old Toad and the others cursed out loud in alarm, but there was nothing they could do. Every time this happened, Lin Sun couldn't stop laughing, feeling very proud of Little Silver. Time passed in this kind of secluded cultivation. Lin Sun and the others didn't care about the affairs of the world, and they wanted to consolidate and sublimate their own path in meditation. But it didn't mean that the outside world didn't pay attention to them. Before long, the entire distant fire realm knew that Fiend Celestial Lin was cultivating on Flying Star Mountain, attracting the attention of many factions. Almost every day, many secret agents would come to the vicinity of Flying Star Mountain to investigate and observe the situation. After all, over the years, Lin Sun had already cultivated an almost invincible reputation and prestige through his many bloody achievements. Who wouldn't pay attention to such a ruthless person whose name shook the Upper Nine Realm, now living in seclusion on Flying Star Mountain? But as time passed, when they realized that Fiend Celestial Lin really intended to cultivate in seclusion and didn't intend to get involved in the outside world's affairs, some were disappointed, while others secretly rejoiced. Everyone knew that as long as Fiend Celestial Lin intervened, it was bound to cause great turmoil, accompanied by a storm of blood. But now, such a ruthless person suddenly seemed to have washed his hands of the outside world and no longer cared about the disputes of the outside world, which was naturally very shocking. The seal on the true dragon lair has been lifted. It's said that Yi Mo, Mi Hingzhen, Wang Xuanyu, and other overlord-level figures have all gone there. This heaven-defying good fortune has long attracted attention from all sides. It's rumored that Xiaohao, Fairy Rua Wu, Yuan Fatian, and the others, who are ranked at the top of the Heavenly Sun's golden list, have also taken action. Soon, the news spread throughout the Upper Nine Realm, causing a great earthquake. Where's Fiend Celestial Lin? Should we take action? No, he has been cultivating in seclusion. When they learned that Lin Sun still hadn't left Flying Star Mountain in the face of such a great opportunity as the True Dragon Lair, some experts almost couldn't believe their ears. But it was true, and they had no choice but to believe it. Is Fiend Celestial Lin afraid to compete with other ruthless people? Many people were suspicious, thinking that Lin Sun's seclusion was a kind of retreat, which was not in line with his strong style in the past. It was very abnormal. You're all wrong. Isn't it a great courage to retreat in the face of crisis? Fiend Celestial Lin may have missed some great opportunities this time, but after this accumulation, I'm afraid he will become more powerful in the future. An expert ranked at the top of the Heavenly Sun's golden list sighed with emotion. If there is only opportunity in one's eyes, he is destined to be led by the nose by the opportunity, so that he will neglect the essentials and lose more than he gains. In my opinion, I'm afraid that Lin Sun has other plans. He has long seen through the gains and losses of the moment, and has focused on his own cultivation. When Mi Hingzhen, who arrived before the True Dragon Lair, found out about this, he couldn't help but be moved. Originally, he'd sent Xianxia to Flying Star Mountain to invite Lin Sun to explore the True Dragon Lair together. But unfortunately, Lin Sun refused. Now, Mi Hingzhen finally faintly understood why Lin Sun refused, and it caused him to be unable to help but arouse a trace of admiration in his heart. It was difficult to gain and give up, and it was even more difficult to give up. Giving up was a great tempering of one's mental state. Are you really going to give up just like that? On Flying Star Mountain, Xianxia sat casually on a rock while her clothes and hair fluttered in the wind, and her appearance was picturesque and otherworldly. Aren't you the same? Lin Sun smiled as he passed a cup of tea he brewed himself to Xianxia in a leisurely manner. Compared to the past, Lin Sun's aura was plain and flat while his gaze was clear and clean, and he sat there casually without the slightest edge. But in Xianxia's eyes, Lin Sun seemed more and more unfathomable. His aura was close to Tao, which was invisible and indescribable. She was in a trance for a moment, and then she couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I'm different from you. You regard the opportunities in the True Dragon Lair as fleeting clouds and have no desire in your heart, so you don't ask for anything. But I know that the place is bound to cause monstrous bloodshed, and I know that even if I go there, I won't be able to get anything in the end, so I have to give up. Speaking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but show a touch of helplessness at the corner of her mouth. This is the gap between us. I can't get what I want, so I can only protect myself and compromise. Lin Sun smiled and said, the struggle for the Tao can't be decided overnight. Since Miss Ji can distinguish between advance and retreat, you will definitely go further on the road of Tao in the future. Xianxia smiled, raised her cup and drank tea, and then said, there is less than a year left before the end of the Absolute Summit domain. At this moment, all the overlords in the Upper Nine Realms are racing against time to seek the final breakthrough. I wonder what Brother Lin's plan is. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, does killing Yun Qingbai count? These words were spoken in a casual and calm manner, without the slightest hint of anger. Even his emotions were calm and natural. Xianxia was stunned and nodded, no wonder Brother Lin hibernated here. It turns out that you are wholeheartedly cultivating. Cultivating? Lin Sun said with a smile, kind of. After sending away Ji Xingyao who came to visit, Lin Sun pondered the word cultivating alone and couldn't help but be lost in thought. In the past, when Yun Qingbai was mentioned, there would be uncontrollable killing intent in his heart, which affected the fluctuation of his mind. But now, the existence of Yun Qingbai seemed to no longer make him feel that kind of feeling of wanting to kill but not being able to. Was it because his mentality had changed? No, it was because he was really fearless. Thinking of this, Lin Sun's calm and clear eyes showed a touch of understanding. Feeling excited, he made a stroke in the void with his fingers. Whoosh, on Flying Star Mountain, a ray of sword chi tore the sky like a rainbow, and its sharpness covered the light of the sun and moon. This sword was called Never Return. However, now Lin Sun had reached the primary level of its mystery. Half a month later, the dispute caused by the emergence of the true dragon lair came to an end. According to statistics, the number of strong casualties reached thousands, and blood flowed like a river. In the end, only a few people got the good fortune. Among them, Xiao Hao shone brilliantly. He fought against many enemies alone, won the greatest good fortune, and left. In addition, some ancient freaks such as Rua Wu, the descendant of Rosefinch, Yuan Fatian, the descendant of Yu Yang, Little Golden-Winged Rock, and the contemporary overlords such as Yi Moha, Mi Hingzhen, and Wang Xuanyu all got their own gains. It was worth mentioning that, like Lin Sun, Yun Qingbai had never shown up. Strictly speaking, since he was chased by Lin Sun in the Buddha land 2 years ago, Yun Qingbai seemed to disappear from the world. So far, there had been no news about him. But no matter who it was impossible to ignore such a peerless swordsman with unparalleled ability. Everyone had a hunch that when Yun Qingbai showed up again, the first person he would deal with would be Lin Sun, because they all knew that there was a great hatred between him and Lin Sun, and that a group of descendants of the heaven-reaching sword sect had been killed by Lin Sun. However, few people knew that just when the true dragon lair came to an end, Lin Sun, who had been dormant for half a year on Flying Star Mountain, ushered in the 7th tribulation on the road to immortality. The karma tribulation, karma, like karma and karma, was predetermined, as illusory as karma and fate. The karma tribulation involved all kinds of fetters and shackles on the road of cultivation, and the power of the tribulation it produced was extremely terrifying. For Lin Sun, this tribulation was definitely the most dangerous and terrifying tribulation he had encountered since he set foot on the road to immortality. Because there were too many karma entangled in him. P.S. I'll make up more tonight. The cause and effect of Lin Sun were like fine lines, densely packed, which had been affecting his cultivation all these years. For example, the gate to heaven, the wordless pagoda, the broken blade, the insignificant bow, and even the fire of wonders he obtained were all related to the karma of the ruins of wonders. All of these were tangible karma. Whether it was good or bad, it would have some kind of influence on him. Lin Sun's blood feud since he was a child, his pursuit of cultivation, and the footprints he left on the road of cultivation were also accompanied by karma. All of these could be regarded as invisible karma. Anyone who cultivated would inevitably be affected by it. Even a sage couldn't break the shackles of karma without being bound by karma. However, relatively speaking, the karma accumulated by Lin Sun was too much and too heavy. Therefore, in the face of the tribulation of karma disaster, the danger Lin Sun suffered was far more than ordinary. This tribulation also made Lin Sun go through hardships and dangers. He fought between life and death and survived in destruction. He was almost wiped out by the tribulation thunder several times. Even the big blackbird, Old Toad, and Alu couldn't calm down. They didn't expect that there would be such a terrible, strange, and unreasonable karma disaster in this world. After struggling in the tribulation thunder for 3 days and 3 nights, Lin Sun finally passed the 7th tribulation on the road of longevity. After the tribulation, his body had long been broken and destroyed, and only a wisp of thought was left in his spirit, which was almost completely destroyed. But the benefits after passing the tribulation were also amazing. In the next half-month, Lin Sun not only recovered as before, but also his cultivation was sublimated to the extreme, and his strength also underwent a tremendous transformation. When fighting with all their strength, even Alu and Old Toad couldn't suppress Lin Sun together. Instead, they were beaten by Lin Sun, screaming and shouting that he was abnormal. Before Lin Sun passed the tribulation, Alu and Old Toad had also entered the seventh retribution of longevity. But even if they joined forces, they still couldn't defeat Lin Sun. Buzz, on the cliff, Lin Sun stretched his body casually, deducing his own Tao and Law in the clouds. His clothes were fluttering, and his figure was ethereal, like an immortal practicing martial arts. Now, the power of the great Tao he had mastered had reached the realm of Tao Law. Tao Law was the law. Only by fusing it with the martial Tao could the power of the law be unleashed to the extreme. Different grand Tao laws possessed different might, but there was no difference in strength, only whether they were suitable or not. Now, what Lin Sun was doing was Tao fusion. He'd fused the various grand Tao laws he'd grasped into the star obliteration sky-devouring Tao, causing his Tao and technique to completely fuse together. This step was very difficult. Throughout the ages, at least before becoming a saint, there were very few people who were able to combine all the great Taos they had grasped and thoroughly master them. Lin Sun didn't seek to achieve mastery through a comprehensive study. He only wanted to use the devouring star obliteration Tao as a furnace to incorporate the energy of other great Taos into it for his own use. It was like how the star obliteration and sky-devouring Tao was the commander, and it guided and controlled the energy of the various grand Taos to cause them to erupt with their strongest might. Boom, in the layer of clouds, the sound of the Tao surged. Sometimes, the roar of a true dragon resounded, sometimes a fire and water lotus bloomed, sometimes a yin and yang fish transformed into a taiji cycle, and sometimes an undying aura lingered endlessly. In the end, these visions all floated in a big abyss, making the sky there seem to be swallowed up, and all the stars were annihilated in it, and Lin Sun's figure, like the ruler of the abyss, faintly had a transcendent demeanor. Until a few days later. Lin Sun's figure suddenly stopped, and the aura around him was released. With a bang, there seemed to be a thunderclap between heaven and earth. The void in all directions collapsed and the clouds were shattered. A ray of heavenly light poured down, covering Lin Sun's tall figure with a sacred luster, like a god in ancient legends. "Be careful, elder brother." With a loud shout, Alu rose into the air and raised his fist to attack. Seeing this, Old Toad and the big blackbird both showed pity. Sure enough, in just a moment, Alu was suppressed. His face was covered with dust and his nose was swollen. He gasped, and his cheeks were twitching because of the severe pain. Looking at Lin Sun again, his aura was simple and tranquil, almost no different from ordinary people. There was a faint bearing of returning to simplicity. "Elder brother, have you succeeded in Tao fusion?" Alu couldn't help asking. "It's not a real Tao fusion, but the power of the great way I have mastered can be used in the devouring star way." Speaking of this, Lin Sun smiled. "Let's not talk about cultivation today. Let's go and have a drink." "Well, I can't beat you, but I can drink with you." Alu's heroic spirit reached the clouds. The big blackbird and the old toad also rubbed their palms. The Wind Realm. In a famed blessed land, Yuan Fadian suddenly opened his eyes, and an incomparably dazzling bolt of lightning shot out from his pupils. Crack, the void was torn apart by his eyes. There is only about half a year left before the end of the absolute domain. Now I have practiced the 9 purity holy body tactics to the advanced level. It's time to settle the score. Yuan Fadian stood up, and his blood and chi were rolling all over his body, which made the world change color. He was thin and dressed in feather clothes, but when he walked, he was like a moving mountain, shaking the world and making the void tremble and wail. Whoosh, the next moment, his figure rushed up and flew away. But when he was halfway, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Monkey, you are so murderous. Who are you going to seek revenge from?" Accompanied by the voice, a dazzling golden light swept out from the clouds. Looking carefully, it was a golden-winged roc, flapping its wings like clouds in the sky, surrounded by thunder and lightning. "Tut tut, it seems that you have refined a jar of true dragon's precious blood obtained from the true dragon's lair, and your physical strength has transformed again." The golden-winged roc suddenly turned into an ordinary-looking young man in a golden robe. His eyes were like the blazing sun, looking Yuan Fadian up and down. "Little golden-winged roc, it's you." Yuan Fadian looked relaxed and said, "I'm going to the distant fire realm to find Demon God Lin and solve an old hatred." "Demon God Lin?" The young golden-winged roc's eyes lit up. "According to what I know, He has been lurking in Flying Star Mountain for the past half a year. How did you become enemies with him? Back then, I was in the sinkhole, but this fellow barged into the land of silence and snatched away my race's supreme secret technique inheritance. How can I not take revenge for this? Yuan Faishan's eyes were filled with murderous intent and his expression was cold. 9 Pure Body Technique? The young golden-winged roc was moved. He knew very well that the Yuyang lineage's 9 Pure Body Technique had an extremely great origin. It was the supreme secret technique of the body-tempering lineage. So, you are going to kill him? The young golden-winged roc's eyes burned. Yuan Fatian frowned, sighed, and said, Yuan Zuing, who has been watching over me all this time, once told me to show mercy when I seek revenge. After thinking about it, I decided to spare his life, as long as I promise not to kill him. The young golden-winged roc had a strange expression as he said, let's go. I'll go with you. 2 years ago, I also wanted to fight this demon god Lin. Let's make it clear first. I'll be the first to attack, said Yuan Fatian. Of course. The young golden-winged roc's eyes flashed with fanaticism as he said this. I wonder if demon god Lin's combat power has improved. Distant fire realm, in front of Flying Star Mountain. Boom, an earth-shattering collision sounded. A figure flew out like a broken sandbag and fell to the ground, causing smoke and dust to fill the air. Alu grinned. That's all you've got? You can't even get past me. How dare you try to spar with my elder brother? You really don't know your place. In the distance, the defeated expert got up with a face full of chagrin. He glared at Alu fiercely before leaving in shame and indignation. Who else is unconvinced? Come forward. Alu shouted at the top of his lungs. Recently, many strong practitioners came from all directions, claiming to compete with Lin Sun to prove their martial arts and see who was the better one. Lin Sun naturally couldn't be bothered with them. However, if he didn't show up, he would be seen as a coward, which made those challengers feel disdain. This angered Alu, Old Toad, and the others. They had been staying on Flying Star Mountain for the past 6 months and were feeling bored. Now that someone had come looking for a beating, how could they remain indifferent? You can't even get past my third brother. How pathetic. Is there no one who can fight? Old Toad also shouted at the top of his lungs, wishing for the world to be in chaos. Nearby, some experts looked at each other. That barbarian is the guy who obtained the fortune of the Emperor's tomb in the ancient land of Wanxiang, right? His combat power is indeed terrifying. It's extraordinary. In the distance, someone was whispering. That green-robed youth is also extraordinary. His name is Jin Dui, a descendant of the three-legged golden toad. He has obtained great fortune and his combat power is no weaker than that barbarian Alu. Unfortunately, there are 2 people in the way. No matter who it is, if they want to see Demon God Lin, they'll have to get past these 2 first. Yes, nowadays, the outside world is speculating what Demon God Lin is doing and whether his strength has improved again. But so far, no one has seen him appear. Just as the crowd was talking, suddenly, a cold shout sounded in the sky. Lin Sun, come out and fight. The voice was like a thunderclap, shaking the world and filled with a terrible murderous aura, which shocked everyone present and made them look up at the same time. In the sky, a thin figure broke through the air like thunder, with monstrous chi and blood. Standing casually, he exuded a domineering, cold, and ferocious momentum. Yuan Fatian, a descendant of Yu Liang, there was a commotion in the field, and many people's eyes lit up. Finally, a peerless ruthless person had come to fight Lin Sun. No, there's also the young golden-winged rock king. He's also here. Suddenly, someone noticed that at the same time as Yuan Faishan's arrival, another figure appeared. He was dressed in a golden robe, and his eyes were as bright as the sun, shining with golden light. His appearance seemed ordinary, but he had an air of arrogance as if he was looking down on all living beings. It was the young golden-winged rock king. For a time, the field was more and more stirred. Both Yuan Fatian and the young golden-winged rock king were peerless figures among the ancient freaks. In the battle for the true dragon's lair, both of them had shown great power and attracted the attention of all people. Their combat power was extremely terrifying. And today, these two peerless and ruthless people actually came together and arrived at Flying Star Mountain. The world was gloomy, and a murderous aura oppressed the field. The powerhouses in the field retreated subconsciously. The power of Yuan Fadian and the young golden-winged Rock King made them tremble and feel oppressed. Alu and Old Toad were stunned at first, and then their eyes lit up with fanaticism. Finally, someone who looks good has come. Alu's fighting spirit was boiling. Hey, don't fight with me. Let me see if this guy is just an empty shell. Old Toad also rubbed its palms together, looking like it was ready to make a move. Yuan Fadian was stunned, and then he flew into a rage and said coldly, "Who are you? How dare you bark in front of me? I'll give you a chance to call Lin Sun out and I'll spare your lives." His voice was like thunder, exploding between heaven and earth, making Yuan Fadian's power even more terrifying. Wow, he's a physique practitioner. Alu's eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he was staring at his prey. There was an unprecedented excitement in his eyes, and his chi and blood were boiling. At the same time, Yuan Fadian also noticed that Alu's aura was not simple. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you also a physique practitioner?" Boom, Alu suddenly soared into the sky and grinned, "My friend, do you want to have a game? If you defeat me, I promise you can see my elder brother. If you lose, don't blame me for torturing you." Yuan Fadian was so angry that he laughed. "I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to physique refining. I advise you not to provoke me, or you'll only die miserably." His voice was full of disdain. He was a descendant of Yu Liang, who lived in the Ultimate Ruins, one of the 4 great divine ruins of ancient times. He cultivated the 9 purity holy body technique, and his physique refining method had already reached the peak. He was not afraid of anyone in the world. Alu's provocation gave him the impression that he was showing off his slight skill in front of an expert, stupid and ignorant. "Alu, he obviously looks down on you. Why don't you let me do it?" Old Toad shouted. "Bullshit, see how I torture him." With a roar, Alu's skin bulged, and his whole body exuded monstrous blood chi, as if he had turned into a barbarian god. His aura alone caused the nearby void to collapse and roar. Boom, Alu made his move. He punched out, and the image of a divine elephant pressing down on the starry sky appeared in the void, covering the sky and covering the earth. Supreme Emperor World Suppression Technique. Monkey, this person is the successor of the divine elephant martial emperor. You must not be careless. In the distance, the young golden-winged Rock King quickly warned. Yuan Fadian's expression was ice-cold, and clanging sounds that resembled the cries of swords rang out from within his body. It was the embodiment of the extremely terrifying power of his chi and blood. Numerous strands of gorgeous clear light appeared around him, and they illuminated the world. Faintly, it seemed as if there were gods residing within those strands of clear light, and they were chanting scriptures within them. It was a shocking scene. "Open!" Yuan Fadian leaped forward and similarly struck out with his fist. The force of his fist seemed as if it was carved out of glass, yet it was boundlessly terrifying. It possessed the power to overturn the world and destroy mountains and rivers. Boom, the two of them were simply like comets colliding with each other, and they erupted with terrifying rumbling. That expanse of the heavens and the earth suddenly fell into chaos while the layer of clouds collapsed, and the rumbling of the Tao resounded without end. Thud thud thud, under the astounded gazes of the crowd, Yuan Fadian and Alu were both shaken to the point of taking a few steps back. Not bad. Not bad at all. Alu shouted loudly and was extremely excited. This was the first time he'd encountered a body refiner that was on par with him since he'd started cultivating, and the battle intent in his heart was completely ignited. Yuan Fadian's gaze was piercingly cold, and he'd restrained the contempt in his heart. He knew how terrifying an existence the divine elephant martial emperor was, and as the martial emperor's successor, this barbarian's attainments in the Tao of body refinement were indeed extraordinary. Kill. Coincidentally, the two of them collided once more. Boom, the heavens and the earth shook. When looked at from afar, it seemed as if two gods were colliding, and the terrifying strength of their bodies emanated a might that could destroy the world. On the ground, the spectators gasped. Yuan Fadian was a peerlessly ruthless figure. His physical strength was sufficient to look down upon all, and his combat strength was extraordinary. However, the body refinement strength that Alu revealed wasn't inferior to Yuan Fadian at all, and he forcefully fought Yuan Fadian on par. Alu is also a character accompanied by great luck. It's not easy for him to reach such a high level in the Tao of body refinement. Golden-Winged Rock King was also secretly surprised. They came here to deal with Lin Sun. Who would have thought that an extremely tyrannical figure would appear before they even saw Lin Sun? Little Rock, why don't we play together? Suddenly, the Golden-Winged Rock King's vision blurred. It saw a green-robed youth standing 1,000 feet away with a smile. Toad, I advise you not to humiliate yourself. Golden-Winged Rock King's face darkened, and a touch of coldness rushed out from between his eyebrows. He wore a golden robe and looked ordinary, but he had the arrogance of a king. As a descendant of the Golden-Winged Rock, who dared to call him that? How arrogant you are. Today, I'll show you what it means to be so brave. Suddenly, the old toad attacked. His breath swallowed the sun and the moon, and like a flash of lightning, his palms and fingers turned into sabers and chopped at Lin Sun. How fierce! Many people secretly clicked their tongues. In the past, the world knew that Lin Sun was courageous, but they didn't expect that even his two brothers were more fierce than the other. That was the young Golden-Winged Rock King, a peerless overlord, arrogant, and braver than his peers. Over the years, although he kept a low profile, no one dared to ignore his existence, but the old toad didn't care at all. A frog at the bottom of a well, reckless. The young Golden-Winged Rock King was also angry. His figure burst out a bright golden light, crackling, and bright electric arcs rolled around him. In an instant, he seemed to become another person, emitting a peerless sharpness. Every move he made exuded the power of disdain for all living beings. Crack of the sky. A dazzling golden light swept out of the palm of the young Golden-Winged Rock King. It was sharp and dazzling like a divine sword or an immortal saber. Boom, there, the sky and the earth were turned upside down, and the rain of light was blazing. To the surprise of the young Golden-Winged Rock King, the green-robed teenager was only shaken back in this attack, but was not injured. It should be noted that this attack was enough to easily kill his peers without reservation. But now it was blocked, which undoubtedly proved that the opponent's combat power should not be underestimated. Come again! The old toad shouted arrogantly. His golden eyes were full of raging flames of war. He pushed forward, his long hair dancing wildly, and his handsome face was full of arrogance. Since you want to die, I'll help you. The young Golden-Winged Rock King's face sank completely. He felt that his dignity had been offended. Without hesitation, he let go and rushed forward violently. Boom, in an instant, the two had fought hundreds of times. The sky was dark, the sun and the moon were dim, and the void was full of their afterimages. For a time, the strong people watching the battle in the distance were trembling with excitement. They never thought that in such a short time, there would be two unparalleled battles. Both Yuan Fadian and the young Golden-Winged Rock King had met strong opponents. It was rare to see a battle of this level. How could people not be excited? Lin Sun's figure had appeared at the top of Flying Star Mountain. He looked at the two battles in the distance with a calm expression. However, when he saw Yuan Fadian, he thought to himself, I was looking for you, but you took the initiative to come to me. For a moment, he looked at Yuan Fadian with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. A few days ago, when he seriously thought about the matter of body refining, Lin Sun had made a decision in his heart. But he needed an opportunity to put it into practice. And this opportunity fell on Yuan Fadian. At this moment, Lin Sun even had a feeling that it was a predestined coincidence. Alu, since this guy dares to offend us, we must not let him escape. Lin Sun suddenly let out a clear voice, which resounded between heaven and earth. Demon Lin, all the people present were shocked and then boiling. Demon Lin, who had been dormant all the time, also showed up at this moment. It could be foreseen that today's battle was destined to not end peacefully. Big brother, don't worry. I will capture this bastard. Alu laughed in a rough and heroic manner. Seeing all this, Yuan Fadian was furious. His eyes were red and full of killing intent. Lin Sun, after I kill this barbarian, I will come to you for revenge. Don't worry, I promise I won't kill you. He shouted, and his aura became stronger and stronger. Lin Sun smiled and said no more. But in the next moment, his eyes narrowed, and he suddenly looked towards another direction while he said via voice transmission, "Big brother, hey, more people are coming. I'll go meet them. You watch, I'll lose battle and make a move when you need to." After saying that, he rose into the air, put his hands behind his back, and stood in the clouds, waiting quietly. On Flying Star Mountain, the big black bird poked its head out sneakily and looked at the sky in the distance. It suddenly understood and said with a smile, "Leave it to me." The next moment, it disappeared. At this moment, a sweet voice like the sound of nature resounded on Flying Star Mountain. "Wanyin, the maid of the emperor, and a group of fellow practitioners come to visit fellow Taoist Lin Sun." Under the shocked gazes of everyone, a group of figures appeared in the distant sky, and the person in the lead was a graceful woman that was coiled in the hazy misty rain, causing her to seem like a celestial maiden that had descended to the mortal world. Behind her, there were 5 figures, both men and women. All of them were flying in the air, and their aura was as powerful as that of gods. There was a dead silence in the field. Everyone was shocked and doubtful. No one had expected that today would be so lively. After the arrival of Yuan Fadian and the young golden-winged roc, there would be more people coming to Flying Star Mountain with great momentum, even Old Toad, Alu, Yuan Fadian, and the young golden-winged roc, who were fighting fiercely, were a little surprised at this moment. But soon, they couldn't care about this and focused on the battle without being distracted. Yu Shi, Bygone, Yao Li, Lin Sun glanced at them and immediately recognized several familiar faces. Finally, his eyes fell on Wanyin, who was the leader, and he understood. When he rescued Alu in the ancient land of Wanxiang, he once cut a peerless figure hiding in the dark with a sword. Now it seemed that it was this woman named Wanyin. P.S. This is a patch. Dressed in plain clothes, Wanyin was tall and slender. She stood in the air like a fairy of the moon sect, with a unique restraint and calmness. Behind her, Yu Shi, Bygone, Yao Li and others were following her. Although they looked different, their auras were astonishingly powerful, which made Wanyin's identity more extraordinary. The appearance of such a group of people immediately became the focus of attention. "You came to visit me?" Lin Sun stood in the void with a plain aura. He was a little puzzled. "After the imperial prince found out about our conflict with fellow Daoist Lin, he ordered us to come here to apologize to fellow Daoist Lin and resolve this misunderstanding," Wanyin said softly. Her voice was as pleasant as the sound of nature, ethereal and ethereal. "Who is your highness?" Lin Sun was lost in thought. Just to apologize? He felt a little abnormal. Wanyin smiled calmly like an orchid in an empty valley, and she had an otherworldly bearing as she said in a light voice, "Fellow Daoist Lin ought to have heard of it." Speaking of which, fellow Daoist Lin and Lord Imperial Prince had a conversation before Starfall Peak in the Westing world. Could it be that you don't remember? Xiao Hao? Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. Wanyin nodded slightly. It turned out to be this man. Lin Sun was also a little surprised. Xiao Hao, the young master of the Serene Star Imperial family, once lived in a constellation egg. His background was unfathomable. This man had great perseverance, boldness, and ambition. As early as the first time they met, he had left a very deep impression on Lin Sun. He even predicted that when Xiao Hao came out, he would inevitably cause a storm in the world. It was impossible for him to be unknown. Today's series of facts undoubtedly proved this point. Today, Xiao Hao ranked first on the Tianjiao Golden List and was the strongest in the Upper 9 realms. In the Battle of the True Dragon Lair not long ago, he defeated many enemies and became the biggest winner. However, Lin Sun didn't expect that Xiao Hao would be the prince mentioned by Wanyin. In fact, it was reasonable to think about it carefully. After all, Xiao Hao was the young master of the Serene Star Imperial family, so it was reasonable to call him prince. What? The mysterious prince is the overlord Xiao Hao who ranks first on the Tianjiao Golden List in the Upper 9 realms? This guy has hidden his strength well. When the crowd found out about this, an uproar arose as well. All the heroes were shocked and caught off guard. Because it was the first time they'd heard that a peerless overlord like Xiao Hao actually had such an identity. After all, since the curtains to the battle before the tomb came to an end, the guesses towards the identities of Yu Shi, Bygone, Yao Li, and the others had drawn the attention of numerous great powers. After all, these people's battle prowess was ridiculously strong, but they were all nameless before this, so it was difficult for them not to attract attention. Now, everyone finally came to a complete understanding. It turned out that this group of ferocious figures that kept a low profile and were practically nameless were actually subordinates of Imperial Prince Xiaohao. This was too shocking. Xiaohao alone was already like the sun in the sky. His brilliance overshadowed the entire upper 9 realms. Now, with such a group of hidden and ruthless characters following him, the power gathered was terrifying enough to frighten anyone. I didn't expect that your crown prince still remembers me. Lin Sun looked calm. In this case, there is no need to mention the previous misunderstandings and conflicts. Ignorance is not a crime. Humph. In the distance, Baigon let out a cold snort. Lin Sun, what's your attitude? If it weren't for the order of the crown prince, do you think we would apologize to you? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, and his voice became cold. So, you came here to apologize reluctantly? Taoism Pure Lin, don't get me wrong. The crown prince's attitude is our attitude. We come here to bury the hatchet. Wanyin said softly. Well, I understand. You can go now. Lin Sun ordered them to leave. The reason why he chose to forgive them before was not that he was generous, but that he didn't want to offend them for the sake of Xiaohao. If the other side thought that Lin Sun was easy to talk to, they were wrong. Misunderstandings could be resolved, but it didn't mean that Lin Sun would change his attitude towards them. What's your attitude? There was an irrepressible chill between Baigon's eyebrows. Yu Shi, Yao Li, and others also frowned. They came here to apologize reluctantly. If it weren't for Xiaohao's explicit order, they wouldn't have chosen to bear it and bow their heads. But now, Lin Sun showed an ungrateful attitude and asked them to leave in a tough manner. What did he think they were? This is my attitude. Is there a problem? Lin Sun looked calmer and colder. Since they apologized, they should show their sincerity. But until now, he didn't see any sincerity. A wisp of gloominess appeared on the faces of Baigon and the others. The atmosphere became tense imperceptibly. In the distance, everyone was shocked and doubtful. Only then did they realize that the arrival of Wanyin and others didn't seem to be just to apologize to Lin Sun. And the tough attitude Lin Sun showed also made them click their tongues. They were a group of peerless ruthless people under Xiaohao's command, but Lin Sun was not polite at all. Taoism Pure Lin, we came here on the order of the crown prince to apologize to you, and on the other hand, we came here for another matter. Wanyin had been very calm and composed. Her figure was ethereal like a misty rain, giving people a feeling of being unable to see through her. It turns out that you didn't come here just to apologize. Tell me, why did you come here? Lin Sun sneered. He had a premonition that if it was just for an apology, there was no need to mobilize so many people. Before we talk, allow me to introduce fellow Taoist Lin to my fellow Taoists. Wanyin seemed to be very patient, and her tone was ethereal. This is Baigon, an expert of the White Tiger bloodline. I think Taoism Pure Lin has heard of the White Tiger bloodline. At the beginning of the ancient times, the White Tiger bloodline was known as the God of Slaughter clan with extraordinary resources. Now, Taoism Pure Baigon has stepped into the great perfection of the 7 tribulations of longevity realm. Wanyin introduced. Humph. A wisp of arrogance appeared between Baigon's brows. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and there was an invisible murderous aura around him, reflecting the scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The hearts of everyone trembled. The rumors really are true. This Baigon is actually a descendant of the White Tiger. This is a clan that can compare with the true dragon, immortal phoenix, vermilion bird, and other living beings, and its murderous aura is world-shaking. He really is a descendant of the White Tiger bloodline. But when he fought me that day, the strength he revealed didn't seem to live up to his reputation. Lin Sun's casual words caused the expression of the originally extremely arrogant Baigon to instantly turn gloomy, and a terrifying killing intent surged within his eyes. This is Yu Shi from the Baiyan bloodline. The Baiyan bloodline once reigned supreme in the ancient times. Miss Yu Shi has already awakened her bloodline talent, and she possesses a deep cultivation in the 7th tribulation of longevity realm. Wanyin continued her introduction. Greetings, Taoism Pure Lin. Yu Shi looked like a 6 or 7-year-old little girl. She wore red clothes, but her eyes were charming and alluring, and it gave others an extremely great contrast. The Bayan bloodline. Many people felt their hands and feet go cold. This was an ancient ferocious living being that liked to devour experts, and it was extremely brutal. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, probably no one would dare believe that such a little girl would actually be a descendant of the Bayan. This is Yaoli, a spirit embryo born from the innate wind source. He can be called a descendant of the wind god. His talent is shocking, and he possesses unparalleled speed. Yaoli's figure was like a blurry shadow that flickered in the void, as if he would disappear at any moment, and he gave others an unfathomable feeling of drifting. Taoism Pure Lin, where's that big black bird from last time? I'm very interested in it. Yao Li's voice was hoarse, and it flickered left and right, emitting a penetrating cold aura. If you're interested, then stay. I'll introduce you to him later. Lin Sun glanced at him and spoke calmly. As for these two, they are twin brothers from the malevolent demon clan. The elder brother is called Yan Shan and the younger brother is called Yan Hai. Both of them are extraordinary experts who inherited the ancient innate demon Tao. Their body tempering techniques can be said to be peerless. The fiend bloodline, Yan Shan and Yan Hai were both skinny like ascetic monks. Their breath was as steady as a mountain, and their spirits were extremely condensed. The two of them stood there, looking exactly the same. They were like two mountains, and their bodies contained an incomparably terrifying power of blood qi. Just looking at them from a distance, they gave people a feeling that they were unshakable. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. It was the first time he had seen these two people. The rarest thing was that they were twin stars, and both of them were on the path of becoming saints. Their combat power must be amazing. On the other hand, the surroundings were deathly silent since a long time ago. After knowing the origins of Yuxi, Baigan, Yao Li, Yan Shan, and Yan Hai, everyone knew that these five were extremely dangerous people. Coupled with the mysterious woman Wanyin, this lineup was enough to make people feel cold and afraid in any place in the upper 9 realms. Now that the introduction is over, it's time to get down to business, right? Lin Sun's expression was calm, or in other words, from the beginning to the end, he never had a trace of emotion. This lineup was indeed frightening. However, if they thought that they would be able to intimidate him and affect his state of mind, then they were gravely mistaken. At least, as far as Lin Sun knew, some of the ruthless people who died in his hands were no worse than these people in terms of background. Such as Ming Child, Bai Long Ting, and so on. Fellow Taoist Lin is a straightforward person, and I admire him very much. To tell you the truth, we came here for only one purpose, and that is to ask fellow Taoist Lin to hand over the god-devouring insect. This is the guardian insect of Lord Imperial Prince's bloodline, and we can't lose it. Wanyin expressed her purpose. It turns out that you are here for this. Lin Sun glanced at Wanyin and others. Is this Xiaohao's order? Wanyin shook her head and said calmly, His Highness is in closed-door training and has no time to pay attention to such trifles. As his subordinates, we should serve him and share his worries. Speaking of this, she looked solemn and bowed slightly. Taoism Pure Lin, please don't make it difficult for us. As long as you hand over the spirit-eating insect, we will leave immediately. Ho ho. Lin Sun suddenly chuckled and sighed. I really came to apologize. I was really here to apologize, but it turns out that I'm here to rob. No wonder I brought so many helpers. Should I feel honored, or should I feel ridiculous? P.S. There will be a small explosion tonight, and the second chapter will be released continuously. After the goldfish finishes eating, I will continue to write the third chapter. Ridiculous, Baigan, Yuxi, Yao Li, and others were all cold. Lin Sun obviously didn't know his situation. His Highness once said that Taoism Pure Lin is not an ordinary person and should be respected. We don't want to become enemies with Taoism Pure Lin because of this. Wanyin's expression was a little cold. She looked into the distance and said, What's more, Taoism Pure Lin's two friends are fighting. If there is another fight at this moment, I'm afraid the consequences will be unpredictable. Everyone gasped. These words seemed to be an understatement, but everyone could feel the threat in it. At present, Alu and Yuan Fatian were fighting, and Jing Duyi and young Golden-Winged Rock were fighting. The battle was fierce. If Wanyin and others joined in, how could Lin Sun turn the tide alone? This threat was too fierce. Just you? Lin Sun glanced at the crowd and said casually, full of disdain. In the past 6 months, Lin Sun's cultivation had made his cultivation progress to the extreme. His strength was no longer comparable to that of the past. No matter how many opponents there were, Lin Sun couldn't be afraid at all. Arrogant. Bai Gan snorted. Half a year ago, he was defeated by Lin Sun. But in the past 6 months, his combat power had already been transformed, and he got some good fortune in the real dragon's lair, which made him more confident when facing Lin Sun again. Taoism Pure Lin Sun, as long as you hand over the spirit-eating bugs, we promise we won't embarrass you. Why are you so stubborn? Yushi sighed softly in a soft voice. For the sake of His Highness, we don't want to be enemies with Taoism Pure Lin. Please help us. Yao Li's voice was ethereal and cold. Hand over the spirit-eating bugs. Yan Shan and Yan Hai spoke at the same time. Their words were concise and comprehensive, and their eyebrows were full of determination and killing intent. Fellow Daoist Lin, even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for those 2 friends of yours. Not to mention that if we really had ill intent, we would have directly made a move against you a long time ago, and we wouldn't persuade you with such kind words at all. Wanning also spoke with a solemn and serious look, as if she was giving an ultimatum. It's nothing more than a robbery. Why do you say it so hypocritically? Lin Sun sneered. In fact, killing intent had already been stirred in his heart. It could be said that he had single-handedly raised Little Silver, who was like a relative to him. How could he just give him up? But these people actually dared to target Little Silver. This had already crossed Lin Sun's bottom line. The opponent's lineup was indeed terrifying, enough to make any powerhouse in the Upper Nine realm afraid. However, Lin Sun had been fighting all the way with indomitable perseverance and strength. When had he ever been afraid of any threat? So what if he was surrounded by enemies from all directions? I will suppress them with my own strength. Miss Wanine, there's no need to waste your breath. Just directly capture him and take the God-Eater bugs away. Bai Gan was seething with killing intent. Boom, he made a move, eager to wash away the shame of being defeated by Lin Sun last time. He pinched the Taoist incantation with both hands. A dazzling electric light swept out with monstrous killing intent, like the spear of death in the hand of the god of Hades, aiming at Lin Sun. The void there was torn apart, producing ear-piercing explosions. In the distance, the crowd was shocked. Even though they were very far away, they could feel the horror of this blow, which made their hair stand on end. As soon as Bai Gan made a move, he showed the monstrous killing power of the White Tiger bloodline, which was far more powerful than they had imagined. How dare a loser show off? Lin Sun's eyes were indifferent. He stood there with his hands behind his back, and there was an invisible power of the Great Way rising around him, turning into an abyss-like vision. Boom, when the dazzling electric light, which was as thick as a tree trunk, struck in front of Lin Sun, it was dissolved without a trace like a clay ox entering the sea. Lin Sun didn't move at all. Only his black hair fluttered in the wind. Seeing this strange and shocking scene, Wanine, Yushi, Yao Li, and others all narrowed their eyes and showed a trace of solemnity. It was no wonder that they mobilized a large number of people to come here. This demon god Lin was indeed frighteningly powerful. The people in the distance were dumbfounded and tongue-tied. These days, there were many people who came to Flying Star Mountain to challenge Lin Sun, but they didn't see him show up at all. They all thought that he was afraid and retreated. But now, they understood that demon god Lin, who had been dormant here for half a year, had become even more terrifying than before. He seemed simple, plain, and ordinary, but in fact, his combat strength had already reached an unfathomable level. I'll give you one last chance. Retreat now. Otherwise, even if Xiao Hao comes, I will kill all of you. Lin Sun said coldly with his hands behind his back. However, his warning was viewed as a great provocation, causing a smear of coldness to appear on the faces of Wanine and the others. Kill! Bai Gan shouted, and a platinum halberd swept through the air, stirring up a storm. Rumble, visible to the naked eye, rolling killing intent gathered in the halberd, giving off a terrible vision of ghosts crying and the sun sinking and the moon being destroyed. The power of this blow shocked the people in the distance to the point that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. The descendant of the White Tiger deserved to be comparable to the god of slaughter. The power he exerted with the power of the 7 tribulations of longevity realm was unimaginably horrible. It seems that you have made up your mind. Suddenly, a killing intent flashed in Lin Sun's eyes. Today, I'll tell you what it means to ask for humiliation. As Lin Sun finished speaking, a snow-white sharpness swept out from his body and went straight to the sky. It was like a white rainbow piercing the sun, with incomparably fierce sharpness. Boom, the broken blade collided with the platinum halberd, and suddenly a deafening roar broke out, shattering the void and turning the clouds into powder. Some strong people's spiritual awareness was stinging, and it was difficult for them to see clearly. Break! Lin Sun's clothes were fluttering, and his black hair was fluttering. His original simple and plain aura was suddenly replaced by a terrible and frightening momentum. It was as if he had transformed into a devil god that had walked out of the holiness. His imposing aura caused the clouds and the surroundings to shatter into pieces, the sun and moon to dim down, and the heavens and the earth to be dim. Only his tall figure seemed eternal. Kill! Bygone's white hair fluttered wildly, and his whole body was full of murderous intent. A platinum halberd flew and fiercely collided with the broken blade. However, with a bang, the platinum halberd was directly shaken off and almost flew out of his hand, causing Bygone to stagger and feel numb in his arms. His expression suddenly became solemn. Bang! After another confrontation, Bygone let out a muffled groan. He realized that his strength was obviously inferior to Lin Sun, and he suffered a disadvantage. Slash! Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and the broken blade let out a clear cry. It was unimaginably fast, like a flash of light, as if it had cut through the shackles of space. Bygone's face changed slightly, and he dodged. Confrontation. Almost at the same time, Yushi, who noticed that Bygone was in a bad situation, made a move. She threw her white palm, and a green seal rose into the air and bloomed like a lotus, giving people a sense of perfection, light, and holiness. However, the divine radiance emitted by the seal was bloody and terrifying, and it was like numerous rays of blood-red light that obstructed the broken blade. Bang! However, the bloody rainbow was instantly torn apart by the broken blade like a piece of cloth, and even the seal was blasted flying with a wail. Yushi's pretty face turned pale as she suddenly took a few steps back, and she was astounded in her heart. Only when she truly fought Lin Sun did she realize how terrifying his strength was. It was simply like a vast ocean, and it carried the might of a landslide and a tsunami. After all, she was in existence at the 7th tribulation of longevity, and her natural talent was shocking. She didn't take ordinary geniuses on the gold ranking seriously. But her attack was directly defeated by Lin Sun. However, Yushi's attack this time had helped Bygone win a chance to catch his breath and free himself from being passive. Kill! Bygone and Yushi joined forces, and they respectively attacked with the platinum halberd and the green seal, causing the broken blade to shake. At the same time, swoosh! Yao Li's figure flickered in the distance and vanished into thin air, and his speed was shockingly swift. In the next moment, he'd already appeared before Lin Sun, and then he opened his mouth and spat out a silver flying sword that was only 3 inches long, and it shot out explosively towards Lin Sun's throat. It was almost impossible to describe this blow. It was too fast and too fierce. The aura emitted by the 3-inch silver flying sword was overwhelming and boundlessly violent. Wind shadow stab, this was Yao Li's talent power. It was as swift as the wind and invisible, and its power was like the attack of a ghost. Just the momentum contained in it was enough to destroy the opponent's mind and fighting spirit. Humph! Lin Sun's expression was calm, but there was a bright and crystal-clear fist force that burst out at this critical moment as if it had eyes. Boom, the void burst and collapsed. The bright fist force forcibly blocked the 3-inch flying sword, and the power released by the fist force caused the 3-inch flying sword to be smashed with a bang. With a puff, Yao Li coughed up blood. He only felt the chi and blood all over his body rolling, and he retreated without hesitation. How can he be so powerful? That's the flying soul sword I refined with magic materials, and it was actually blocked? No wonder he dares to call himself Demon God. Yao Li was shocked. He originally thought that he and Lin Sun were in the same realm, and the gap was not big, but now it seemed that he was wrong. Bang! At the same time, there was a loud noise in the distance. The platinum halberd and the cyan Taoist seal that attacked the broken sword were forcibly broken, wailing incessantly. Especially on the Cyan Taoist seal, a mark was left on it, which made Yushi suffer a backfire and let out a muffled groan. As for Bygone, he was trembling all over. In the collision with the broken sword just now, he felt like being bombarded by a holy mountain all the time. The terrible force made him almost cough up blood. All of this took a long time to describe, yet it actually occurred in the blink of an eye. It was completed in one go, and it was swift to a shocking extent. But Lin Sun forcibly broke through the attack of the three peerless merciless people. The disdainful power made Wan Yin, Yan Shan and Yan Hai, who had not yet attacked, slightly change their faces and look solemn. In the distance, the spectators didn't even have time to react. There was no doubt that if they fought alone, neither Bygone, Yushi nor Yao Li could defeat Lin Sun. Let's go together. At this time, Bygone and the others looked at each other and tacitly attacked together without hesitation. They all knew that if they wanted to kill Lin Sun, they had to join hands. Boom, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and Taoist light rumbled in the sky. The crowd in the distance trembled. They had been paying attention to the fight between Old Toad and Ah Lu, but now, their attention was drawn to the unprecedented battle in front of them. Bygone held the platinum halberd like a god of death. Yushi controlled the green Taoist seal to suppress all directions. Yao Li's figure flickered, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. This was only the three of them. Apart from them, Wan Yin, Yan Shan, and Yan Hai were still watching coldly from the sidelines. Break! Accompanied by a calm rebuke, the clear hum of the broken blade resounded through the heavens. The three people besieging Lin Sun staggered back from the shock. All of them had gloomy expressions on their faces. Compared to the last time they met in the tomb, demon god Lin had not only broken through a realm in cultivation, but even his combat strength was completely different. Yan Shan, Yan Hai, you two go too. Wan Yin's ethereal voice resounded like the sounds of nature. Boom, Yan Shan was the first to rush out and press down with his palm. The palm suddenly became the size of a millstone. It seemed to be made of divine gold and flowed with Taoist light. It was like the hand of a god, oppressing the world. Crack, crack, before the palm fell, the nearby void let out an unbearable explosion. Even the void near Lin Sun was twisting and surging, as if it couldn't bear it. This was a body practitioner, his body was like a divine treasure, and his power could shake the world. Yan Shan had already stepped into the seventh tribulation of longevity, and his body cultivation was incomparably condensed. He was a descendant of the evil demon clan, and his body was innately comparable to refined steel and divine jade. He had also inherited the ancient Khanate diabolism secret method, so his combat strength was extraordinary. Get lost. In the field, Lin Sun's eyes flashed with cold lightning, and he also punched. A simple and ordinary fist force appeared in the void, glowing with a faint green light. The nearby void suddenly collapsed. This fist contained the power of Xianxia's devouring of the heavenly way. Using Lin Sun's own power of the Great Way, he could release a world-destroying power with every move. It looked ordinary, but it was actually invisible. Bang, the millstone-sized hand exploded in midair. In the distance, Yan Shan, who had just rushed into the battlefield, suddenly shook his body. Lin Sun's godlike punch had already pressed on his body. Crackle, under the astounded gazes of everyone present, the clothes on Yan Shan's body were blasted into pieces and fluttered in the air like firecrackers, and his entire body was blasted flying. They came fast and retreated even faster. If Yan Hai had not arrived in time to stabilize his body, this punch alone would have sent him flying. So powerful. Yan Shan and Yan Hai's eyes narrowed as their hearts trembled. Body refiners like them possessed extremely formidable strength like ancient dragons and elephants, and what they feared the least was a head-on collision. Amongst those of the same cultivation, they were entirely capable of easily suppressing chi refiners. But Lin Sun's strength was much stronger than Yan Shan's, which was unexpectedly terrifying. Fiend God Lin is currently battling those three, but he can casually send Yan Shan retreating with a punch. This is way too ferocious, right? Someone exclaimed in the distance. Kill. Yan Shan and Yan Hai's faces darkened as they joined the battle. Their attacks were ferocious, concentrated, and overbearing. They were like two enormous mountains that swept through space with the intention of crushing all enemies. The surging qi and blood made everyone present horrified. All of a sudden, Lin Sun was besieged by 5 peerless merciless people, but to everyone's surprise, at this moment, Lin Sun suddenly let out a loud laugh. "You're just SOSO." Boom. As soon as his voice fell, Lin Sun's aura became more and more terrifying. His whole body was like a great abyss between heaven and earth, and there were scenes of stars being annihilated in the void around him. Everything in the surrounding area was being devoured, collapsed, and wailed. What was the demeanor of a fiend god? Before, Lin Sun was simple and plain, making people unable to feel his demeanor. But now, when he showed his sharpness, everyone had a feeling. This was what a fiend god should be like. Chop. The broken blade shot out like a shocking rainbow, and with a bang, the Cyan Taoist seal trembled and cracks appeared on its surface. Boom. At the same time, Lin Sun's boundless fist strength turned into yin and yang tai chi fish, obliterating the killing attacks of Xianxia and Yanhai. Lin Sun's body bounced back in an instant, and his back, like a dragon coming out of the abyss, slammed into Yao Li. Yao Li, who had just appeared behind Lin Sun like a ghost, was knocked out before he could make a move. "Ah!" he screamed. At this moment, he suspected that he had been hit by the primordial dragon elephant, and his body felt like it was about to explode. Swish, however, at the same time, Bai Gon's halberd was about to hit Lin Sun, but it was blocked by an old bloodstained shield halfway. Clang, a deafening bang broke out, and the shield was shaken out with sparks flying everywhere. But taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun jumped out and punched out like lightning. In an instant, thousands of punches had burst out, enveloping Bai Gon. Bang, bang, bang. Bai Gon only felt the terrifying punches from all directions like landslides and tsunamis, which made his arms hurt, his body tremble, and his qi and blood tumble. Even if he resisted with all his might, he was still shaken to the point of being injured, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. It was only when Yu Shi, Yan Shan, and the others came over to help him that he was able to escape such a blow. However, his entire body was already bleeding, and numerous wounds had cracked open on his body, causing him to seem to be in an extremely sorry state. In a short period of a few breaths, Lin Sun had almost broken through the encirclement, and all his opponents were more or less injured, whereas he was invincible. Everyone in the distance was completely dumbstruck. They were able to imagine that Lin Sun was extremely formidable, yet they never imagined that he was formidable to such an unimaginable extent. "You deserve death." Bai Gon's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, and it seemed like a white tiger had surged into appearance behind his figure. It stepped on the starry sky, and it was a shocking scene. Boundless killing intent overflowed from his body like tidewater, and it covered the heavens and the earth as it swept out. Yu Shi, Yao Li, Yan Shan, Yan Hai, and the others had livid expressions as well, and they were completely infuriated. Every single one of them possessed a rare reserve in combat strength. Even though they were nameless in the past, they'd never taken the ordinary figures on the Heavenly Talent Gold rankings seriously. But today, they couldn't even suppress demonic god Lin despite joining forces. This caused them to feel ashamed, and they felt extremely humiliated. Kill. They didn't hesitate to unleash their full might. Yu Shi took out a bloody thorn ring. Yao Li's glabella revealed a strange double pupil that suffused with a strange jade light. Yan Shan and Yan Hai transformed into 300-meter-tall figures like ancient fiend gods, and their vital energy and blood surged around them. In an instant, the 5 experts that could suppress an area attacked without holding back. The power they released was so great that it was like a surging black cloud that covered the heavens and the earth. It also seemed like the galaxy had been shattered, and the heavens and the earth were in chaos while the sun and moon lost their light. That area was completely a terrifying scene of an apocalypse. Halberd, bloody thorn ring, double pupil, lightning, vital energy, and blood. 5 types of energy were like 5 peerless killing tribulations, and they carried an unparalleled momentum as they enveloped Lin Sun alone. At this moment, the minds of many people in the distance shook, and they couldn't help but close their eyes. If they forced themselves to watch the battle due to the disparity in their realms, they would also be shocked. And Lin Sun, who was in the midst of it, had a pair of burning torches in his black eyes. It was a burning fighting spirit. Only at this moment was his fighting spirit fully aroused. Previously, it was simply not enough. Boom, a tsunami-like power surged in his body, and his organs rumbled like thunder. In an instant, he was like a copper cauldron in a chaotic world, releasing the power to burn the heavens. Open! The cold light in Lin Sun's eyes surged, and the broken blade cut through the void with a clang. This slash was called life and death. Opening the path of life and death between life and death was the first time Lin Sun used the power of various great ways after Tao fusion. Heaven and earth seemed unable to bear it, and the void was torn apart like a piece of cloth. Only the bright broken blade covered all the light and shadows, becoming the only edge. Rumble, at this moment, everyone felt a vast expanse of whiteness in front of him. Their vision and hearing had all disappeared, and their souls were in a throbbing state. They could only rely on their instincts to sense the shaking of the heavens and the earth, the shattering of all things, and the turbulent flow of energy that swept through the surroundings. After a long time, when everyone recovered from their shock, they seemed to be in a trance from extreme shock. Who exactly won this strike? After that, they saw Lin Sun's tall figure standing in the sky. At the same time, the expressions of Yuxi, Baigan, Yaoli, and the others in the distance changed indeterminately, and they more or less seemed to be in a sorry state. The outcome of this strike was actually a draw. Lin Sun hadn't been suppressed. Lin Sun, your combat strength can be said to be extraordinary indeed, and no one in the same generation can match you at close range. But how many times can you resist similar attacks? Suddenly, Wanning spoke in an ethereal voice from afar. Brother Lin, stop. Miss Wanning has always been merciful and hasn't attacked you. If you persist in going about things the wrong way, then there'll be no room for negotiation. Yuxi spoke. Baigan, Yaoli, Yan Shan, Yan Hai, and the others had cold expressions. Everyone was shocked. Wanning was undoubtedly the strongest one. If she also joined the battle, the consequences would be really unpredictable. Is it worth risking your life for a spirit-eating bug? Wanning sighed faintly. What a joke. Aren't you willing to be enemies with me for the spirit-eating bug? Aren't you afraid of losing your life? Lin Sun sneered, and his eyes were full of divine light. There was an invisible disdain rising in his eyes. What's more, even if you join me, so what? Stubborn. Baigan snorted. Ho ho. Lin Sun's face was full of sarcasm. Around him, an unprecedented terrifying aura suddenly spread, making his power more and more frightening. The faces of Wanning and others suddenly changed. This guy's aura actually became stronger. How could it be possible? Did he not use all his strength before? If it's really like that, then it's too horrifying. For a moment, even Wanning's expression became solemn and dignified. As I said, this time I'll let you understand what it means to bring disgrace upon yourself. In an indifferent and calm voice, Lin Sun restrained the emotion on his face. He was calm, and there was no ripple in his eyes. There was only extreme coldness left. After saying that, he stepped on the void and suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Lin Sun finally attacked with all his strength without reservation. P.S. This is the 3rd chapter, and there will be the 4th chapter at around 12 o'clock in the morning. Don't forget to smash your monthly ticket if you enjoy it. It wasn't that Lin Sun had been holding back. He had been vigilant to see if Wanning would take this opportunity to attack Alu or Old Toad. But now, he had nothing to worry about. Because both Old Toad and Alu stopped fighting with Yuan Fadian and the young golden-winged roc. This was because of the intervention of the big black bird. The reason was simple. Yuan Fadian and the young golden-winged roc weren't on the same side as Wanning. Naturally, they didn't want to be used by Wanning at this time. Therefore, under the intervention of the big black bird, both sides stopped fighting and chose to stand aside. This was undoubtedly bad news for Wanning and the others. After all, the reason why they dared to threaten Lin Sun before was that Old Toad and Alu were fighting fiercely and would probably distract Lin Sun, but now, all of this was gone. For Lin Sun, he had nothing to worry about and could naturally go all out. How terrifying was Lin Sun when he went all out, everyone saw it immediately. There was a sudden explosion in the void. The next moment, Lin Sun had already reached Yan Shan. Even with Yan Shan's reflexes, he could only choose to resist but couldn't dodge when he was caught off guard. Tut! Yan Shan's lips made a sound, and a layer of black jade like halo appeared around him like an upside-down bell, protecting his body. Phantoms of demon venerables appeared on the light shield, making obscure demonic sounds. Boundless demon incantation. This was an extremely powerful body protection method. It was said that it originated from the ancient demon path and was comparable to the unbreakable Vajra body of Buddhism. It had the power to stand firm even if the sky falls and the earth cracks. In addition, Xianxia's arm suddenly became extremely thick, and dense Taoist patterns appeared on his skin. Then, he slapped out horizontally. This was another world-shocking divine ability called the Power Devil's arm. Lifting one's hand and throwing a divine mountain was as easy as picking up a feather. But how terrifying was Lin Sun's punch? It was a blow released with all his strength after using Fight Saint method and Yazi's fury. Bang! There was a loud explosion. The powerful Power Devil's arm exploded inch by inch. Flesh and blood splashed everywhere. Then, with a bang, the black jade-like light shield shook violently. It couldn't hold on any longer and exploded. The boundless devil tactics, which gave many strong practitioners a headache in ancient times, was easily broken by Lin Sun with one punch. After that, Xianxia's body that was sturdy like an extreme weapon was forcefully blasted, flying like a flying arrow, and he was barely able to stop his body after flying over 1 kilometer away. His face was flushed red, and his mouth and nose were filled with unstoppable blood. Everyone noticed to their horror that there was a 4-inch deep fist mark on his chest. One could imagine that the power released by this punch had already rushed into his body and caused terrifying damage. Hiss! A wave of gasps resounded in the surroundings. Xianxia, such a tyrannical body refinement cultivator, was almost crippled by a single punch. Even Wanyin, Baigan, Yu Shi, and the others had gloomy expressions at this moment, and their hearts shook. The strength Lin Sun revealed made them feel a real threat. I wonder how many times you can resist my attacks. Lin Sun stood in the air with his black hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were as cold as an abyss, and his power was so strong that it made the sky dim. In the distance, Yuan Fatian and the young golden-winged Rock King looked at each other and could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Lin Sun's strength surprised them as well. Let's do it together. Wanyin sighed softly. Her figure seemed to be bathed in misty rain, hazy and illusory. As soon as she finished speaking, a green flying sword appeared out of thin air. In an instant, she seemed to have changed into a different person. She had an extra sharp and ethereal aura, like a female sword fairy with peerless grace and brilliance. Just her aura alone made everyone look at her. Everyone knew that this woman must be extraordinary since she could make Baigan and the others follow her lead. But only when she truly revealed her power did people realize how powerful her aura was. That peerless aura was like a divine moon that people could only look up to. Misty rain. Amidst the clear and cold voice, the green flying sword flashed out swiftly, and it was like a gentle wisp of misty rain that drifted through the heavens and the earth. It was extremely beautiful and terrifying to the extreme. Swoosh! Swoosh! The void was torn apart like a piece of paper. The blurred sword light spread out like a nightmare, but it could suppress and kill ghosts and gods. Clang! Almost at the same time, the broken sword slashed out. However, at this moment, Lin Sun had already used the extreme inheritance, and its power had skyrocketed compared to before. A blade and a sword carried out a peerless battle in the void. Kill! Baigan, Yu Shi, and the others attacked as well. Several forces swept out like a galaxy, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Swoosh! Lin Sun's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Yu Shi. Among the 6 of them, this woman was the weakest and the least threatening. In the previous battle, Lin Sun had already figured out their strength. Condense! Yu Shi's expression changed. The green seal soared into the sky and turned into the shadow of a bloody swanee as if it had rushed out from hell. However, at this moment, Lin Sun had already utilized his full strength, so how terrifying was his strength? Merely a single punch had directly destroyed the shadow of the swanee and shattered the green seal. Moreover, even Yu Shi's figure was drowned by the vast force of the punch and died miserably within it. However, unexpectedly, Yu Shi's figure had strangely appeared once more in the nearby area. However, her countenance was extremely pale, and her aura was extremely weak. I'm afraid you can't use this life-saving ability many times, right? Lin Sun sneered. Yu Shi's expression was covered in terror. At that moment just now, she'd truly felt the threat of death. It was too terrifying, and it caused her to feel extreme despair and helplessness. "Stop him." In the distance, a sweet and clear voice resounded. She was unable to escape, and she was being attacked by Lin Sun's broken sword at full force. Only after she truly fought Lin Sun did she realize how terrifying an opponent he was, and even her ultimate technique in the sword Dao that she was extremely proud of had been suppressed by him. "Kill!" Bai Gong, Yao Li, and the others suddenly charged forward. For a time, fierce battles broke out in the field, and the world seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Terrifying waves swept in all directions, which shocked all the heroes. Lin Sun alone fought against Wan Yin and the others, but he was still invincible and powerful. This was completely beyond everyone's expectation. But after hundreds of confrontations, Lin Sun pressed out his finger like the arrival of spring and autumn. Yao Li's body was just about to retreat, but it was too late, and he was directly pressed by the force of Lin Sun's finger. With a bang, Yao Li's body seemed to explode. His flesh and blood were badly mutilated, and he let out a shrill scream as he flew backward. Boom, however, when Lin Sun wanted to chase after him, Bai Gong and the others had already arrived. But everyone could see that the advantage was tilting to Lin Sun. Up to this point, Yu Shi and Yao Li were both seriously injured and extremely weak. They were no longer a threat to Lin Sun. Yan Shan had also been injured. Although he was a body practitioner, which didn't affect his fighting ability, the power he could exert was much weaker than before. In addition, the situation of Bai Gong and Yan Hai was not optimistic either. They could barely contain Lin Sun. As for Wan Yin, the peerless female swordsman, she was naturally stunning and had outstanding combat power. Unfortunately, when she appeared, she met Lin Sun who had released all his strength. Although she was strong, Lin Sun was stronger than her. Of course, if it weren't for Wan Yin, which forced Lin Sun to kill with the broken sword, the battle would have been over long ago. This made the people watching the battle in the distance fall into a trance. Before, when Lin Sun was besieged, almost no one thought that he would be in trouble this time. Who would have thought that the situation would be abruptly reversed under the suppression of his powerful combat power? This is Demon God Lin. Some people were shocked. Yuan Fatian and the young golden-winged Rock King looked extremely solemn. This time, their purpose was to deal with Lin Sun, but they first encountered two strong opponents, Alu and Old Toad. Before the outcome of the battle was decided, they witnessed Lin Sun's unprecedented battle, which made them feel extremely amazed, shocked and surprised. Their hearts were heavy, and they felt a little stuffy. It's said that your white tiger bloodline is the descendant of the god of slaughter, but how many of my moves can you resist? In the field, Lin Sun suddenly laughed and suddenly exerted his might. He rushed forward and attacked Bai Gong with all his strength. Go to hell. Bai Gong's eyes were bloodshot, and the killing intent around him was wild. When he heard Lin Sun's words, he seemed to have gone mad and erupted with terrifying power. But no matter how he struggled, he was completely suppressed by Lin Sun. Every punch of Lin Sun was like an immortal performing martial arts. It was unsophisticated, plain and natural, but its power was astonishing. After only a dozen moves, Lin Sun punched out, and with a clang, Bai Gong's platinum halberd flew out of his hand. His wrist was broken, causing blood to flow, and he let out a painful groan as his figure staggered back in the void. However, what made Lin Sun frown was that when he wanted to kill Bai Gong, the twin brothers Yan Shan and Yan Hai rushed over again. These two body refiners possessed extremely terrifying and abnormal physical strength. Moreover, their recovery ability was extremely shocking. Even if they suffered an injury, they seemed as if they didn't notice it at all, causing them to be extremely difficult to deal with. Let me see if both of you can actually resist this sword strike of mine. Lin Sun took a deep breath as a wisp of coldness flashed in his eyes. Swoosh, the tip of his finger sliced lightly. A wisp of sword chi appeared abruptly. It was extremely dazzling and fierce, and it seemed as if it had pierced through the ages and arrived here with an indomitable and all-powerful momentum. Shit, in the distance, Wan Yin's expression turned grim. She'd once witnessed how terrifying this sword move of Lin Sun's was, and it caused her to be unable to dodge in time. Dodge quickly, she warned. But she was obviously a step too late. The sword chi was too world-shocking, and it was utterly indescribable with words. The heavens and the earth seemed as if they'd been slashed into two by this sword strike, and it was unstoppable. Before the spectators in the distance could react to what had happened, they saw the brothers Yan Shan and Yan Hai who charged towards Lin Sun had their bodies that were as strong as imperial weapons slashed into two. Fresh blood sprayed down like a waterfall. A straight crack was plowed out in the void, and it stretched for 4,000 kilometers in the sky, causing the heavens and the earth to dim down at this moment. Everyone present was shocked, and there was a moment of deathly silence. The might of a single sword strike was actually terrifying to such an extent. What sword move was this? P.S. The fourth update is here. Besides that, let me explain that Lin Sun was able to fight on two fronts because he cultivated both the soul and chi at the same time, whereas the broken blade was a divine weapon controlled by the divine sense. Everyone was shocked by this one sword, even Yuan Fatian and the young golden-winged Rock King couldn't help but gasp. They also felt a great threat from this sword. They were thinking about how they would deal with this blow if they were in Lin Sun's position. As for the other experts in the surroundings, they'd already lost their composure and were dumbstruck. Since the beginning of the battle, Lin Sun had injured Yushi, Yao Li, the descendant of the White Tiger, and Bygone. On the other side, the broken sword hung in the sky like the sun. Even Wan Yin, who had great attainments in swordsmanship, had no time to pay attention to anything else. She could only barely hold on. At this time, the siege against Lin Sun was completely broken by this sword that could amaze the world. The power of the devil god was vividly demonstrated at this moment. Clatter scarlet blood splashed and dyed the void red. The bodies of Yan Shan and Yan Hai were broken, but the strange thing was that their flesh and blood were wriggling and healing as if they were alive. This was how terrifying the path of attaining sainthood through the body was. Even if one's body was shattered, one could still recover. So, there was only a single method to kill one in one go. Destroy their flesh and blood. The primordial spirit and thoughts of a body practitioner were nurtured in the flesh and blood. The flesh and blood was the root of their way to conquer the world. For example, a body practitioner who had stepped into the saint realm could recover with only a drop of blood. Why? Because this drop of blood was like a divine treasure, containing primordial spirit, power, and cultivation. It was really terrifying. They are recovering, someone said in a trembling voice. Only Lin Sun looked calm. He didn't even bother to look at them again. Big brother, you're amazing. The power of this sword has invaded the flesh and blood of Yan Shan and Yan Hai, producing a destructive power. This is equivalent to destroying most of their cultivation. Alu exclaimed. As a body practitioner, he knew better than others that Lin Sun's sword not only destroyed the bodies of Yan Shan and Yan Hai, but also destroyed the foundation of the Great Way. This was the most horrible thing. Sure enough, when Yan Shan and Yan Hai recovered, their breath was extremely weak, and their faces were ashen, full of unwillingness and despair. Becoming a king at the peak, stepping into immortality, in the future, there was originally an extremely bright future. But under this sword, all hope, future, and ambitions, were on the verge of being destroyed. Even if he were to completely recover, who knew how long it would take? Will all of you be able to block this sword? Lin Sun's indifferent voice resounded through the world as he looked at Bygone, Yushi, Yao Li, and the others in the distance. Their bodies stiffened as if they'd fallen into an icy pit. If they didn't understand the gap between them and Lin Sun at this point, they would be really stupid. This is called asking for humiliation. His death is not to be regretted. The cold voice was like a horn that hastened death. Run! Suddenly, a sweet voice screamed in the distance. Before, her figure was hazy like the misty rain, and her temperament was like the high and mighty moon. She talked and behaved calmly and respectfully, as if she was sure to defeat Lin Sun. But now, her expression changed, and her eyes almost split apart from rage. She'd completely lost control of her emotions, and she was unable to maintain her composure. Lin Sun's strength had completely chilled her. Now, only regret, unwillingness, self-blame, and other emotions were fermenting in her heart. Unfortunately, it was too late for her to regret. When she reminded him, it was already too late. Boom! As soon as Lin Sun's voice fell, a fist force like a shining dragon broke through the air, seemingly locking the 8 directions and enveloping all directions. The feeling this punch gave Bygone, Yao Li, and Yushi was that there was no way to escape and no way to avoid it. The endless horror was like a cold current, making their minds on the verge of collapse, and the strong unwillingness stimulated their faces to distort. But as a peerless figure, who would be willing to be killed like this? But at this time, they were desperate. No, in the distance, Wan was so angry that she coughed up blood. Regret and hatred cut her heart like a knife. At this critical moment, a sigh suddenly resounded, "Brother Lin, please show mercy." The voice, like the morning bell and evening drum, went straight to people's hearts, with an invisible great majesty. As soon as the voice sounded, a figure appeared out of thin air and blocked Lin Sun's punch. However, to everyone's surprise, he didn't resist but bore the blow with his body. Bang! The figure staggered back a few steps, swayed for a while, and a wisp of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. For a moment, all the people present were stunned and silent. Looking carefully, they found that the figure was dignified, with wide sleeves and a wide belt, handsome eyes, and slender eyebrows. He was indescribably elegant and handsome. Even though he was knocked back by a punch at this moment, when he stabilized his figure, he didn't look embarrassed at all. He still gave people a calm and dignified temperament. "Your Highness!" Exclamations sounded. Bai Gan, Yu Shi, Yao Li, and others who had long been desperate, regretful, and unwilling were stunned, and their eyes turned red. At this critical moment of life and death, how could they expect that the crown prince would come in person and block a blow for them with his own body? Looking at the blood dripping from the corner of the crown prince's mouth, they didn't understand. With the crown prince's combat strength, it was no problem for him to resolve this blow, but why didn't he fight back? This scene also shocked others in the field. The person who came was naturally Xiaohao, the young master of the Star Nether Imperial family, who ranked first on the Tianjiao Golden List and was almost invincible in the upper 9 realms, but such a figure, who was as dazzling as the sun, didn't resist or resolve Lin Sun's blow. Why was this? The people in the field were shocked and confused. Even Lin Sun couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and then he understood and couldn't help frowning. "Brother Lin, can you give me some face and stop now?" Xiaohao smiled bitterly and saluted with folded hands. Many people gasped. With Xiaohao's current status and combat strength, he didn't have to lower his head like this, but he did it. This was unexpected. "Your Highness, you," Bai Gan and others were also dumbfounded, with unspeakable anger in their hearts. The crown prince was like a legend in their hearts, but now in order to help them, he lowered his head and begged Lin Sun for mercy. How could they accept this? There's no need to say more. If you've done something wrong, you should take it as an apology. If you had known it would be like this, would you have come to pick a fight behind my back? Xiaohao frowned and glanced at Bai Gan and others with a look of exasperation. This made Bai Gan and others feel ashamed and lowered their heads. Seeing all this, Lin Sun sighed softly in his heart and put away the broken sword with a thought. "Thank you, Brother Lin." Xiaohao smiled slightly, as if relieved from a heavy burden. From the beginning to the present, he had been apologetic, humble, and bowed his head. He didn't have the sharpness of an overlord on the Tianjiao Golden List at all. People couldn't help but wonder whether Xiaohao was worthy of his name. But in the eyes of Old Toad, Alu, Yuan Fatian, and the young golden-winged rock in the distance, there was a serious and dignified expression. This was the real freedom of advance and retreat. If he advanced, he would be famous all over the world, top the Tianjiao Golden List, and overlook the heroes in the world. If he retreated, he would be as humble as jade, treat people with dignity, and not be bound by the eyes of the world. Such broad-mindedness and boldness were absolutely rare in the world. "Young master, this is all because of me. Bai Gan and others are all following orders. Don't blame them. I'm willing to bear the blame and die without regret." In the distance, Wan rushed over with a pale face and bowed her head to salute. Xiaohao sighed softly with a touch of regret in his eyes. He said, "Wan, you can leave now." Then, he took a deep breath and looked at Lin Sun, saying, "Brother Lin, what happened today was caused by the people around me after all. I'm willing to bear the blame. If you have any dissatisfaction in your heart, you can tell me. I promise to do my best to make it up to you. I only hope to resolve this grievance so that we won't become enemies." His attitude of bowing his head and admitting his mistake moved all the people present. Who could imagine that Xiaohao, the dignified prince, would apologize to Lin Sun so frankly and seriously without showing any perfunctory or dissatisfaction? If this was spread out, how would the world view this matter? However, everyone knew that Xiaohao did this not because of fear or awe of Lin Sun. Lin Sun naturally knew this. He couldn't help but think of the scene when he met Xiaohao for the first time. At that time, he realized that Xiaohao was an extremely extraordinary figure with great courage, perseverance, and ambition. He had the temperament of a leader. If Xiaohao had forced Lin Sun as soon as he appeared, Lin Sun wouldn't have stopped. After Xiaohao appeared, he first blocked Lin Sun's punch with his own body without resolving the resistance, and then sincerely apologized, which made Lin Sun feel it was inappropriate to pursue the matter. After all, there was no hatred between him and Xiaohao. It was not worthwhile to fall out with some unimportant people at this moment. Apart from other things, this time I seriously injured your subordinates, and some of them even lost their cultivation. Aren't you going to fight for them? Lin Sun said casually. Xiaohao smiled bitterly, and then he sighed. This is called asking for it, and no one can be blamed for it. If they hadn't made a mistake this time, I would have come to visit you later to reminisce about the past and discuss the Tao with you. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? As he said, he cupped his hands and said, Brother Lin, before we met in Starfall Peak, I knew that you and I would meet sooner or later. But today's scene is not what I want to see. No matter what you feel in your heart, my friends made mistakes first, so I won't complain about it. Similarly, I only hope that today's matter won't make Lin Sun take it to heart and make our relationship sour. Hearing this, many people sighed with admiration in their hearts. Xiaohao's sincerity could be seen here. Seeing this, Lin Sun also smiled and cupped his hands, saying, Ignorance is not a crime. Brother Xiaohao is magnanimous, and I am not a person who haggles over every little thing. Let's forget about these trivial things. After a pause, he continued, There is no time like the present. Now that you and I meet here, please let me do my duty as a host and have a drink with you. What do you think? Xiaohao was stunned, and then he laughed heartily. That's a good idea. I can't wait to have a drink with you. Please. Lin Sun smiled slightly. P.S. Thank you for the tips and monthly votes of W83,127 and other brothers and sisters. I will try my best to update more tonight. If there are monthly votes, please encourage me. Since the two of you are here, why don't we drink together? Lin Sun turned his head and looked at Yuan Fatian and the young rock in the distance. The young rock was startled and hesitated. Go, why not? I'm not afraid of Lin Sun playing tricks. Yuan Fatian snorted. Alright, whether it's Lin Sun or Xiaohao, they are both people I want to see. The young rock nodded. A dispute came to an end just like that. The people watching from afar realized that after this battle, the name of demon god Lin was destined to shake the upper 9 realms. As for Xiaohao's act of asking for punishment, it would surely become a story that people would take delight in talking about. The Flying Star Mountain was full of guests. Lin Sun, Lu, Old Toad, the Big Black Bird, Xiaohao, Yuan Fatian, and the young rock were all sitting on the ground, drinking and chatting in a harmonious atmosphere. Only Wanyin, Baigan, Yaoli, and Yuxi were silent, lowering their heads to drink. This gathering was based on their crushing defeat, but now they were sitting at the same table as their opponent, Lin Sun, so they naturally felt awkward and depressed. In a few months, the battle for the ultimate domain will come to an end, but the battle of the Great Era is not over yet. Xiaohao put down his wine cup and sighed. In these years, I don't know how many changes have happened in the ancient wasteland. When we return, I don't know who will lead the world. For a moment, everyone felt emotional. Calculating the time, they had all been in the ultimate domain for more than 8 years. Before coming, they were only cultivators of the 5 realms, but now, looking around, they were all peak kings who had set foot in the longevity realm. This was change. If they hadn't entered the ultimate domain, it was destined that they wouldn't have such an astonishing transformation on their path of cultivation in just a few years. The Great Era is unprecedented and extremely brilliant, but in the world, when it reaches its peak, it will decline. No one can guarantee what the world will be like when this Great Era comes to an end, the young rock said indifferently. Cultivators like us can't control the changes of the world. The only thing we can do is to go against the odds and seek a higher breakthrough. Not bad. Xiaohao deeply agreed, and then he pondered for a moment before he suddenly said, however, if I'm not wrong, then we have no choice but to face a serious problem when we leave the peak region. What do you mean? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. War of the Nine Zones. Xiaohao lightly spat out 4 words. For a moment, many people's expressions changed slightly as they vaguely understood. In the ancient times, there were enemies from the 8 regions who came to invade the ancient Desolation region and annihilated its orthodoxies. This was known as the Nine Realms competition. In the past, more than one grand war had erupted because of this. Saints were like weeds before such calamity, and all living beings could only go with the flow. For example, the ancient Desolation region was originally a complete world. However, due to the great calamity caused by the invasion of the 8 regions, it was directly shattered and transformed into the Eastern Victory, Western Horizontal, Profound South, and Big Dipper realms. The border rivers that spread throughout the 4 great realms were the scars left behind by the war in the ancient Desolation region. Presently, the ancient Desolation region is experiencing a great era that has never been seen before, and it's unparalleled in the world. It's absolutely impossible for the experts of the other 8 regions to watch as the ancient Desolation region rises. Xiaohao's gaze was deep and serene. This is a blood enmity between the large regions, and it has been formed since the ancient times. If it wasn't for the sages of the past spilling blood at the beginning and resisting with all their might to defeat the enemies of the other 8 regions, the ancient Desolation region would have probably been reduced to a prisoner and ruled by the other 8 regions. For a time, everyone felt extremely depressed in their hearts. They more or less knew a little about this matter. Even though they hadn't personally experienced it, they only had to think about it to know that if a similar war really occurred, then the ancient Desolation region was bound to fall into an extremely great upheaval. The corpses of our enemies are buried beneath the border rivers, and the heroic souls of countless sages of our ancient Desolation region are also buried there. Since the ancient times until now, countless extraordinary overlords and peerless heroes have fallen in the world for the sake of resisting the enemies of the outside world. Now, a similar incident might occur again. To the ancient Desolation region and all living beings in the world, it's bound to be a calamity accompanied by blood. How can there be an unbroken egg when the nest is overturned? Everyone, I'm absolutely not saying all this today to worry about nothing. I just want to remind all of you that the competition for the ultimate regions is a matter between all of us in the end, whereas when it's related to the calamity of the competition between the 9 regions, no one is able to remain uninvolved. When Xiaohao said this, his voice couldn't help but carry a hint of sonorous killing intent. My only hope is that when that day comes, I will kill my way to the 9th heaven and kill all the enemies of the outside world. A terrifying aura spread out from Xiaohao's imposing figure, causing the wind and clouds to change color, and everyone was shocked. At this moment, Xiaohao showed the demeanor of the number 1 on the Tianjiao Golden List, which made Lin Sun's heart involuntarily tremble. I've made a fool of myself in front of everyone. Xiaohao seemed to realize that he had lost his composure. He immediately restrained his aura and said, "To be honest, in the ancient times, the experts of my Dark Star Imperial clan were destroyed by the enemies of the 8 regions. There's also Baigan, Yu Shi, Yan Shan, and Yan Hai. Their respective clans suffered near annihilation in the war against the enemies of the outside world. They're the same as me. Sooner or later, we'll get our revenge and settle this grudge." As soon as these words were spoken, Baigan and the others revealed sorrowful expressions, and their hearts surged. On the other hand, Lin Sun and the others finally understood why Baigan and the others gathered by Xiaohao's side. It was because they had a common goal and a common enemy. If that day really comes, what will Brother Lin plan to do? Xiaohao suddenly asked while looking at Lin Sun. I naturally won't sit still and wait for death. Lin Sun said casually. He would do as much as he had the ability. At present, he didn't have the ability to care for the world and save the common people, so he naturally wouldn't talk about it. Speaking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but think of a question. Why is it that there are always 8 regions invading, but the experts of the ancient wasteland never take the initiative to attack? A wisp of helplessness appeared on the corners of Xiaohao's mouth as he said, the reason is very simple. Among the 9 regions, the ancient wasteland is the most barren and declining. It seems to have countless orthodoxies, but in fact, its foundation is far inferior to the other 8 regions. This was the reality. The weak would be beaten. Since ancient times, how could countless sages and magnates not think of taking the initiative to attack the other 8 regions to avenge their humiliation? The reason why they had never succeeded was that it was too difficult. It is said that in the other 8 regions, if one wants to reach the peak on the road of cultivation, there is no restriction of the power of heaven and earth. It is a normal thing in cultivation. But for our ancient wasteland, it can only be achieved in the present world. Little Rock King also sighed. This sentence moved Lin Sun and the others, and they almost couldn't believe it. They knew better than anyone how difficult it was to reach the peak, but now it was said that in the other 8 regions, it was a very normal thing to reach the peak. Who wouldn't be surprised? The ancient wasteland is called the abandoned Dao region for a reason. Xiaohao opened his mouth and told a story. It is said that in the beginning of the ancient times, the ancient wasteland was the most powerful among the 9 regions. But later, because of a battle of the great Dao that affected the 9 regions, the ancient wasteland lost a part of the origin of chaos. From then on, the order of heaven and earth was incomplete, and the ancient wasteland's heaven and earth gradually weakened. Hearing this, Lin Sun also remembered that the mysterious woman in the gate to heaven had also said that in the beginning, the ancient wasteland was unparalleled and brilliant. It was the top of the 9 regions, overlooking the heavens, and had an extremely glorious time. However, as for how the ancient wasteland declined, it was like a taboo mystery, and no one knew until now. Everyone, in these years, you must have obtained a lot of fortunes and inheritances. But have you noticed that those fortunes and inheritances were left behind by some extremely dazzling figures in the ancient times? As soon as Xiaohao's words came out, everyone immediately agreed. Lin Sun had long noticed that from immortal burning Chen Lin Kong to War Emperor Wuyang in the Nether River Forbidden Land, and Holy Buddha Xianxia in the Buddha Buddhist land, they could all be said to be giants of a generation, overlords. These sages joined forces to create this supreme region. After leaving behind their inheritances, they all went to the same place. That is the ancient path of the starry sky. Xiaohao revealed a shocking secret, because in the opinion of these sages, whether it is to reach the peak of the great Tao or to change the situation of the ancient wasteland among the 9 regions, only the ancient path of the starry sky could solve the problem. For a moment, everyone was shocked. This was the first time they had heard of this secret. Of course, this is still a little far from us. Even if the battle of the 9 regions breaks out, it will at least be many years later. What we need to do is to forge ahead and seek a higher realm on the path of the great Tao. Xiaohao said, only in this way can we have the ability to resist and resolve the catastrophe when it comes. Lin Sun asked, then in brother Xiaohao's opinion, when will the battle of the 9 regions break out? At most, it will not be more than 100 years. Xiaohao pondered, it will even break out in advance. In fact, it is very simple to judge when this will happen. When the 9 regions battlefield reopens, it will be a sign. Lin Sun suddenly remembered that when he participated in the list of small tycoons in the Immortal Mountain, the spiritual servant guarding the Immortal Mountain had said that there was a passage leading to the 9 region battlefield on the Immortal Mountain. For a moment, Lin Sun's thoughts were flying. The battle of the 9 regions, this problem must be carefully paid attention to in the future. As the saying goes, no egg can remain intact when the nest is overturned. Who dares to ignore it? Brother Lin, thank you for your hospitality. After the banquet, Xiaohao got up and left with Wanin, Baigon, and the others. Lin Sun watched them leave and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Xiaohao was really different from other top figures. What this person was seeking was no longer a temporary battle, but the battle of the 9 regions that was destined to happen in the future. Soon, Lin Sun gathered his thoughts and turned back. He still had one more thing to do. P.S. This chapter is the foreshadowing of a big plot. Although it is a little boring, it is very important. Young lord, are we really going to let it go? Waning couldn't help asking after they left Flying Star Mountain. In this battle, Yan Shan and Yan Hai's cultivation was almost destroyed, and the others were all seriously injured. It could be said that they were defeated in a mess. The others also looked at Xiaohao. In their view, Xiaohao didn't have to lower his head and apologize to Lin Sun with his background and combat power. Xiaohao was silent for a moment and said, Wanin, you have been with me for a long time. I don't blame you for acting on my behalf today, but I don't want it to happen again. In an instant, Wanin's pretty face turned pale. She had never seen the Crown Prince so angry. Your Highness, Miss Wanning also wants to help you take back the spirit-eating insects. Bygone said. Spirit-eating insects, Xiao Hao laughed at himself, the Serene Star Imperial clan has long been destroyed. Why do we need the guardian insects? What's more, it's Lin Sun's good fortune to get the spirit-eating insects. Why should I rob him? After a pause, he sighed softly, I know you are unwilling and think that I should not apologize to Lin Sun, but you will understand in the future. At least, when the Battle of the Nine Regions comes, you will find that Lin Sun is the most worthy one among the people who can help us achieve great things. Wanning and others were all stunned. How could demon god Lin be valued so much by the Crown Prince? Master, there is one thing I want to tell you. On Lin Sun's way back to Flying Star Mountain, Little Silver, who had been meditating in the Sea of Consciousness, suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Xiao Hao tried to talk to me with the Serene Star Insect Mastery, said Little Silver. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed. He didn't notice it at all before. Little Silver said, but I refused. I don't know what his intention is, good or bad. Please be careful, Master. Lin Sun nodded. Wasn't Xiao Hao worried that Lin Sun would find out about his little trick? Master, although the ancestors of the spirit-eating insects have been serving the Serene Star Imperial clan, I am different. Little Silver said, no matter who it is, if they want me to betray them, I would rather die than agree. Lin Sun felt relieved and said, let's not talk about this. Xiao Hao may have his own plans, but it's absolutely impossible for me to hand you over. Little Silver looked relieved. Then I'm relieved. Lin Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Only then did he realize that the little guy had been worried that he would sell it. Brother Lin, the two of us will take our leave as well. When Lin Sun returned to the table, the little golden-winged rock also stood up and said. Didn't the two of you come to the Flying Star Mountain to spar with me? Lin Sun was stunned. Do you think we're idiots? Yuan Faishan's tone was stiff. If I were to fight you, wouldn't I be tortured badly? I'm not a masochist, why would I fight? In fact, he was very unwilling and brooded over what had happened in the past. But the situation was stronger than him, so he had to give up the plan to make trouble for Lin Sun. The senior beside you already knows about what happened back then. I didn't take the 9 clear holy body technique by force. It was given to me by that senior. Lin Sun explained. Yuan Faishan's face was cloudy for a while. Finally, he said helplessly, of course I know. Otherwise, do you think I would talk to you so nicely? Lin Sun said with a smile, so, you shouldn't hate me. Yuan Fadian snorted coldly, even if I hate you, there's nothing I can do. Who told me to know that I'm no match for you? But then again, I'm afraid that you still can't figure out the cultivation method of the 9 clear holy body technique, right? Speaking of this, he couldn't help feeling a little proud. Lin Sun said frankly, yes, I happened to meet you this time. I wonder if you could give me some advice? Yuan Fadian was dumbfounded and a little confused. It seemed that he didn't expect that Lin Sun would have such an idea. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Sun put his arm around his shoulder and said, come on, we've drunk wine and the misunderstanding has been resolved. Isn't it nice to take this opportunity to sit down and talk about Tao? But, Yuan Fadian still wanted to struggle, but Alu and Old Toad came up to him with a smile and invited him warmly. Hey, Brother Yuan, don't be so polite. Do you look down on us? The ancestor of Yu Lang's line was a great saint with the title of Hun Tian. Rumor has it that he even stepped into the emperor realm later on, and his name shook the heavens. All of us admire him extremely. Why don't Brother Yuan tell us about these secrets? Under the enthusiastic hospitality of Lin Sun and others, Yuan Fadian was in a state of confusion and dizziness. He knew that it was like boarding a pirate ship, but he couldn't refuse. The little golden-winged rock king couldn't help but gasp when he saw the scene. These guys were so shameless in order to get the cultivation method of the 9 clear holy body technique. The pitiful Yuan Fadian was such an arrogant and ruthless person, yet he was at a loss for what to do and was powerless to defend himself. Finally, a few hours later, Yuan Fadian and the little golden-winged rock king left Flying Star Mountain together as if they were running for their lives. Did you really pass on the secret method of our clan? On the way, the little golden-winged rock king was speechless. The 9 clear holy body technique was a peerless inheritance that shocked the ancient domain in ancient times. As far as the little golden-winged rock king knew, this method was obtained by the ancestor of Yu Yang in the ultimate ruins. Its origin was far more mysterious than the rumors in the world. You're wrong. Lin Sun has already obtained the complete inheritance. I just told him how to practice this method. At this time, Yuan Fadian had calmed down without any frustration or regret. Instead, he was a little complacent. You're still very happy? The little golden-winged rock king was stunned. He felt that Yuan Fadian's head had been kicked by a donkey. How could he still be happy? Little rock king, haven't you heard of the forbidden Tao test? Yuan Fadian said leisurely, since ancient times, no one has ever been able to cultivate qi, body, and soul at the same time. Otherwise, he will definitely suffer before becoming a sage. If Lin Sun dares to try, he will only draw fire to himself and destroy his own cultivation. The little golden-winged rock king suddenly understood. He couldn't help but look at Yuan Fadian and said, I didn't expect you to be so scheming. Yuan Fadian shook his head, how dare I scheme against such a ruthless person? He must also know the disadvantages of doing this. It depends on whether he really dares to try it. I doubt it. Since Lin Sun did this, he must have made some preparations. Don't forget that this is the absolute domain, not the ancient desolation domain. Besides, this is an unprecedented great world. Everything is possible. The little golden-winged rock king muttered, if Lin Sun can cultivate 3 paths at the same time and step on the top of all of them, and luckily cross the forbidden Tao test, how terrifying will he be when he becomes a sage? Yuan Fadian was stunned, and then he was horrified while his expression flickered indeterminately. That's difficult to say. But in my opinion, his chances are extremely tiny, and it's practically non-existent. After all, such an example has never occurred in the past. The little golden-winged rock king also nodded. However, neither of them knew that the divine elephant war emperor had seen such an example in the starry sky ancient path a long time ago. Elder brother, Yuan Fadian obviously knows that you dare not cultivate 3 paths at the same time, so he told you the way of cultivation so readily. On the Flying Star Mountain, Old Toad said, which won the approval of the big black bird and Alu. Isn't it better? Lin Sun said with a smile, if he didn't think so, I'm afraid he wouldn't have told me these secrets of cultivation. When Old Toad and the others thought about it, they couldn't help laughing. Perhaps this was what they called an unsuspecting coincidence. Elder brother, are you really going to practice body refining? Old Toad and others were a little worried. Don't worry, I have my own plan. Lin Sun's eyes were deep. That night, Lin Sun, who was cultivating in silence, entered the heaven accessing place again after many years. In those days, he was a weak spiritual apprentice. After going through the tests of the heaven accessing place, he had the power to transform and rise. Now, when he entered the door again, he had already set foot on the path of immortality. Compared with that year, there was a world of difference. However, for the existence of the heaven accessing place, Lin Sun was more shocked than grateful. Because, as his cultivation became more profound and he saw more of the world and the ups and downs of the world, he more and more understood how amazing the heaven accessing place was. Not to mention other things, just the mysterious woman who lived in the heaven accessing place was enough for Lin Sun to look up to now. The familiar space and the familiar Green Cloud Avenue appeared in front of Lin Sun again. Stepping on the Green Cloud Avenue, Lin Sun walked all the way, recalling the bits and pieces of the past. When he entered for the first time, he passed the test of flowing light spiritual tattoo and mastered meditating magic. When he entered for the second time, he passed the test of mill waterfalls in the spiritual tattoo battlefield and obtained the inheritance of nature insight and spirit devour scripture and the first half of 6 cuts of sky yuan. When he entered for the third time, he passed the test of the secret realm of 100 battles and obtained the fragment of the ancient seal of shaking heaven, one of the 9 treasures of the great wilderness, from which he comprehended the 9 strikes of shaking heaven. For the 4th time, Lin Sun was moved to the ancient spirit world. It was also there that Lin Sun obtained the broken blade, the spirit-eating insect, the Luoho secret treasure, and the spirit refining gourd containing a drop of purple blood. When he entered for the 5th time, he obtained the Tao cutting formula. When he entered for the 6th time, he obtained the complete 6 cuts of sky yuan. Now, all the tests on the Green Cloud Avenue had been passed. Lin Sun walked forward. In his vision, the gate leading to the sky at the end of the Green Cloud Avenue gradually became clear. This gate was towering and full of ancient and heavy atmosphere. Looking from a distance, it was like a gate supporting the sky, making people look particularly small. Standing in front of it was like an ant looking up at a high mountain. I haven't seen you for a few years. You have stepped into the sixth retribution of longevity realm. It seems that you didn't waste your time in the domain of death. Suddenly, an indistinct and chilly voice resounded. Lin Sun suddenly raised his eyes and saw the familiar figure sitting cross-legged in the shadow of the gate leading to the sky. P.S. The third update is here. The state at the end of the previous chapter was wrong. It should be the 7 tribulations of longevity. It has been corrected. Nice to meet you, senior. Lin Sun bowed. The slender figure was like an illusion, exuding a mysterious and boundless aura. It was the peerless woman who had shocked the ancient desolation realm with the method of turning the sage into a livestock. The 7 tribulations of longevity is not bad. But you came at a bad time this time. This gate can't be opened in the absolute domain. The woman's voice was faint. She sat cross-legged under the gate to heaven. She seemed to be very small, but her existence could not be ignored. Lin Sun was stunned, and then said, I'm not here to seek opportunities, but to ask you about something. What is it? It's about the Tao tribulation. When hearing this, the woman immediately understood. She couldn't help but look at Lin Sun and said, It seems that you are going to seek the way of body refining. Lin Sun nodded. It was related to his own way of cultivation. In the face of the taboo tribulation of prohibition of Tao, he had to be cautious. I can't give you any advice, but I can tell you the origin of the Tao tribulation of prohibition. The woman was silent for a moment and said, At the beginning of ancient times, there was a cultivation method of the absolute domain in the 9 regions. That era was called the primitive era. In the primitive era, only in the ancient desolation realm, there was a strange catastrophe. After the catastrophe, the ancient desolation realm lost a part of the origin of chaos, so the order of heaven and earth was incomplete. The number of great ways was missing, and the absolute domain never appeared again. This is the fundamental reason why there has never been an absolute domain in the endless years from ancient times to the present. Since the primitive era, there have been 3 kinds of taboo tribulations in the ancient desolation realm. The first one is the Tao-cutting tribulation for the sage realm. From then on, the sage realm could no longer be achieved if he wanted to break through and step into the emperor realm. The second one is the prohibition of confinement for all the creatures in the ancient desolation realm. From then on, the ancient desolation realm was like a cage, trapping all the strong to explore the way to the outside world. The third is the severing tribulation that targets the Tao paths of body refinement, soul refinement, and chi refinement. From that day onward, any expert that intends to cultivate in these 3 paths will be eliminated from the world before they attain the saint realm. Lin Sun was shocked. This was the first time he had heard such a shocking secret. After the primordial era, the source of chaos was missing, and the order of the world was incomplete, to the extent that the absolute peak no longer existed. 3 types of forbidden great tribulations arose simultaneously. Only the ancient desolation realm? Lin Sun frowned and asked. The woman nodded. That's why the ancient desolation region is regarded as a wasteland and an abandoned land by the other 8 regions. With the existence of these 3 forbidden disasters, the ancient desolation region is indeed no different from a wasteland locked in a prison. Lin Sun's mind was in turmoil. Who on earth did the 3 forbidden catastrophes cover the ancient desolation realm like a prison? In the final analysis, the 3 forbidden catastrophes seem to target different targets, but in fact, they originate from the same source. I have fought against the power of Tao cutting for a long time, and I have long judged that the power of the 3 forbidden catastrophes will be weakened to the extreme under the background of this great world. The woman's tone was ethereal and indifferent. She gave Lin Sun some advice. If you really want to refine your body, it may be a good opportunity before the great world comes to an end. Lin Sun was stunned at first, and then he suddenly understood. After the primordial era, because of the existence of the 3 forbidden catastrophes, there was no more absolute peak in the world, and the ancient desolation realm was like a prison. But in today's great world, there were countless absolute peak figures, which broke the previous rules, like the birth of a miracle. If Lin Sun wanted to refine his body and cultivate in 3 paths at the same time, perhaps there would be a similar miracle? This is the only chance. There may not be another one in the future. The woman murmured to herself in a low voice. No one knew what she was thinking of, but there was a kind of indescribable loneliness in her voice. When Lin Sun walked out of the heaven accessing place, his heart was already firm. Body refining, his path of cultivation was unprecedented and full of tribulations. Now, when the great world came, he didn't want to miss such an unprecedented opportunity. On the edge of the cliff, green pines were rooted, clouds were steaming, and spiritual chi was dense. Lin Sun sat cross-legged with a calm look. In his mind, the holy body tactics of 9 purities was shining, and every word was condensed, emitting obscure and mysterious meaning. There were a total of 1,800 words in this method, and each word contained infinite mystery and secrets. If one didn't know the method, he couldn't understand it even if he tried to understand it. Lin Sun used to be trapped in this way. But as Yuan Fadian said, the method of cultivation, it was like a key that gave Lin Sun a chance to see through the mystery. Buzz as Lin Sun concentrated on understanding, a strange wave spread. Vaguely, there seemed to be 9 figures of gods emerging. Some picked up the stars and the moon, whistled through the mountains and rivers, and their breath affected all things in the world to tremble. Some leaped above the 9th heaven, drinking dew and attracting the astral evil wind to refine their bodies. Some lay dormant at the bottom of the ocean, motionless, and their chi was as still as a rock. Even the invasion of the ancient times didn't shake them. Some, in Lin Sun's mind, there were grand and sacred voices, as if they were preaching and explaining the essence of cultivation. Then, Lin Sun understood. It was said that the holy body tactics of 9 purities was obtained from the ultimate ruins by great saint of pure heaven, the ancestor of Yu Yang. Its origin was more mysterious than the rumors in the world. This method was divided into 9 realms: Shang Qing, Yu Qing, Tai Qing, Ling Qing, Yuan Qing, Su Qing, Hua Qing, Bao Qing, and Supreme Qing. Each realm contained great mystery. It was the supreme method to open the divine treasures of the body and refine the chi and blood of the body. When cultivated to the extreme, the figure was surrounded by the holy light of 9 purities, bathed in billions of auspicious light, and the chi and blood of the body were inextinguishable. It wasn't until a long time later that Lin Sun woke up from meditation. He couldn't help marveling in his heart. This method was really terrifying, mysterious, and powerful beyond imagination. For example, Shang Qing was the first realm of body refining. When cultivated successfully, the body would be as tough as refined steel, and the chi and blood would be like dragons and elephants, which could tear tigers and leopards apart. Its power was strong enough to crush the practitioners of the same generation in chi refining. The rarest thing was that the method of cultivation and the method of fighting complemented each other in the holy body tactics of 9 purities. For example, after refining Shangqing battle body, one could awaken the secret treasure of chi and blood and master the matching method of body refining, Shangqing 36 battle seals. For example, Yu Qing could transform his body into Yu Qing battle body and master the 72 breaks of Yu Qing. All of these were too wonderful for words. "Brother, have you made up your mind?" In the distance, Alu looked solemn. When it came to body refining, he had the most say. He could even be Lin Sun's teacher. Lin Sun nodded. "Since that's the case, I will naturally teach you everything I know." Alu was not a wishy-washy person and immediately made a decision. When Big Brother reaches the reincarnation development realm in the refinement method, you can use the Wanxiang ancient tablet left behind by the Divine Elephant Battle Emperor to cultivate. As long as you can withstand the layers of training and tests, it won't be difficult for you to reach the peak of your physical strength. Okay. Lin Sun agreed readily. Buzz, the surging power of chi and blood, like boiling lava, galloped around Lin Sun like a wild horse out of control. Wisps of white fog-like luster began to appear on his skin, which was dreamy and illusory. In the distance, Old Toad, the big black bird, and Alu were all watching nervously. "How long do you think it will take for Brother to reach the reincarnation developing realm by refining his body from the beginning?" Old Toad asked. Every realm of body refining was different, such as moving chi and blood, washing muscles and bones, tempering 5 internal organs, and honing acupoints, but in the world, whether it was body refining or soul refining, they all followed the chi refining realm. At least 3 months. The big black bird said seriously. Wrong, maybe it will only take a month. Alu murmured, body refining, chi refining, and soul refining complement each other. Brother already has the cultivation of the 7th retribution of longevity realm. His body and chi and blood have already laid a solid foundation. If he refines his body, his cultivation is bound to advance by leaps and bounds. It can't be judged by common sense. The big black bird and old toad nodded. Lin Sun's physical strength had been getting stronger when he practiced before. Not to mention when he was in the 5 realms, just on the road to immortality, every time he went through a tribulation, his physical strength would be transformed and sublimated imperceptibly. It was just that he had never practiced body refining. For example, although Lin Sun hadn't practiced body refining, he already had a strong foundation of body refining like the ocean. As long as he practiced, his realm would be improved like a hot knife through butter. Conversely, for body refining practitioners, if they practiced qi, they could also play a similar role. But because of the existence of Tao test prohibition, the practitioners in the world would at most focus on soul refining, qi refining, or soul refining and body refining. Few people would practice both body refining and qi refining at the same time. The reason was very simple. For the king realm, the soul was like a lamp, which was related to the secret of longevity, and the soul played an immeasurable role in understanding the great Tao and secret methods. No matter which strong practitioner, it was impossible to give up the tempering of the soul. But the hope of breaking through the reincarnation development realm in 3 months is very small, isn't it? The big black bird was doubtful. Boom, while they were talking, they saw Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance, suddenly radiated brilliance. His qi and blood roared and turned into a bright light, drifting in the void. He broke through to the mastery of martial realms so soon? Alu was so shocked that his eyes widened. Old Toad and the big black bird were also shocked. They had only started cultivating for less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, but they had actually broken through. This is just the beginning. It's normal to make faster progress. Old Toad said after a while. Both Alu and the big black bird agreed. With Lin Sun's current cultivation, it was easy for him to make a breakthrough in body refining, so there was no need to make a fuss about it. 3 days later, Lin Sun broke through again, and his body refining reached the gang spirit realm. This made Alu and others who had been paying attention to Lin Sun speechless and confused. Lin Sun's speed of advancement could not only be described as rapid, but also broke common sense and shocked the world. P.S. Going out for business at night, 2 updates in a row. Another 7 days passed. Lin Sun made another breakthrough in body refining and reached Sea Spirit Realm. His body was tempered into pure battle body and mastered pure air-destroying hand. 10 days later, Lin Sun made another breakthrough in body refining and reached Tao Insight Realm. His body was tempered into pure spirit battle body and mastered pure spirit 8 parts tactics. Witnessing Lin Sun's successive breakthroughs, Alu, the big black bird and the old toad all looked as if they had seen a ghost. They even began to worry whether Lin Sun's foundation in body refining would be unstable with such a rapid advancement. After all, going too far was as bad as falling short. Once the foundation was unstable, it would be like a castle in the air that could easily collapse. Elder brother, stop. In the end, Alu couldn't help reminding Lin Sun of his worries. Lin Sun was stunned at first and then said, "Why don't we have a duel to prove it?" "Okay." Alu agreed. He took a deep breath and suppressed his cultivation and strength to see spirit realm. Then he rubbed his hands and said, "Elder brother, you have to be careful." He had unparalleled confidence and foundation in body refining. He even secretly warned himself that he must preserve some of his strength so that his elder brother wouldn't lose too badly. If his elder brother became angry out of shame, he would be the one to suffer in the end. Alu, beat him. Beat him down. You're the boss. Hey, I'd like to see how badly Lin Sun will be beaten. The old toad and the big black bird were eager to see the world in chaos and gloated. Before long, the battle broke out. Lin Sun also made a move with the strength of Sea Spirit Realm. His body was covered with a layer of illusory halo as if it was made of jade slurry. The qi and blood in his body were boiling like thunder, rumbling endlessly. Boom, a handprint was condensed, glittering and flowing with the color of glazed jade. It spread out in the void, stirring up the sound of wind and thunder. Pure air-destroying hand. Good timing. Alu shouted loudly as he dashed forward with the might of a dragon, and his vital energy and blood were like smoke as they charged out from his body that was tall like a mountain. The two of them collided, causing the void to tremble. Thud thud thud, under the astonished gazes of Old Toad and Big Black Bird, Alu didn't gain the slightest advantage in this attack. Like Lin, both of them took several steps back. Alu was shocked as well, and then he took a deep breath and said, again. Lin Sun smiled faintly, and his eyes were full of fighting intent as he rushed up. Rumble, in an instant, it was as if two huge mountains were colliding in the sky. Looking closely, Lin Sun's figure was shining. When his skin expanded, it was as if it was made of bright glazed jade, steaming with terrible qi and blood. On the other hand, Alu's body was like divine iron that was tempered 100 times, and it emitted clanging sounds while he was ferocious like a dragon soaring through the sky. In terms of might, each of them had their own merits. What Old Toad and the Big Black Bird couldn't accept the most was that Alu, a seasoned body refinement expert, hadn't gained the slightest advantage from the start of the battle. Alu, are you worried that Big Brother will settle the score with you? Hurry up and use your true power. Old Toad was very unhappy and felt that Alu was deliberately holding back. If you're a man, beat Lin Sun to the ground with the strength you're best at. The Big Black Bird also shouted. Alu's face was gloomy. He did hold back at the beginning, worried that he would embarrass Lin Sun too much. But now, he didn't hold back at all and ran the power of Sea Spirit Realm to the extreme. Boom, the more Lin Sun fought, the more delighted he became. The fighting style of a body refinement practitioner was simple, straightforward, and overbearing. No matter how many tricks you used, I could break them with my own strength. As the battle went on, Lin Sun even began to like this feeling. I give up. Suddenly, Alu jumped out of the battle, exasperated and depressed. It was a great blow to Alu that he couldn't suppress Lin Sun, a beginner, in the field of body refinement. You're not going easy on him on purpose, are you? Old Toad and the Big Black Bird were suspicious. Alu said grumpily, you know nothing. Can't you see by now that Big Brother is a 1 in a million genius in body refinement? Old Toad and the Big Black Bird spat in unison. How shameless. In order to please Lin Sun, this barbarian not only held back his strength, but also took the opportunity to flatter Lin Sun. Alu's face darkened and he was completely speechless. He swore to God that every word he said was from the bottom of his heart. After fighting with Lin Sun for real, he concluded that Lin Sun's fast advancement didn't affect the foundation of body refinement. Even in terms of body refinement, Lin Sun's solid foundation was not inferior to Alu when he was in the same realm. What was Lin Sun if not a genius in body refinement? Unfortunately, Old Toad and the Big Black Bird didn't believe him. Alu finally understood that summer insects can't talk about ice. 20 days later, Lin Sun broke through the reincarnation developing realm in body refinement. His body turned into Yuan Qing battle body and mastered the 9 controls of Yuan Qing. At this point, even Old Toad and the Big Black Bird were stunned. In 1 month and 10 days, Lin Sun stepped into the reincarnation developing realm from a newbie in body refinement. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. It was really shocking. Such a speed of advancement made them exclaim that Lin Sun was a monster. I doubt that my elder brother chose the wrong path from the beginning. With his talent, if he had started body refinement from the beginning, there would definitely be one more horrible monster in body refinement in this world. Alu was stunned. He was also puzzled and shocked. For Lin Sun, the more than 1 month of body refinement cultivation was like a wonderful experience. He could clearly feel that after practicing 9 Purity Holy Body Manual, his physical strength seemed to have found a home and got an unprecedented baptism and sublimation. From the beginning to the end, there was no stagnation or hindrance. It was unimpeded and unparalleled. It felt as if he was born for body refinement. What moved Lin the most was that his spiritual veins were unprecedentedly active in the process of body refining. Wisps of strange waves would spread from his spiritual veins all the time and infiltrate into his blood and qi all over his body. Does the awakening of the power of spiritual veins have something to do with body refinement? Lin Sun had to doubt this. Since his rebirth, spiritual veins had awakened several times, which had helped Lin Sun a lot in his previous cultivation. However, it had never been as lively and nimble as it was during this body refinement. This unexpected discovery made Lin Sun feel more and more fortunate. This time, body refinement was undoubtedly the right choice, which gave him a further understanding of his own talent. Elder brother, you can already use the Wanxiang ancient steel to refine your body. Alu sighed with emotion. In this steel, there are 64 Wanxiang body refining diagrams, which contain the experiences of the divine elephant war emperor. He began to instruct Lin Sun. Lin Sun listened carefully and finally realized that the Wanxiang ancient steel was like a Taoist field for cultivation, where there were many trials and tribulations. Only through repeated trials and tribulations could one get the experiences and insights left by the divine elephant war emperor. This was absolutely an incomparably rare fortune. At first, the reason why Lin Sun began to consider body refinement was more or less that he was interested in the mystery of the Wanxiang ancient steel. Let's start. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun looked at the Wanxiang ancient steel. At the same time, in the upper 9 realms, a shocking news came out like a hurricane and swept across. Anyone who has been on the Tianjiao Golden List, whether his name is on the list at the moment or not, has the opportunity to enter the ultimate place of inheritance before the end of the absolute domain. The ultimate place of inheritance contains the Saint Guide, which involves the secret of becoming a saint at the peak. Only the first on the road to immortality can get the Saint Guide. As soon as the secret came out, the upper 9 realms were shocked and caused a great uproar. No one knew how many overlords and ruthless people fixed their eyes on the Tianjiao Golden List. Only then did people realize that the existence of the Tianjiao Golden List was not just a simple competition for rankings, but a test. Only those who had left their names on the list were qualified to enter the ultimate place of inheritance and compete for the Saint Guide, the secret of becoming a saint at the peak. Now, it seems that there are only 3 months left before the end of the absolute domain. In this way, the ultimate place of inheritance is likely to appear in a short period of time. Many strong people realized that a real peerless battle was about to begin. For a time, in the upper 9 realms, every Tianjiao battle steel became extremely lively, attracting countless strong people. Some ruthless people who had never been on the Tianjiao Golden List but were extremely powerful also emerged in the following time, causing a lot of uproar and shock. No one expected that there were so many peerless ruthless people in the dark who had never been on the Tianjiao Golden List. Xianxia Realm. In the depths of a black ocean, there was an isolated island. On this day, a peerlessly dazzling strand of sword chi suddenly shot into the sky from the lone island. It slashed through the sky and caused the clouds in all directions to collapse. Everything in the world became dim and lusterless beneath this wisp of sword chi. The seawater within 1,000 miles was boiling. Visible to the naked eye, an invisible ripple-like sword chi spread from the island, oppressing the sea within 1,000 miles, as if bowing its head and rolling. On the isolated island, Yun Qingbai opened his eyes from meditation. At that moment, there seemed to be a pair of unfathomable vortexes reflected in his pupils, and wisps of sword light like electric arcs flowed in them, as if they could see through the illusion and cut and devour people's souls. On the other hand, a shapeless and terrifying sword insight coiled around his body, causing his figure to seem like a peerless sword immortal that possessed a peerless edge. After a few years, I'm afraid that people in the upper 9 realms have forgotten my existence. Yun Qingbai stood up slowly, and the power around him receded like a tide, making his figure look plain, restrained, and otherworldly. Lin Sun, I will kill you this time. Whoosh, the next moment, there was no trace of Yun Qingbai on the isolated island. On this day, after a few years, Yun Qingbai left the place of dormancy and returned to the world. The Xianxia realm. Everyone gathered in front of the Xianxia battle steel. They were all waiting to take the test and try to enter the prodigy golden roll. That sword demon Yi Chen from the Yi clan of Crepe Myrtle Mountain. He already has the combat power of the 7th tribulation of the longevity realm. His sword Dao is extremely powerful. I heard that he and demon god Lin are sworn brothers? Yes. Tisk tsk, I wonder what rank he can get on the prodigy golden roll this time. People talked in low voices and looked into the distance at the same time. There, Yi Chen, dressed in a purple robe and standing straight like a sword, was taking the test. Recently, as the news of the Ultimate Inheritance Ground broke out, the rankings on the Prodigy Golden Leaderboard were changing at an alarming rate every day. The lower the ranking, the faster the change. Even the names in the top 30 were constantly being attacked. Recently, many new faces had appeared. In the past, Yichen had also taken the test and was ranked 22nd. But now, his ranking had fallen sharply, and he barely maintained the 89th place. The drastic change in the rankings indirectly showed how intense the competition on the Heaven's Pride Gold rankings was. It could be said that it was a changing king's flag. Suddenly, the Xianxia battle steel emitted a strange fluctuation. A golden light descended from the sky and enveloped Yichen, who was standing in front of the battle steel 18th. It's too shocking, there was an uproar in the field. Everyone was shocked. All of a sudden, he soared from 89th to 18th. One could imagine how abnormal Sword Demon Yichen's current combat power was. I can't get into the top 10, Yichen frowned, feeling a little dissatisfied. But he also knew that there were many peerless experts in the upper 9 realms. The higher the ranking, the more difficult it was to compete. You're Yichen? Suddenly, a calm voice sounded. Then, a thin figure walked out of the crowd. He was dressed in white, carried a sword case, and had his hands behind his back. Some of the figures in front of him didn't even have time to react before they staggered back by an invisible and terrifying aura, making way for this person. These figures were about to curse, but when they touched the man in white, their hearts suddenly palpitated, and their bodies stiffened. Yun Qingbai? Yichen turned around, and when he saw the appearance of the white-clothed man clearly, his eyes immediately focused. The crowd was in an uproar and everyone's expression changed. After a few years, the peerless sword cultivator who once ranked first on the Heaven's Favorite Golden list of the upper 9 territories appeared again, and here he was, Yun Qingbai. Just this name alone was like a legend. He had once stood alone and looked down on all his peers, leaving them in the dust. Although his ranking on the Heaven's Prodigy Golden Leaderboard had fallen to 9th place in the years that he had disappeared, he was still a genius. But everyone knew that if Yun Qingbai wanted to, it was not impossible for him to regain the first place. The reason was very simple. Yun Qingbai's strength had long been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Are you friends with Lin Sun? This was Yun Qingbai's second sentence after he appeared in the field. But it was such a sentence that reminded everyone in the field of the news that caused a sensation in the upper 9 realms a few years ago. It was said that Yun Qingbai and Lin Sun had a blood feud. It was said that Yun Qingbai had been chased by Lin Sun in the Buddha land. It was said that Lin Sun's innate talent had been robbed by Yun Qingbai by despicable and bloody means, which made Yun Qingbai soar on the road of Tao. Some people believed it, and some didn't. There were different opinions and a lot of noise. But at least, people could conclude that if Yun Qingbai appeared, the first person he wanted to kill would be Lin Sun. Because a group of descendants of the heaven-reaching sword sect had been killed by Lin Sun, and now, all this seemed to be true. Yes. Yichen answered without hesitation. As a direct descendant of the Yi clan of Crepe Myrtle Mountain, you should be friends with Lin Sun, a native of the mortal world. If the ancestors of the Yi clan knew it, they would be furious. Yun Qingbai's voice was casual and indifferent. Yichen's eyes flashed fiercely, and he said, Yun Qingbai, I respect you as a hero of the generation, so I'm polite to you. But it doesn't mean that you can be presumptuous in front of me. Is that so? Then let me see how capable you are, sword demon. Yun Qingbai smiled faintly and raised his hand. Qi, in the void, the sword light was like lightning. A sword qi burst out. It was simple and direct, but it had a domineering momentum that went straight to people's hearts. Even though they were a distance away, people around felt the stinging pain of their skin being cut, and their minds were under an indescribable feeling of suffocation and depression. This sword qi had been condensed to a shocking degree. Humph. Yichen's face was serious and focused. He also stabbed out with his sword. The sword intent was overflowing, like a heavenly steed flying in the sky. Bang, the two sword qi collided in the void, and the whole world shook violently. The nearby void was torn into countless cobweb-like cracks. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Yun Qingbai's sword qi was obviously a little better. It was invincible and irresistible. Yichen's sword qi collapsed inch by inch at a speed visible to the naked eye, In the burst of the light rain, Yichen let out a muffled groan and took several steps back. His figure was shaking. In the field, all the heroes changed their faces. Yunqingbai's sword forced Yichen to retreat. Your sword intent has touched the threshold of the divine realm, but it's still lacking. You can't exert the full power of your Yi clan's true self-sword scripture. Yunqingbai commented casually, compared to me, you're one realm lower. Again. Suddenly, Yichen took a deep breath. His sleeves fluttered, and his long hair fluttered. A monstrous sword intent spread out from his body, forcing the surrounding people to retreat in horror. The sword demon is going to attack with all his strength. Everyone was excited. One was a peerless sword cultivator who had long been at the top of the sword doctrine. The other was a descendant of the Crepe Myrtle Mountain who was known as the sword demon. The collision between the two was undoubtedly a battle of the sword doctrine. If you practice for another 10 years, you might be able to block my sword. Yunqingbai's eyes were indifferent and calm. He just slashed out with his fingers. Buzz, the space between heaven and earth was filled with sword chi, the peerless sword intent seemed to have descended from the void, and it emitted a great momentum that could oppress the universe. It shocked everyone in the field to the point that their souls almost left their bodies. Slash. At the same time, Yichen stepped on the dragon, and behind him, a vast and brilliant sword intent like a purple sun emerged. Boom, the earth-shattering noise sounded, and the peerless sword chi and cold light made the sun and the moon dim. In a burst of exclamations, Yichen's figure retreated and stabilized more than 30 meters away. Everyone fixed their eyes on him and found that there was a bloody sword wound on Yichen's left shoulder, which was so deep that the bone could be seen. The second sword strike injured Yichen. This area fell into a complete silence. Even some extremely powerful people couldn't help but change their expressions. After a few years, Yunqingbai had become more and more terrifying. Lin Sun killed a group of descendants of my heaven-reaching sword sect. Do you think if I kill all his relatives and friends, will he feel pain? Yunqingbai said calmly. His words caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. Yunqingbai is going to give an eye for an eye and start a massacre? Humph. If you have the guts, go and find Lin Sun. Why are you acting fierce in front of me? Yichen sneered and was not afraid. I will go and find him, but not now. Yunqingbai looked indifferent. Don't worry, I won't kill you this time, but it won't be the same next time. After saying that, he turned around and floated away. Yichen's face was gloomy, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. On the same day, the news of Yunqingbai's reappearance shocked the upper 9 regions like a hurricane. All the major forces began to pay close attention to it. Yunqingbai really appeared. Did he come to kill Lin Sun or for the ultimate place of inheritance? Countless people were speculating. In the next period of time, the news about Yunqingbai completely detonated the peace of the upper 9 regions and set off a monstrous storm. On the day Yunqingbai appeared, he defeated Sword Devil Yichen in front of the battle tablet of Xianxia. The next day, he crossed thousands of miles and set foot alone in the place where the Sun Moon Hall was located. He seriously injured Xianxia with one sword strike. On the third day, Yunqingbai defeated Kanglin Cliff in the Jin Mountain realm and laughed wildly. On the fourth day, Yunqingbai defeated Yu Jianming in the Thunder-Shocking realm. On the fifth day, every day, there would be news about Yunqingbai. One man and one sword, he defeated one famous character after another. Everyone knew that this was Yunqingbai's revenge. Because almost all the strong people defeated by him were related to Lin Sun. Why doesn't he kill people? Many people were shocked by Yunqingbai's series of actions. Not killing people is more threatening to Lin Sun than killing people. Obviously, Yunqingbai wants to frighten Lin Sun with these battles and make him lose his composure. Someone analyzed. Wrong. Yunqingbai is a proud and peerless swordsman. Even if he wants revenge, he won't do something like killing innocent people. It can be foreseen that if Demon Lin learns about this, he will not be able to sit still. He will feel guilty and uneasy. After all, it is because of him that his friends are implicated. From now on, as long as Yunqingbai is still alive, who dares to contact Demon Lin? This is equivalent to completely isolating Demon Lin. In countless discussions and uproars, Yunqingbai came to the distant Fire Realm on this day. P.S. As usual, 2 updates in a row. Xianxia Mountain. Yun Qingbai was surprised. He frowned slightly as he stared at the beautiful and extraordinary mountain. He could sense that the surroundings of the mountain were encapsulated by a terrifying formation. The means of a Taoist tattoo master, Yun Qingbai had also heard that a few years ago, Lin Sun had easily trapped the doppelganger of Gu Fozi here with this formation. After a while, clang, the sound of a sword resounded through the sky. For the first time, Yun Qingbai opened the sword case on his back and took out a long, dull sword that was 2 feet and 4 inches long and 3 fingers wide. Cut. He gently spat out a word from his lips. After that, this sword that seemed to be dim and inconspicuous seemed to have awoken from its eternal slumber, and it emanated a wisp of extraordinary and peerless sword insight. It went to kill. Boom, near Xianxia Mountain, a dense Taoist tattoo formation emerged. This grand formation had helped the profound Inquisition sword school block countless powerful enemies and resolve countless dangers. But under this sword, the Taoist tattoo formation suddenly let out a harsh and violent wail, as if it could not bear the heavy burden. In the end, the formation burst into pieces. Behind the formation, on Xianxia Mountain, Xianxia, Mo Tianhe, and other descendants of Xianwen Sword House looked pale. They didn't expect that a peerless figure like Yun Qingbai would come to Xianxia Mountain in person. And the power of one sword cut through the mountain guarding formation. Clang, in the distance, Yun Qingbai raised his hand and waved. The dull long sword returned to the sword case and was carried on his back. That's it. 10 days later, I will wait for Lin Sun at the demon-slaying platform in the medium extreme realm. If he doesn't come, I won't be so polite anymore. Yun Qingbai turned around and left. All the people of Xianwen Sword House looked pale and shocked. On this day, Yun Qingbai appeared in the distant fire realm. He broke the Taoist tattoo formation set by Lin Sun with one sword and suppressed the people of Xianwen Sword House. His last message was to fight Lin Sun at the demon-slaying platform 10 days later. The news shocked the whole world. Yun Qingbai fought all the way to the upper 9 realms and defeated all the people related to Lin Sun with invincible momentum. This is obviously to build momentum. How strong is his battle prowess? A few years ago, he was ranked first on the Prodigy Gold leaderboard. How strong is he now? Countless people were discussing. Every region of the upper 9 realm was abuzz with the news. Back then, Yun Qingbai was invincible. He occupied the first spot on the Prodigy Golden leaderboard for many years, and no one could shake him. Even though he hadn't appeared for many years, his ranking on the Prodigy Gold roll had never fallen from the top 10. Now, such a peerless expert had reappeared in the world and displayed unparalleled strength. It was naturally shocking. Do you think Emperor Xiaohao, Fairy Rua Wu, and the others, who are ranked at the top of the Heaven's Chosen Gold ranking, can fight against Yun Qingbai? No one could give a clear answer. Everyone knew that the strength of a figure like Yun Qingbai was bound to be unfathomable, and it was impossible to estimate or measure. Demon-slaying platform, Demon God Lin is finished. Many people were gloating over his misfortune. Over the years, Lin Sun's sharpness was almost unstoppable. Countless people who were dissatisfied with Lin Sun were very excited at the moment. For so many days, Lin Sun's friends have been defeated and humiliated one by one, but Lin Sun hasn't appeared from beginning to end. Is he afraid? Lin Sun is hiding in the Flying Star Mountain, saying that he is meditating. In my opinion, he is obviously aware of the threat from Yun Qingbai and is afraid. But no matter what, if he doesn't go to the demon-slaying platform in 10 days, Yun Qingbai will no longer show mercy. Many opponents who had been trampled under Lin Sun's feet were talking unscrupulously, looking forward to the demon-slaying battle in 10 days. Even those friends who were familiar with Lin Sun had a heavy heart. They had all been defeated by Yun Qingbai and deeply understood his horror. They couldn't determine whether Lin Sun would be a match for Yun Qingbai. Flying Star Mountain. Xiaoqinghe, Yu Jianming, laughing at the heavens, Yi Chen, Ji Xingyao, all came to visit Lin Sun. However, what made them all speechless was that Lin Sun had been practicing in seclusion at such a precarious moment, unaware of what had happened in the outside world during this period of time. What surprised them most was that Lin Sun's seclusion was not to improve his cultivation, but to embark on a new path, body refining. Yun Qingbai is so reckless. After learning what had happened these days, Old Toad, Alu, and the big black bird were all furious. Everyone, don't worry. When my elder brother comes out of seclusion, he will kill Xianxia as soon as possible to avenge you. Old Toad's words were sonorous and his murderous intent was astonishing. The point is, what do you think the odds of Brother Lin winning are if he fights with Xianxia? Xianxiao couldn't help asking. The others also looked at Old Toad and the others. They all knew that Old Toad had been with Lin Sun for a long time and should know his strength best. It's hard to say. Old Toad and the others thought seriously for a long time and finally shook their heads. The combat power of people at the level of Lin Sun and Xianxia could not be measured by common sense at all. But we all know that my elder brother has been waiting for a chance to kill Xianxia all these years. It is foreseeable that if he knows the news of Xianxia's appearance, he will definitely not avoid the battle. Alu said firmly. Old Toad and the big black bird also nodded. They were also clear about this. Seeing this, Ji Xingyao, Xiao Qinghe, Yu Jianming, Yi Chen, and laughing at the heavens all felt much more at ease. They all realized that Lin Sun had been waiting for this battle. In the outside world, all the eyes of the upper 9 realms were focused on the medium extreme realm, the demon-slaying platform. No, this battle is absolutely rare in thousands of years. Both Xianxia and Lin Sun are peerless figures who can suppress their peers. No matter who wins, this battle is bound to shake the world and have a far-reaching impact. Countless powerhouses could not sit still anymore. They all set off for the medium extreme realm, wanting to witness this earth-shattering battle with their own eyes. Some people saw Imperial Prince Xiaohao, who was surrounded by stars and the moon, riding a treasure carriage straight to the medium extreme realm. Some people also saw Fairy Rua Wu, a pure-blooded descendant of the Vermilion Bird bloodline and now ranked second on the Heavenly Sun Golden List, leaving the place where she cultivated in seclusion. Not only ordinary powerhouses, but also some fierce people who dominated a region could not sit still. This also caused a lot of commotion. My God, almost all the overlords on the Heavenly Sun Golden List have come out and are rushing to the demon-slaying platform. One is a peerless swordsman, and the other is a ferocious demon. Which one is stronger? Now it seems that Xianxia is obviously more likely to win. After all, his strength has long been unquestionable. Not necessarily. Lin Sun has been living in seclusion in recent years, like a dragon hiding in the abyss. Since he set foot in the upper 9 realms, he has never been defeated. No matter what, after this battle, there is bound to be a winner. The entire upper 9 realms seemed to be boiling. Countless powerhouses were attracted by this battle, and Lin Sun and Xianxia became the 2 people who attracted the most attention. Did Lin Sun appear on Flying Star Mountain? Many people were concerned. No, but he definitely can't avoid this battle. Some powerhouses who had been closely watching the movements of Flying Star Mountain gave such an answer. This Lin Sun is really calm. However, it will only be 10 days. After 10 days, let's see if he will appear in front of the demon-slaying platform. Demon-slaying platform, slaying the demon. Xianxia obviously has the determination to kill demon god Lin by choosing this place for the battle. Amidst the discussions, time passed silently. 3 days later. On Flying Star Mountain, Lin Sun, who was in seclusion, faced an unexpected and shocking change during his body-refining cultivation. P.S. The upcoming battle is very stressful and difficult to write. No matter what, Goldfish will try her best to update more tomorrow. Wanxiang Ancient Steel. In the Cultivation secret realm transformed by the 36th Wanxiang body refining diagram. Boom, the thunderous sound, like the roar of the gods in the sky, was full of a shocking and powerful oppressive aura. All these sounds came from Lin Sun's body. At this time, he was sitting with his legs crossed, and his qi and blood were boiling and roaring like a furnace. His skin seemed to be poured with the juice of divine gold and jade, shining brilliantly and reflecting a terrible vision. Vaguely, there seemed to be a phantom of a god sitting in it, making a grand sound that resounded through the universe. Even Lin Sun's breath was long, vast, and vigorous like the raging wind and thunder. Since he began to practice with the help of the Wanxiang Ancient Steel, Lin Sun had been tempered and tested again and again. His comprehension and gains on the path of body tempering were also rising steadily. Among these insights, some came from the changes in his own physical strength, and some came from the experience and insights left by the Elephant Martial Emperor. Now, they gathered in Lin Sun's body, making him break through to the king realm in one fell swoop. Moreover, he stepped into the peak, his physical body had become a king, and he'd reached the pinnacle of body refinement. In a short period of less than a month, he'd already attained such attainments in the Tao of body refinement, and it could indeed be said to be world-shaking. If it was spread out, it would inevitably cause a sensation in the world. But for Lin Sun, it seemed to be a matter of course. Because from the beginning to the present, he had never encountered any obstacles or barriers, and he had been advancing bravely all the way. All this was related to the solid foundation he had laid in his previous practice, and also to the tempering and tests in the Wanxiang ancient steel. After all, the Wanxiang ancient steel was left by a martial emperor, which could be regarded as an incredible treasure for body refining. But more importantly, the spiritual vein in Lin Sun's body played an irreplaceable role in the process of his promotion to the king realm. In the past month, when Lin Sun was practicing in the secret realm transformed by the Wanxiang ancient steel, the spiritual vein was emitting strange fluctuations almost all the time, as if it had been completely awakened. This helped Lin Sun solve all the problems he encountered in body refining without any hindrance or sluggishness, and his progress was also as fast as a hot knife through butter. Especially at this moment, his body refinement cultivation had just advanced into the king realm, and his entire physique had undergone an unprecedented transformation. That feeling was like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon and undergoing nirvana rebirth, but what followed was a transformation that Lin Sun had not expected at the same time as the transformation of his body and spiritual vein. Wisps of blinding light began to spread from the origin spirit vein. Vaguely, mysterious and obscure sounds of Tao could be heard echoing and vibrating within the veins. If one looked carefully, the jade-white origin spirit vein was like a brilliant sun, and it was emitting unprecedented light. It was divine and resplendent to the extreme. Under the stimulation of such a shocking change, Lin Sun only felt that there seemed to be a peerless stove burning and boiling in his chest. The incomparably terrible strange power made his skin, muscles, bones, skin, acupoints, viscera. It was as if it had been filled with the terrifying power of a landslide and tsunami, and was about to explode. Then, the unspeakable pain made Lin Sun's skin tremble violently, and his handsome face became ferocious and distorted. Ouch! It was too painful. Lin Sun had never expected that the shocking change of the origin spirit vein would be so violent and horrible when he became the king realm. In fact, he was even caught off guard and unprepared. Ah! In the end, Lin Sun couldn't bear it and screamed up to the sky. Boom! From a distance, it could be seen that his whole body was covered by the bright burning light, which was constantly squirming and evaporating, turning into a scene like a big abyss. His body was like a big abyss, burning endlessly. In that instant, the entire mystic realm shook violently. The heavens and the earth were drowned in the brilliant, burning abyss. Fortunately, this was the secret realm transformed by the Wanxiang ancient tablet. If it was in the outside world, such a movement would be enough to attract attention from all directions. It wasn't until a long time later that all the strange phenomena subsided like the tide. When everything calmed down, Lin Sun was lying on the ground with a pale face and unconcealable tiredness between his eyebrows. He was soaked with sweat as if he had just been fished out of the water. However, Lin Sun's black eyes, which were as deep as the abyss, became extremely bright at this moment, with a touch of heartfelt joy. The origin spirit vein had completely transformed, and Lin Sun had also mastered his first innate ability. Whoosh! After a long time, Lin Sun took a deep breath, stood up, and walked out of the secret realm transformed by the Wanxiang ancient tablet. He had been in closed-door cultivation for many days, and now his cultivation had reached the king realm. He had cultivated the illusionary body and mastered the matching illusionary domineering seal. Big brother! Brother Lin finally came out. When they saw Lin Sun's figure coming out of the place of closed-door cultivation, the eyes of Old Toad, Xianxia, and other friends all lit up with relief. At this time, there were only 3 days left before the duel with Yun Qingbai. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, it was time for the duel. The demon-slaying platform in the medium extreme realm. It was a mountain whose top had been flattened like a platform. The ground was stained with dried blood, which hadn't been erased even after thousands of years. This was the demon-slaying platform. It was rumored that a long time ago, there was a peerless saint who killed thousands of foreign enemies in 8 regions for 7 days and 7 nights. The mountain was stained with blood. In the past, the area around the demon-slaying platform was quite remote and deserted. But now, there were countless strong people gathered in this area. The talents, magnates, overlords, fairies, and saintesses of the upper 9 realms had arrived in advance and gathered here recently. Lu Kaiwei, the saintess of the Wutian sect, is here too. Wait, isn't that Yuan Fatian, the peerless villain who ranks 5th on the Heavenly Sun Golden List? Don't make a fuss. These days, almost all the overlords on the Heavenly Sun Golden List have gathered here. There was an uproar in the field. It seemed as if geniuses and experts were numerous like the clouds in the surroundings of the Devil Executioner's platform. The various overlords were gathered here like a group of dazzling stars that each had their own edge, and it caused many experts in the surroundings to be extremely excited. Such a grand occasion could be called unprecedented. At least, in the past in the upper 9 realms, there had never been a battle that attracted the attention of all sides and caused such a great noise. And this was the influence of Yun Qingbai and Lin Sun in the upper 9 realms now. The former once dominated the world and had the reputation of the first sword practitioner of his generation. His combat power was superb and unique. The latter, since his debut, was like an invincible demon god. He rose by stepping on piles of corpses with an invincible demeanor. Today, a peerless battle would be staged between the two. Who wouldn't pay attention to it? It was no exaggeration to say that no matter who won or lost, this battle was bound to cause a sensation in the world, the ancient Desolation realm, and go down in history. Where's Demon Lin? Hasn't he come yet? Many people were watching nervously. Wait a little longer. He will definitely show up. Otherwise, Yun Qingbai won't show mercy to Lin Sun's friends like before. In the midst of the discussion, a chariot came from the sky, shining like a divine rainbow. Then, Xiaohao, dressed in a jade robe and with a dignified figure, descended in front of the demon-slaying platform surrounded by a group of strong people. Prince Xiaohao. In the field, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and all eyes were attracted to him. A few years ago, the first place on the Tianjiao Golden List was undoubtedly occupied by Yun Qingbai, and no one could shake it, but in recent years, the first place on the Tianjiao Golden List had been controlled by Prince Xiaohao. It was said that Prince Xiaohao should be an overlord at the same level as Yun Qingbai. If there was a battle between the two, the impact would definitely be no less than that between Lin Sun and Yun Qingbai. Greetings, Brother Yun. As soon as Xiaohao arrived, he looked at the figure sitting cross-legged on the demon-slaying platform, and his eyes burst with a touch of extraordinary splendor. This person was Yun Qingbai. 10 days ago, he arrived here and sat cross-legged on the ground, holding the sword case in his arms. His eyes were drooping, like an old monk in meditation. In the past 10 days, no matter how the situation changed and the strong people from all sides came, Yun Qingbai never had any reaction. At this moment, Yun Qingbai raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Xiaohao before he said, Prince Xiaohao, I've heard a lot about you. Xiaohao smiled lightly and said, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. May I ask if Brother Yun would be able to resolve this battle if I plead for leniency? Yun Qingbai withdrew his gaze and didn't spare Xiaohao another glance before he said indifferently, then you have to ask my sword. Xiaohao nodded and withdrew himself. Swoosh, suddenly, a strand of fiery red light descended from the sky, and then it transformed into a slender figure that was coiled by strands of divine rings of flames. She strode over to the demon-slaying platform, glanced at the nearby Xiaohao, and then glanced at Yun Qingbai. In the end, she didn't say a word and floated to the side. But at this moment, the surroundings were in an uproar, and the gazes everyone shot at this beautiful figure carried astonishment, admiration, respect, burning desire, and so on and so forth. Fairy Rua Wu, she was a pure-blooded descendant of the vermilion bird bloodline. Since she was born a few years ago, she had always occupied the top 3 positions on the Prodigy Gold rankings, and she was viewed as a peerless prodigy that was extremely likely to shake Xiaohao's first position. In the following period of time, Wang Xuanyu of the Greater One Daoist sect, Mi Hingzhen of the Sun Moon Divine Hall, Yi Mo of the Origins Divine Sect, and some peerless overlord-level figures whose names had shaken the upper 9 territories arrived one after another. The atmosphere in the surroundings became more and more restless and turbulent. Where's Demon God Lin? Is he coming or not? Up until evening, many people were already impatient from waiting. On the other hand, peerless figures like Xiaohao and Fairy Ruo Wu stood silently without the slightest anxiousness or impatience. The sunset was like a burning flame, and it was bright red like blood as it dyed the sky red. A murderous aura filled the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, a figure walked over from the extremely distant sky. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his figure was tall. When he walked, he was calm as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard. He had his hands behind his back, and his black eyes were calm. His aura was unfathomable like a bottomless abyss, and it was like the sunset of fire. It illuminated his figure as if he had walked out of a divine being and illuminated the sky. P.S. There are 3 chapters tonight, and the 3rd chapter is a large chapter with a lot of words. It should be able to satisfy everyone. Lin Sun, at this moment, countless gazes simultaneously looked towards the figure that was flying over from the sky. The afterglow of the sunset made his figure look like an immortal descending to the world. Lin Sun, you're finally here. On the demon-slaying platform, Yun Qingbai, who was meditating like an old monk, stood up at this moment. His eyes were like a pair of vortexes, flowing with streaks of sword intent like electric arcs. The divine light that burst out instantly tore the void and collided with the cold luster in Lin Sun's eyes. There was a deafening explosion in the void, and sparks flew everywhere. Countless people held their breath and concentrated. They all realized that this long-awaited peerless battle, which was enough to shock both ancient and modern times, was finally about to begin. It's him, Lu Xiwei's eyes were clear. She hadn't seen Lin Sun for many years. Compared with the past, Lin Sun was no longer the same as before. This made her sigh in her heart. In the past, she once gave Lin Sun a great way hidden king token, thinking that only by entering a sacred place to cultivate could Lin Sun be protected and not be the enemy of the whole world. But now, this approach was obviously a little naive. Lin Sun didn't need to enter any sect at all to be invincible. Sure enough, it's Demon Lin. Is he forced to show up, or is he confident enough to fight against Yun Qingbai? There was a commotion in the field. Whether it was the ordinary strongmen or the overlords on the Tianjiao Golden List, they couldn't calm down. Lin Sun, a legendary figure like a demon. Since he started cultivating, he had been alone, but he had killed so many people that blood flowed like a river. He was unstoppable and unstoppable. Now, even if his name had never appeared on the Tianjiao Golden List, who dared to ignore his existence? Think of the peerless figures who had died or been defeated by him, such as Mingzi, Gu Fouzi, Wu Lingdao, Bai Longting. They couldn't even count them with their fingers. It could be said that Lin Sun's prestige was completely built on mountains of corpses and seas of blood, so people had to be afraid of him. He is very strong, indisputably strong. But it's ridiculous to say that Demon Lin is Yun Qingbai's opponent. At the same time, some sneered. Most of them were defeated by Lin Sun. Brother Lin, this battle is unavoidable. I came here this time because I'm willing to play the role of a protector. If anyone here dares to have ill intent during the battle, then they'll have to go through me, Xiaohao. Suddenly, Imperial Prince Xiaohao's clear voice resounded through the heavens and the earth. For a time, the hearts of everyone in the surroundings shook, and they revealed various expressions. Obviously, anyone who dared to ruin this battle and take the opportunity to harm Lin Sun would completely offend Prince Xiaohao. Of course. On the other side, Fairy Ruo Wu, who was bathed in flames, also nodded. Such a battle was rarely seen since time immemorial and could be said to be peerless. If it was spoiled by someone, then it would simply be the greatest disrespect to this battle, and it was something that no one would be able to endure. For a time, many overlords who had long been famous in the Upper Nine Realms declared that they would only watch the battle and not intervene. Whoever dared to overstep would be their enemy. Yun Qingbai. Lin Sun looked at Yun Qingbai, who stood on the demon-cleaving platform like a peerless sword. There was no emotional fluctuation in his eyes, which were as calm as water. This was the second time he met Yun Qingbai. Compared with a few years ago, at this time, Yun Qingbai had not only recovered from his injuries, but also reached the 7 tribulation realm of longevity. Moreover, Yun Qingbai's aura faintly had the momentum to soar into the sky. It was extremely condensed, giving people a feeling that his body was in harmony with all transformations, and his will was like a mountain, communicating with heaven and earth. If you don't kill a snake, you will be harmed by it. When he fled from the Buddha land, he was so embarrassed and miserable. Now, he has become stronger again, although Lin Sun thought so in his heart, there was no emotional fluctuation. He had been preparing for today's battle for too long, and he was only waiting for this day. In the past, whenever Yun Qingbai was mentioned, he would feel hatred, pressure, and heavy, as if he was bearing an invisible pressure. Because at that time, he did not have absolute confidence to defeat Yun Qingbai. But now, it was completely different. Lin Sun, I have been waiting for you for 10 days. Yun Qingbai said. His eyes, which were surging with a whirlpool of sword intent, emitted a shocking splendor. I have to admit that your progress has exceeded my expectations. If you were given another 10 years, no, 5 years, even I wouldn't dare to say that I would be able to kill you. Cut the crap. You and I have to settle this. Today, either you or I die, and this battle will come to an end. Lin Sun said lightly, and there was a touch of killing intent in his eyes. For Yun Qingbai, there was no need for any reason at all. He must die. Only in this way could Lin Sun feel at ease. Yun Qingbai might be the most powerful peerless talent in the world, and he might have a terrifying strength that was enough to surpass all others. However, Lin Sun had long been fearless since he started his cultivation, fearless. These two words represented all the painstaking efforts Lin Sun had made since he was young. Others didn't understand, but only he knew. You're right. The hatred between us will not end until one of us dies. Today, only one of us can live. When Yun Qingbai said this, he suddenly raised his head, and his whole body emitted a terrifying and unparalleled sword qi, which tore the sky like a storm. Let's fight. Today, in front of countless peers, I, Yun Qingbai, will kill you, Lin Sun, on this demon-slaying platform with the sword in my hand. With an indifferent and cold voice, Yun Qingbai rose out of thin air. At this moment, the two attacked at the same time. Boom, Lin Sun stepped on the sky and punched. It was simple, direct, and otherworldly, but when the fist force burst out, it made the world shake violently, as if the sky was shaken. It's starting. In the field, countless people held their breath and watched nervously. Peerless overlords such as Prince Xiaohao and Fairy Ruo Wu also looked serious. They spread their spiritual awareness and concentrated on the fight. Condense. Different from Lin Sun's domineering fist force, Yun Qingbai waved his sleeve, and a brilliant sword qi of 3,000 meters suddenly condensed in the void, flowing with Taoist light. At this moment, the whole sky was illuminated by the sword. It was a stunning scene. Chop. With a thought from Yun Qingbai, the sword qi, which had the power to crush mountains and destroy everything, chopped down with an earth-shaking roar. Bang, bang. Bang, the sword qi and the fist force collided, and the void burst into pieces. Endless light rain poured down, which was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Sun's fist was not only domineering, but also extremely condensed. In a series of collisions and explosions, the fist force was still unstoppable. In the end, amidst a deafening explosion, the 3-kilometer-long strand of sword qi transformed into a multicolored rain of light that scattered down. There were exclamations all over the field. However, before everyone could react, along with a command in Yun Qingbai's heart, the rain of sword qi that covered the sky actually seemed to have come to life. It transformed into strands of dense and crisscrossing sword qi, and it was like a river of stars that swept down from the sky. Lin Sun's punch was dissolved in the air. There was silence in the field, and everyone was in a state of shock. In their first confrontation, it was merely a single strike, but the strength they revealed was so formidable that it could simply be said to be world-shocking, and it possessed a terrifying might that could alarm ghosts and gods. Lin Sun's fist force was like a hammer, shaking the sky. Yun Qingbai's sword qi derived all kinds of peerless mysteries, which was enough to easily kill his peers. However, this was just a casual attack from the two of them. If they fought with all their strength, how amazing would the power be? Everyone was excited as they waited to see what would happen. Come again! Lin Sun shouted. His feet stepped on the gang do, and his fists were like a waterfall. As he punched out, the void collapsed violently wherever he passed. From afar, an incomparably long and narrow ravine had appeared in the sky. It was a spectacle. The fist force was like a big abyss, which had the momentum to swallow all directions. Boom, such a fist force even made the mountains within 1,000 miles seem to be unable to bear such pressure. They collapsed, and the grass, trees, and rocks burst into powder. All the heroes in the field unconsciously retreated and resisted, looking surprised. When they saw Lin Sun's power with their own eyes, they found that he was even more powerful than the legend. 3 meanings of swordsmanship. Rise. Yun Qingbai's clothes were fluttering, and his figure was proud and arrogant. He held his hands in the air. Suddenly, 3 sword chi appeared between heaven and earth. The first sword chi blended black and white, and yin and yang flowed, dividing clear and turbid. The second sword chi rotated, illusory like the shadow of the sky. The third sword chi rose to the sky, and its sharpness made the world dim. These 3 swords came from the great Yin-Yang sword scripture, the great Zhou Void sword scripture, and the great heavenly sword scripture. Now, it was operated by Yun Qingbai in an instant, which could be called the pinnacle of his swordsmanship. In an instant, the world was filled with the brilliant vision of the 3 sword chi. When sword demon Yechen, Yi Mo, and other swordsmanship geniuses saw this scene, they all looked dignified, and a touch of bitterness appeared in their hearts. Yun Qingbai deserved to be the first swordsman of his generation in the world. Amazing! Even Prince Xiaohao, Fairy Ruo Wu, and others couldn't help but admire and feel amazed. They thought that if they were in Yun Qingbai's position, they would have to use their unique skills to fight against him. Boom, in the face of this scene, Lin Sun didn't retreat, but moved forward. He turned into a real dragon descending from the sky and punched down. In the eyes of an outsider, it was like a comet from outer space, and it dragged along a peerlessly resplendent shadow as it tore through space and violently collided with the 3 strands of sword chi that shot out together. Boom, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, the unparalleled strength swept across. The sky above the demon-slaying platform was completely in turmoil. The sword chi and the fist radiance splashed, making a loud noise like the roar of demons. The aftermath swept across the world for 3,000 miles in all directions. Except for a small group of peerless overlords who were still in place, the other overlords all exerted their strength to resist, but they still had to retreat until they retreated thousands of meters away. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the void above the demon-slaying platform was like a broken rag, with intertwined cracks and gullies, turbulence, clouds, and rolling lights. It seemed that the sky there had been blown up. However, who had the upper hand in this attack? Everyone's eyes widened. Yun Qingbai, use your real skills. These are far from enough. Suddenly, Lin Sun's indifferent voice sounded. Everyone was surprised. A bright figure flew across the sky, surrounded by flowing Taoist light, and turned into a scene of the abyss, illuminating the sky. It was Lin Sun. He was unscathed, and his divine power became more and more dazzling. Boom, he stepped forward, and the void burst into cracks in all directions like a spider web. His figure soared into the sky like a dragon wandering in the void. He punched out. Humph! Almost at the same time, Yun Qingbai's figure appeared under the sky. His white clothes fluttered, his black hair fluttered, and his face was calm. Only in his palm, he suddenly grabbed, and a sword chi turned into a whirlpool of sword wheel, whistling away. Boom! Boom, a fierce battle broke out there. The sun and the moon lost their light, and the universe was overturned. The blazing sword chi and fist radiance, like the most brilliant light in the world, poured down. Vaguely, there were bursts of Sanskrit chanting Taoist sounds, stirring the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The whole audience was shocked, and many people looked aghast. In the sky, it didn't look like a fight between 2 people. It was clearly a collision between a peerless sword god and a peerless demon god. It was like the ancient war between gods and demons. It was incredible. Even the overlords of the 7th Retribution realm couldn't help but show a shocked look, and their hearts trembled slightly. Even if they were in the same realm as Lin Sun and Yun Qingbai, in terms of combat power, they were far inferior to them. As for Imperial Prince Xiaohao, Fairy Ruo Wu, Yi Mo, Wang Xuanyu, Mi Hengzhen, and other peerless overlords, although they didn't say a word, the battle intent in their hearts was aroused after witnessing such a peerless battle. Such a battle caused their hearts to surge with excitement. As for those who were slightly weaker, their minds had been shocked, and they looked dull, unable to see the details of the battle at all. Break! Above the void, Lin Sun's breath was like an abyss. In an instant, a fist force burst out, and an extremely powerful momentum also spread out. This fist was like an immortal performing martial arts, which was rare in the world. Even the mighty who created the 9 strikes for shaking heaven had to admire Lin Sun's fist. Boom! In the end, Yun Qingbai's vortex sword will couldn't hold on any longer and was immediately broken. The terrifying fist force rushed toward him like a flood. Bang! Although Yun Qingbai had managed to neutralize the punch, Li Changxia's strength was not as powerful as before. However, the space under Yun Qingbai's feet directly exploded. Clearly, the might of this punch was too terrifying. It even affected Yun Qingbai, causing his figure to sway. Nearby, the heavens and the earth shook, and some of the ripples that spread out caused some experts who couldn't dodge in time to stagger back and cough up blood. Again. Lin Sun's fighting spirit was burning, and his blood and qi were surging. His figure flashed as if he'd teleported in the air, and then he raised his fist and smashed it out. He seemed to possess a spirit that could devour the mountains and rivers, and he possessed the courage and boldness of abandoning reality. Boom! The battle grew more and more intense. The two of them fought each other into the 9 heavens and swept through the surroundings, and the aftershock of the battle was like a vast torrent that swept out ceaselessly. Retreat. Dodge. This isn't something we can deal with. This is too savage. All the spectators retreated again and again, and their expressions changed indeterminately. They were both astounded and shocked. If this battle hadn't taken place in the sky, it would have definitely caused an unpredictable disaster. Prince Xiaohao and Fairy Ruo Wu also had to retreat, otherwise, they would definitely be involved in the battlefield. This is the real peerless battle, isn't it? Some people were in a trance. In the same realm, the combat power mastered by the cultivators varied greatly. Some were just ordinary King Realm cultivators, who couldn't even be called the top. Some stood on the top of the mountain, overlooking their peers. However, Yun Qingbai and Lin Sun were different. On the top, both of them had reached the peak. They had a peerless and invincible demeanor, and they had the foundation to respect their peers. They were incredibly powerful. Bang! After another collision, Yun Qingbai's figure retreated violently. He was shaken by Lin Sun again. This caused a burst of exclamations in the field. Before, most of the strong cultivators were unanimously optimistic about Yun Qingbai and had unquestionable absolute confidence in his strength. But since the beginning of the battle, Yun Qingbai not only didn't gain any advantage, but was also shaken back by Lin Sun many times. Who wouldn't be shocked? The world underestimates the horror of my elder brother. The old toad was very proud. From the moment he hibernated on Flying Star Mountain, he had noticed that Lin Sun had long ignored the threat of Yun Qingbai. Yes, while Yun Qingbai was still thinking about fighting back, my elder brother was wholeheartedly studying the cultivation of body refining. This is the gap between us. Alu also nodded, his heart surging. Don't be complacent, you two. The battle has just begun. The big black bird reminded them, don't you see that neither Lin Sun nor Yun Qingbai has shown their real trump cards? Not only the big black bird, but also some peerless overlords noticed this. This caused them to feel an indescribable bitterness in their hearts. Merely the strength that the two of them were using right now was already a great threat to them. They really didn't know what kind of terrifying trump cards they would use when they fought desperately. It's time to end the fun. Suddenly, an imposing aura that would rather break than bend surged out from Yun Qingbai's body. Boom! Suddenly, a group of sword qi, like a steady tide, rose out of thin air. The sword qi was like a tide, like a long river, dense and endless. Each sword qi was branded with a unique aura of the Great Way, including the 5 elements, yin and yang, wind and thunder, cloud mist, buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the world was filled with the sound of swords, and the dense sword qi covered the world, covering the sun and the moon. 108,000 swords. In the indifferent voice, the sword qi all over the sky roared together, and under the horrified gazes of the crowd, it turned into a huge vortex. It was composed of 108,000 swords, like a sword domain, spinning in the void, making the world seem to be distorted. The nearby area was crushed, collapsed, and exploded. The crowd was shocked. Their eyes widened, and they felt a chill in their hearts. Was this Yun Qingbai's real strength? One sword turned into thousands of Tao, and he controlled them all. Yun Qingbai has already reached an unimaginably terrifying level in Sword Tao. Emperor Xiaohao, Fairy Ruo Wu, and other peerless overlords were also shocked, and their faces were extremely solemn. This blow was like thousands of swords, with the momentum to destroy the world. At this time even Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. From the beginning to the end, he had never underestimated Yun Qingbai's combat strength and treated him as his number one enemy. But as soon as this sword appeared, Lin Sun realized that Yun Qingbai was stronger than he had imagined. Thinking of this, Lin Sun didn't slow down at all. Boom, the punch was ordinary, without any momentum, or even a trace of sharpness. But as soon as this punch appeared, everyone's face changed. This punch was indescribably divine. Perhaps it could be called Tao. There was great beauty in the world without words. An elephant was hidden in the invisible. Any skill in the world that had reached the extreme and transcendent level had lost its earth-shaking aura and dazzling appearance. What it had was a kind of truth. This truth was in line with Tao. Many strong men were dazzled and in a trance. If Yun Qingbai's sword could penetrate heaven and earth, then Lin Sun's sword could be said to be like riding the Tao. Each of them had their own style and could amaze the world. Boom, the huge whirlpool of sword chi stretched across the world, swallowed up the universe, and distorted everything. However, when this punch shot forward like a hot knife through butter, it crushed and shattered the numerous strands of sword chi, causing deafening sounds of collision to resound. Incomparably violent turbulence swept between the heaven and the earth. Some overlords' divine senses were shaken and groaned. Some overlords' minds were impacted, and their mouths and noses were bleeding. Some were pale, trembling, and paralyzed. The only reason was that the might of this confrontation was too great. Boom, accompanied by an earth-shattering rumble, the gigantic vortex of sword chi suddenly collapsed, and the surging sword chi scattered in the void. Was it resolved? No. At this moment, Yun Qingbai suddenly let out a long roar and crossed his fingers. 10,000 swords in one. The sword chi all over the sky suddenly began to merge with each other. In the blink of an eye, 108,000 swords were integrated into one sword. The sword was 3 feet and 2 inches long, like an illusion, and it stretched across the sky. It was just one sword, but it gave people the feeling that it was the master of heaven and earth. Nothing in the world could stop its sharpness. So strong. At this moment, the expressions of Xiaohao and the others had changed completely. Because they'd sensed a terrifying and threatening aura of slaughter from this sword strike. Swish, the sword slashed out. Lin Sun's clothes fluttered, and his body was like a deep abyss. He took a deep breath and pressed out his finger. The twinkling of spring and autumn. However, Lin Sun operated it with the devouring star way. In the general trend of spring and autumn, various forces of great ways appeared and burst out together. Boom, in the deafening collision sound, Lin Sun's figure was slashed back a few steps, and he coughed up blood. Looking at Yun Qingbai again, he just shook for a while, and his face was slightly pale. Except for that, there was no trace of injury. There was a dead silence in the field. Did Devil Lin suffer a heavy setback in this blow? Everyone had seen with their own eyes that Lin Sun had shaken Yun Qingbai several times since the beginning. He was so powerful that he caused a great sensation in the field. But now, it seemed that he couldn't resist Yun Qingbai's sword attack. The faces of Old Toad, Alu, and the big black bird all darkened, and they were uncertain. And the strong people who had been supporting Yun Qingbai couldn't help but burst into cheers at this moment, looking excited and excited. Lin Sun is very strong, but he is still young. When Yun Qingbai set foot on the road of Tao, Lin Sun was not yet born. In terms of foundation, Lin Sun is a little inferior. Yu Mo sighed softly. Only the current overlords knew how terrible Yun Qingbai was. It was a misfortune to be born in the same era as him. And Lin Sun couldn't even be called Yun Qingbai's peer in age. This was the difference between early cultivation and late cultivation. So, Devil Lin is bound to lose this time? Some people found it hard to accept. Lin Sun had never been defeated since he started cultivating. Was he going to be defeated by Yun Qingbai? Not necessarily. Suddenly, Prince Xiaohao narrowed his eyes, and his divine light surged. Now, the real show has just begun. Everyone was astounded and bewildered. At this time, Lin Sun suddenly said, Yun Qingbai, take out your sword, or you are doomed to die unwillingly. His voice was flat, and he raised his hand to wipe the blood off the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he had been defeated, but his eyes were bright and frightening. Ridiculous. Yun Qingbai looked indifferent. Boom, Lin Sun said no more and attacked again. It was still a simple punch, but as soon as it was launched, the clouds collapsed and the sky seemed to be broken, producing a deafening explosion. The power of the punch seemed to be overwhelming the world. How is this possible? All the heroes in the field were dumbfounded. The contrast was too great. Before, Lin Sun was defeated, but now he was much stronger than before. Did he not attack with all his strength at all? Their guess was right. It was also at this time that Lin Sun used the Wrath of Yazi and the Ultimacy of Fight Saint method. This is Lin Sun's unfathomable foundation. When everyone thinks he has tried his best, there will always be a bigger surprise. Prince Xiaohao sighed. Break! In the face of this punch, Yun Qingbai narrowed his eyes slightly, but he was not afraid. He displayed his swordsmanship. Swish, the dazzling sword chi set off a sky full of sword shadows, making the world tumble and the sun and moon invert. It fiercely chopped the oncoming punch. Boom, the fist and sword chi collided and both collapsed. It was a draw. I told you, your strength is not enough. Lin Sun had already broken through the air to kill. He was like a god or a demon, attacking the 9 heavens with the intention to kill. Boom, after another confrontation, Yun Qingbai's figure shook, and his face instantly became cold. How did demon god Lin suddenly become so powerful? He was clearly on the brink of collapsing just now. In the field, all the heroes were stunned and inexplicably shocked. I'm sure that Lin Sun definitely held back his strength. Many of the peerless overlords felt their hearts tremble as they were shocked. To be able to conserve his strength in a battle with a peerless enemy like Yun Qingbai, just how strong was this demon god Lin? Kill. As soon as Lin Sun punched out, the world rumbled and yin and yang reversed, plowing a shocking ravine in the sky. Looking from a distance, it was really no different from tearing the sky apart. Break! Yun Qingbai's eyes flickered. The sword intent surged like the ocean, and his robe fluttered as he slashed out with his sword. Lin Sun did not move. As for Yun Qingbai, his sword chi was broken, and his figure was knocked back 3 meters by the punch. It could be clearly seen that his face was green and white, and he seemed to be very uncomfortable. Again. Lin Sun became more and more powerful. His figure was like a stream of light, rushing toward Yun Qingbai. This fist pierced through the fighting bull, possessing unparalleled might. All the people present were shocked by such a disdainful posture. It was as if they were witnessing a god coming down from the 9 heavens. The punch made them feel suffocated. Bang, Yun Qingbai was knocked back again. He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. His long hair was scattered, and he looked a little embarrassed. Everyone was shocked. Lin Sun had been severely defeated before. But now, everything had been reversed. This series of changes was completed in a short period of time. It was incredibly fast, and it also caught everyone off guard. They were inexplicably shocked. Very good. You will have no regrets dying under my heavenly sword. Suddenly, Yun Qingbai took a deep breath. His expression was resolute, and his momentum soared to the sky. With a clang, the sword case on his back opened, and a dull and ancient sword that had been sealed in it was revealed at this moment. P.S. This is a chapter of 4,000 words. There will be 3 chapters tonight. I hope that when you enjoy reading it, don't forget to vote for the monthly ticket. In addition, you don't have to wait anymore. It's over for tonight. Goldfish had many ideas about how to end this battle, but at present, she had not decided which one to choose. Tonight, Goldfish needed to think about it seriously. Everyone hated Yun Qingbai to the core. But apart from hatred, the image of this person was a little thin and not complete. Goldfish was thinking. Such an important character had run through many plots in the previous chapters. Even if he died, he had to die. In a way that satisfied her and everyone else. She had to let everyone understand why Yun Qingbai was such a villain. She had to make his image more 3-dimensional and complete. These were the problems that Goldfish needed to solve urgently. Therefore, she couldn't continue writing. It was easy to kill him, but how to kill him was not easy at all. The above PS was free. Everyone knew that ever since Yun Qingbai had started cultivating, He had never hung his sword at his waist. Instead, he carried it on his back. This was his heart to cultivate the sword. The sword was his Tao. How could he be inferior to himself? This small action of carrying a sword on his back led a trend in the white jade capital. Countless young sword cultivators imitated him. This was not Yun Qingbai's first move, but it was because of him that it became popular. At that moment, Yun Qingbai opened the sword case on his back, and the heaven-piercing sword appeared. This sword had been left behind by the founder of the heaven-piercing sword sect. It was 2 feet and 3 inches long and 3 fingers wide. Its entire body was dull and lusterless. It was simple and imposing, heavy and sharp. This sword was originally a sage treasure. However, ever since Yun Qingbai obtained it, its power had been sealed, and Yun Qingbai had nurtured it day and night. This sword would not be used unless it was used against a powerful enemy. Therefore, people rarely saw Yun Qingbai use this sword to kill enemies. But now, the sword was unsheathed. Clang, the sword hummed like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. As soon as the heaven-piercing sword appeared, the heavens and earth shook violently. Rays of sword intent appeared, crisscrossing and spreading out in the air. Heavy sword shadows, dazzling sword rays, surging sword chi, flowing sword aura, covered the heavens and earth. It was like a sword domain. Yun Qingbai, who was controlling all of this, was like a legendary peerless sword god. He became the most dazzling light in the world. Even though they were extremely far away, many powerful cultivators still felt a sharp pain in their eyes. They felt as if their skin was being cut by swords, and their minds were shocked. They were terrified. Even peerless overlords like Emperor Xiaohao and Fairy Ruo Wu looked extremely solemn. They circulated their qi silently as if they were facing a powerful enemy. This is the real Yun Qingbai. He's an invincible master of the sword Dao. The other overlords were also shocked. Yun Qingbai had opened the sword case and used the heaven-piercing sword. This meant that he was going all out. He was going to use his strongest trump card. Even if they used their full strength, they were not confident that they could resist Yun Qingbai. In particular, some geniuses who also cultivated the sword couldn't help but clench their fists. They felt a silent shock. Sky-twisting sword domain. Suddenly, Yun Qingbai attacked. With a clang, the heaven-reaching sword turned in the void. Layers of sword chi turned into a curtain that covered the sky. Yin and yang rotated inside, and the sword chi surged endlessly. All right. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun attacked with his fists. The surging, overbearing, and firm fist force was like the manifestation of the Tao as it collided with the sword images that covered the sky, and it threw the heavens and the earth into disorder. In the eyes of outsiders. In the sky, Lin Sun was barehanded as he charged into the sword domain screen, and he flashed through the sword images, shattered the sword chi, and extinguished the sword lights. He was so strong that it was a complete mess. However, no matter how he charged forward, he was unable to break through the sword domain's barrier. Kill. Yun Qingbai's sleeves fluttered and his long hair fluttered. With his words, thousands of sparkling and resplendent flying swords suddenly appeared in the sky, turning sword domain and slashed down. Bang, 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 each flying sword had the power to kill ghosts and gods. Even though Lin Sun broke them one by one, his figure was suppressed and constantly shaken. Outside the arena, everyone was astonished. Previously, demon god Lin had turned the tide of the battle with his cosmos-shattering fist. He had swept away the disadvantageous situation, causing Yun Qingbai to cough up blood and be injured. However, with the appearance of the heavenly sword and Yun Qingbai's display of his trump card, the advantage that demon god Lin had painstakingly regained was gone. It was no exaggeration to say that at this moment, be it Yun Qingbai or Lin Sun, a casual attack was enough to pose a fatal threat to the other experts outside the arena. Both of them were abnormally strong and ridiculously strong. However, there was no doubt that Yun Qingbai was once again displaying his suppressive strength in the battle. Kill. Yun Qingbai flicked his fingers with an indifferent expression. In midair, the heavenly sword glowed, and the sword chi that covered the sky circulated, making the power of the sky-turning sword domain even stronger. A peerless swordsman should be like this, many people sighed with emotion. However, at this moment, Lin Sun's voice suddenly sounded. Break. A single word, calm and relaxed, casual and natural. Then, the sky-turning sword domain was torn apart by a dazzling sharpness, like a hot knife through butter, and exploded in the void. In the midst of the rain of light, Lin Sun's figure rushed out. A broken blade circled around him, and waves of clear, heavenly sounds drifted through the universe. In the distance, Yun Qingbai's pupils constricted. Kill! Kill! The two voices came from Yun Qingbai and Lin Sun. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the heavenly sword and the broken blade swept up, setting off an unparalleled sharpness as they collided in the void. The former displayed the sword domain, and the sword chi whistled like a divine light. The murderous aura shook the universe and shook the stars. The latter reflected the secret of the 6 slashes of heavenly yuan. Its sharpness was like a stream of light, and wherever it passed, everything was destroyed like a bubble. Looking from afar, it made people tremble and feel an indescribable sense of suffocation. That was because the power produced by the confrontation was far beyond their imagination. The heavenly sword is being restrained. In the arena, countless people were moved. It was also at this time that they finally realized that Yun Qingbai might have a trump card that he was proud of, but demon god Lin also had a trump card. Perhaps Lin Sun had cultivated more than 10 years later than Yun Qingbai, so he was a little weaker in terms of congenital foundation. But in this world, the strong and the weak were never judged by the length of cultivation. For example, Lin Sun had only cultivated for a few decades, but his combat power was strong enough to make countless old monsters of the King realm and the ancient Desolation territory bow their heads in shame. Now, the battle with Yun Qingbai was the same. Boom! At the same time, Lin Sun attacked again. Yun Qingbai, even the heavenly sword can't save you. Lin Sun looked indifferent. How strong was Yun Qingbai, he didn't know. But Lin Sun knew that as early as half a year ago, when he was dormant in the Flying Star Mountain, he was not afraid of all his peers. He was just waiting for a chance to kill Yun Qingbai. Today, all their grudges would be put to an end. Perhaps Yun Qingbai still had many trump cards, but they didn't matter anymore. The heavenly sword is a foreign object that can only be used by me. My swordsmanship never needs the help of other forces. It's the same to kill you. In the face of Lin Sun's attack, Yun Qingbai was still calm. However, there was an incomparably terrifying aura emanating from his body. It was visible to the naked eye that the hair on his temples gradually turned gray, and his crystal-clear skin lost its luster. But his eyes became sharper, and his aura became stronger. Just standing there made the void collapse, as if it couldn't bear his power. The whole audience was restless, and many people's faces changed. Prince Xiaohao and other peerless overlords were shocked. It could be predicted that Yun Qingbai was using his real trump card. At this time, Lin Sun couldn't help frowning and showing a solemn expression. He sensed a dangerous aura from Yun Qingbai. Boom! Without hesitation, Lin Sun stretched his body, and there was a roar like the thunder god's drum inside and outside his body. Every inch of his skin and pores released brilliant Taoist light, which was as bright as jade. At this moment, he used the eternal leakless method passed down by Xiankong Ghost King to release his combat power completely. Buzz! On the opposite side, Yun Qingbai stood in the void. The power of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted, rumbling, and gathering towards his figure. With him as the center, it carried the power of creation of heaven and earth. Crack! Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the void exploded. At the same time, a touch of determination flashed in Yun Qingbai's eyes. He put his fingers together like a sword and gently chopped in the void. A sword chi, which had been accumulating in his body for a long time, rose to the sky now. The power that gathered from the nearby heaven and earth seemed to have found a target to attach to, and all merged into the sword, making the sword chi instantly become the most dazzling light between heaven and earth. The sky there was shattered and collapsed, and there was no light. Only a touch of sword chi seemed immortal and eternal. Seeing this scene, everyone forgot to breathe and was dumbfounded. The legendary ancient sword immortal was just like this, right? Open! Lin Sun punched out. In an instant, boundless power surged out of his body, and the boundless Taoist light illuminated the sky. His power was released to the extreme at this moment and turned into a punch. Boom! At that moment, the world seemed to be turned upside down, and the sky reflected the scene of doomsday. At that moment, all the heroes outside the field were shocked, and their eyes froze. At that moment, Yun Qingbai's sword qi and Lin Sun's fist collided. It was like the most amazing encounter in the history of all time, and its power was indescribable. It was just like the great beauty of heaven and earth, indescribable. Boom, then, the whole audience was deafened. Everything was blurry, and their divine senses were blocked. They could no longer see the battle in the void. Even Xiaohao, Fairy Rua Wu, and others had to release their own power to resolve the terrifying aftermath of the confrontation. The peerless battle, the shaking of heaven and earth, the birth of strange phenomena, and the collapse of all things, was nothing more than this. This kind of power can be called the real peak. Some peerless overlords were frightened. Compared with this, whether it was Yun Qingbai or Lin Sun, the power they showed had far exceeded that of a real overlord. It was too shocking. Since the ancient times until now, there have been many dazzling figures. However, amongst those of the same generation, the brilliance of the two of them is sufficient to shake the world. It's a pity that in this peerless battle, someone is destined to die. Under all kinds of shocked, horrified, and emotional gazes, the field of vision finally became clear, and people could see clearly. In the sky, Lin Sun's figure had retreated more than 10 steps. His long hair was scattered, his cheeks were pale, and his clothes were torn. A trace of blood appeared on the corner of his mouth. As for Yun Qingbai, his long hair was gray, his body was haggard, and his skin was dim. But his aura was still so powerful that it made people tremble. This sword has been blocked. But it seems that Demon Lin has suffered a setback. In the field, all the heroes widened their eyes. Yun Qingbai's previous sword was simply invincible, enough to make people desperate. But in the end, it was blocked, but at the same time, although Lin Sun blocked this sword, it was not easy. It seemed that it was still a confrontation with no winner or loser. But the next moment, Lin Sun said calmly, "Such a sword must be very difficult for you. How many times can you use it?" "Yun Qingbai, today, at this moment, you are still not as good as me." His voice was full of invincible disdain. P.S. It's a little difficult to write. "Don't worry, ridiculous." Yun Qingbai looked cold. At this time, how could he not see that Lin Sun's combat power was far beyond his expectation? Back then, he was chased by Lin Sun near the Buddha land because he was at the critical moment of refining the talent power of ancient Buddha and couldn't exert all his strength at all. This was regarded as a great shame by him. But in fact, he didn't take Lin Sun seriously at that time. Now, after several years of silence, he broke out of the closed-door training and became more powerful than before. He thought it would be a piece of cake to kill Lin Sun. But who would have thought that the development of the situation made him feel surprised, shocked, puzzled, and dignified? Yun Qingbai had never imagined that this infant, who should have died back then, would actually be able to contend against him in such an unparalleled manner. He never thought that at this time, he would feel heavy pressure and have to use all his potential and trump cards. This series of unexpected events was like a series of accidents. Even Yun Qingbai sensed the threat. He had to be on the alert and move with all his strength. Confrontation. Taking a deep breath, Yun Qingbai's clothes fluttered, and he chopped again. His hair suddenly turned into the color of frost and snow, and his skin was like dehydrated bark, withered and lusterless. Before the sword was raised, his hair was already frosty. All the heroes present were in a daze. Buzz, a brilliant sword chi burst out from Yun Qingbai's body in the clanging sound of killing. It was so brilliant that it couldn't be looked at directly. Compared with the sword just now, it was even more powerful. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun also took a deep breath and ran the leakless permanence to the full. Together with the fury of Yazi and the battle saint method, he mobilized all his strength and punched. Rumbled a deafening collision and confrontation spread in the field. Soon, everyone understood why Lin Sun dared to say that he was not as good as him at this time. In such a confrontation, Yun Qingbai's sword chi was peerless, which could shock the past and the present. It was unparalleled. Lin Sun was indeed shaken. He kept staggering back, his face became paler and paler, and he even coughed up blood frequently. However, he had never been completely suppressed. On the contrary, his imposing aura was like flames, his fighting spirit like flames, and he was like an undefeatable and eternal existence. He deduced his own Tao, utilized his own techniques, and became more courageous the more he suffered. During this entire process, Yun Qingbai's long hair seemed as if it had been dyed with snow, and it was white like silver. Moreover, numerous cracks had appeared on the skin of his body, and it was like withered bark that was about to transform into rotten wood. This caused everyone's hearts to tremble. At this point in the battle, everyone was able to discern that this unparalleled battle had entered into its most intense and dangerous phase, and the outcome of life and death would be revealed very soon. There was no need for words to describe how shocked they were. At the very least, in the past, in the realm of ancient desolation, no one in the upper 9 realms could compare to such a peerless battle. To put it simply, this battle was unprecedented. Yun Qingbai, everyone says that your swordsmanship is the best in the world. I wonder if you dare to take a strike from me. Lin Sun suddenly opened his mouth. Everyone was stunned and almost couldn't believe their ears. When had Fiend God Lin ever immersed himself in the sword Dao? Even Yun Qingbai was slightly stunned at this moment, and then his expression became even more indifferent. He felt that such provocation was laughable. Rise. Lin Sun suddenly took a deep breath, and his face was as calm as an ancient well. His fingers turned into the shape of a sword and slowly swept out. Buzz, a stream of sword chi appeared in the void inch by inch. Every inch that appeared made the void wail suddenly, as if it could not bear it. As for the people outside the field, they only felt that with Lin Sun's movement, their hearts seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand. Their blood and chi were rolling, and they almost coughed up blood. Bang! 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 As this wisp of sword chi was revealed little by little, the whole world fell into a state of collapse, destruction, and oblivion. The invisible power made the earth sink with a loud bang. Yun Qingbai's pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression became extremely dignified in an instant. The previous disdain in his heart had long disappeared. In terms of attainments in Sword Dao, Yun Qingbai was confident that he was invincible in the entire upper 9 realms. Because he had been pursuing the ultimate perfection of Sword Dao all his life. Because he knew Sword Dao, he knew better than others how terrifying the power contained in Lin Sun's sword was. But Yun Qingbai still couldn't believe it. How could Lin Sun master such an incredible power of Sword Dao? Sword Dao was Yun Qingbai's proudest and most conceited way. But at this time, when he saw the chi of Lin Sun's sword, it was like a heavy blow to his heart. Condense! Yun Qingbai shouted. He couldn't calm down or tolerate it, as if his dignity had suffered the greatest provocation. It made him so angry for the first time. Inside his body, a terrifying sword chi was blooming, making his whole body shine brightly. Uncontrollable sword chi was overflowing from his beard, hair, and skin. Lin Sun, you are the first person who can force me to use this sword for 60 years. You can die without regret. You are the first person who can force me to use this sword. After that, Yun Qingbai's snow-white hair danced wildly, and his body cracked. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, a stream of sword chi rushed out of his body. This sword chi was the culmination of Yun Qingbai's lifelong learning, which he had cultivated for 60 years. All kinds of great ways, countless mysteries, and lifelong efforts were gathered in it. This sword was a microcosm of his ultimate path of swordsmanship. This is, outside the arena, the spectators were all shocked and lost their voices in horror. Even people like Prince Xiaohao were silent, with stormy waves in their hearts. Lin Sun's sword had not been used, but it had already made the world pale. Yun Qingbai's sword, like a dazzling trace of Sword Dao, was reflected in the world. It was so dazzling, brilliant, gorgeous, and horrible that it didn't seem to belong to the human world. Sword arrival. In the distance, under Lin Sun's fingertips, inch by inch, the sword chi finally took shape. It was incomparably sharp and unrestrained. Its power was unparalleled, and ghosts and gods were scared away. This sword filled the universe and cut through the longitude and latitude. It seemed to contain endless mysteries in it, and it also showed the essence of the simplest great way. No matter who it was, they all felt that they were as small as ants and unstoppable. This sword was called No Return. Cut. A word was uttered by Lin Sun and Yun Qingbai at the same time. Above the sky, 2 sword chi swept out from different directions and went to each other. All the people present felt a stabbing pain in their eyes, and all their senses seemed to be cut off. They were terrified and trembling uneasily. Prince Xiaohao and other peerless overlords couldn't open their eyes, so they could no longer see the details of this attack with their divine awareness. Even if they had tried their best, they couldn't. This could only mean that in this battle, both Lin Sun's sword and Yun Qingbai's sword were powerful enough to pose a serious threat to any of them. Therefore, their power was not something they could fathom. Boom, there was only a deafening explosion, like a war drum from the ninth heaven, vibrating in the ears and beating in the heart, making all living beings afraid. This kind of fear of not being able to see and being shocked physically and mentally was just a matter of a blink of an eye in the past. But at this time it seemed so long. No one knew how long it had been. Maybe it was just a moment, but for everyone, it seemed to have gone through a reincarnation of life and death, destruction and life. When their senses recovered and their vision gradually became clear, they saw that the area around the demon-slaying platform had changed beyond recognition, as if the sky had changed. The sky there was in a state of shattering, and it was densely covered in rifts and ravines, causing it to seem like numerous scars in the sky. The billowing sword chi had not dissipated yet. It flashed in the void, and the aura it emitted was still extremely terrifying. In the sky full of sword light, Yun Qingbai's body was bleeding, and the blood dyed his white hair like frost, exuding a kind of tragic aura. On the opposite side, Lin Sun was not much better. His body was also stained with blood, and his face was extremely pale. There was no doubt that both of them were seriously injured. This result was confusing and shocking. No one had expected that Lin Sun, who showed the power of Sword Tao for the first time in the battle, could block the sword that Yun Qingbai had cultivated for 60 years. This scene alone was enough to make the world look at him. After all, Yun Qingbai was known as the #1 sword practitioner among his peers in the world. At this moment, his sword with all his strength was blocked. This result itself was like a miracle. The most incredible thing was that it was also a sword that blocked this sword. This was destined to be a heavy blow to Yun Qingbai, who had risen with the power of Sword Tao. "I'm not as good as them," some peerless overlords sighed in their hearts. They had to admit that they were sincerely convinced. Demon God Lin actually blocked Yun Qingbai in Sword Tao. It's incredible, the heroes were in a trance. The only regret was that they could not witness the scene of the confrontation between the two swords from the beginning to the end. "If it were me, how would I block it?" Prince Xiaohao, Fairy Ruo Wu, and the others were all thinking silently. Their minds became unprecedentedly excited, and they could not calm down. Puff, suddenly, high in the void, Yun Qingbai coughed violently, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. There was an indescribable gloomy luster in his eyes. This made the hearts of all the experts tremble, and their expressions suddenly changed. They guessed a possibility. Could it be, Yun Qingbai, what else do you have to fight with me now? In the distance, Lin Sun said coldly, looking at Yun Qingbai with indifference. Lin Sun had given his opponent the heaviest blow in the place he was most proud of. Yun Qingbai had probably never experienced this kind of feeling in the past 60 years, had he? "You're also seriously injured." In the distance, Yun Qingbai took a deep breath and said slowly. His back was straight and did not bend at all, just like his pride. Even if he was defeated, he would rather die than yield. "Aren't you the same?" Lin Sun said calmly. It was impossible for him not to be injured at this moment. Just as Yun Qingbai said, he was seriously injured. But at the same time, Yun Qingbai was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It wouldn't take long to kill him. P.S. This is the second chapter. There's no more for tonight. Tomorrow, Goldfish will finish the plot of this battle in one go. I also hope that my brothers and sisters can subscribe to and support Goldfish. For a period of time in the future, I will mainly ask for subscriptions, because subscriptions are really too important. The subscription money is just the money for a pack of cigarettes for everyone, but for Goldfish, it is a guarantee to support its family. Moreover, in the future, if there is no significant improvement in the number of subscriptions, it may be difficult to continue writing this book. If the number of subscriptions increases greatly, Goldfish will work hard to publish more chapters and write more wonderful stories for everyone. Friends who want to read the pirated version, if you have the ability, please try to come online and support Goldfish. Thank you very much. The world returned to silence. The oppressive intense atmosphere made people almost breathless. Everyone could see that the battle was about to come to an end, and at this last moment, there was bound to be a great horror between life and death. Buzz, in the sky, Yun Qingbai waved his hand, and the heavenly sword, which was fiercely fighting with Duan Ren, suddenly returned and fell into his hand. Fight to the death? I haven't experienced this feeling for a long time, a soft murmur came from Yun Qingbai's mouth. His eyes became extremely firm, and his blood-stained body became unprecedentedly straight. His whole person, like a sword, exuded a kind of pious, calm, and unafraid of death. In the field, all the heroes were chilled and their scalps were about to explode. At this moment, Yun Qingbai seemed to be ready to die and burn himself, for fiend God Lin to be able to force a legendary figure of the sword Dao to the point where he had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. How could anyone remain calm? The world was dark, and the void was wailing. An invisible and terrifying aura slowly spread out as Yun Qingbai grasped the heavenly sword. There was no doubt that the next moment would be the strongest blow before the end of the life and death duel. The hearts of Old Toad, the big black bird, and Alu suddenly hung in the air at this moment. Their bodies were stiff, and they became unprecedentedly nervous and depressed. In the distance, Lin Sun still looked calm, but in his body, all the power was running to the extreme at this moment, without any reservation. There is great horror between life and death. I'm different from you. I've experienced it many times over the years. Although I can't say that I'm indifferent to life and death, at least I'm more experienced than you. Lin Sun said in a casual voice, his face unchanged. Even if Yun Qingbai risked his life to fight, so what? He knew this kind of life-risking experience better than Yun Qingbai, because since he was born, he had struggled between life and death until he escaped from the mine prison. He knew that it was not easy to survive. In those years in the mortal world, he rose from insignificance with a humble identity. His life was full of wind and rain, full of blood. Life and death, blood and fire, accompanied each other all the time. On the other hand, Yun Qingbai had entered the Heavenly Sword sect since he was young. Along the way, he had the guidance of a master, the protection of an expert, and endless cultivation resources for him to enjoy. Although his path of cultivation was decisive, courageous, and he had almost never tasted defeat, but how could he have experienced the feeling of rising in the midst of life and death? At this moment, he wanted to fight with his life on the line. But for Lin Sun, this posture was really ridiculous. Yun Qingbai was slightly stunned. Then, his expression became even more resolute. He said, "You're wrong. My heart is only the sword. My life and death are destined to be different from yours." As soon as he finished speaking, he was engulfed by the boundless sword radiance. Torrential sword chi soared into the sky, and the heavens and earth turned into a storm of sword intent. The clear and muddy heavens and the earth and the surroundings were instantly thrown into chaos and shattered into pieces. Rumble. At that moment, everyone watched in horror as Yun Qingbai's body, divine soul, and chi and blood seemed to be completely ignited as they were thrown into the sky-reaching sword. Offering his body to the sword. Is he going to risk his life? The onlookers were all dumbfounded. When a peerless figure risked his life to fight, that kind of indescribable impact was shocking to everyone. No wonder he's the #1 sword cultivator of his generation, the rare sword art genius in the ancient Desolation realm in 10,000 years. How many people in the history of the ancient Desolation realm can compare with him? Prince Xiaohao let out a long sigh. This sword is like a sacrifice. He will burn all his swordsmanship in an instant. Who can stop it? Rua Wu Fairy was in a trance. I don't know whether Lin Sun can take this sword. As for Old Toad and the others, they were so nervous that their hearts seemed to jump out. Even if they were extremely confident in Lin Sun, they couldn't help but be nervous. Because at this moment, Yun Qingbai had completely given up his life. Boom, where Yun Qingbai stood, the momentum of the sky-reaching sword rose to the sky. Endless sword radiance, sword chi, and sword intent surged and rotated. It turned into a huge whirlpool. A strand of an indescribable devouring aura of the sword Dao instantly effused out. As the vortex revolved, the sky there was torn apart into pieces, and space rumbled amidst the rumbling of explosions as it suddenly transformed into a boundless chaotic torrent of fragments. Rumble within thousands of miles, the grass, trees, rocks, and ground all burst into pieces, turning into smoke and dust flying wildly in the sky. Oh no! Some overmatches seemed to lose control of their bodies and flew toward the huge whirlpool of swordsmanship between heaven and earth. Devouring, that was an unparalleled devouring power. It melted into the whirlpool of swordsmanship and appeared between heaven and earth, as if it was going to devour everything in the world and all living beings, even if they were far away. it still made people feel terrified and desperate. He has already invested all of his cultivation into this sword. To be able to see this scene in this life, I have no regrets. Some peerless overlords also tried their best to resist, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They were extremely excited. Lin Sun, you fought me with swordsmanship. At this moment, I will give you a tooth for a tooth and kill you here. Yun Qingbai's firm and indifferent voice resounded between heaven and earth. His figure had long been hidden in the huge whirlpool of swordsmanship. Everything he had learned and his lifelong efforts were completely burned at this moment and integrated into the sword. Just to kill Lin Sun and kill Wu Ji. Your swordsmanship is based on my talent, and what you have been pursuing all my life doesn't belong to you at all. Suddenly, Lin Sun sneered. His long hair fluttered as he stepped forward. The whirlpool of swordsmanship that made all the people present pale seemed to be ignored by Lin Sun. He took the initiative to rush forward. His figure was calm and resolute. Yun Qingbai sacrificed himself to the sword. Why would Lin Sun be afraid of death? It's good to die together, Yun Qingbai's ethereal voice came out. Lin Sun could even see Yun Qingbai's pious and calm expression as if he was on a pilgrimage in the depths of the whirlpool of swordsmanship. Boom, the terrifying and boundless tearing force became stronger as it approached. It tore and collapsed the void, turning it into endless turbulence. Lin Sun's figure was submerged in an instant. When looked at from afar, he was like a moth that had pounced into a vortex that was connected to the heavens and the earth. He was so tiny, yet so fearless. Die together? No, I'll kill you now. This was the last voice Lin Sun made before he was swallowed by the whirlpool. He was still calm, indifferent, and emotionless. Rumble, the huge whirlpool of swordsmanship rotated, an endless sword light surged in it, like the gate to hell, which was enough to make all living beings cold. It was terrible. When they saw Lin Sun's figure being swallowed up, many people in the field exclaimed, trembling with horror and despair. Are these two really going to perish together? No matter who dies in such a peerless battle, it will be a great loss for the whole world. If both of them die, it will be a pity. In the field, the expressions of the crowd changed constantly. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't see the situation in the whirlpool of swordsmanship. It was too terrifying, and it blocked everything. Imperial Prince Xiaohao, Fairy Rua Wu, and the others were completely shocked, and their expressions were uncertain. This battle had gone on until now, and it was a huge blow to their hearts. Lin Sun, who took the initiative to rush over, and Yun Qingbai, who sacrificed himself to sacrifice his sword. Who would survive in the end, or would they die together? No one knew, but everyone kept their eyes wide open and watched nervously. They urgently wanted to get an answer and put an end to this rare and unparalleled battle. However, no one knew that Lin Sun, who was swept into the whirlpool of swordsmanship, seemed to be in an extremely dangerous situation, but he wasn't injured. It was even to the extent that his hair wasn't damaged. The spiritual vein in front of his chest was boiling hot and glowing, and it flowed with a strange fluctuation of energy. Even if he was in the terrifying storm of swordsmanship, he felt as if he was walking on flat ground. However, his expression became emotional and complicated, and he wasn't as calm as before. Because at this moment, Lin Sun felt a familiar aura that he'd never seen before, but it made him feel like he was connected by blood. He knew that this was his innate aura. In the depths of the whirlpool, Yun Qingbai, who had been calm and firm, suddenly froze when he saw Lin Sun walking over leisurely. He couldn't believe it. This was the sword he'd given everything he had. He sacrificed himself to sacrifice his sword, and he didn't care about life or death. But the most ridiculous thing was that this attack, which he regarded as his strongest, was not as good as before, and it didn't even play any role. This strong contrast was like being hit in the back with a stick, which made Yun Qingbai's face change completely, and a strong sense of frustration rose in his heart. He could be fearless of life and death, because there was only swordsmanship in his heart. Even if he died, he could be proud of his life and never be defeated. However, he couldn't accept the scene in front of him. Why? His pupils dilated, and his body trembled with an unspeakable anger. What isn't yours doesn't belong to you after all. Lin Sun stopped and looked at Yun Qingbai in the distance. Looking at this formidable enemy who had shrouded his youth like a shadow, the complex emotions on his face had been replaced by a touch of calmness. I'm in charge of swordsmanship. Everything in the world, including the power of the past and the present, can be used by me as long as it helps me. You don't understand. Yun Qingbai said word by word, extremely firm. Lin Sun didn't refute, but just said, I really don't understand your Tao, but I understand that your defeat today is due to the talent you took from me. Defeat? Yun Qingbai's face twisted and became crazy in an instant. As proud and conceited as he was, he had never been defeated since he started his cultivation. Go to hell. He roared, and his body seemed to be burning. The sky-reaching sword rotated, and in the huge whirlpool of swordsmanship, the sword chi was dense and humming like a tide, rushing to Lin Sun. Lin Sun stood still, but he seemed invincible. No matter how the sword chi attacked him like a torrent, it couldn't hurt him at all. This was because Yun Qingbai's strongest attack, if one were to disregard its appearance, was ultimately built on his own innate talent and power. How could Lin Sun be afraid? P.S. Thank you for your tips and monthly votes. There are 2 more chapters in the evening. Considering the continuity of the plot, Goldfish will update it after writing these 2 chapters. I only hope that my efforts will make more friends support the original version. Talents are the painstaking efforts of Goldfish. Naturally, I hope that the subscriptions will get better and better, so that I won't stop writing because of poor subscriptions. Everyone, let's work hard together. Yun Qingbai was too proud. He couldn't tolerate being defeated by Lin Sun with his own sword. Therefore, at the last moment, he wanted to kill Lin Sun by sacrificing himself to the sword by robbing Lin Sun's talent power. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Yun Qingbai probably didn't expect that when his body refinement cultivation broke through to the King realm, even his origin spirit meridian also transformed and gave birth to a true innate ability, the devouring abyss. This was the name of the spiritual veins, but it was also the name of a strange power derived from this talent. Yun Qingbai's mistake was that he thought he could seize his talent and seek the ultimate way of swordsmanship, but he was doomed to be unable to awaken his talent. Because the devouring abyss didn't belong to him after all. The sword vortex in front of him had a powerful devouring power, but in Lin Sun's eyes, it was like a child's play in front of an expert. The sword chi was rushing over like a tide. Its power was enough to easily kill some peerless overlords in the world. But it couldn't touch Lin Sun at all. This scene made Yun Qingbai's face more and more livid. His originally firm Taoist heart was shaken at this moment. He didn't believe it, he was unwilling. It's impossible. Yun Qingbai's hair was disheveled as if he had gone crazy. When he had cultivated for 60 years and gathered his entire life's worth of effort into this sword strike, it could not even hurt a single hair on his opponent's body. To Yun Qingbai, this was an extremely heavy blow. It's called getting caught in a cocoon. Your power doesn't belong to you after all, but you always believe in it. Lin Sun looked more and more calm. Impossible. Yun Qingbai roared. At this moment, he no longer had the demeanor of a peerless swordsman. He seemed emotional and unstable. Impossible? Then I'll let you see what the real devouring abyss is. Suddenly, Lin Sun's body glowed. Suddenly, a big abyss emerged. It was boundless and immeasurably deep, and there was a strange phenomenon of the sky collapsing in it. Endless stars were annihilated in it. In an instant, the sword vortex seemed to stagnate and tumble violently. It seemed to be on the verge of collapse, buzzing and wailing. Look, this power that you stole can only bow its head before me. Do you think it still belongs to you? Lin Sun's black hair fluttered in the wind. His words were plain, but every word was like a heavy hammer, knocking on Yun Qingbai's Taoist heart. His expression changed dramatically. He was angry and unwilling. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Lin Sun and found it hard to accept. One's lifetime of cultivation actually didn't belong to one in the end. It was like everything one sought in one's lifetime was just an illusion, and it was sufficient to cause any cultivator to collapse. Puff. In the end, Yun Qingbai coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his expression turned gloomy. In the previous battle, he had already been seriously injured, and now, he had gathered all of his life's work into this one sword, exhausting all of it. At this moment, suffering such a blow caused his entire body to show signs of collapsing. To Lin Sun's surprise, Yun Qingbai's expression became calm again in just a moment. Perhaps this is retribution. He took a deep breath. his back was still as straight as a sword, just like his pride. No, this is not retribution. I never believe in retribution, Lin Sun said flatly. If there is retribution, you should have been killed by retribution after you killed all the lineal relatives of my Lin family. But in the end, you are still alive, and your life is more dazzling than anyone else's. From then on, I knew that there was no retribution in this world, so I only believe in myself. Yun Qingbai was stunned. After a while, he said, perhaps, what you said is right. There is no retribution at all. No one knew what he thought of, but his expression was gloomy, revealing a kind of chilling hatred. Yes, there is no retribution, after a long time, Yun Qingbai murmured. He raised his hand and suddenly inserted it into his chest. With a swish, his skin and flesh were torn, and blood burst out like a spring. When he pulled out his palm, there was already a section of spirit vein that was glistening and shining, and it was soaked in the scarlet blood. Do you think I covet your talent? Yun Qingbai lowered his head and stared at his palm. His chest was cut by himself, but he seemed to be unaware of it. Only his eyes showed the luster of incomparable pain. Tick. Tick, drops of blood slipped from his chest and fingers. The scene was so bloody and horrifying that Lin Sun couldn't help but frown. Unfortunately, you are not me after all. You naturally don't understand that I, Yun Qingbai, have never thought of embarking on the road of cultivation at the beginning. When Yun Qingbai said this, his voice suddenly became excited and crazy, as if he was venting the suppressed emotions in the deepest part of his heart. Lin Sun looked indifferent. He would never sympathize with his enemy. Plop, Yun Qingbai seemed to be exhausted. In the end, he couldn't help sitting in the void, but his back was still straight. He raised his head and ignored the bloody wound on his chest. Looking at Lin Sun, his expression became extremely complicated. He seemed to be relieved and self-deprecating. I haven't lost my composure like this for a long time, but I didn't expect it would happen in front of you. Do you regret it? Lin Sun asked. Yun Qingbai shook his head. I have never regretted anything in my life, even now. Speaking of this, he suddenly said in a serious tone, in fact, we are all the same kind of people. It's just that you have a choice, but I have no choice. At the end of his words, he looked lost. He sat there in a daze, as if recalling his past experiences. Here you are. After a long time, Yun Qingbai raised his head with difficulty and opened his palm, revealing the shining white spiritual vein. Lin Sun grabbed it and took it in his hand. Without looking at it, he crushed it with his palm and fingers, turning it into a rain of light. Yun Qingbai was stunned. Didn't you kill me to get this thing back? In your eyes, this thing is like your grand Tao, and it's indescribably important. But to me, even if it's gone, it won't harm my path towards the Tao. Lin Sun said calmly, since I decided to take revenge, I have only one thought. You, Yun Qingbai, must die. Yun Qingbai laughed out, as if he was laughing at himself. Thank you very much. You still have the patience to wait until now. Before I die, can you promise me a small request? He looked up at Lin Sun. Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said, go ahead. Yun Qingbai seemed to be very pleased. Then, an indescribable look of disdain, pride appeared between his eyebrows. In a trance, he seemed to have recovered the demeanor of a peerless swordsman. He said word by word, I only wish to die under your strongest blow. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows in surprise. Okay. He agreed. Boom, a big abyss emerged and spread in the void. There were all kinds of Tao floating in it, and unparalleled fighting power gathered in it. Lin Sun's will was imprinted in it. Yun Qingbai raised his head and looked at this scene. His eyes were filled with infatuation and admiration, and he let out a soft sigh. If I die on this path, I can die in peace. Boom, that big abyss could swallow the sky and sink the sea of stars. But at this moment, only Yun Qingbai was buried in it. Before he died, Yun Qingbai couldn't help but recall the scenes of that year. It was a cold winter with heavy snow. The 4-year-old village boy hobbled through the snow toward his home. It was so cold that the boy, who was only wearing a shabby cotton-padded jacket, had blue cheeks and chattering teeth. He quickened his pace. Because he would be home soon. His mother must have already cooked porridge. His father should still be worried. After all, it would take a lot of money to send him to school. The boy knew that his family was very poor since he was a child. But no matter how poor they were, his parents never wronged him, which made him very sensible and obedient since he was a child. He never wanted his parents to worry about him. But when he arrived home, the boy was stunned. The courtyard was covered with a thick layer of snow, but there were two bleeding corpses lying quietly on the snow, a man and a woman. The man was a hunter in the village with a sallow face and weather-beaten eyebrows. The woman was a hard-working poor peasant woman with soft eyebrows. In the stove, a pot of porridge had been boiled, giving off a tempting aroma. But it couldn't hide the strong smell of blood in the courtyard. Heavy snow was falling from the sky. For the first time, the boy felt that this winter was so cold. He is indeed a natural-born sword bone, a rare sword cultivation prodigy. A gray-robed man appeared in front of the boy and hugged him. His broad hands caressed his body, his face full of smiles. "Come with me, I'll take you to cultivate." The gray-robed man carried the boy and strode forward. The boy's expression was wooden, and he did not say a word. Only his eyes stared at the courtyard that was gradually getting further away. In the courtyard, the snow was like silver, and the blood was like it was burning. His parents were lying there for eternity. At the age of 9, the boy had become the most famous sword cultivation prodigy in the Heavenly Sword sect. His cultivation progressed so quickly that some of the older people were ashamed. "Where's my sparrow? Where's my sparrow? Has anyone seen it?" On this day, the boy was like a madman, looking for the sparrow. This was a sparrow that he raised, very ordinary, just like him when he was 4 years old. "It's just a feathered animal. Don't let external things affect your sword heart." The gray-robed man appeared again, his expression cold as he announced. And in his hand, he casually carried the corpse of a sparrow, shaking it in front of the boy. The boy was stunned for a moment. In his eyes, an unconcealable hatred flashed. At the age of 13, the boy had already grown into a youth, displaying a peerless sharpness that amazed the world. "Oriole, bring the sword. We're going to kill a demon." The youth planned to go out, and as usual, he instructed the maidservant. But this time, he did not hear the maidservant Oriole's voice for a long time. The youth frowned, somewhat displeased. But not long after, he fell silent. He saw a corpse, placed upright in the courtyard. The youth did not say a word. He stared at it, thinking of when he was 9 years old, the little sparrow that was killed. He thought of the snow when he was 4 years old, and his parents lying in a pool of blood in the snow. After that day, the youth realized that in the Heavenly Sword sect, no matter who it was, as long as they met him, no one dared to come into contact with him. They avoided him as if he was the plague. P.S. Refreshed to see the 3rd chapter. The young man became more and more silent. He practiced swordsmanship every day, like an ascetic monk. He spent all his time on cultivation. No one knew the pain, resentment, unwillingness, and struggle in his heart. Only cultivation could become his only spiritual support. A few years later, the gray-robed man appeared again and took him away from the Heavenly Sword sect to the Xiao Empire. "You are born with sword bone, but you are not strong enough. There is a baby born with a piece of origin spiritual vein. You go and take it." That day, the gray-robed man took the young man to the Lin clan and gave such an order. "No." For the first time, the young man refused. He remembered the bloody experience of his family when he was 4 years old. It was like a nightmare that could not be erased, which had tortured him until now. He didn't want the same thing to happen to this strange family. Moreover, he was asked to be the murderer, which made the proud young man extremely resistant. Slap. What the young man got was a slap in the face and a cold and ruthless sentence: "If you don't go, I will deprive you of your sword bone and give it to the baby. He will regard him as my successor, and you will die." That night, the lineal clansmen of the Lin clan were slaughtered, and their blood dyed the heart-cleansing peak. "Why did you do this? Didn't you just take the origin spiritual vein? Why did you kill them?" The young man was furious. "Childish." Only these 2 words answered him, ignoring the anger in the young man's heart. "I swear, one day, I will kill you, definitely." That year, when the young man became the youngest expert in the reincarnation developing realm in the whole Heavenly Sword sect, he made such a vicious oath. And it was extremely firm, just like his sword heart. Also on that day, the gray-robed man came to him again and said a lot. A swordsman destroys your emotions and desires. He kills your parents, severs your bloodline. He kills the sparrow that you raise, severs the warmth in your heart. He kills your maid, severs your feelings. But, without me, you would not be where you are today. I am your guide, your teacher, and of course, the person you hate the most. If you can really kill me one day, it means that you have really understood the way of ruthlessness, and I will be gratified. You have to remember that the strongest sword Dao in the world can only be found in the word heartless. It's not as simple as it sounds. That day, the young man fell into great pain. For 7 days and 7 nights, he suffered a kind of mental torture and torment. He decided to go into seclusion. This seclusion lasted for 10 years. 10 years later, the youth only had the sword Dao in his heart. Scenes of memories appeared in Yun Qingbai's mind like a fragmented painting. He was clearly about to die, yet he discovered that his past memories were unprecedentedly clear. From the very beginning, I had no choice, Yun Qingbai sighed deeply in his heart. He was born with a sword bone and was known as the top sword cultivator among the young generation in the ancient Desolation region. How glorious was that, however, who knew that he had always been forced to do so? Do you regret it? There was no regret, only hatred, how he wished he could control fate and cut off all his enemies with his sword. What a pity, at that moment, Yun Qingbai closed his eyes. His body and essence soul transformed into a rain of light that dissipated. Lin Sun witnessed this scene with a calm expression. Only in his heart, there was a kind of incomparable relaxation, as if he had unloaded a boulder that had been carried on his back for many years. It was not pleasant, but it made him happy. Extremely happy, the great hatred was avenged today. Back then, when Lin Sun was still in the lower world and learned about the blood feud of the Lin family, he felt a kind of anger for the first time. In order to revenge, he had gone through life and death tribulations over the years in order to become stronger and kill the murderer who he had never met. He had been waiting for this day for too long. Now, this grievance could finally be settled. How could Lin Sun not feel happy in his heart? There are also some people who must be buried with you. Lin Sun remembered Meng Rong, the mother of Zhao Jingzhen, the 9th prince, and Meng Qiujing, an inner elder of the heaven-reaching sword sect, who leaked the secret to Yun Qingbai. In the early years, Lin Sun had already inquired that if Meng Rong and Meng Qiujing hadn't leaked the news to Yun Qingbai, the latter would never have known that there would be a baby born with the spiritual vein in the lower world. Now that Yun Qingbai, the culprit, was dead, the matter was not over, and these accomplices must not be let go. Master, these are the memories left in his consciousness before his death. Unfortunately, they are too fragmented, so I can only collect a small part. Suddenly, Little Silver's voice sounded. It was not difficult for the spirit-eating insect to seize some of Yun Qingbai's memories before his death with its talent of controlling the soul. A magnificent halo was held out by Little Silver. Look, this Yun Qingbai. Little Silver hesitated for a moment, but still said, in fact, he is a very poor guy. Lin Sun was stunned, and then he probed the halo with his divine awareness. Then, he saw fragments of Yun Qingbai's memories. On a snowy day when he was 4 years old, the boy looked at his parents lying in a pool of blood on the snow in a daze. Without saying a word, he was taken away. At that time, there was porridge cooked for him by his parents in the stove. It had been cooked, but his parents were gone, and their home was stained with blood. At the age of 9, an ordinary sparrow raised by the boy with warmth in his heart was mercilessly pinched to death. At the age of 13, scenes appeared in Lin Sun's mind. No wonder he said he had no choice. From the beginning, he never thought about practicing swordsmanship. After a long time, Lin Sun's face was bright and his heart was a little complicated. When he understood the truth behind the matter, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. This was a tragic and peerless figure. He remembered that Yun Qingbai had lost his composure before. He was almost crazy and showed incomparable hatred. He was also confused and had a kind of unspeakable unwillingness. Now, Lin Sun understood that what Yun Qingbai hated was someone else. It was that person who changed Yun Qingbai's life and destroyed everything he had. Master, do you regret it? Little Silver asked. Lin Sun shook his head. Even if I knew these things in advance, he and I would still be mortal enemies. The ending can't be changed. Little Silver said, but I feel that the most abominable person is the man in the gray robe who took Xianxia away. He is simply heartless and worse than an animal. There was anger in his voice. Xianxia was a mountain village boy. Although his family was poor, he had a pair of kind and hard-working parents who regarded him as a treasure. But just because he had the sword bone, he caused a disaster that could not be dispelled. It was also because of this sword bone that his life was covered with a shadow that could not be dispelled. The most depressing thing was that the person who had killed his parents had become his teacher, passing on the Tao and teaching him. From the moment Xianxia began to practice, he had been carrying great misfortune. He really had no choice. Therefore, Little Silver thought that the culprit of all this was the man in the gray robe. Lin Sun nodded, his eyes flashing, and said, "This man should be killed." It wasn't that he felt unfair for Xianxia, but that he realized that there was another person behind the scenes who had caused the bloodshed of the Lin family. This person was the one who had changed Xianxia's fate. Like a shadow, he accompanied Xianxia on his path of cultivation. "Little Silver, have you noticed the identity of the man in the gray robe?" Lin Sun asked. Xianxia's memory is too fragmented, and he has a deep hatred for the man in the gray robe. In his memory, this man's appearance has always been very vague. Little Silver shook his head. Lin Sun also noticed this and said in a low voice, "Anyway, since this man can enter and leave the Heavenly Sword sect at will, he must have something to do with the sect." Little Silver agreed and said, "Master, do you remember what this man said? The most powerful swordsmanship in the world can only be found in the word ruthlessness. It can be seen that the swordsmanship this man has mastered is related to ruthlessness. Just remember this, and you will be able to recognize him if you meet him in the future." After hesitating for a moment, Lin Sun asked, "Little Silver, can you find any other clues about Xianxia's memory of entering the mortal world and killing the Lin family? Although his talent was taken away when he was still a baby, he didn't die. Instead, he was rescued by Master Lu Boya. Moreover, he didn't know that Xianxia didn't act alone, which made Lin Sun suspect that there were still many secrets hidden in the killing. After all, with the power of Ziyao Empire and the presence of such bigwigs as the Emperor and the Empress, how could they watch such a bloody thing happen? There must be some truth in it that he couldn't know. No, his soul has collapsed, and I can't collect his memory at all." Little Silver shook his head. Lin Sun sighed in his heart, knowing that if he wanted to solve the mystery of that year, he had to return to the mortal world again. Boom! At this moment, the huge vortex transformed by the heavenly sword suddenly collapsed and turned into a rain of light, which was gorgeous like rain. "This is?" In the outside world, Prince Xiaohao, Fairy Rua Wu, and others were shocked. Then, Yi Mo, Wang Xuanyu, Mi Hingzhen, Qi Lingxiao, and others also froze and gasped. In the end, even Old Toad and others were dumbfounded. Has the winner been decided? Other strong people further away opened their eyes wide, trying to see this scene clearly. After the whirlpool of the swordway was destroyed, a strange sight appeared in the sky. A tall and handsome figure with clothes that were tainted with blood stood towering amidst the rain of dazzling sword lights that covered the sky, and he seemed illusory and eternal. Even when the rain of light was extinguished and the world returned to silence, Xianxia was still nowhere to be seen. Only the dull and ancient heavenly sword, which originally belonged to Xianxia, lay in the hand of the tall and handsome figure. The whole world was silent. This day was not far from the end of the domain of Absolute Summit. On the top of the demon-slaying platform, Demon Lin defeated the peerless legendary swordsman Xianxia and seized his sword. This unprecedented duel, which was enough to attract the attention of the world and could be said to be rare in both ancient and modern times, ended with the victory of Demon Lin. The whole audience was silent. P.S. This battle is over. Regarding Xianxia, I'm not trying to clear his name. I just want to make him three-dimensional and richer. In addition, continue to ask for subscriptions. As long as everyone works hard, Goldfish won't be afraid and will continue to update tomorrow. Lin Sun 1. There was a trace of emotion in Xiaohao's voice. Until now, there was still a trace of shock in his mind, which couldn't be dispelled. Recalling the scenes of the battle just now, he looked at Lin Sun with an indescribable splendor in his eyes. It's a pity that Xianxia, like the sun in the sky, fell today forever. For the whole ancient desolation realm, it adds some loneliness. Rua Wu Fairy murmured. Her eyes were as clear as water, and her figure was like smoke and illusion. It was indeed a pity. Without this battle, with Yun Qingbai's attainments in the way of the sword, he was destined to rise to become a peerless sword saint that could roam the world proudly. Alas, he had died today. After this battle, no one can stop or suppress Lin Sun's power. I'm afraid no one can surpass him in the future, right? Yi Mo, Mi Hingzhen, Wang Xuanyu, Qi Lingxiao, and other peerless overlords had mixed feelings at the moment. This battle was unprecedented since ancient times. Yun Qingbai's death was a stepping stone, which was bound to make Lin Sun's power reach an unprecedented level. In the future, it would be difficult to catch up with him, let alone suppress him. For these overlords who were also at the peak of the road to immortality, they naturally had mixed feelings. No one was willing to admit that they were inferior to others. However, in the face of Lin Sun at this time, they had to admit that if they fought with him, they would be under unprecedented pressure. He won. Old Toad, Big Black Bird, Alu, and the others were all excited. They beamed with joy and felt honored. Only they knew that Lin Sun had been waiting for this day for a long time. As the saying went, it took 10 years to sharpen a sword, and today he would settle the scores. Yun Qingbai lost, and Mo Tianhe was in a trance. What? Do you want him to win? Ji Xingyao said coldly. Mo Tianhe was embarrassed and hurriedly said, No way. I just feel that such a peerless swordsman should die here. It's like a dream. Xiao Qinghe, Yu Jianming, Ye Chen, and laughing at the heavens also sighed when they heard this. Yun Qingbai had been a dazzling existence in the ancient desolation realm in the past. He had surpassed his peers and suppressed all the heroes in the world. People often said that living in the same era as Yun Qingbai was undoubtedly a great misfortune, because no matter how hard one tried, they could only live under his halo. But now, Yun Qingbai had been defeated and had fallen forever. Who wouldn't be moved by this? That's why Lin Sun is invincible. Lu Kaiwei said with a smile, her eyes rippling with extraordinary splendor. They only know of your glory today, but I'm probably the only one who understands how much effort, blood, and sweat you put in since you were young. On the other side, Bai Lingshi stood in the crowd and murmured to herself. He still remembered that when they were young, they participated in the training together in the bloodthirsty camp of the empire. At that time, who could predict that the boy from the countryside would be so invincible in the Upper Nine realm today? The empire was small, but the ancient desolation region was huge. And Lin Sun's rise here would surely shock the world in the future. In the distance, there were still many spectators who had fallen into complete shock. They looked dull and silent. Everyone was in a trance. Looking at the figure standing under the sky, their hearts were surging with emotions like a landslide and a tsunami. Before the battle, Yun Qingbai was unanimously favored. No matter how much they overestimated Lin Sun, they didn't expect that Yun Qingbai's final attack of the sacrificial sword sacrifice would also fail. Lin Sun was the final winner. This result was unexpected and caught everyone off guard. It was incredible and incomprehensible. He was like a legend. As for those who were hostile to Lin Sun, they all looked as if they had lost their souls. Even Yun Qingbai had been defeated. Who else could be a match for demon god Lin? Whoosh, Lin Sun's figure floated down from the sky. Congratulations, brother Lin, Prince Xiaohao said with a smile. For a moment, some other strong people who knew Lin Sun also came forward to congratulate him, such as Mi Hingzhen, Qi Lingxiao, Mo Tianhe, Ji Xingyao, Lu Kaiwei, and so on. Old Toad, Big Black Bird, and Alu were very vigilant. They stood next to Lin Sun unobtrusively to protect him in case of any accidents. Lin Sun, you have to be careful. You've just experienced a great battle. Although you've killed Yun Qingbai, you must be heavily injured and in imminent danger. If someone takes the opportunity to attack you now, the consequences will be severe. Suddenly, a voice resounded between heaven and earth. It seemed to be a reminder, but it was so loud that everyone present heard it. This reminder was obviously harboring malicious intent. For a moment, many strong people's eyes flickered. Indeed, demon god Lin had just experienced an extremely dangerous and tragic battle. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He had suffered severe injuries and exhausted a great deal of his physical strength. To put it simply, demon god Lin was at his weakest after the battle. If someone had malicious intent at this time, it was definitely the best time to kill demon god Lin. You're courting death. Old Toad and the others were furious, sowing discord and harboring ulterior motives. Which shameful dog dares to step forward and speak? At the same time, they spread out their divine senses to search. Lin Sun's expression was calm. He had experienced many similar things, so he was not surprised. How did my kind reminder become sowing discord and harboring ulterior motives? Of course, even if Lin Sun can leave safely this time, he must be careful. It won't be long before the ultimate place of inheritance appears. If he's too seriously injured, there will be a lot of danger. The voice sounded again. Only then did the crowd see clearly that the speaker was a black-clothed, red-eyed young man with a cold aura. Go Yanba of the Black Demon Dog Clan. Someone recognized the other party's identity and called out, causing a commotion. Many people knew that Lin Sun had made enemies with this clan as early as in the Westhing boundary. Until he entered the Dongxing boundary, Lin Sun had once stepped into the mountain gate of the Black Demon Dog Clan with that mysterious saintess and slaughtered them, shocking the world. Heh, what a bastard. A loose bat. For a moment, the crowd looked strange. Go Yanba was really audacious to provoke it this time. Wasn't he afraid of getting into trouble? Ignoring the strange eyes around him, Go Yanba said loudly, similarly, I believe that there must be someone here who doesn't want you to recover completely. In this case, when you participate in the competition for the ultimate place of inheritance, how can the others have a chance to seize the mysterious saint guide? His words made many people in the field change their expressions again. The meaning of Go Yanba's words was too obvious. Demon god Lin, who was seriously injured, would not be much of a threat even if he participated in the competition for the ultimate place of inheritance. But if he recovered completely, the others would not have much chance to participate in the competition. After all, even Yun Qingbai was no match for him. Who could suppress him? No matter who it was, anyone who was interested in participating in the competition for the ultimate place of inheritance had to consider this problem. And Go Yanba's words at this moment were more than just harboring evil intentions. It was clear that he was bewitching the crowd to target Lin Sun, because Lin Sun was at his weakest at this moment. If they could deal with him immediately, it would be equivalent to eliminating the strongest opponent in the competition for the ultimate place of inheritance. Since the crowd was able to survive these years of competition and slaughter, they were naturally not stupid, and they instantly understood the key point. For a time, their expressions changed indeterminately. Lin Sun frowned. Go Yanba's unexpected words were absolutely ruthless and sinister, and he killed without spilling blood. Pooh, right at this moment, Imperial Prince Xiaohao suddenly made a move. He instantly appeared before Go Yanba, and then he stretched out his hand and grabbed. Go Yanba didn't even have time to react before he was beheaded. Swish, fresh blood sprayed out like a fountain from Go Yanba's headless corpse, and this bloody scene shocked everyone present. Deceiving the public with lies. You deserve death. Xiaohao's expression was cold and indifferent, and his eyes were like bolts of lightning as he glanced at everyone present. If anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to fight Lin Sun openly. Using such despicable methods will only arouse disdain. His words were sonorous and powerful. Coupled with the fact that Xiaohao was an extremely formidable and peerless overlord, his words caused the atmosphere in the surroundings to become solemn. Lin Sun smiled and didn't say anything, but he just glanced at Xiaohao. Come on, whoever is dissatisfied, feel free to stand out. Old Toad shouted with a murderous look. The big black bird and Alu also had murderous expressions. And us. Xiaoqinghe, Qi Lingxiao, Ji Xingyao, Mo Tianhe, Ye Chen, laughing at the heavens, Lu Kaiwei. They all stood out one after another. This caused the crowd to tremble even more, and their expressions changed. Lin Sun alone was already so strong that it made others feel despair. Looking at those people around him, which one of them wasn't a peerless and ruthless person who could take charge of an area? With such a group of ruthless people standing in front of Lin Sun, who would dare to act rashly? Coupled with Imperial Prince Xiaohao's statement, it could be said that whoever went against Lin Sun at this moment would go against his own life. The ultimate place of inheritance is the real battle of the Heavenly Sons. Only those whose names have appeared on the Heavenly Sons' golden list are qualified to participate. Suddenly, Ruo Wu Fairy spoke in a light, quiet, and ethereal voice, since you are a Heavenly Son, you should be able to live up to this word. If you use some despicable means because of fear, you don't deserve to be called a heavenly son at all. After that, her figure flashed and she floated away. Then, the crowd also dispersed one after another. If they stayed any longer, they would be mistaken as someone who intended to harm Lin Sun. On the same day, the news about this battle, like a bolt of lightning, streaked across the sky of the Upper Nine Realms. For a time, those who were distributed in different areas of the Upper Nine Realms and didn't come to watch the battle were all in great shock. Demon Lin won. He defeated Yun Qingbai, the top swordsman of his generation. It was said that Yun Qingbai sacrificed his life to his sword at the last moment, but he still couldn't escape the fate of death. Although Demon Lin was seriously injured, he left safely under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people without any obstruction. No one would be able to not be moved by the meaning behind all of this. P.S. Please subscribe. The Heavenly Son's first page is on the internet. Friends are welcome to tease me. In addition, I'd like to tell you a benefit. New readers of the Zongheng Novel app can receive a free 7-day newbie gift pack, that is to say, you can read books for free for 7 days. Friends who want to read pirated versions, please come to Zongheng Novel app to see the Heavenly Son. It's good to store it in your bookshelf first. Is he invincible among his peers? Countless people exclaimed. A few years ago, Yun Qingbai occupied the first place on the Tianjiao Golden List for many years. He was the real powerhouse standing at the peak of the Upper Nine Realms. Now, although he hasn't been tested again, there is no doubt that his combat power is absolutely enough to rank in the top 3. I never expected that he would still lose to Fiend God Lin. Some strong people lamented. When the news came out, some strong people who were hostile to Lin Sun were sad, helpless, and pale. Lin Sun was too strong. Since he entered the Upper Nine Realms, he had never been defeated. Whether it was Wu Lingdao, Ming Child, Gu Fouzi, Bai Longting, or many other overlords, or today's Yun Qingbai, every time people thought they were strong enough to suppress Lin Sun could always go against the current and reverse the situation. This was undoubtedly too frightening. How strong is the current Fiend God Lin? When all the shock, uproar, and amazement came to the end, a doubt came to the mind of every strong person. What is certain is that Demon Lin is practicing both qi refining and qi refining. His cultivation is maintained at the level of the 7th retribution of longevity, and his martial arts has reached the divine level. Moreover, in terms of the control of the power of the Great Way, Demon Lin is also extremely terrifying. He should have mastered more than one kind of supreme Great Way, including the ultimacy of Real Dragon, the ultimacy of Immortality, the ultimacy of Tai Chi, and so on. The most incredible thing is that his biggest trump card is an extremely rare kind of power of the Great Way, like the legendary Great Abyss Devouring Sky, which is the same as the power mastered by Yun Qingbai. As for how terrifying Demon Lin is, it can be concluded that among his peers, except for a few people, no one can be his opponent. A peerless overlord made such an inference and analysis. Even if 7 or 8 peerless overlords of the same generation were dispatched to deal with this person, it would still be difficult, right? Perhaps, Prince Xiaohao and Fairy Rua Wu should be able to compete with Demon Lin. Many people began to deduce how to suppress Lin Sun's almost invincible power. Alas, if Demon Lin participates in the competition for the ultimate inheritance, who can stop him? Some strong people on the Tianjiao Golden List couldn't help but worry. The pressure brought by Lin Sun was too great. Haha, it's easy to know how strong Lin Sun is. When the ultimate inheritance appears, if he wants to compete for the Saint Guide, he will inevitably clash with peerless figures such as Xiaohao and Fairy Rua Wu. At that time, it will be clear who is strong and who is weak. There were also many people who were looking forward to it. Among them, there were few people who could be Lin's opponents in the upper realm. Among them were Imperial Prince Xiaohao, Fairy Rua Wu, Yi Mo, and a few others. When the domain of the Absolute Summit came to an end, which one of them or Lin Sun would become the first person on the Absolute Summit, Lin would be, the battle would. Old. It's said that Demon God Lin is heavily injured, and there's less than 2 months left before the Apex region ends. It can be predicted that the ultimate land of inheritance will appear soon. Demon, Chen, Lin Demon Lin was Lin in. Lin, some people, thinking that Lin Sun, who was seriously injured, had no chance to compete with other peerless figures when the ultimate inheritance appeared. It depends on whether Demon Lin will take the test of Tianjiao Golden List. If his name appears on the list, he is destined to participate in the competition for the ultimate inheritance. Someone made a prediction. Because everyone knew that Lin Sun had not taken the test of Tianjiao Golden List since he entered the upper realm. His name had not appeared on the list so far. It was like a mystery that caused people to daydream. With Lin Sun's combat power, how high could he rank in the Tianjiao Golden List? Now, it was possible to determine whether Lin Sun would participate in the competition for the ultimate inheritance from this list. Everyone was paying attention to it. When the whole upper realm was boiling because of the battle on the demon-slaying platform. Surrounded by many friends, Lin Sun had returned to the Flying Star Mountain. Today, Flying Star Mountain was particularly lively. Old Toad, Big Black Bird, and Alu had to come out to receive some of their friends such as Xianxia, Xiaoqinghe, Yu Jianming, Qi Lingxiao, Yechen, Laughing at the Heavens, Lu Kaiwei, Bai Lingshi, famous experts such as Mi Hengzhen, Little Golden-Winged Rock, Yuan Fatian, and Yi Mo also came. A grand banquet was held on the same day. People say that when Lin Sun was in the ancient Desolation realm, he was alone and offended all the ancient orthodoxies. No one dared to make friends with him. But now it seems that this is a big fallacy. At the banquet, Laughing at the Heavens laughed. Yet now, this place was filled with distinguished guests, and they were toasting each other. Any one of them was an overlord of an area, a figure that stood at the peak of the world. And these people all came to liven things up for Lin Sun today. If this news spread to the ancient Desolation realm, it would cause a great disturbance. Because, compared to before they entered the apex domain, all of the people present were no longer reincarnation development stage cultivators, but venerable king stage giants, overlords on the path to immortality. In the outside world, they were the most powerful and dazzling existences under the Saint Realm. Who dared to ignore them? Not to mention, compared with those ordinary old monsters in the King Realm, they were younger, had greater potential, and had an incomparably bright future. Even without mentioning their own influence, the forces behind them were all ancient orthodoxies, behemoths in the ancient Desolation realm. For example, Shanwen Sword House, the first orthodoxy in the Shihing world, Yi clan of Crepe Myrtle Mountain, Sun Moon Sect, and so on. Lin Sun might have many enemies over the years, or he might be hostile to many great forces, but he also had a group of like-minded friends around him. Humph, I'm not his friend. Yuan Fatian snorted coldly. Hey, brother Yuan, you're too distant. Is it because I didn't treat you well last time? Lu came over with a bottle of wine, put his thick arm around Yuan Fatian's shoulder, and began to pour wine into Yuan Fatian's mouth. Yuan Fatian suddenly felt uncomfortable and wanted to cry but had no tears. Last time, he was dragged to drink with Lu and Old Toad, and in the end, he could only spit out the cultivation method of 9 purity holy body tactics. Not long after, Old Toad and the Big Black Bird also came together and greeted Yuan Fatian personally, which made Yuan Fatian look like he was about to collapse. Everyone couldn't help but smile. Yi Mo, young Golden-Winged Rock, and Yuan Fatian didn't have much friendship with Lin Sun, but they were absolutely not enemies. Lin Sun was also a little surprised by their arrival, but he was also very happy. Brother Lin, are you going to participate in the battle for the ultimate inheritance this time? After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Lu Kaiwei asked with a smile. Suddenly, the atmosphere was quiet, and many people looked at Lin Sun one after another. It depends on the time. Lin Sun pondered and said, You all know that I was seriously injured in the battle with Yun Qingbai. My top priority is to recover. Of course, if I have time, I won't miss such a grand event. Hearing this, everyone nodded their heads. Let me tell you, my cultivation has broken through again. If you really want to participate, I won't be polite. Yuan Fatian said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he was held by Lu and Old Toad, who continued to pour wine into his mouth. He was so drunk that his eyes were blurred and he didn't feel well. This banquet didn't end until several hours later, and all the guests left one after another. The Sage Guide involves the secret of becoming a sage at the peak. It is undoubtedly the greatest fortune in the upper 9 realms. After the banquet, Lin Sun, Old Toad, the Big Black Bird, and Lu gathered together to discuss the ultimate inheritance. Old Toad said, "Now, people like us have all entered the 7th retribution of longevity realm and are not far from the sage realm. We should seriously consider the matter of becoming a sage." Yes. Everyone nodded. After the 9 retributions of longevity realm, it was to become a sage. The sage realm was the realm that every cultivator dreamed of reaching. Since ancient times, cultivators were common, and so were the king realm. Only the sage realm was less than 1 in a million. When one reached this realm, he could live as long as the ages, compete with the sun and the moon, and have the power to turn the world upside down. He was the existence that stood at the top of all living beings. Long ago, Lin Sun knew that it was not easy to become a sage. This realm required one to seize the fate of heaven. Without great perseverance and courage, it was almost impossible to enter this realm. And it was even more difficult to become a sage. The sage realm is divided into true and false. In the ancient desolation realm, most of the sages can only be regarded as false sages. They follow the path of predecessors and have limited achievements. There is a world of difference between them and true sages. The large blackbird spoke in a deep voice. It was the same even in the ancient times. The path of a true saint was like a natural chasm, and there were very few who could cross it. Therefore, if we are able to obtain the saint guide, we might have a little more confidence in becoming a saint. We wish to end our lives and become saints. In the past, this path might not have been possible at all, but now, it is different. A great age has arrived, something that has never happened since time immemorial. The big black bird is correct, we must fight for this opportunity. Old Toad said seriously. Big brother, what do you think? Alu looked at Lin Sun. Go all out and do what you can. Lin Sun had different considerations about his own path. He still remembered that when he left Xiao Empire, the great emperor had told him that if he wanted to become a sage, he could go back to the mortal world to look for it. Although the mortal world was regarded as a barren and declining place by the ancient desolation realm, only Lin Sun knew that there were many big secrets in the mortal world. For example, the ultimate ruins, one of the 4 ancient ruins, was located in the mortal world. For example, in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea, there was a burial sea grave, which hid mysterious horror. And the bloodthirsty battlefield, the mulberry forest, okay. Seeing this, Old Toad and others also knew that Lin Sun's top priority was to recover from his injuries, rather than to consider whether to participate in the competition for the ultimate inheritance. But they also knew that if there was a chance, Lin Sun would never miss it. P.S. At about 11 o'clock in the evening, there will be an update. Goldfish first eat rice. Thank you for your monthly tickets and tips. I just hope you don't mind my nagging, because in the next period of time, the number of subscriptions is really important. Few late at night, Lin Sun sat cross-legged in the place of meditation and began to heal his injuries. The battle with Yun Qingbai was definitely the most difficult and dangerous battle he had ever fought since he started cultivating. It seemed as if he was advancing step by step, and victory was within his grasp. However, behind the scenes, he was bearing unimaginable pressure and effort. If it weren't for the origin spirit vein playing a role at the last moment, it would have been very difficult for him to block Yun Qingbai's sacrificial sword attack. However, after such a peerless battle, Lin Sun gained unprecedented fighting experience and insight. He had a feeling that his cultivation level would improve when his injuries healed. He would be able to reach the perfected longevity 7th tribulation realm. In fact, breaking through to the next realm wouldn't be difficult at all. Moreover, killing Yun Qingbai was like killing the thief in his heart and getting rid of the devil in his mind. It also made Lin's Taoist heart break the shackles and sublimate. Cultivation was the process of cultivating the mind. The transformation of one's state of mind was the most mysterious, but it had immeasurable benefits to one's cultivation. Wisps of Taoist light, like illusory light, shrouded Lin Sun's whole body. 7 days later. What's that? What a shocking phenomenon. On this day, the experts scattered in different areas of the upper 9 realms, no matter what they were doing, all stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, the sky was covered in a layer of dazzling golden light that was dazzling like divine gold, and it dyed the sky golden and blazing. A secret realm could be faintly seen floating amidst the golden light in the sky. It seemed like an extremely enormous battlefield, and numerous ancient and mysterious statues stood towering within it. However, the scene was extremely blurry, and it was covered in dazzling golden light. It was faintly discernible, and no matter how he looked, he was unable to see through its true appearance. But even so, it was enough to move all the experts. At the same time, in front of every prodigy battle steel in the upper 9 realms, a strange change occurred. A spatial passageway appeared in the sky above every single steel, and it was like a dazzling and multicolored ray of light that shot through the sky and led to an unknown place. It was also on this day that the news of the ultimate land of inheritance descending upon the world swept through the upper 9 realms like a storm. Go. It's finally open, who will get the Saint Guide in the end? Countless powerhouses, magnates, and overlords seemed to have been summoned as they headed towards the heavens-favored battle steels distributed in the upper 9 realms. This is destined to be the final good fortune before the end of the Apex region. No matter what, I must fight for it with all my strength. Imperial Prince Xiaohao's clothes fluttered in the wind, and his eyes shone with a terrifying divine light. People only know that young lord is as humble as jade and stands aloof from worldly affairs, but they don't know that if young lord goes all out, no one in the upper 9 realms will be able to defeat him. Wang Yin's eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. Her expression was filled with admiration. Only she knew how powerful her master was. Invincible? These words are too absolute. Fighting for a fortuitous encounter depends on one's strength and luck. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Xiaohao laughed lightheartedly. At this moment, he'd suddenly thought of someone. I wonder if that fellow has recovered from his injuries. On that day, he led his subordinates to the ultimate inheritance ground. I don't know if the Saint's Guide is really as magical as the rumors say. No matter what, I must fight for such a grand event. On this day, someone saw Ruo Wu Fairy turning into a fiery rainbow and rushing out of the place of seclusion. Monkey, it's time for us to go. Golden-winged Rock King stretched himself, and his golden pupils burst with a terrifying luster. He had been low-key for too long these years. It was time to show his edge. Boom. Not long after, Yuan Fadian came out of seclusion. His breath soared into the sky, and he said arrogantly, Little Rock King, do you think Lin Sun will participate in it? Golden-winged Rock King shook his head, it's hard to say. He hasn't taken the Tianjiao Golden List test so far. I'm afraid that he gave up this action because of his serious injury. Yuan Fadian was stunned and sighed, what a pity. Golden-winged Rock King sneered, I think you should be very happy in your heart. After all, if this guy really participates in it, it's enough to bring great pressure. To anyone. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go. Yuan Fadian rolled his eyes and took the lead in tearing through the air. Kanshui Realm. In front of the Tianjiao battle tablet, a strong man rushed to the void tunnel under the sky. Bang, but the next moment, he was pushed back by an invisible force and fell to the ground. He said with a gloomy look, sure enough, if your name doesn't appear on the Tianjiao Golden List, you can't enter the ultimate place of inheritance. Seeing this, many strong men in the field sighed and looked gloomy. Almost all of them were like this. If they didn't enter the Tianjiao Golden List, they were destined to be unable to participate in this grand event. Whoosh, at this moment, Loka from the immortal Phoenix bloodline rushed out of the crowd and disappeared into the void tunnel in a flash. Almost on the same day, overlords like Qi Lingxiao, Yi Mo, Wang Xuanyu, Mi Hingzhen, laughing at the heavens, and Yichen all took action. For a time, the world was in turmoil, and all eyes were focused on the ultimate place of inheritance. Of course, not everyone was qualified to enter. Only the strong men whose names appeared on the Tianjiao Golden List could enter. And other strong men were destined to be reduced to spectators. Flying Star Mountain. Big brother, how are your injuries? Alu asked. The strange phenomenon between heaven and earth also attracted their attention. After a little inquiry, they knew that the ultimate place of inheritance would appear today. Almost healed, Lin Sun said casually. Dressed in a moon-white robe, Lin Sun stood leisurely in the sea of clouds on the top of the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the bright golden light covering the sky. Do you want to go to the ultimate place of inheritance now? Alu, Old Toad, and Big Black Bird all had fiery eyes. They had coveted the Saint Guide for a long time. Lin Sun pondered for a moment and said, why don't you go first? His current injuries had not completely healed, And there were still some battle insights that he hadn't completely digested in these 7 days of meditation. Alu and the others looked at each other and hesitated. Go ahead. Help me find out the truth of that place first. When I'm completely ready, I'll come to find you if the time permits. Lin Sun waved his hand and drove them away. Big brother, you must come. Alu shouted from afar. Lin Sun nodded with a smile, watched them leave, and then turned back to the place of meditation. He wasn't very interested in the saint guide, which involved the secret of becoming a saint at the peak. Because his path was unprecedented and different from that of the world. His desire to become a saint was destined to be completely different from others. The saint guide might involve the secret of becoming a saint at the peak, and it might inspire him. But in the final analysis, he still had to rely on himself to become a saint. What's more, Lin Sun really wasn't ready yet. Time flew, and another 3 days passed. In the outside world, the news about the ultimate place of inheritance had already attracted the attention of the entire Upper Nine Realms. Even if they couldn't participate in it, countless strong people were attracted. All of them were curious exactly who would be the final winner in the final battle of the Apex region that was about to come to an end. Moreover, some people counted and found that the top 100 overlords on the Tianjiao Golden List had all entered the ultimate place of inheritance. In addition, about 500 strong people had also entered. They were all strong people who used to be on the Tianjiao Golden List, but had now been squeezed out of the list. Demon Lin hasn't shown up yet. Many people also noticed that from the beginning to the end, Lin Sun didn't even appear on the Tianjiao Golden List, let alone enter the ultimate place of inheritance. This also caused many people to sigh with emotion. Demon Lin defeated Yun Qingbai. How powerful he was. But now, because of serious injuries, he gave up the opportunity to enter the ultimate place of inheritance, which made everyone sigh with emotion. Flying Star Mountain. At this moment, Lin Sun had an unprecedented surprise on his face, and even a kind of uncontrollable excitement. It was not because his injury had completely recovered, but because Zhao Jingxian woke up today. Before a luxuriant patch of grass, Zhao Jingxian sat cross-legged on the ground. Her graceful figure was like a peerlessly beautiful silhouette, and under the contrast of the clouds and mist that coiled around the mountain, it added a tranquil and otherworldly aura to her. Her beautiful hair was coiled into a bun, and her face was slightly thinner than before, but her facial features were more delicate and beautiful. She was as beautiful as a painting and looked like a fairy. In her white and slender fingers, there was a wooden teacup that was still steaming. The tea was brewed by Lin Sun himself. On the opposite side, Lin Sun was restraining his inner excitement and telling Zhao Jingxian what had happened in these years. Zhao Jingxian listened with a smile and took a sip of tea from time to time. There was a kind of indescribable joy in her heart. At that time, she lived in a hut and didn't believe that Lin Sun had died in Styx River. So she waited outside Styx River Forbidden Area for several years. In those years, her heart was like a dry well. She didn't know sorrow or joy, nor did she care about worldly affairs. The only thing in her heart was to wait. In the end, if she hadn't been besieged by the strong subordinates of the children of hell, she wouldn't have sealed her soul and fallen into silence until now. She was able to discern that Lin Sun was extremely excited and delighted in his heart, and this caused Zhao Jingxian to enjoy it greatly. A wisp of an arc unconsciously appeared on the corners of her moist lips while her clear eyes carried a smile. As for what Lin Sun was saying, she didn't listen to it at all. Compared with confirming that Lin Sun was still alive, other things seemed to be not important at all. When Lin Sun felt thirsty after talking for a long time, a white hand holding a teacup appeared in front of him. He raised his head and saw Zhao Jingxian say with a smile, "Drink it." Lin Sun picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Then he asked, "Haven't you been listening to what I'm saying all the time?" Zhao Jingxian blinked her eyes, and her limpid pupils were full of smiles. She said, "You just realized it now? You're not too stupid." Her voice was clear and pleasant. Lin Sun immediately laughed and said, "It's not that I'm stupid, but I'm overwhelmed by happiness. Seeing you finally wake up, I'm really overjoyed and can't help myself." Zhao Jingxian was stunned. A wisp of captivating red silently suffused her clear, white, and peerlessly beautiful face, and it added a type of delicate beauty to her beauty. Then, she seemed to know Lin Sun again. She looked him up and down and said with amazement, I didn't know that you're getting better and better at coaxing people. Could it be that you've been with a lot of confidants over the years and have developed a good ability to indulge in flowers and snuggle up to them? Lin Sun's face froze. But Zhao Jingxuan's next words were earth-shattering. If the little girl Xia Ji knew about this, Lin Sun's face suddenly froze, and his forehead was full of black lines. P.S. Demon Lin failed to flirt with a girl and was flirted with instead? The children are very helpful. Many new children have come these days. Thank you for your support. Do you want to continue to update tomorrow? Then let's catch goldfish together. Xia's solstice. At the thought of this little girl, Lin Sun couldn't help but think of the words Xia's solstice said before she left, "Wait for me to come back." Just 4 words, as if she just went out for a walk and would come back soon. But now, it had been almost 10 years since Xia's solstice left. 10 years, inexplicably, Lin Sun was in a trance. At that time, in the star Chessi, Xia's solstice woke up from silence and said that the 5th nirvana was different from the past. She wanted to reach nirvana in battle and transform in the dark. Then, she left. With the white bone spear in hand, she soared into the sky and headed towards a mysterious and unknown world of darkness. She said that it was a battlefield that belonged to her alone. What? Are you really afraid? Zhao Jingxuan's almond-shaped eyes were wide open, and her clear pupils were as bright and beautiful as black gems. She sat there casually like a beautiful silhouette, and the beautiful mountains and rivers nearby couldn't cover her beauty. This kind of beauty belonged to Zhao Jingxian alone. She was as clear as a meaningful painting and as mellow tea. The more you touched her, the more you found her beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Lin Sun shook his head, got rid of the trace of sadness and concern in his heart, and said with a wry smile, "These years, I've been focusing on pursuing the path of cultivation. How could I indulge myself in beauties like you said?" Zhao Jingxian showed her white teeth slightly and said with a smile, "I have the heart but not the guts." Lin Sun felt a headache. It was so strange. He was like a prisoner being interrogated, but it was a soft knife. "You seem to care about this very much?" Lin Sun looked at Zhao Jingxian thoughtfully. He had to admit that compared with the past, Zhao Jingxian was more beautiful and charming now. Being stared at by Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxuan's pretty face was slightly hot. She pretended to be calm and said, "If you don't like it, then I won't ask. If we are not friends, I don't care how many women you have hooked up with." Lin Sun smiled and suddenly blurted out, "Are we really just friends?" Zhao Jingxian was stunned and looked at Lin Sun in a daze. Then she seemed to realize something. Her pretty face, which was as white as jade, was dyed with a touch of redness, and there was a trace of shyness in her watery eyes. Since when did this fellow become so daring? She was caught off guard and was at a loss. How was she supposed to answer this? Patter. Because of her absent-mindedness and flustered, the teacup in her jade-like hands quietly fell to the ground. With sharp eyes and quick hands, Lin quickly grabbed it, only to find that it was a soft and cool hand that seemed boneless. It turned out that Zhao Jingxian also grabbed the teacup subconsciously, but was accidentally caught by Lin. In an instant, the two of them were startled as their hearts inexplicably trembled. They looked at each other in dismay as the atmosphere inexplicably became deathly silent, as if they couldn't bear the dull and charming atmosphere. The two of them lowered their heads in unison, and their gazes fell on their hands. In his hand, he held a cup. Distant Fire Realm. A group of experts gathered in front of the Heaven's Chosen battle tablet. Under the sky, there was a colorful illusory pathway that led to the ultimate inheritance. It's already been 3 days. I wonder what sort of miraculous opportunities are hidden within the ultimate inheritance ground. Someone murmured. Sigh, it's destined that we have no fate with them. Just the Heaven's Chosen gold roll alone makes nearly 90% of the experts unable to enter. Someone lamented. There's no need to be so discouraged. Think about it, Demon God Lin is such a terrifying existence, but isn't he like us, unable to enter the ultimate inheritance ground? Someone laughed. This sentence made many experts laugh as well. Speaking of which, Demon God Lin was indeed unlucky. How dazzling was it to defeat Yun Qingbai, but it was also because of this battle that he was seriously injured and had no chance of competing for the ultimate inheritance ground. His luck was too terrible. This is retribution. Even God doesn't like him and wants to suppress his arrogance and limelight. Otherwise, who in the upper 9 realms can control him? There were also people who gloated. In this regard, everyone chose to remain silent and did not echo. In the current upper 9 realms, who dared to criticize demon god Lin so brazenly, it could only be said that this behavior was very dangerous. If it reached demon god Lin's ears, the consequences would be unbearable. The person who gloated was a young man in luxurious clothes. Seeing that no one responded to him, he immediately looked a little embarrassed and annoyed as he muttered, "Am I wrong?" Everyone became even more silent. The scene was very awkward. This was Lin Sun's current power in the upper 9 realms. In the past, when he rose to prominence, there might be many voices of criticism, opposition, conflict, doubt, and humiliation. But now, it was very different. With absolute strength, one was destined to have unquestionable influence, which was reflected incisively and vividly in Lin Sun. If anyone dared to question or mock him, they would appear very laughable and ignorant. Why don't all of you dare to speak?" The young man in luxurious clothes was very annoyed and felt that it was ridiculous. It was just a discussion about demon god Lin. Why was there such a taboo? "Bro, look who that is?" A kind-hearted expert sighed and reminded him telepathically. The young man in luxurious clothes was taken aback. He turned around and suddenly stiffened as though he had been struck by lightning. He was completely dumbfounded. Demon god Lin, in the distance, a man and a woman were walking towards them. The man was handsome with an unearthly aura, and the woman was as beautiful as a painting with an immortal charm. That man was Lin Sun. There was a silence in the field. The young man in luxurious clothes finally understood why everyone was so silent. When he thought of his words just now, his face couldn't help but turn pale, his heart trembled, and his legs were a little weak. It was over. It was no different from courting death to speak ill of this guy behind his back and be heard by him. At this time, the young man in luxurious clothes wanted to slap himself. The most embarrassing thing was that Lin Sun didn't look at him from beginning to end. Lin Sun directly ignored him and naturally didn't care about his words. This made the young man in luxurious clothes feel relieved, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel depressed. Just by looking at the reverent expression of the people in the field, he understood how powerful Lin Sun was now. Finally, Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian came to the talents battle tablet together. When I first arrived at the upper 9 regions, I took the test and ranked 93rd at that time. Even so, I was overjoyed. Zhao Jingxian looked at the battle tablet with a trance. "Now, I'm afraid I'm far from being on the list." In these past few years, she'd sealed her soul and remained in a deep slumber, and she'd executed a secret technique called the 6-path God Seal seals. This was also a cultivation method. It made the caster feel like he was in the 6 paths of reincarnation in his sleep. It had an incomparably magical effect on cultivation. Just like now, although Zhao Jingxian was still in the second tribulation of longevity, she had already accumulated amazing cultivation in several years of silence. As long as she was willing, she could break through at any time and make her realm rise steadily. "Why don't you try again?" Lin Sun said. Zhao Jingxian rolled her eyes at him and said, "Are you so anxious to make me ask for trouble? As for you, you'd better take the test quickly. Otherwise, in the end, the dignified demon god Lin can't even enter the ultimate inheritance, which will make the world laugh at you." In the end, she glanced at the young man in luxurious clothes in the distance with her clear eyes. Women were very vengeful. The young man in luxurious clothes trembled all over, and his face turned blue and white. Finally, he bowed his head in shame and said, "I was rash and careless just now. Please forgive me." Lin Sun was speechless. He waved his hand and didn't want to argue with him. "Taoism pure Lin, this girl is right. With your current strength, it would be a pity if you don't go to the ultimate inheritance to participate in the competition." In the field, someone spoke respectfully. "Yes, please have a try, Taoism pure Lin." Others also spoke one after another. "Look, this is what everyone wants," Zhao Jingxian said with a smile. This time, she forced Lin Sun to come. There was no other way. This guy didn't take sages seriously. He didn't even go to the ultimate inheritance. He was not a man at all. When Lin Sun learned that Zhao Jingxian actually thought he was not a man, he couldn't sit still. He could accept other reasons, but this, he absolutely couldn't bear it. Well. Lin Sun stepped forward and looked at the colorful void tunnel in the sky. Finally, his eyes fell on the Tianjiao battle tablet in front of him. When Lin Sun put his spiritual awareness and mind into the tablet, the eyes of all the people present also fell on him tightly. They held their breath and waited quietly. It was known to the world that Lin Sun had never taken the test of Tianjiao Golden List since he entered the Upper Nine Realm, so his name had never appeared on the list. It was like the biggest mystery. Over the years, many people had discussed and speculated about his ranking on the Tianjiao Golden List with his combat strength. But speculation was just speculation after all, and it couldn't be taken seriously. But now, Lin Sun came, his ranking was destined to be revealed on the Tianjiao Golden List today. Who wouldn't pay attention to it? Buzz in the silence. Only a moment later, a dazzling golden light suddenly fell from the sky, like a golden rainbow, brilliant and dazzling. Lin Sun's figure was also bathed in endless golden light in an instant, which was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Vaguely, there were even bursts of chanting like the sound of the Great Way, floating between heaven and earth, sacred and solemn. For a moment, all the people present were stunned. Dao sound resonance. This phenomenon had appeared once when Yun Qingbai ranked first on the Tianjiao Golden List, and it also appeared once when Prince Xiaohao ranked first on the Tianjiao Golden List. Today, the magnificent phenomenon had appeared once again, but the golden light was flowing like a rain of light, making Lin Sun's figure look like a holy god. Wisps of Dao sound drifted between heaven and earth, reaching people's hearts. Zhao Jingxian watched the scene from the side. As she gazed at the tall and handsome figure that was bathed in golden radiance and the tune of the Dao, her clear eyes rippled with extraordinary splendor while the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a wisp of a proud arc. P.S. It's a little late to go home, but I will definitely continue to update tonight, but it may be a little late. Don't worry. In addition, I would like to thank the friends who have supported me in the past 2 days. I have read your messages, which make me very excited and happy. Thank you. It was silent in front of the chosen battle tablet. Everyone's expression became sluggish because of the shock. First place, since the appearance of the Upper Nine Realms, this position had been occupied by Yun Qingbai for several years, and also by Xiaohao for several years. But today, a new name had appeared in this position, Lin Sun. Moreover, the whole process was almost without any twists and turns. It was done in one go. Because it happened so fast, it even caught people off guard. Hey, where's Demon Lin? Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise, and it broke the silence. Everyone looked around and found that Lin Sun had disappeared. Even Zhao Jingxian was nowhere to be found. The ultimate place of inheritance is destined to set off a storm today. Everyone knew that Lin Sun had entered the ultimate place of inheritance. This was unexpected, but reasonable. After all, it would be a pity if a person like him did not participate. Although he's late by 3 days, it's not impossible for him to compete for the Saint Guide with the combat strength that Demon Lin has shown. Someone said with a firm expression. Yes, even Xiaohao's ranking has been pushed down. Doesn't this mean that at least in the competition for the chosen gold list, Xiaohao is not as good as Demon Lin? Hey, I wonder how Xiaohao will feel when he hears this news. There was an uproar in the field, and there was constant discussion. Yun Qingbai was once the first, but he was defeated by Demon Lin. Now, in the ultimate place of inheritance, if Xiaohao and Demon Lin fight, who will be the stronger one? Everyone was looking forward to it. On this day, Lin Sun took the test in the distant Fire Realm and won the first place in the chosen gold list, making his name known in the Upper Nine Realms. There was no doubt that his position as the first place was destined to be unshakable. Because when the ultimate place of inheritance came to an end, the competition in the apex domain would also come to an end. The ultimate place of inheritance. This was a secret realm bathed in divine light. There was an air of righteousness between heaven and earth. An incomparably huge battlefield was located in it. This battlefield looked as if it was made of golden liquid, glowing with a divine luster and covered with complicated restrictive patterns. Ancient stone statues stood around the battlefield. They were densely packed together, and there were more than 1,000 of them. Among these stone statues, there were extraordinary humans, dragons covered in scales and had a single horn on their heads, immortal phoenixes with beautiful wings and proud figures, berserkers with heavy armor on their backs who stood tall and sturdy, and there were so many of them. Every stone statue was enveloped in a sacred glow and emitted a shocking aura. It was as if they were sages looking down on all living beings with boundless divine might. If they hadn't seen it with their own two eyes, they would have suspected that this was simply a place where all saints passed down their Tao. Boom, at this moment, a battle was being carried out on the bright golden battlefield. On one side was a black-robed man, and on the other was the disciple of the Profound Inquiry Sword School, Xianxia. The battle between them was intense. The glow of the Tao rumbled as they emanated different divine might, and it caused a wave of exclamations of shock to frequently resound in the surroundings. Outside the battlefield, all the experts were watching nervously. Every single expert that was able to enter the ultimate inheritance grounds was naturally an overlord whose name had once appeared on the Genius Gold rankings. But at this moment, it seemed to be in an orderly manner. They were just watching the battle, and no one interfered. This was the rules of the battlefield. If one wanted to obtain fortune, then one had to enter the battlefield and accept the battles of other experts. One only had to win 10 battles in succession to obtain a fortune. If anyone else interfered, then that person would be disqualified. In the last 3 days of time, countless battles had been carried out in the ultimate battlefield. So, everyone was clearly aware that no matter who it was, they had to abide by the rules here. Bang, along with a deafening sound of collision, the black-robed man coughed up a mouthful of blood while his figure crashed to the ground with a bang. My skill is inferior, so I admit defeat. The black-robed man spoke bitterly. Clang, Xianxia put away the spirit sword in her hand and said, "It was a good fight." Her forehead was covered in sweat while her pretty face was ghastly pale, and her graceful and delicate body was covered in numerous injuries, causing her clothes to be dyed red with blood. But at this moment, there was a form of indescribable happiness in her heart, and her starry eyes even carried a trace of excitement that couldn't be concealed. Because she'd won 10 battles in succession, a wave of clamorous noise erupted in the surroundings. Some sighed with praise, some congratulated, and some felt envious. She'd continuously accepted the challenges of 10 experts that could be considered to be overlords, and she'd obtained victory in the end without suffering a single defeat. This wasn't something that just anyone could accomplish. As expected of the number 1 disciple of the number 1 sect in West Heaven Dimension, the Profound Inquiry Sword House. Fairy G's 3-life sword seal can be said to have attained perfection and possess boundless might. Many people sighed with emotion. Clang, the sound of a bell resounded in the sky, and it was solemn and powerful. Along with this sound, a strand of divine light floated up into appearance from the ultimate battlefield and surged into Xianxia's body. After that, her footsteps were light as she walked towards the 1,000+ ancient stone statues that stood towering outside the battlefield. Good fortune was imprinted in these ancient stone statues. Every single stone statue represented a supreme inheritance. Only those that obtained 10 successive victories had the qualifications to head over and sense and choose an inheritance. Before Xianxia, there were already a few tens of people who'd attained 10 successive victories, and they'd arrived before the stone statues to receive and comprehend the inheritance. Amongst them were Imperial Prince Xiaohao, Fairy Rua Wu, Yuan Fatian, the Young Rock King, Qi Lingxiao, Wang Xuanyu, and various other peerless overlords. The Old Toad and the Black Bird were amongst them as well. Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief while her expression became serious, and she started to sense the stone statues that hadn't been chosen. Not every single inheritance branded within the stone statues could be sensed and obtained, and it required the cultivator's own consciousness to sense it. Only when one obtained a form of agreement would one be able to receive the inheritance. It wasn't long before Xianxia stopped before a stone statue that carried 9 rays of light on its back, and a strong feeling and calling suddenly arose in her heart. I have a technique called the 9-spirit cosmic light sword. Are you willing to learn it? An aged voice resounded within Xianxia's mind, and it allowed her to instantly realize that the stone statue before her was a divine king of the sword Tao from the dark light race since the very beginning of the ancient times. The 9-spirit cosmic light sword was the inheritance that this divine king of the sword Tao was most proud of. Xianxia didn't hesitate to nod and agree. After that, she sat down cross-legged and sensed in silence. At the same time, Alu entered the ultimate battlefield. Who would like to fight with me? Alu's figure was tall, and his entire body emanated monstrous blood energy. He was like a primeval god that stood towering in the world, and his imposing aura was oppressive. The expressions of many changed, and they directly gave up. All of them were clearly aware that this barbarian fellow was an extremely formidable body refiner, and he'd once obtained the fortune of the Emperor's tomb and possessed extremely formidable resources and reserves. What should we do? It's already the third day. If we still don't enter the battlefield, then we won't have a chance to enter the next round. Many people were filled with worry. The battles of 10 successive victories would continue for 3 days before the curtains were drawn. Only experts that obtained 10 successive victories would be able to enter the second round on the 4th day. This rule was clearly branded in the ultimate battlefield. Today was the last day of the first round. I'll fight you. Suddenly, someone charged into the battlefield. It was also a body refiner king, and it was a woman with an extremely hot and alluring figure. She wore fiery red battle armor that revealed a portion of her wheat-colored waist. Her chest was plump and impressive, and the curves of her body revealed exaggerated curves that emanated shocking explosive power. Of course, there was also a different type of temptation and charm. Xianxia. Many people exclaimed as they recognized this woman. According to rumor, Xianxia was a divine fish that was born in the divine pool of nature, and she awakened her intelligence and consciousness in the ancient times. She cultivated by the side of an almighty figure that had attained the sage realm, and her resources and reserves were extremely terrifying. On the current Genius Gold rankings, Xianxia was ranked 15th. On the other hand, Alu was ranked 13th. Good. Alu's eyes immediately lit up. He looked Xianxia up and down as he gulped down a mouthful of saliva. This caused everyone present to be stunned. This barbarian really doesn't conceal his admiration. On the other hand, Xianxia's beautiful face sank, and it was as cold as frost as she reprimanded, "Shameless." Boom, she twisted her slender waist abruptly, and her body abruptly rose into the air. She stretched out her palm and fingers, which turned into a fiery red palm print that chopped down fiercely like the wind. At this moment, a woman with a hot figure and an incomparably charming body showed an extremely domineering fighting posture, which made everyone's eyes light up. Alu, on the other hand, had already burst into laughter and rushed up to her. "You're really strong. See how I subdue you, you little girl." Boom, in the ultimate battlefield, a duel between practitioners of body refining was taking place. When Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian arrived at the ultimate battlefield, they saw such a scene, and the corner of their lips couldn't help but twitch. It was the first time that he had seen Alu so excited, like a beast in heat, and his face was so naked that he didn't even try to cover it up. "Your good brother seems to have taken a fancy to this girl." Zhao Jingxian pursed her lips and chuckled. Lin Sun also couldn't help laughing. Speaking of which, Alu's taste was really out of the ordinary. He actually liked such a hot and beautiful girl. His taste was really unique. While watching the battle, the two looked around the ultimate battlefield, and soon learned about the various rules here. "I thought it was just a competition for the Saint's Guide. I didn't expect that there were so many inheritances here." Lin Sun looked at the thousands of ancient stone statues in the distance. "So, if I hadn't forced you to come here this time, wouldn't you have missed such an opportunity? You have to thank me properly," Zhao Jingxian said with a smile. "Well, tell me, how should I thank you?" Lin Sun also smiled. Zhao Jingxian tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she joked, "How about taking the Saint's Guide here and giving it to me?" Unexpectedly, Lin Sun readily agreed, "Okay." One word, without thinking, made Zhao Jingxian stunned. She hurriedly said, "I'm joking. Don't take it seriously. I dare not order you around." Originally, Lin Sun was just joking. But seeing Zhao Jingxuan's anxious look, he suddenly felt heroic and laughed, "It's just a Saint's Guide. Just wait and see." "Oh, my friend, you have such a big tone." At this moment, a cold snort sounded from one side. P.S. The second update will be delivered before midnight. If you can't wait, you can read it tomorrow after waking up. In addition, urgent subscription. Subscribe. The speaker was a rather conceited man in a golden robe. His name was Ku Jinyun, an ancient freak. His master was an ancient saber practitioner with a profound foundation. On the Tianjiao Golden List, he ranked 16th, only one place lower than Xianxia. Just now, he was paying attention to the battle in the field and wondering whether he would fight later, so the conversation between Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian didn't attract his attention. However, when he heard the words Saint's Guide, he was immediately attracted. Especially when he heard that Lin Sun boasted that he would win the Saint's Guide and give it to a woman next to him, he couldn't help but think that there was such a shameless man in the world. So he sneered coldly. But when he turned his head and saw Lin Sun's appearance, his face suddenly froze, and the sneer on his lips froze. He almost jumped up as if he had seen a ghost. He cried out involuntarily, You. Why are you here? His voice was stuttering. Lin Sun was stunned and said with a smile, Why can't I be here? But, you. Ku Xinyan's words were incoherent and his face flushed red. He seemed to be in a sorry state and didn't have the conceited attitude from before. Instead, he seemed like a student who had made a mistake, bashful and embarrassed, wishing for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. It was really embarrassing. How could he laugh at Demon Lin's arrogance? It was like slapping himself in the face. At this time, Ku Xinyan's abnormal behavior also attracted the attention of the strong people who were watching the battle nearby, and they all looked at him. When they saw Ku Xinyan's embarrassed and uneasy posture, they couldn't help but feel surprised. Why did a peerless overlord like him lose his composure now? When they saw Lin Sun, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. They almost thought they were dazzled by Lin Sun. Demon Lin, did he appear in the ultimate place of inheritance? God, the crowd was dumbfounded. 3 days ago, the ultimate place of inheritance came to the world. All the overlords entered one after another, except for Lin Sun, who was the most dazzling and should be here. At that time, many people sighed that the ultimate battle for inheritance was destined to be inferior because Demon Lin didn't come. There were also many people who secretly rejoiced that it was for the best that demonic god Lin did not come. Otherwise, he would definitely bring immense pressure to all of them. There were even some people who gloated over Lin's misfortune. They thought that Lin was too unlucky to participate because he was injured. But now, on the third day, Lin Sun appeared, who would be able to remain calm when they saw him in person. This abnormal scene soon spread to the nearby area. When those who were watching the battle saw Lin Sun, their eyes widened and their jaws almost fell off. This matter soon affected the entire ultimate battlefield. For a time, no one paid attention to the battle that was occurring in the ultimate battlefield. Being stared at by so many eyes, Lin Sun couldn't help but touch his nose. He was also surprised and puzzled. Wasn't it just that he came? Was it worth it? I finally understand why everyone calls you Demon God Lin. When Zhao Jingxian saw this, he couldn't help but have a strange look on his face. Is this his current power in the upper 9 realms? Big brother. In the field, Alu also noticed the change outside the field. When he saw Lin Sun, he immediately cried out in surprise. But the next moment, he wailed, Big brother, the limelight has been stolen by you. This little girl is also looking at you. Where is my sense of existence? His words made Xianxia frown, and she said angrily, Big fool, do you dare to shut your stinky mouth? How do you know whether my mouth is stinky or not? Have you tasted it? I didn't expect that you, little girl, would take advantage of me. Alu shouted, looking very surprised and aggrieved. All of a sudden, Xianxia was furious. She gritted her teeth, and her beautiful eyes were burning with flames. She was completely furious, and it seemed that she was going to tear Alu apart alive. In the field, the battle broke out, and it was more intense than before. However, few people paid attention to it. They were all a little uneasy because of Lin Sun's appearance. This was a peerless man who killed Yan Qingbai on the demon-cleaving platform. Now that he appeared in the ultimate battlefield, who could remain calm under such great pressure? It's over. Who can compete with Demon God Lin? Someone sighed. Save it. The ones who will really feel the pressure are Prince Xiaohao and Fairy Ruawu. Do you think you are qualified to fight with Demon God Lin? Someone sneered. There are only a few hours left before the end of the third day. Demon God Lin just appeared at this time. No matter who wants to win 10 in a row, I'm afraid that he has to defeat Demon God Lin first. In this way, there will be one less person who can enter the second round. Someone analyzed calmly with a heavy heart. Alas, time is not with me. What can I do? Many people sighed with a sad look. Look, some people say that your brother has a bad mouth, and others say that you are arrogant. Now even others look at you as if you are a scourge. How many bad things have you done these years? Zhao Jingxian blinked her eyes and teased with a hint of playfulness. I haven't counted how many bad things I've done. I only know that with so many years of friendship between us, you should know very well whether I'm arrogant or not. Arrogance could also be regarded as a kind of bad breath. This was a double entendre. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Jingxuan's pretty face turned red. She glared at Lin fiercely and said, You and Ah Lu are jackals of the same lair. You are getting worse and worse. Lin couldn't help smiling. In the past, he had rarely seen Zhao Jingxian show such a charming and shy look. While the two were talking, the field was not calm. They were all discussing how to plan for the first round after Lin Sun's strong intervention. Lin Sun didn't care about these at all. It was not that he was conceited and arrogant, but his current strength determined that he didn't have to worry too much when facing similar competitions. Not long after, to Lin Sun's surprise, Ah Lu was defeated, which caused an uproar in the field. Big fool, don't expect me to appreciate your kindness. In the battlefield, Shang Tiange's beautiful face kept changing as she shouted. It's up to me whether I appreciate it or not. Ah Lu turned around and strode out of the battlefield. Lin Sun realized that Ah Lu deliberately gave in. He couldn't help but look at Ah Lu and said, In order to pursue her, you really put in a lot of effort. Ah Lu smiled complacently and said, Alas, since I've started cultivating, I can be considered to have seen various fairies and saintesses, and I've seen all the beauties in the world. Only this little girl is to my liking, so what if I let her have it once? As he said this, he turned around and looked at Shang Tiange in the field. He waved his hand and shouted, Little girl, don't let me down. You must win 10 in a row. Lin Sun raised his thumb and praised Ah Lu. In terms of shamelessness, Ah Lu was definitely a well-deserved model. Shang Tiange was full of anger, but she could only grit her teeth and vent her anger on the next opponent. She had seen clearly that Ah Lu was too thick-skinned. The more she talked to him, the more excited he became. Are you really going to give up like this? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Of course not. I'll go up after this little girl. Anyway, there's no rule that I can't challenge a second time. Ah Lu said indifferently. Lin Sun was speechless. Ah Lu looked at Zhao Jingxian and suddenly said, Brother, should I call Miss Zhao sister-in-law or sister-in-law in the future? At this moment, Lin Sun's eyes were full of killing intent. He suddenly had a strong impulse to tear Ah Lu's mouth. Zhao Jingxuan's pretty face also turned red. She looked at Ah Lu with killing intent in her eyes. Ah Lu's mouth was so mean. Ha ha ha, you two have fun. I won't disturb you. Ah Lu immediately slipped away when he saw the situation was not good. I'm going to cheer for the little girl. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian watched him leave and both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Immediately, they looked at each other with a subtle mood, and the atmosphere was a little awkward and dull. I hope you don't mind that. Lin Sun thought for a while and decided to explain himself. He couldn't keep silent like this. Don't talk. Just watch the battle. Zhao Jingxian looked at the battlefield in the distance and forced herself to keep calm, but her pretty face was still a little hot. Sister-in-law, Ah Lu should be beaten to death, Lin Sun nodded. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but say, actually, before he finished speaking, he felt a pain on his arm. He was pinched by a jade hand, which made him grimace. Then he heard Zhao Jingxuan's reproachful voice, Stop it. Lin Sun was stunned. Looking sideways, he saw that the crystal white and tender ears of the girl next to him were all red, and her beautiful face was also dyed with a touch of rosy clouds. Even her gooseneck under her black hair was pink. Her slender and slightly curled eyelashes trembled slightly. Although she seemed to be watching the battle, she was actually a little absent-minded. Her jade hand was slightly clenched, and her freshly peeled green onion knuckles were clenched tightly, as if she was suppressing her inner emotions. Zhao Jingxian was very beautiful, and her appearance was peerless. but now she showed a rare shyness, like an ostrich, and wanted to bury her head, which had never happened before. At this moment, Lin Sun's heart trembled. For the first time, he felt that the girl in front of him was indescribably beautiful, which made him fall into a trance, and a strange emotion arose in his heart. The girl was picturesque and as beautiful as a fairy. But at this moment, her face was full of shyness, and her cheeks were rosy. This picture was like a fixed brand that Lin Sun would never forget for the rest of his life. After half an hour, there was a sudden burst of shouting in the field, which awakened the man and the woman with different thoughts. Looking up, Xianxia had won 10 battles in a row and won 10 times in a row. Lu greeted him with a smile, but Xianxia kicked him in the ass angrily. But even so, Lu still grinned and shouted, "Beating is a sign of affection, and scolding is a sign of love. Your kick is so deep. Do you also like me so deeply?" Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian were both stunned, and then they spat in unison. Once Lu was in heat, he was not only shameless, but completely shameless. P.S. Let Demon Lin talk about love. I've been holding it in for too long. Over the past few days, Goldfish has been updating non-stop. Everyone has been watching Goldfish's hard work. I hope that those who are still reading pirated versions will subscribe to support Goldfish if they have the ability. The first time you download the Zongheng app, there will be a free book reading gift pack. Xianxia won 10 games in a row and withdrew from the ultimate battlefield. For a moment, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became subtle, and all eyes turned to Lin Sun at the same time. There were only a few hours left before the end of the first round, but Lin Sun appeared. Who dared to enter the battlefield at this time? What if they met Lin Sun? In the past 3 days, peerless overlords such as Prince Xiaohao and Fairy Ruo Wu had already won 10 games in a row and were comprehending the inheritance in front of the ancient stone statue. This also meant that at this moment, Lin Sun's existence in the vicinity of the ultimate battlefield was enough to make everyone suffocate. Are you going to participate? Lin Sun looked at Zhao Jingxian. I won't participate. Zhao Jingxian knew herself. Although she had accumulated a strong cultivation in the past few years, she was still in the second tribulation of longevity, and the combat power she could exert was limited. Even if she stepped into the battlefield, it was almost impossible for her to win 10 games in a row. Hurry up and go. If you delay any longer, you will waste the opportunity of others. Zhao Jingxian urged. Lin Sun agreed. He also knew that if he didn't enter the battlefield, others would not dare to enter at all. Swish, the next moment, Lin Sun's figure flashed and landed in the ultimate battlefield. He glanced around and said, "Taoism friends, who is willing to fight with me?" His voice was flat, but it resounded through the world. But there was silence around. The crowd looked at each other, and no one answered. The scene was very strange for a moment. Many people wailed in their hearts. Countless peerless overlords had died in the hands of Demon Lin. Yun Qingbai was strong enough, wasn't he? He was like a legend, but he was also killed by Demon Lin. At this time, who dared to come forward to fight with you? Wasn't it purely asking for humiliation? As time passed, no one responded. Only Lin Sun's lonely figure stood in the field, looking quite lonely. Even Zhao Jingxian couldn't help but be stunned. Now this guy's power was so strong that he could subdue people without fighting? It's just a competition. Don't worry about anything. Just come forward. I promise I won't hold a grudge against anyone because of this. Lin Sun waited for a long time and was a little speechless. He couldn't help but speak in a warm and sincere voice. Everyone looked like they weren't going to fall for it. Who didn't know that demon god Lin was unbridled and his hands were stained with blood? Being defeated by you doesn't mean anything. The key is, if I offend you, will you bear a grudge? That's hard to say. For a time, the scene became even more strange and oppressive. Some experts couldn't help but think back to a few days ago, when Imperial Prince Xiaohao entered the battlefield. There was a similar awkward silence. However, in the end, there were still exceptional overlords who ascended the stage and faced off against him. Brilliant battles of the pinnacle were played out one after another. However, the situation at that time was that apart from Xiaohao, there were many other peerless overlords present, and they were not afraid to fight Xiaohao. But now it was different. Except for Lin Sun, there was almost no other overlord with the same power waiting to fight. Everyone, it's really just a spar. said Lin Sun seriously with an extremely sincere look. Some of the experts hesitated. Should they agree to his request? Your Excellency Lin, I'm not talented, but I admire and worship you the most. If I can fight with you today, I'll have no regrets. Suddenly, a young man rushed into the battlefield. This was a master of the Blood Soul clan, named Xue Wuxiu. He had a pair of bloody wings on his back, and his whole body was glowing with a monstrous blood-red luster. He held a pair of golden bronze maces in his hands. Everyone was stunned and thought that this guy was too shameless. The battle hadn't even started yet, but he was already flattering Lin Sun without leaving a trace. He was simply disgusting. Some people admired him and secretly praised him. In this way, would Demon God Lin have the nerve to make his opponent lose too badly? Please, Lin Sun smiled. Xue Wuxiu's expression turned solemn, and he said sonorously, Your Excellency Lin, it's my honor to fight with you. In order to show my respect, I'll do my best. Please guide me. Even the corners of Lin Sun's mouth twitched imperceptibly when he heard this flattery. After saying this, Xue Wuxiu let out a loud shout. A pair of bloody wings flapped, and he soared into the sky. The pair of bronze maces in his hands were emitting a dazzling brilliance. Boom, the space around them suddenly collapsed and was filled with a dazzling and sharp light. Lin Sun had to admit that Xue Wuxiu was also extremely powerful. As soon as he started, he showed his most powerful means. But for Lin Sun, it was not a threat. Considering that Xue Wuxiu respected him, Lin Sun did not immediately attack ruthlessly and reserved some of his strength. For a moment, the battle broke out in the field, attracting the attention of the audience. However, to everyone's surprise, after only a few dozen moves, Xue Wuxiu suddenly stopped. He cupped his hands and saluted with admiration. Your Excellency Lin's cultivation is amazing. I'm far from being your opponent. I admit my defeat. Everyone's face darkened. This was too shameless. This guy was not going to fight. He was clearly going to flatter and win Demon God Lin's favor. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Lin Sun was caught off guard. When he was about to say something, he saw that Xue Wuxiu had already bowed and left the battlefield. Moreover, he sighed with emotion, how fortunate it is to be able to fight with my most respected Your Excellency Lin today. It's a glorious defeat. Everyone was completely convinced. In terms of shamelessness, Xue Wuxiu was definitely a peak existence. He displayed the essence of shamelessness openly and calmly. Who could compare with him? Lin Sun could not help but be amazed. It was really unexpected that such a shameless guy could enter the ultimate place of inheritance. Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to fight? Lin Sun asked. Everyone was extremely conflicted. Xue Wuxiu had set an extremely bad precedent. Even if they wanted to fight with Lin Sun, what if they were also regarded as flatterers? Silence. Silence was what everyone was thinking at this moment. Lin Sun was also completely helpless. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was also thinking, if no one challenged him, how could he win 10 consecutive victories? Clang, suddenly, a majestic and solemn bell rang in the depths of the sky. Then, under everyone's incredulous gaze, a dazzling divine light appeared in the ultimate battlefield and poured into Lin Sun's body. And this also meant that Lin Sun had passed the first round of assessment. However, everyone was dumbfounded and tongue-tied. How could this work? There clearly hadn't been 10 battles. On the ground on one side of the battlefield, a rule power appeared and turned into a line of words. Those who are good at fighting may pass as an exception without any outstanding merits. For a moment, all the powerhouses present were dumbfounded. In the past 3 days, this was the first time they knew that there was a way to pass in the ultimate battlefield. And such a scene had happened to Demon God Lin. Those who were good at fighting were so strong that they were invincible and no one dared to fight them. Since there was no battle, how could there be any military merits? This was what it meant to say that those who were good at fighting had no outstanding merits. Lin Sun was stunned. Then, he acutely sensed that the divine light that poured into his body was faintly resonating with the thousands of ancient stone statues in the distance. He realized that he had indeed passed the first round of battle. It was just that the process was somewhat unexpected. Looking at Lin Sun's confused look, Xianxia couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her clear and bright smile was just like a flower bud that bloomed in the sunshine after the rain. It was so beautiful that it couldn't be replicated. Lin Sun could not help but laugh as well. He shook his head and left the ultimate battlefield. At the sight of this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Demon God Lin had finally passed and left. Next, it was time for them to compete. For a moment, everyone was in high spirits. Ha ha ha, it's my turn. But at this moment, Alu burst into laughter and rushed into the battlefield first. This immediately made many powerhouses' hearts feel stifled. How could they have forgotten that there was still this barbarian? All of this had nothing to do with Lin Sun. He walked straight to the area where the thousands of ancient stone statues were. The ancient stone statues stood there like saints overlooking all living beings, and they emitted different auras. Looking at these stone statues was like looking at the all-powerful overlords who had commanded the wind and clouds throughout the ages. It was shocking. As he walked, Lin Sun saw Imperial Prince Xiaohao, Fairy Rua Wu, Yuan Fatian, the young golden-winged rock king, Wang Xuanyu, Yi Mo. He also saw Old Toad, Big Black Bird, Yi Chen, laughing at the heavens, Ji Xingyao. Everyone was sitting cross-legged in front of a stone statue, solemn and dignified, with Taoist light flowing all over their bodies. They were comprehending the power of inheritance. Doesn't it mean that there are thousands of kinds of inheritance imprinted in them? This ultimate place of inheritance is really extraordinary. It's very likely that it was created by thousands of supreme figures. They left their inheritance here, just like leaving a wisp of Taoist fire. As long as the Taoist fire is not extinguished, the inheritance will not be extinguished. I wonder which kind of inheritance is suitable for me. Lin Sun calmed down as he walked forward. After a while, Lin Sun stopped and frowned. Thousands of ancient stone statues, thousands of kinds of inheritance power, except for those that had been occupied, none of them matched Lin Sun's perception. Does this mean that they don't recognize me? Or, among these thousands of kinds of inheritance power, there's not even one suitable for me? Lin Sun was lost in thought. At the same time, many powerhouses in the distance also noticed that Lin Sun had walked through the area of the stone statues, but he had not obtained any inheritance. This made people surprised and surprised. With Demon God Lin's background, couldn't he even obtain one inheritance? Zhao Jingxian also frowned, somewhat puzzled. The most surprising thing was that before long, Lin Sun casually sat on the edge of the area of the stone statues and closed his eyes. It was as if he was trying hard to perceive something. However, from the beginning to the end, nothing unusual had happened to him. This naturally meant that he had not sensed any suitable inheritance from the beginning to the end. This unexpected scene instantly drew the attention of many people. What was going on? Could it be that Demon God Lin had been rejected by all the inheritances? Quite a few people's expressions had already changed. The dignified Demon God Lin, with the identity of those who are good at fighting have no illustrious achievements, had made an exception and passed the first round of the competition. Who could have expected that he, who had passed, could not even obtain a single inheritance? P.S. Thank you Shufriend 3052, Novanda, secretly kissing you and other friends for their tips and monthly votes. Of course, I will continue to update today. Strongly, seriously, sincerely seeking subscriptions. End of chapter 1340. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.